Chapter 229. The wheels of the carriage crunched on the snow, and the horses had to be replaced by donkeys at noon. The wind seemed to come from all directions and swept the snow on the ground in a whirl. Every time they passed by a village, they would see a group of children running crazily. Their little hands were still holding the snow firmly, and they would hit the people on the other side. When a snowball hit their faces, they would wipe their snot with their sleeves and provide ammunition for others while crying. Every time they couldn't stand the cold, they would put their hands inside their clothes to warm them up, or rub their hands with the snow until they were steaming. Which child didn't feel pain when they accidentally fell? Their clothes were wet and the ground was full of snow, so they would get up after a roll. Jia County magistrates sat in the carriage and watched the children play. He also felt that it was interesting, but it was a pity that he couldn't go down to play for a while. "Sir, I think we will arrive at our destination after dark. The road is not easy to travel on, and the horses have been traveling for a long time. If they continue to travel, they will be tired. This donkey will be slower." The yamen runner saw that the curtain of the carriage was lifted, so he walked to the side and said, "Oh, I didn't eat at noon, and I will eat at dinner too." Jia County magistrates didn't prepare much when he came. He only brought some water and tea, and he planned to drink it in the carriage. He didn't expect that he would be delayed until now. At noon, when they changed donkeys, there was a small shop. He didn't eat when he saw that the shop was a little dirty, so he asked them to continue with the journey. The yamen runner hesitated for a moment, and then went to another yamen runner to get a paper bag. He handed it to Jia County magistrates and said, "Sir, if you are hungry, you can eat this." Jia County magistrates received it and opened it. He found that it was fried noodles, but he didn't know how to eat it. "What is this?" "This is specially prepared for us by the Zhang family's farmstead. When we are on patrol or have something to do, we can eat it on the way. Here's also this." As the yamen runner spoke, he handed over a 2-inch-long bamboo tube as thick as a little finger to County Magistrate Jia. Without waiting for Jia County magistrates to ask, he said directly, "Sir, if you want to soak the noodles with water, pour this in. We usually don't have water, so we just put this on the noodles to eat. The noodles have been packed with spices and other things. This is oil and butter. When Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's cow fell to its death, most of the butter would be left to make this. Now that it is cold, you can put the tube down and hold it for a while. The oil will come out and spread on the noodles. It is very delicious. I don't know what is in it, but it is not greasy to eat only this oil. If it is frozen, it can be eaten as a snack." Jia County magistrates listened to these words, and the sentence that left the deepest impression on him was that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi specially prepared this for them. Good, it was really good. When the yamen runners were working outside and didn't have enough food to eat, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would make something for them. It was true for others, but definitely not for them. Jia County magistrates thought. He looked at his teacup and then at the pot with little water. He really couldn't soak the noodles. He didn't want to eat it like this, so he asked the yamen runner, "It doesn't seem good for you to just chew on this stuff outside." "Sir, it's not that. We are lazy. Other than this, the Zhang family also gave us 4 sets of bowls and a bag of lime. When you want to soak the noodles, just fill the bowls with water and sprinkle the lime into the other bowls. Sir, if you want to soak the noodles, I have a bamboo tube with some dried vegetables in it. Put it in the water and it will grow bigger." As the yamen runner spoke, he handed over another bamboo tube. This bamboo tube was slightly bigger, and at the same time, there was a bowl. Jia County magistrates took it and checked that there was nothing else on the bowl. After washing it clean, he put the noodles in it. Naturally, there was a pot to boil water on the other side. Then he poured the butter in the small bamboo tube. When he opened another bamboo tube and poured the butter in, Jia County magistrates felt even more helpless. What poured out was actually some dried meat, which seemed to have been braised before drying. There were also some dried vegetables. When the yamen runners were hungry outside, they could eat these things. How could they not think of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi? There were vegetables, meat, and oil. Using that bowl to eat the hot noodles, this meal would cost at least 6 or 7 copper coins. The meat was not pork, chicken, or fish. Most of it was mutton, and a small part of it was beef. This Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was really too difficult to deal with. The people in the county remembered their kindness. The yamen runners ate their food. Even though he was a newcomer, he lived in the house built by them, used the things they put in the house, and ate the dishes they prepared. However, these were not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was their means and tolerance. So many restaurants and shops belonged to them. They took out the methods of growing vegetables in winter. As long as they met someone who was a little stronger, they would give up the benefits, such as the imperial nephew or the prince. As for those who were not capable, they would finish them off one by one. The Mi family had lost so badly. If he didn't do as they said, would he also lose? While he was thinking about these things, the water was already boiling. Jia County magistrates poured everything into the bowl of noodles. After pouring in the water, he closed the lid and said to the yamen runners outside, "Who wants some hot water? I'll boil some for you." Jia County magistrates had put down his pride. He really didn't want to offend the yamen runners now. There were more than 700 yamen runners in the yamen. That meant that there were more than 700 families, relatives, and neighbors. If Zhangzhe Zhuangzi could give them food, why couldn't he do the same? "Sir, there's no need to boil the water. We have other things to eat." The instant noodles were originally going to be sold, but then Zhangzhe Zhuangzi found out that it was not good, so he gave it to us. They gave it to you because they couldn't sell it? Jia County magistrates was happy. Giving it to someone who couldn't sell it and giving it to them directly were two different things. Yes, it's not easy to sell. The instant noodles are for daily use. There's another thing that I heard is made with a big iron block. This is it. There's chopped green onions, minced meat, and oil inside. It's wrapped in oil paper. Sir, don't be fooled by its small size. One piece can last you half a day. This is specially made for us. As the yamen runner spoke, he handed in a paper bag. Jia County magistrates opened it. It looked like snacks, but it was much harder than snacks. He didn't know what it was. "What's this?" The person who sent it said that it's called compressed biscuits. It's very easy to eat. You'll be full after eating it and drinking some water. People who travel long distances like it the most. It's small in size and tastes good. It's better than the fried noodles that people usually eat. 2 days ago, they sent another thing that can be soaked in water when there's water. It's water chestnut powder. The yamen runner handed another paper bag to Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates was a little numb. He took it and looked at it. He said to the yamen runner, "What else is there?" "There's also some for boiling soup. It's all powder. There's fish foam, seasoning, and bone marrow powder in it." The yamen runner took another yamen runner's backpack and put it in the cart. Chapter 230. Looking up, the snowmen were lined up. Brooms were used as arms, and leather hats were worn. Red beans were turned into buttons, and the heart was happy. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. During the afternoon break, the children who ran out of the school picked up their tools and started to build snowmen. Big snowballs rolled out one by one, and the smaller ones were placed on top of them. After adding some snow, the shape of a snowman was roughly formed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also joined in and gave pointers from time to time. The children were responsible for the work. For this, Zhang Xiaobao specially asked people to find some things from the grocery store, such as lower-quality leather hats, brooms, red beans, and black charcoal. He even took out a carrot and used it as a nose. Wang Wan didn't understand at first. Why did a child need so many things to make a snowman? The arms could be replaced with branches, and the other parts could be made with mud balls. This cost her more money. Zhang Xiaobao said to her, "This is the cohesion. The children must have a sense of belonging to Zhuangzi from a young age. Everything is the best, and they are the best. Look, the children are more serious when they see these things." Looking at the snowmen that were formed one by one, Wang Wan had to admit that once these things were taken out, the children's performance was different. They appeared more formal and organized more rigorously. "Little man, look, this is you and this is me. I'll hold you until spring comes." Lu held her little brother's hand and stood in front of the two snowmen, one big and one small, and said to her little brother, who was not very mature yet, "Little man was much better than when he was young." If others didn't say it, they wouldn't be able to tell that this child was the poor, small, dark, and thin child from before. At this time, he was wearing thick clothes, a leather hat on his head, and a scarf around his neck. He held his sister's hand and looked at the busy people, smiling happily. Hearing his sister's words, the 3-year-old turned his head and said, "Sister, spring is coming. The snow has melted, and we are gone." Yes, the snow has melted. Luther did not know what to say. It was as if she did not want spring to arrive. You will turn into water and flow into the river together. Then you will turn into clouds, one big cloud and one small cloud, flying in the sky. Wang Wan felt that it was indeed difficult to understand the feelings of children. When they looked at the snowman, they did not want spring to come, so she said in a childish tone. Luther's eyes lit up. Yes. When the time comes, it will become a cloud, and then it will become rain. It will fall on the flowers below. You can water one flower and I will water the other. The 2 flowers will be together. When winter comes, it will become a snowman. It will be bigger than this year's snowman. Together. Young man became happy again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a new feeling. When the seasons changed, there was sadness and hope. A horse came from afar. It did not go to the place where the children were playing, but went directly to the courtyard of the main house. After a while, Steward Zhang came here and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were making a snow slide, "Little master, little miss, the county magistrate is coming. He will probably arrive after dark." Oh, it seems that he still hasn't given up. Come, let's see what he is going to do. Tell people to keep a close eye on him, including the people he sees. It's best to even know what they say. Zhang Xiaobao stopped shoveling the snow in his hands and looked at the small bridge as he said. Steward Zhang knew that the little master did not care about these things, so he nodded and turned to leave. Wang Wan complained a little unhappily, "Why did he have to come today?" It's not easy to take the children out to play for a while, but his mood became bad again. He schemed against each other all day. If only we were really children who didn't know anything. Children want to grow up quickly, while adults want to go back to the past. We are back, so we should be satisfied. The nostalgia for life is not the pain of death, but the unwilling to lose the attention to this world. It's good to be alive. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be used to fighting, so he said firmly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled, "I'm just saying. If you want to live a good life, you have to grasp more resources. The competition will never stop. Even snowmen have to face spring. Flowers bloom and wither, clouds roll and unfold, and tides rise and fall. What will come will come. As long as we can go further on this road, it's good. Yes, this is life. Fortunately, I have you. I feel much more relaxed. When the water in the swimming pool freezes, let's make ice lanterns. There's a little fiery red in the crystal, and a warm heart in the cold." Zhang Xiaobao's mood was also touched by the children's cheerful play. Usually, he would not say these words. In order to leave more happy memories for the children, Zhang Xiaobao specially announced that there would be no classes today. Amidst the children's laughter and the snowman's black eyes, the curtain of night quietly fell. A hazy full moon hung over the silent Zhuangzi. "Sir, please bear with it for a while. We're almost there. If you continue to eat instant noodles, you won't be able to eat anything else." It was dark. A few lanterns were hung in front of the carriage, or were picked up by the Yamen runners. Jia County Magistrate's team was getting closer and closer to Tuqiao village. Jia County Magistrates had eaten a full meal some time ago. In his opinion, the instant noodles in the bowl tasted really good, especially with the meat and dried green onions added later. The taste was only a little bit worse when soaked in it. At this time, he felt hungry again and wanted to eat another bowl. The Yamen runners were reluctant to give it to him. These things were not available to ordinary people, so they persuaded him to eat. Jia County Magistrate swallowed his saliva and said, "We're almost there? Okay, let's go faster." Faster. Seeing that Jia County Magistrates no longer asked for food, the Yamen runners were relieved. They shouted and the team moved faster. In fact, if they wanted to, they could have arrived before dark. In order to give Zhangzhe Zhuangzi more time to prepare, they delayed until now. The county magistrates in the carriage were not feeling well. They were also cold and tired. When the carriage arrived at Zhuangzi, except for the occasional dog barking, There was only the sound of the carriage wheels rolling on the snow. Jia County magistrates lifted the curtain and looked outside. In the darkness, he saw a light along the road. He asked the yamen runners outside, "Why is that light still on? Could it be that someone is walking?" "Sir, that's the other side of the small bridge. It's where the Zhang family and Wang family live in Zhuangzi. Every once in a while, a lantern will be lit to illuminate the road," the yamen runner said. In his heart, he was thinking that if someone came to make trouble, they would avoid the places where the lanterns could illuminate and look for dark places. However, those dark places were where the Miao protection team was monitoring. "I heard that there's a market here. Is it still open now?" Jia County magistrates thought for a while but could not figure out who would walk on the road in Zhuangzi at night. He could only ask about other things. "Yes, it will be the new year in a few days. There will be more people coming to trade and buy things. There are also merchants coming from other places to buy pork. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has started to kill pigs." When the yamen runner talked about Zhangzhe Zhuangzi killing pigs, his face became more excited. When the time came, Zhuangzi would give them some meat. This year, there were hundreds of pigs to be killed. Jia County magistrates saw the yamen runner's expression under the light of the lanterns. He felt uncomfortable. If he were to kill the 2 pigs he raised, the yamen runner would not be so happy. Is it because it's cheaper to buy things here? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is so smart. Why doesn't he sell it himself? The yamen runner shook his head. It's not cheap. The pork here is sold separately. The pork shoulder is put together, the pig head is put together, the ribs and the meat are also put together. If you buy according to this, you will need to spend dozens of copper coins more for a pig. It's expensive? Then people come here stupidly to buy it? Jia County magistrates could not understand. Of course. You can buy enough in one go here. If you go elsewhere, you will need to pay more for the carriage. There is a carriage company in the county that will send carriages to wait here. Merchants who buy things can directly hire a carriage to take them back. This way, they can save half of the travel expenses. The yamen runner told him everything he knew. Jia County magistrates was happy to hear that the carriage company of Sanshui County was using the carriage company of Sanshui County. At least the commoners could earn more money. Just like what the yamen runner said yesterday, they would have more money to buy things. He could collect more taxes. The yamen runner continued, "Sir, don't think that the carriage company only charges the same amount of money as when they go there. You can still earn more. On the way back, you can buy things from other places and sell them at the market here. If you have more things, you can sell them directly to Ergo. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi will work on them and sell them. So in the end, all the money will be earned by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi." Jia County magistrates was unhappy when he thought of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi making money. "Sir, here we are. Do you want to cross the bridge first, or do you want to go directly to Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant?" Several buildings have been built at Between the Clouds and the Water, but they are not fully repaired yet. Only the original one can be used for business. The yamen runner asked when the carriage came to a place where the roads were divided. Jia County magistrates hesitated and said, "Don't cross the bridge today. Let's go to the restaurant and ask them to serve the signature dishes." "Oh, I forgot to bring money today." Jia County magistrates deliberately said the second half of the sentence. He wanted to make the Zhang family poor. The yamen runner understood the county magistrate's intention and said, "Sir, you don't have to worry about money. Just like before, you just need to eat." Well, the family in Sanshui County is good. Jia County magistrates only felt happy at times like this. These days, every time he went out to eat, he specially picked the signature dishes. The more expensive, the better. He felt like he was taking revenge on the Zhang family. When the carriage arrived at Between the Clouds and the Water, there was no more snow. The yellow sand covered the ground, giving people a clean and tidy feeling. Jia County magistrates deliberately wore his official uniform today to let the people in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi know that he came for them this time. He also knew that even if he didn't wear it, they would know that he was here. There were so many spies around him. "Sir, you're here. Please come in. We will serve you on the second floor." The waiter came out to welcome him. When he saw that the new county magistrate of Sanshui County was here, he quickly greeted him. Chapter 231. When the Jia County magistrates saw that the waiter was not surprised at all, he knew that the news of his arrival had already been leaked. He was not in the mood to pursue this matter, so he followed the waiter into the restaurant. When they reached the door, another waiter came up to them and led them upstairs. "Let's go and eat." The Jia County magistrates went to a room on the second floor that had a view of the outside. He told the yamen runners that he was going to eat alone. The yamen runners obeyed and left. Their meals were already prepared, so they did not want to eat with the county magistrates. The waiter immediately placed the 4 dishes on the table. They were all cold plates with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The hot dishes were still on the table and would be served soon. When they were about to leave, they were stopped by the Jia County magistrates. "I'm here today because I have something to ask. You stay by my side and don't lie. Otherwise, I'll leave a place for you in the prison." "Understood. Sir, please ask. I'll tell you everything I know." The waiter showed a frightened expression and replied respectfully. The Jia County magistrates liked to see the waiter like this. He smiled and pointed at a plate of garlic and cucumber on the table with his chopsticks and asked, "Do you know where this cucumber comes from?" "Yes, it's specially planted in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It's picked every day and is sent to the restaurant. Try it, it tastes good." The waiter bowed and answered. He stepped forward and poured the warm wine into the cup in front of the Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates took a sip of the wine and picked up a piece of cucumber with a lot of garlic and threw it into his mouth. He chewed it carefully. Wei Wei nodded and said, "Good. This garlic is spicy but not spicy. The cucumber is clear but not cold. How do you make it?" "Sir, I don't know how to make it. Master Ni is in charge of this. I'll ask for you. Milord, please try this eggplant. This little one knows that the eggplant is first steamed in a pot. After it has cooled down, it is mixed with sauce, chopped green onions, and coriander. The skin of the eggplant has been peeled, and it is still tender when eaten." The waiter shook his head this time and introduced a new dish to Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates was just asking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't make it himself. He nodded and said, "Is this beef tendon? Do you often have beef here?" The shop assistant nodded, then shook his head and replied, "It's the tendons of a cow's hoof. You can't eat it on a normal day. Sir, since you're here, please take it out. Ever since there's a mountain behind Zhuangzi, it's always dangerous if someone herds cows there. The Zhang family and Wang family have already warned us to be extra careful." "Really?" "Of course it's true. Otherwise, sir, you can lock me up in the prison and make the guards not give me any food to eat," the worker promised. The Jia County magistrates looked at the shop assistant and was both angry and amused. Prison? Maybe it was better to be in prison than outside. Would the yamen runners listen to him? The shop assistant was not honest. He looked around and saw a calligraphy painting hanging on the wall. It was a painting of winter plum blossoms proudly standing in the snow. It was an ordinary painting, but it had a bit of character. There was a poem on it. "Winter plum blossoms are not proud of the snow. Life is filled with happiness. The heart is filled with autumn blossoms, and the snow is added." Not good. This poem is not good. There are 4 straight lines and 4 straight lines. It should be changed to "The heart is filled with snow powder, and the autumn blossoms are added." What do you think? The Jia County magistrates saw Zhang Zhong's signature and knew that it was the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi who found fault with it. The shop assistant looked at it blankly. After a while, he said, "Sir, you have good taste. Others can't see it. Sir, what is 4 straight lines? I don't understand. I will tell Steward Zhang later and ask him to change the poem. Sir, why don't you take a look at the painting?" "Well, you can learn it later. You won't understand even if I tell you. It's a painting. The plum blossoms in the painting are blooming too early. Why is there only pink and not white? White is the only way to contrast with the snow. It's a mistake." The Jia County magistrates said reservedly. Yes, my lord is right. There should be white flowers. Even if some of the flowers are pink, when the snow falls, it will be white. My lord, look at this." The shop assistant followed up with flattery and pointed to another poem on the wall. This poem was written in the style of a king. The Jia County magistrates turned to look and saw that it was also a painting. There was a poem beside the painting, plum blossoms at the corner of the wall, blooming alone in the cold. I know it's not the snow in the distance, but the fragrance comes. He shook his head and said, "That's not right. Why do the words look so soft? Oh, it's not elegant. It's definitely not. Oh, it's also written by Zhang Zhong." He changed the brush too quickly. It needs to be changed. The plum blossoms in the painting are also not good. There should be snow on this side of the wall. It can't just be the wall. Shop assistant, tell me. How can the plum blossoms at the corner of the wall smell the fragrance of the flowers from afar? The wind is blocked by the wall. It's a mistake. It can't be a poem at all. Sir, this is not written by master. There are a few small words below. Look carefully. Below Zhang Zhong, is it written, daughter-in-law Wang Wan? The shop assistant pointed and said, "So it's a little girl." No wonder he didn't think about the wall blocking the wind when he wrote it. The Jia County Magistrates was now more certain of his words. Before the shop assistant could continue, he saw another painting at the side and laughed. What painting is this? The plum blossoms were drawn into a big tree by him. The branches and leaves are lush. Interesting, interesting. This poem, the flowers are swaying and falling, alone and beautiful. It occupies the amorous feelings of the small garden. The sparse shadows are slanted, the water is shallow, and the fragrance floats in the evening. The frosty birds steal a glance first, and the pink butterflies know how to unite and break their souls. Fortunately, there's a slight recitation that can be compared, and there's no need to be good at combining gold and gold. Not good. After the Jia County Magistrates finished looking at the painting, he looked at the poem again. The words were even worse. He also shook his head, curled his lips, and said disdainfully, pointing to the poem and saying to the shop assistant, "Look, it says that the other flowers are all withered, but it's still blooming. Since it occupies the amorous feelings, why isn't it planted in the small garden? Look again. It's such a cold day. Wouldn't the water be frozen? Since it's dusk, it's the scene of the sun and the moon. Where is the sun and the moon, where is the frost? The latter part is even worse. Let's not talk about it. Oh, let me see. Is this the son of Zhang Zhong? Is it that Xiao Bao? Sure enough, he's just a kid. He doesn't know anything. Sir, you're right. I don't understand. This lousy poem is just hanging here to amuse people. Sir, I'll bring the dishes for you." The shop assistant continued to flatter him. Anyway, as long as it was the Jia County Magistrates, he was right. When he heard the sound of footsteps in the corridor, he knew that it was the delivery of the dishes. He quickly ran to the door. He took the tray with 4 hot dishes on it and brought them to the Jia County Magistrates. He arranged them one by one, returned the tray, filled it with wine, and waited at the side for a reply. The Jia County Magistrates picked up a piece of roasted venison and swallowed it with wine. He nodded and said, "These dishes are very good. It's a pity that the decoration of the surroundings is not good enough, especially the 3 paintings. The 3 poems on the paintings should not be displayed. Oh, this is between the clouds and the water. It's fine if it's displayed." He wanted to ask the shop assistant to take it down, but he suddenly remembered where he was. Even if he took it down now, it would be hung up after he left. The shop assistant continued to agree. "Sir, you're right. It should be taken down. Why don't you leave a calligraphy piece for others to see?" "Okay, quickly get me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." The Jia County Magistrates, who was very happy with the praise, agreed without thinking. The shop assistant hurried out and came back after a while. He pulled over another small table specially used for writing, spread out the paper, and ground the ink. When it was almost done, the Jia County Magistrates picked up the brush and dipped it in the ink. He pondered for a while and said, "I'll only write a poem about plum blossoms." Then, he put the brush down and began to write. It seemed that he was in the peak state of art. After he finished writing the poem, he took out a small square stamp from his chest and pressed it on the ink pad next to him. He asked the shop assistant, "What do you think?" "Sir, your words are really extraordinary. Just by looking at it, you can feel the spirit of plum blossoms." The shop assistant showed a look of surprise. His eyes were wide open and his hands and feet were trembling with excitement. The Jia County magistrate said with a smile, "It's just SOSO. I'm tired today, so my writing is a little worse than usual. What do you think of this poem?" "It's well written. It's a good poem. From this poem, I see plum blossoms competing to bloom." Countless tourists stopped to watch and admire the scene. "Sir, you're really amazing. With only one poem, you can make people. Which part of it is open? It's obviously budding and there aren't so many tourists. There are only two people sitting opposite each other and drinking." The Jia County magistrate was a little dissatisfied with the shop assistant's words. His face darkened and he stopped the shop assistant from continuing. The shop assistant hurriedly moved forward and nodded fiercely. He said, "I misread it just now. Please forgive me, sir. Now I know. It's written that there is snow falling on the branches of plum blossoms, but the plum blossoms haven't bloomed. Flower buds are growing there. There are also two heroes eating meat and drinking wine. The wind is blowing and the snow on the branches is falling down. The two people are crying. What's snow falling on the branches? There's no snow and there's no wind. A man and a woman sitting opposite each other. Do you know or not?" The Jia County magistrate was furious. He stared at the shop assistant and asked. The shop assistant lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Sir, I can't read. I don't know what you've written. Why don't you read it to me? I'll remember it even if I forget other things in the future." "So you can't read? That's fine. Listen to me. This poem is, winter has come, but it hasn't snowed yet. The plum blossoms are budding, but they don't know. A man and a woman are singing to each other. They want to see the flowing water, but there's no river of ice. There's regret in warming the wine, but the ice only melts when spring comes. When that time comes, the plum blossoms may bloom." The Jia County magistrate had no choice but to read the poem himself. "Good poem. Sir, your writing is indeed better than others. I won't hide it from you. There are many people reciting poems in this restaurant. I didn't understand them before, but when you read the poem today, I immediately understood. Sir, you really made me speechless. I'll find someone to frame the words right away." The shop assistant's body trembled even more. He went forward and was about to pick up the paper when he was stopped by the Jia County magistrates. "There's no hurry. You can do it after I leave. I still have some things to ask you." The Jia County magistrates happily sat back at the table and finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Recommend a book. Book ID equals 1589628. Book name equals The Usurper." Chapter 232. The waiter filled up the wine again. When he saw which dish the Jia County magistrates wanted to eat, he helped to bring it forward. The Jia County magistrates drank 3 glasses of wine and ate a few mouthfuls of food. Then he looked back at what he had written and turned to ask the waiter, "Have you seen any outsiders causing trouble here recently? Since I am in charge of protecting this county, I can't let anyone cause trouble in Tuqiao village." In fact, the Jia County magistrates wanted to know if anyone was causing trouble for the Zhang family and the Wang family. If so, he would go and ask them to find out who was behind them. If they were powerful enough, they could deal with them together. The Jia County magistrate's waiter nodded and said, "Sir, you are so smart. You know that there are people causing trouble here." "Yes, there are. There have been people causing trouble here at least 4 times in the past few days." "Someone really dares to come here? Tell me what kind of people they are." The Jia County magistrates put on a straight face and said angrily, "I'll tell you now. My first time in the past few days was the day before yesterday. I had nothing to do on the 2nd floor, so I wanted to walk around the 1st floor. Guess what happened? There were 3 people sitting by the window and quarreling with the waiter downstairs. Our waiter didn't say anything. It was the 3 people talking. Guess what they said? The waiter looked nervous as if he had encountered something very difficult. The Jia County magistrates listened carefully and asked, "What did they say?" "That guy was very fierce. They said, 'Why didn't we let them eat? Why didn't we let them eat? Why didn't we let them take away the leftovers?' In the end, we had no choice but to give them some leftover steamed buns. When they left this time, I was scared." "I know. 3 beggars came. Didn't they leave after giving them steamed buns? Then don't say it again. Say it again." The The Jia County magistrates did not have the slightest interest in the three beggars. It was only between the clouds and the water that was easy to talk to. Otherwise, he would have already beaten them up. Why would he still give them steamed buns? This was useless to him. Counting on these three beggars to help him deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi was impossible. He interrupted the waiter and asked him to continue. The waiter nodded. The next time? That would be the noon of the day before yesterday. When this humble one was guarding the second floor, a few people came up. They were all well-dressed. That guy, the first one, directly gave this humble one 6 copper coins. This humble one was so happy that this humble one specifically told them a few signature dishes. But when I served the dishes, guess what happened to that guy? You definitely won't be able to guess it. That guy, those people, when they look at the dish, they look at me. When they look at me, they look at the dish. I don't even know if I'm myself or the dish. I don't even know if the dish is the dish or... Pick the important ones. The Jia County magistrates frowned. Okay, pick the important ones. That is, they felt that this humble one was harming them, so they fed the worms to them. Those guys, their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat this humble one. But this humble one is not a dish. The humble one is the humble one, and the dish is... Well, don't be angry, this humble one will continue. This humble one is used to it. What's going on? This dish is stir-fried chives and sandworms. Sandworms are insects. They grew up in the sea. When the Zhang family's farmstead went there to help deal with the locust plague, they went there to collect them. If they were alive, they would be raised, and if they were dead, they would be dried. When it's time to eat them, they would be served with warm water. This dish is delicious. My master said that eating this dish is good for the body. They don't know, so they asked this humble one to eat the whole plate of stir-fried spoonworms. This humble one can't eat it normally, so I'll serve you some later. What do you think? The waiter explained patiently. Fortunately, County Magistrate Jia's expression returned to its original state after he finished explaining the matter. What happened after that? The Jia County magistrates was mainly thinking about whether those people had any conflicts with the restaurant, to what extent, and who was their family's backer. After that, they said that they had wronged this humble one and gave this humble one 6 copper coins. They gave this humble one a total of 12 copper coins. They also paid for the meal. Sir, you really don't want to eat the spoonworms? Although they look scary, if you want to eat them again after you eat them, they're worth 10 taels of silver per plate. The waiter gestured and tried to persuade the Jia County magistrates to eat. The Jia County magistrates felt uncomfortable when he heard this. Who would eat that? He waved his hand and said, "No, I'll save you some money. Tell me about the last 2 times." The waiter showed a regretful look. He rearranged the dishes and said, "The 3rd time was yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, when it was almost night time, a man was eating on the 1st floor. He came from the market and didn't have much money. He only ordered some dried tofu and a bowl of wine. After he finished eating, he said that his stomach hurt and ran to the outhouse in the back. He came here many times and kept saying that our dried tofu wasn't good. He wanted to sue us, but our dried tofu has always been the best. It's impossible that there's something wrong with it." And then? He died? The Jia County magistrates asked excitedly. "No, we have a resident doctor in the restaurant. How could we let him die?" The doctor came immediately and examined his illness. He said that it had nothing to do with the dried tofu and that it was because he ate something else. After that, the doctor asked him what he ate and said that he didn't want to live anymore. He bought some small shrimps at the market. In order to save money, he skewered them with sticks and roasted them. He didn't roast them well and drank a lot of cold water. The doctor gave him medicine, and the restaurant paid for it. Fortunately, he came to the restaurant to eat. Otherwise, he would have died on the way home. I followed the doctor to take a look. The thing that came out was so smelly. I almost fell into it. Sir, let me tell you what the thing that came out was. If you look at it from a distance, don't talk about it. It's the 4th time. The Jia County magistrates also vomited and tried not to think about it. The waiter was obedient and didn't say anything. He coughed softly and continued, "The 4th time was this morning. 2 people came and ate on the 1st floor. After they finished eating, they complained that the food was bad and that the heat was too strong. So the heat was too strong? It seems that they were picky. The Jia County magistrates became interested again. Usually, people like that were either rich or noble. What did they use to cook? For breakfast, there was soy milk, tofu pudding, and the restaurant's signature snack, rice crust. After the rice was steamed, there was some leftover rice under the pot. They said that the heat was too strong. If they had known, they wouldn't have sent it. Sir, don't you think they were making trouble? In the end, they said that the meal was free. Then they happily finished it and didn't leave anything behind. They saved 4 copper coins. The waiter said unhappily, as if he looked down on the two people. That's it? That's it? The Jia County magistrates gave up for the last time. What could he expect from people who caused trouble for the sake of saving 4 copper coins? That's it. Sir, do you want to try the rice crust? You can eat it as a snack. It's crunchy. The waiter continued to push the dishes. The Jia County magistrates was not in the mood to eat. He had asked for so long in vain. He shook his head and said, I don't want to taste it. You can leave now. After I finish eating, I'll find a yard to rest in the back. Sir, please eat. I'll go and frame the poem you wrote. The waiter didn't forget the words. He walked over and rolled it up, then left after saying that. The Jia County magistrates sat there and ate a few mouthfuls of food and drank some wine. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The waiter just now was a little too easy to talk to. If it was another place, it wouldn't be wrong. But didn't the restaurant between the clouds and the water know that he was not on good terms with their owner? When he heard him ask if there was anyone causing trouble, it was impossible for him to be so straightforward. He must be lying. He secretly hated that even a waiter dared to lie to him. The Jia County magistrate sped up his eating. After a while, he finished eating, put down his chopsticks, got up and left. When he reached the first floor, the yamen runners had already finished eating. It seemed that they had even drunk some wine. Needless to say, they didn't need to spend a single copper coin. The Zhang family had paid for the meal for free. Sir, have you finished eating? The backyard is ready. The yamen runner came close and whispered. Okay, let's go. The Jia County magistrates snorted. Under the guidance of the yamen runner, they walked to the backyard. Someone had already hung up the lanterns here. It looked really good. The snow in the yard had been swept away and it was clean. Sir, please come in. Someone will serve you. The yamen runner was not going to go in at this time. The Jia County magistrates nodded. When he was about to go in, a greeting came from the side. Isn't this the county magistrate? Sir, I didn't expect to see you here. The Jia County magistrates turned his head in confusion. The yamen runners surrounded him and looked vigilant. Do you know this person? The Jia County magistrates looked at the person and didn't know him. He turned his head to ask the yamen runners next to him. The yamen runners also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Sir, you may not know me, but I know you. When you took office, there were so many people welcoming you. I was among them. I am not from Sanshui County. I am from the Han family of Huayuan County in Zhuangzi. I have something important to discuss with you. The person introduced himself. When he saw that the Jia County magistrates was still confused, he said, Zhuangzi used to be at odds with the Zhang family and the Zhuangzi County magistrates. I want to ask you to help me reconcile. I wonder if you can help me? The Jia County magistrates was happy when he heard this. Discord? Not reconciling? Reconciling? He must reconcile. Immediately, he looked at the yamen runners next to him and said, You guys go and rest. I will have a chat with this person. Hurry up and leave. Sir, you have to be careful. It will be troublesome if there is a mistake. The yamen runners said with concern. Well, be careful. You guys search him first. Leave 2 people to guard outside the house. The Jia County magistrates wanted to have a good talk with this person, so he hurriedly urged them. Recommend a book. Frowny face. Book ID equals 1107362. Book name equals The Model of the Way of the King. Chapter 233. Jia County magistrates was anxious, so he ordered the yamen runners to search for the man quickly. He didn't want to waste any time, so he entered the courtyard with the man and found the study room. There were 2 yamen runners guarding the door. He sat down some distance away from the man and asked, Who is the Zhuangzi of the Han family? Sir, the Zhuangzi of the Han family is the Zhuangzi of the Minister of Deliberation, Han Feng. My master knows that you are in a difficult position in Sanshui County, so he specially ordered me to come and talk to you. If you need the help of the Zhuangzi, please don't hesitate. The Yuan family will also advance and retreat with the Han family. In the future, if you need help, you can send someone to find me. I also have a long rented courtyard here, waiting for you. My name is Han Wangzhu. As long as someone has your official seal, I will send it to my master. The man introduced himself as well as the whole story. His voice was very low, so that the two yamen runners at the door couldn't hear him. Good, that's great. Han Wangzhu was finally happy. With two Zhuangzi helping him, he believed that he could overthrow the Zhang family and the Wang family. At that time, who would dare to take away all the money in the yamen? If he could seize the money of the two families when he overthrew them, then he could also seize their money and the recipes for hatching chickens. With these two things, it would be difficult for him not to be rich. There was also the dock at Little Luo Shui, a place where he could earn a lot of money every day. Thinking about it, Jia County magistrates couldn't control himself and laughed. Han Wangzhu also laughed. He also had a plan in mind. After waiting for Jia County magistrates to stop, Han Wangzhu took out something from his arms and gave it to Jia County magistrates. He said, "Sir, I know that you have a hard time here, so my master ordered me to give this to you. There is a place not far from your yamen that sells porcelain called Chongqing. Take this there and you can exchange it for 5,000 strings of coins." Jia County magistrates listened to the man and looked at the thing in front of him. He rubbed his hands excitedly. This was the first money he had received in Sanshui County. Thinking of this, he became very angry. There were so many merchants in the county, but none of them gave him money. They didn't even care about his wine and wine. They only cared about his daily expenses. What was the difference between this and raising livestock? The Han family was better. Just as he was about to say something, Han Wangzhu took out another thing from his arms and put it next to the previous one. He said, "Sir, this is what the Yuan family asked me to deliver. There is a pawn shop next to Chongqing porcelain called Wufeng. Take this and you can get 8,000 strings of coins there." "Well, I will take care of the two businesses in your family. If there are other businesses here, as long as you choose a place, I will also help." Jia County magistrates tried to control his trembling hands. He picked up the two things in front of him, looked at the door and carefully put them in his arms. These two things were worth 13,000 strings of coins. If he only saved up with his salary, he would never be able to get this much money in his life. Damn Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Why didn't he let him keep some of his salary? He must take revenge. Well, find an opportunity. As County Magistrate Jia pondered, he suddenly thought of the Han family and the Yuan family, so he asked, "I wonder if you two families have any good ideas that can improve the Zhang family's farmstead?" Han Wangzhu nodded with a smile. "Sir, I understand. Yes, but there is no hurry. You should use this money to find your own people. You can't always use others, right? If I'm not wrong, some people have heard about your meeting with me today. Those people can't be underestimated. Yes, find your own people. Now, everything we do will spread to the ears of others. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if they know. As long as you make the necessary arrangements, this official can help you." Jia County magistrates thought about how his every move was being watched. He felt a little sad and the hatred in his heart grew stronger. Han Wangzhu stood up. "If that's the case, I'll go back first. I live in the 6th courtyard. Sir, if you have something to do, send someone here. Please don't worry about it." "Okay, I'll remember it. Take care, take care." Jia County magistrate stood up to see him out. When he reached the door, he looked at the two yamen runners standing there and snorted. He walked them out of the courtyard, then turned back and said to the two yamen runners, "There's nothing to do here. You can find a place to rest." The two yamen runners didn't say that they would stay. They told Jia County magistrates to be careful and left together. When Jia County magistrates was alone in the study, he took out the things in his arms and looked at them. These two small things were worth 13,000 strings of coins. As he looked at them, Jia County magistrates felt that something was wrong. Why would the two families take out so much money to deal with Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi? They must have other plans. Yes, there was also the method of hatching chicks and the method of growing wood ear. What should he do? Should he give it to them or not? It was said that the Zhang family's farmstead was good at farming. The same seeds would grow differently after they were planted. This was also a recipe. There were 3 recipes, so shouldn't they be given a share? He wanted to grow the wood ear and give the other 2 to them. Yes, that's it. When the time comes, he had to be careful of them. He just didn't know how they could make Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang collapse. As for the people in the yamen, he had to find a few obedient ones. With so many yamen runners, he did not believe that they would all be bought over by the Zhang family's manor. Even if he had to fork out 2,000 strings of coins, it would still be worth it. Once the Zhang and Wang families collapsed, he would be able to get as much money as he wanted. Jia County magistrates fell asleep as he thought about it. Light snoring sounds could be heard. It was the first time in a few days that he had a good sleep. It was the first time he didn't dream that Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people would drive him out of Sanshui County and make him leave with his tail between his legs. Jia County magistrates met the Han family. Just as Han Wangju said, the 2 of them had just discussed a few words when the news was sent back to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. Steward Zhang had been waiting for them to wake up to study before he came to report. It seems that Han Yongyao doesn't want to deal with us alone. His family also wants to take our good things. As for the Yuan family, you said you weren't in Sanshui County and had to come here to cause trouble. You don't have the right geographical location and people. I don't think you can find the right time either. Wang Wan, who was grinding ink, said after hearing what had happened. Yes, and there's still 13,000 strings of coins to give to Jia County magistrates. What a big deal. Since that's the case, we'll keep the money. We'll organize an activity tomorrow morning for fun. You want money? Dream on. Once you get a little, you'll want more. Those yamen runners also need to be arranged so that he has a chance to deal with us. Humph, don't you know whose home field this is? Don't you know how to check that study room? If it weren't for the fear of causing trouble for the restaurant, we would have taken out the things directly. Sleep well. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and muttered. He was used to fighting, but he didn't want to spend more energy on other things before his father's imperial examination. There were still many things to be arranged in the capital. The only thing that could make him feel relieved was that he had left some excuses for Jia County magistrates. Wang Wan put the ink slab between the 2 of them, took the copybook, and began to write according to the words on it. At the same time, she said, should we get rid of Jia County magistrates or continue to restrict him and let him be idle? Don't get rid of him first. Let's wait until the Han family and Yuan family finish their moves and no fear. Then we'll let him go. If he stays here all the time, the development of Sanshui County will slow down. Many projects that rely on the support of the government can't start. It's annoying. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He also picked up the brush and practiced calligraphy. For the time being, he didn't want to think about other things and devoted himself to writing. The next day, the sky was much clearer than the previous 2 days. One could even see the white clouds slowly swaying in the sky. The sound of reading could be heard in the school again. The snow in the Zhang family's farmstead was all cleared away and allowed to slowly melt in the fields. The artificial lake between the clouds and the water had more water, but it hadn't frozen yet. The people in Zhuangzi were also clearing the snow. They only needed to clear the snow on the roads. They didn't need to clear the snow in the fields. When the snow melted next spring, there would be no need to worry about the drought. Jia County magistrates woke up early in the morning and was served breakfast. When he was about to leave, a burst of firecrackers suddenly sounded from the small lake. Jia County magistrates curiously opened the window and looked over. A gust of cold wind blew in and made him shiver. He exhaled and slightly adapted to the temperature. Then he looked at the small lake again. He saw a few people in the small pavilion in the middle. The firecrackers were still going off. The corridor connecting the pavilion hadn't been repaired yet. A lot of snow had accumulated on the pavilion. There was even light shining from the side of the pavilion. It should be frozen. This was strange. If there was no ice anywhere else, why was there ice there? Come in, buddy. Tell me what's going on there. Jia County magistrates didn't understand and called for the buddy. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter came in. He looked down and said to County Magistrate Jia, "Sir, there are people fishing. They said that they want to catch the snow alone. Our young master and young lady are also there. They have no choice but to accompany them for fear of being frozen. But young Master Li is there, so we have to accompany them." Good sentence. Fishing alone in the snow is indeed a special feeling. Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li? Jia County magistrates thought about this sentence and said good twice. Then he suddenly asked about Mr. Li, the one who just bought the land over there. Mr. Li from Zhuangzi. Even the old master is afraid of him. Mr. Li Wang Sun, Mr. Li. The buddy pointed down and answered. It's him. Oh good. I also want to go down there to fish. How do I get there? Jia County magistrates finally understood who it was. It was a good opportunity. He couldn't not go and have a look. At the same time, he thought about why he didn't consider going to Zhuangzi to have a look when he was ready to leave after eating. The buddy said awkwardly, "Sir, it's cold outside." Chapter 234. Jia County magistrates originally thought that once he finished speaking, the waiter would immediately go to arrange it. He didn't expect that the waiter would say such a thing. He looked sideways at the waiter and asked, "Are the others not cold?" "Sir, our young master and young lady are forced to go. Master and madam are also worried. What if they fall into the water? Sir, you are different. What if something happens to you? What will happen to the people in the county?" The waiter avoided his eyes and leaned back. This movement was immediately noticed by Jia County magistrates. He thought to himself, "So you don't want me to see my imperial nephew? The more you don't want me to go, the more I want to go. Who does Zhuangzi think he is? You don't want me to see him, so I can disappear? Sir, aren't you in a hurry to go back to the yamen?" The waiter asked at the right time. This made Jia County magistrates even more determined. He stared at the waiter and said, "Why do you still dare to control me? I order you to let me go to the pavilion immediately. Otherwise I will kill you on the spot." Jia County magistrates wanted to lock the waiter in prison, but he felt that this wouldn't scare the waiter. If he locked the waiter in prison, wouldn't the Zhang family treat him well? Yes, this little one will go right away. "Milord, we have to take a boat." Others go up and use their own boats. "Milord, can you take the Zhang family's boat?" The servant was so scared that he was about to cry and whispered, "Yes, no, I will go down and find a boat myself. When I came here, I saw people fishing, so I will go and borrow a boat from them." Jia County magistrates was about to agree, but he was afraid that the Zhang family would do something to the boat. He changed his mind and went down himself. When he woke up in the morning and came here to eat, there were people fishing in the river. When he went out to take a look, he saw that they were still casting nets. If he borrowed a boat from here, he could directly enter the lake. He walked to the shore and shouted to the fishermen, "Fishermen, come here. This official has something to ask of you." Several yamen runners beside him also shouted. The fishermen over there didn't seem to want to come over. They hesitated and moved closer. Jia County magistrates was still wearing his official uniform. He felt that no one in Sanshui County was not afraid of him. Of course, except for the Zhang family and Wang family. The fisherman came to the shore. He looked at the Jia County magistrates and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Tell him who I am." The Jia County magistrates whispered to the yamen runner beside him. The yamen runner immediately stepped forward and shouted, "This is the county magistrate, your parent official." "How can the county magistrate be my parental official? I am not from Sanshui County. I saw that there was a lot of fish here, so I can exchange them in the market." The fisherman didn't buy it at all. It seemed that he was very stubborn. Usually, when people met officials, no matter where they were, they would be afraid. "I don't care where you are from. Lend us your boat. Here are 5 coins. I will return it to you after you use it. Come down quickly." The yamen runner next to him rushed over with his hand on the handle of his knife. He pulled the fisherman down, stuffed 5 coins into his hand, and took the boat. The fisherman seemed to be very angry. He stared at the Jia County magistrates and his people, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The others didn't care about him. The Yamen runner took the boat and said to the Jia County magistrates, "Sir, let me take you there. I know how to push the boat." As the Yamen runner spoke, he picked up the bamboo pole and waited for the Jia County magistrates to get on the boat. The Jia County magistrates, who was about to get on the boat, suddenly stopped. This Yamen runner was the one he stared at outside the door yesterday. He didn't trust anyone now, and he still had more than 13,000 strings of coins in his arms. What if this Yamen runner deliberately pushes me into the water and then takes my things? The Jia County magistrates thought. At this moment, he saw that everyone wanted to rob his money, so he said, "No need. I will handle it myself. I will show you what I am capable of. I used to be a good hand." County Magistrate Jia caught the pole in his hand and jumped onto the boat. He smiled at the people on the shore and pushed hard. The boat was really pushed away by him. Looking at the stable appearance, it was indeed not bad. After he pushed the boat out for some distance, the fisherman also left. He went to the stable next to the Shui Yun Tavern, found a horse, and leaped onto it. He turned his head to look in the direction of the Zhang family's farmstead. His eyes reddened, and he stroked the pouch he was carrying on his back. He abruptly turned his head back and whipped the horse's buttocks as hard as he could. One horse and one man, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Two children, one old and one young, stood on Zhuangzi. They didn't know if they could see the leaving horse. The younger one looked up and asked, "Brother, when will father come back?" "At least 1 year, at most 2 years. From today onwards, our mother and grandfather will work in the inner court. We have to study hard and wait for father to come back. Let him see us." The older child touched his younger brother's head and pulled him back to school. The younger brother followed obediently. "Brother, can we be registered?" "Yes, you can be registered in the Zhang mansion. You have a death contract. You will be paid for your studies." The older brother nodded. The Jia County magistrates didn't know that a father-son farewell had just played out. He was still holding his pole and walking towards the pavilion. He was thinking about what to say later. Although this nephew was the son of the emperor's brother, he was very good with words. At least his father was a provincial governor. He couldn't say anything wrong. He had to greet him first. He couldn't deliberately be so close to him. He had to stand beside him and shout as long as the nephew caught a fish. It would have been better if he didn't use the whip just now. He didn't know if the fish would have been scared away. Thinking about how to deal with it later, the Jia County magistrates put more effort into holding the pole. At this time, they had already entered the small lake. In a short while, they would reach the pavilion. There were a few boats parked there. From here, they could see 2 children holding hands and accompanying a slightly older child. The Jia County magistrates was a little anxious when he saw this. He was afraid that the nephew would like the 2 children, so he used all his strength to hold the pole back. He pulled the pole back and used all his strength to hold the pole on the other side. As soon as he held the pole, the Jia County magistrates felt that the direction of the boat was a little wrong. It seemed to be slanted. His first thought was that the boat hit a stone or a wooden stake in the water. Just as he was about to put the pole back in order to correct the direction, the boat suddenly turned over and pulled him down. The Jia County magistrates wanted to swim up. Unfortunately, he was no longer the swimsuit he used to wear when he was a child. His body didn't have that much strength. He was wearing the beautiful official uniform with a boat buckled on it. He felt stuffy in his chest and couldn't help but open his eyes. It was chaotic everywhere. The cold water hit his eyes, making them sore and painful. Before the Jia County magistrate's vision turned black and he fainted, he finally saw a blurry figure in the water approaching him. The moment the boat turned over, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouted at the same time, "Oh no, someone fell into the water. Come and save him." All of a sudden, many people appeared on the shore, and many people jumped into the water. Li Sun was invited to fish early in the morning, so he naturally had a few bodyguards by his side. Just now, he had already seen a person dressed in official robes walking towards him. He felt irritated and did not want to interact with these officials. Why would a young marquis want to meet a local official for no reason? This was also the reason why he only contacted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. but didn't want to see Father Zhang and Father Wang. But he couldn't not save people, so he said to the bodyguards beside him, "Save people? If you don't have the ability, why are you rowing the boat yourself? Look at his uniform, he looks like a 7th grade official. Where did he come from?" The bodyguards beside him jumped down to save people. Zhang Xiaobao said, "I know, it's the county magistrate. The new county magistrate of Sanshui County." So it's that Jia Shan and Jia Yiheng that everyone went to pick up? The higher-ups also know. Isn't it harming me if such a popular official comes to see me? Those who don't know will think that I asked him to come. How disheartening. Li Sun was furious. If his father knew about this, he would be scolded. But what did it have to do with him? He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were interesting and wanted to come and play with them. Usually, no one could treat him and play with him like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao laughed in his heart and said, "Maybe he came to see Zhuangzi. County magistrate, it's not wrong to look at the place under your jurisdiction. Your Zhuangzi is also in Sanshui County. I don't want him to see it. It's over. In a few days, my father will write a letter to scold me. Maybe he will even ask me to go back. There's no meaning in the mansion at all." Li Sun said worriedly. He couldn't wait to make Jia County magistrates disappear. Zhang Xiaobao persuaded him, "It's almost the new year. Otherwise, you have to go back. Wait for the letter. You can prepare for 2 more days. It's just before the new year." Li Sun did not complain this time. He stared at the surface of the water. It did not take long before County Magistrate Jia was fished out of the water. His head was facing the water. After a while, someone shouted from the boat, "Young master, he's alive. Wan Wan will wake up soon." Li Sun looked at the person who was pulled out of the water with a sullen face. Wei Wei nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "He was saved by someone around me. You can only send him to my place. We'll come back another day." "Okay, we'll come back another day. Cuckoo and I will go back too." Zhang Xiaobao agreed and jumped back into the boat with Wang Wan. They asked someone to row them back. The others also dispersed. When they were about to reach the shore, a head appeared between the boat and the shore. After throwing the 2 things into the boat, the person sank again. Zhang Xiaobao quickly put the things away and looked around. He was relieved when he saw that no one was watching. The person in the water was sent by him. He was the one who was the best at swimming on Zhuangzi. He took a few pigs to breathe in the water and connected a rope to a big stone below to prevent his body from floating up. After knocking over the boat, he took the things out of the county magistrate's arms and hid. He dragged the stone for a distance under the water to avoid being seen. Zhang Xiaobao's boat came over. He handed over the things at the appointed place. He sank again and came up from another place. There was a car parked there. The doctor, the boiled ginger water, the stove, and the bedding were all prepared. He had to rest for a few days. Chapter 235. As soon as they reached the shore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurried back home and took out the items. One was made of wood with a clear texture, and the other was made of jade with a blood-red substance inside. Both were halves. It's all thanks to Li Sun that we were able to bring her away. Otherwise, after saving her, we wouldn't be able to exchange for these 2 items even if we wanted to. The veins don't match with the other half. Let's send someone to get the money now. The sooner the better. After getting the money, send it to little Luo Shui. Wang Wan looked at the 2 items and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "There are 2 families in Zhuangzi who haven't registered yet. They will come here during the autumn harvest. Like the fishermen, they will leave and come back after some time. His family will enter the inner courtyard directly. Ask him to find someone to help carry the things when he goes to the county. Ask Song Jinggong to arrange for people to switch the items on the boat. When they reach the first dock, they will separate the money and take the land route. When they reach the second dock, they will board different boats. Then, they will take the land route again. Let the people who carry the money not know where they are and how many things there are. They will have to change their makeup along the way." Wang Wan arranged how to avoid people's investigation. As long as they left Sanshui County, it would not be easy to investigate. Zhang Xiaobao added, "If there are cloth and silk in the money, when it is transported to the capital, ask someone to check it carefully. Don't leave any marks. Arrange it. There was water everywhere, but he could still breathe. It was warm and he did not feel cold at all. What was in front of him? He had horns on his head and was wearing silk. He walked over with a smile. The Water Dragon King. He saw the Water Dragon King. Oh, he asked him to follow him. Where was this? A palace? What were the boxes inside? It turned out to be gold, silver, and jewels. Oh, they want me to bring them back. That's great. With so much money, I can promote myself to a higher position. Then, I can overthrow Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and the Wang family's Zhuangzi. I can become the provincial governor of the prefecture. Little Luoshui's pier will also be mine. It's so heavy. It's really not easy to carry the boxes back. Someone, grab me. Don't steal my money. Don't steal my money. Don't take my money. The Jia County magistrates lying on the couch suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. You're awake? My little prince has instructed me to ask you where you feel unwell when you wake up. What do you want to eat? Beside Jia County magistrate's bed, a person who had just tucked him in saw that he had woken up and asked in an indifferent tone. Only then did Jia County magistrates realize that he was lying down. He looked around and met the person's gaze. He asked, Where am I? Li family's Zhuangzi. You fell into the water and were rescued by the little prince's people. He asked you where you feel unwell and what you want to eat. The person serving him was a little dissatisfied with Jia County Magistrate's silly look and repeated what he had just said. Jia County Magistrates recalled what happened before he fainted and finally understood. He nodded to the person beside him and moved his legs under the blanket. He said, I'm fine. I feel comfortable. Just a little sore. I'm hungry. Do you have porridge? Give me a bowl. Jia County Magistrates spoke respectfully. After all, this was the little prince's person. After the person agreed and left, Jia County Magistrates suddenly remembered something important. He touched his body with his hands and found that his clothes had been changed. He lifted the blanket and carefully checked. From inside to outside, there was not a single piece of clothing that he had worn before. Jia County Magistrates panicked. Where were his clothes? Where were the two things inside? The seal was in the hands of the Yamen runner, so he was not afraid of losing it. But where were the two things that cost 13,000 strings of cash? Just as he was anxiously looking for his things, the door was pushed open. The person just now came in with a tray and put it on the small table beside the bed. There was a big bowl of porridge and 2 small pickles. That was all. Jia County Magistrates was not in the mood to eat at this time. He looked at the person who brought the food and asked bravely, Excuse me, where are my clothes? And the things inside? I washed them. You mean the small seal inside, right? There is also the jade pendant hanging on your waist. You can keep it. If you want it, I will give it to you. Who cares about that stupid thing? The waiter said and turned around to leave. Jia County Magistrates waited anxiously. After a while, he came back and put the 2 things in front of Jia County Magistrates. Jia County Magistrates looked at the 2 things that he did not care if they were lost or not. He asked again, What else? Half a piece of wood and half a piece of jade. I have been carrying them with me. No, just these 2. The little prince would not take your things. When he was changing your clothes, the little prince was beside you. No one dared to take your things. Maybe he dropped them when he saved you and wanted to find someone to get them from the lake. The waiter's face turned ugly. How could he ask for the things after saving someone? Could it be that someone could take them? If he drowned, what else would be precious? It was good enough that he was still alive. Jia County Magistrates naturally understood what the waiter meant, but that was 13,000 strings of coins. He believed that no one would keep those 2 things. If they did not know what they were used for, they would not be worth much. Besides, the little prince was beside him. Could it be that they really fell into the water? But how could he get them out? Unless he drained the water and asked someone to shovel the soil bit by bit. No, that would not do. The Zhang family, Zhuangzi, and the little prince would not agree to let him go. Yes, he had to find Han Wangzhu. What was there to be afraid of if the things were gone? The money was still in those 2 places. A piece of wood and a piece of jade added up to about 100 strings of coins. Thinking of this, Jia County Magistrates smiled at the waiter and said, I was anxious. Sorry, sir. May I know what time it is now? It's already 4:45, hurry up and eat. I heard that when you fell, you poured out everything in your stomach, vomiting and spitting. You're lucky to have met my little lord, otherwise who would have saved you? The waiter pointed at the porridge and pickles as he spoke. Thank you, little prince. Alit. Jia County magistrates did not dare to say anything else. He was indeed hungry, so he ate the porridge with the pickles. Only after he finished the porridge and pickles did he feel really comfortable. He vomited from top to bottom. There was not a single spot that did not hurt. But in his heart he felt sullen. If the little prince had not been there, how could he have pushed the boat over? However, if he had gone, he would not have capsized and he would not have lost his things. The people of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would not have saved him. If they had saved him a little later, they would have said that it was not in time. What else could he do? The imperial court would not have said anything. No one had harmed him. No, how could he have capsized in the middle of the lake? Even if there was a wooden stake below, it should have been stuck there. He did not move it at that time. There must be something wrong with the boat, and the fisherman deliberately returned it to him. Yes, that must be it. When he saw the yamen runners dragging him to the shore, he deliberately tampered with the boat and almost caused him to drown. Jia County magistrates found an excuse for capsizing. Even if he did not believe it, someone had to take responsibility for him falling into the water. Otherwise, how could he die in front of the little prince? He could only let the fisherman suffer. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrates was in a good mood. He was about to go back and tell Han Wangzhu about the lost things, but he found that his whole body was sore and weak. He could not use his strength. He could only sigh and lie back down. He would leave tomorrow morning. If you are done eating, tell your men. They are still waiting outside the courtyard. The little prince's courtyard is not a place that anyone can enter. The servant did not want to be angry with a person who almost drowned, so he reminded him. Okay, please call one in. Jia County magistrates just remembered that there were still yamen runners. They would not leave him alone and go back to the yamen. After a while, yamen runner came in. When he saw Jia County magistrates, he cried, "My lord, you are finally awake. If you did not wake up, what should we do? My lord, please don't be so rash next time. 2 of us swam to save you, but we almost could not get out of the water. The water was cold." Okay, don't cry. Everything is fine now. Did you catch the fisherman who borrowed my boat? He was the one who did something to the boat. Jia County magistrates did not know whether yamen runner was really concerned about him or worried that he would be implicated. He persuaded him and asked about the fisherman. Yamen runner was stunned. He looked at Jia County magistrates blankly and said, "My lord, at that time, all of us were watching. How did he do something? No one thought about him. My lord, when you fell into the water, we wanted to get you out. Then we followed you here. How could we find the fisherman? He is not from Sanshui County. How could he not do anything? If he did not do anything, why would my boat capsize? Did I deliberately flip it in front of the little prince and show it to the little prince? It must be that person who did something. You just did not find it." Jia County magistrates insisted. Yes, my lord, you are right. That person did something. Do you still remember what that person looked like? I will find someone to draw him and arrest him. Yamen runner followed the conversation. Anyway, that person was long gone. Where could they find him? Jia County magistrates pondered for a while and shook his head helplessly. I can't remember. I did not pay attention to him at that time. He seemed to be wearing rough hemp clothes. His trousers were rolled up and he was wearing a bamboo hat. I was even more confused when he was submerged. Didn't you see him clearly? Jia County magistrates had been thinking hard, but he found that he thought of some fishermen's clothes. They could not go everywhere to catch fishermen, not to mention that they were not from Sanshui County. They could only pin their hopes on the yamen runner. The yamen runner would not say anything. Yamen runner shook his head and said, I didn't see clearly. I will ask the other brothers later. I am sure that it was definitely that fisherman who did something. Well, that's it. You can find a place to stay tonight. Come back early tomorrow morning. Jia County magistrates also wanted this sentence. He just wanted to push the blame to someone else. He gave another order and pretended to be tired. Yamayaman runner nodded. My lord, you should rest early. We will come back early tomorrow morning. I will take my leave. Chapter 236. Light snow fell and the north wind blew. A fast horse was not fast enough. Yesterday, a boat sailed on the water. Today, it was hard to find money. In the morning, Jia County magistrates hurried to between the clouds and the water to find Han Wangzhu personally. Before he could open his mouth, Han Wangzhu said, Sir, are you in good health? I heard that you fell into the water yesterday and were saved by the little prince. You are very lucky. I'm fine. I slept for a night, but my head is still a little groggy. I choked yesterday. Today, I have something to tell you. Jia County magistrates laughed and was about to tell him about the missing items. However, he didn't know how to open his mouth. The feeling of asking for money was different from the feeling of being given money. Han Wangzhu immediately said, Sir, it's fine if you have something to say. But you are not feeling well. Do you want to find some medicinal herbs? No. When I fell into the water yesterday, I dropped 2 items. They should have fallen into the water. Those 2 items were the ones you gave me the day before yesterday. It's not easy to find them at the moment, so I want to tell you so that the money won't be taken away. Jia County magistrates didn't want to say directly, give me 1 more item and I'll go get the money. So he could only find this excuse. Han Wangzhu smiled and said, Sir, you are right. I will send someone to inform them. Sir, please stay here for 1 more day. I will go back to get something else. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's not inconvenience, not at all. It's a good opportunity to taste the wine and dishes here. You can go now. I'll go back too. Jia County magistrates was relieved. He couldn't bear to be indifferent in front of others, so he got up and left. Han Wangzhu didn't dare to delay. Before he came here, his family had told him that the Zhang family and the Wang family were not simple. He had to pay attention to anything, even if it was a very small matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. Yesterday, the county magistrate fell into the water. Today, he came here to say that he lost 2 items. Were they really lost or not? Did it fall into the water or was it picked up by someone? Even if the person who picked it up didn't know what it was for, they still had to be on guard. As a result, Han Wangzhu found the people here and got someone to ride a fast horse over to inform them. Go and come back quickly. They were waiting here. Outside, the light snow was blown by the wind, hitting his face like a knife. The man brought 3 horses, but when he arrived at the place, his face was swept by the wind and snow, leaving behind 2 horses at the farmer's house. However, when he arrived at the place, he almost fainted when he received an even bigger piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, the money had been taken out by someone and left for the docks. As for where it went, he had no idea. The man drank a mouthful of hot soup, found something to cover his face, and changed 3 horses to rush back. When Han Wangzhu heard about this, he was also stunned. His family's 5,000 strings of coins and the Yuan family's 8,000 strings of coins were not a small amount, but it was taken away by someone just like that. Wasn't it the Jia County magistrates who asked for it? At least, that was what he said. He said that it fell into the water and it was really lost. Or did he ask someone to go back to the county to take it away the night before? This was the only reasonable explanation. If someone else picked it up, they wouldn't know where to get the money. Could it be that the Jia County magistrates thought that the money was too little and asked for more? If that was the case, then he was too greedy. He didn't know whether it was good or bad to cooperate with such a person. Han Wangzhu held the 2 items that had been put together in his hands. After thinking for a while, he asked someone to go back and report this matter to the family head. At the same time, he got up and went to find the Jia County magistrates. Maybe he could find out something. The Jia County magistrates sat in a room on the 2nd floor of Between the Clouds and the Water. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He was waiting for Han Wangzhu to bring him new things so that he could withdraw the money. After waiting for an entire day, the more he waited, the more anxious he became. The dishes were placed on the table, but he didn't seem to want to eat. He only sat there and drank a mouthful of wine. Han Wangzhu still hadn't come. Just as he was about to go over to chat and ask secretly, Han Wangzhu finally came over. When Han Wangju saw the Jia County magistrates in the room, he was less suspicious of him. It seemed that he was in a hurry to get the money. If he really did withdraw at once, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Hey, you're here? How's the matter? When the Jia County magistrates heard the sound of the door opening, he looked over and saw Han Wangju. His eyelids drooped as he asked if the token had been brought back. Sir, look at this. Han Wangju put the 2 pieces of wood and jade together on the table. The Jia County magistrates was still in a daze. When he saw the 2 items, he immediately became happy. He touched the 2 items with his hands to separate them. He picked up the 2 pieces that he should have and said with a smile, "You're really trustworthy. Your master is indeed a trustworthy person. He sent mine back. I don't need these 2 halves. I'll keep them as backup. You guys are really amazing. When I fell into the water, you guys? No, that's not right. Why are these 2 halves here too? Could it be?" As the Jia County magistrate spoke, he finally realized something. Looking at the other 2 halves on the table, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Someone took the 2 halves that he had and went there to withdraw the money. Sir, you guessed right. These 4 pieces were taken from the shop of Chongqing and Wufeng in the county. They appeared there at noon yesterday. Han Wangju looked at the Jia County magistrates and said. The Jia County magistrates was stunned. Suddenly he shouted, "That's impossible. That's impossible. Before I fell into the water, I had been carrying them with me. When I woke up yesterday morning, I even looked at them. How could they be in the county within half a day? Are you suspecting that I asked someone to take the money and want to ask for another one from you? I'm surrounded by Yamen runners. There's no one else. How could the Yamen runners do such a thing for me? I don't want to live anymore. If the Yamen runners know that I took your money, it's definitely not me." Sir, don't worry. You're right. You don't have anyone by your side who can help you, so you won't give your things to others. I suspect that when I was talking to you the night before yesterday, the Yamen runners standing outside the door overheard our conversation. Ordinary people might not be able to hear it, but your Yamen runners are not good people. Who knows if there's someone with good hearing among them? When Han Wangju heard this, he felt that it made sense. What's more, the people he brought with him yesterday were also watching in the dark. They didn't see any Yamen runners leave, and they didn't see anyone else. The Jia County magistrates didn't see anyone else. If he saw anyone, it was the people from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi restaurant. He couldn't be so close to the Zhang family to say such things and give the token away. The only possibility was that the Yamen runners outside the door overheard their conversation that day. When the county magistrate fell into the water, the 2 items were taken away and they quickly rode to the county to get the money. Han Wangju told the Jia County magistrates what he thought after that. The Jia County magistrates shook his head. The people who saved me yesterday were the little prince's people. If the little prince was interested, he could have just asked for it. I wouldn't dare to say anything. It's not impossible for him to give it to the little prince. It must be someone else with good swimming skills who saw the 2 items fall from my body into the water and swam down to get them. In addition, the Yamen runners overheard it, so the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi sent people to the county to get the money. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the pavilion. Why bother? Go and ask who went into the water yesterday. I think you'll know. Sir, more than 100 people jumped into the water yesterday. In the end, only the little prince's people were able to get you out. Can we ask them one by one? Do you think the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi will let us ask them? Han Wangju shook his head and explained the situation yesterday. Seeing that the Jia County magistrates was at a loss, he said, Sir, the reason you wanted to go to the pavilion yesterday was not that simple. Everyone knows that fishing is not allowed to make such a loud noise. However, how long did the firecrackers go off yesterday? The room you ate in just happens to be facing the pavilion. Do you think it's such a coincidence? The more the Jia County magistrates listened and thought, the more he felt that things were not that simple. He was supposed to leave yesterday, but suddenly the firecrackers went off. He thought about the way the waiter seemed to be urging him to go and take a look. There was only one fishing boat on the river. How could it be so coincidental that it stopped at that place? Were there fish there? That's right. That person cast a spinning net. The water was so strong. Why didn't he hang the net? When the weather was cold, the fish would be at the bottom. Why didn't he use the net? He grew up in a fishing family. Who would be stupid enough to cast a net to catch fish in that place? This was all part of his plan. He must have planned it all out. Zhang Zhong, you've gone too far. I'll fight with you. But the Jia County magistrates finally realized what was wrong. He stood up and was about to rush out while shouting. Han Wangzhu quickly held him back and used one hand to cover the Jia County magistrate's mouth. He couldn't let him shout like that. If others knew, they would only laugh at him. Besides, he was a 7th grade official. What if he asked? The moment he shouted, his momentum weakened. Sir, don't make a noise. Do you want the Zhang family to laugh at you? Sir, you don't have to worry about losing the money. Sir, please sit down first. Han Wangzhu tried to stop him while persuading him. At this time, the waiter outside the door came in and asked, Sir, what's wrong? Nothing. You can leave. I didn't ask you not to come in. Sir just wanted to find someone to drink with. He drank too much. Han Wangzhu couldn't say anything else. He asked the waiter to leave and tried to persuade him in a low voice. Sir, they'll be happier if you do this. When you've calmed down, we'll deal with them together. Money is a small matter. Don't worry about it. The Jia County magistrates pouted like a child. He sat on the chair and drank another cup of wine. He muttered, They're too much. When I took office, they didn't leave me any money. I didn't dare to touch Chongping warehouse. There's a lot of food there. It's not much money. If I touch a little, it won't be enough. If I touch too much, it'll be troublesome. The deputy county magistrates, the chief registrar, the deputy writing officer, and those yamen runners are not my people. When I go out for a walk, they follow me. When I say I want to lock someone up, the yamen runners object. I don't dare to make a decision. When my mother wants to eat some blood tofu, I have to help her kill pigs. When I'm here, I finally have some money. Before I can take it out, it's taken away by them. I almost drowned. Who's the county magistrate? The only thing I can do as the county magistrate is to stamp the documents that others bring to me. Brother, don't you think I'm a coward? Tell me. Coward? Sigh, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is hard to deal with. Han Wangzhu listened to the Jia County magistrate's drunken words and felt sympathy for him. Chapter 237. The sky is not cloudy, and the two mountains meet. Wild birds chirp in the forest, and the sound of the flute. The small village is named Qin, and the wind blows away. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, it was the Lunar New Year. 20 bailiffs escorted the 3 carriages and the county magistrate to the farthest village in Sanshui County, Qin Village. It was a place where many people from the imperial court were trapped. County Magistrate Jia got out of the carriage and turned around to look at the 2 carts that were used to transport goods. He had paid for everything in the carts with his own money. There were 200 kilograms of vegetable oil, 20 dan of wheat flour, and 10 dan of rice. According to the rules set by County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County, Qin Village was the furthest away from the county and was not close to other places. Some of the things in the village had to be traded bit by bit. It could be said that it was the poorest place, so Qin Village was the first stop. They would get closer and closer. When the people in the county sent the goods, it would be around 30. The only difference was that the goods sent by County Magistrate Cheng were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, they were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Since County Magistrate Jia wanted to earn money, he naturally had to fork out his own money. Oil, flour, and rice arrived first. There were still 2 carts behind them. The carts carrying the goods would arrive later. Those carts were filled with cloth and meat. All the goods were bought by Jia County magistrates from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The price was 20% higher than usual. The reason was very simple. It was almost the Lunar New Year, so why would the price not increase? After sending the goods to all the people in the county, they would need to spend 6,000 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earned 90% of the profits. They gave 30% to the farmers, and the rest was their own money. It was not much compared to the docks, but it was very meaningful, especially for the farmers. Although they only got 30% of the net profit, it was 20% higher than usual. If they sold the things they raised at home, others would try their best to lower the price. Since the main family was in charge of selling things, The farmers did not have to worry. The main family would help them to lower the price. He clearly knew that the Jia County magistrates wouldn't dare to say anything to the Zhang family. After being bullied once, he finally behaved himself, at least for the time being. 6,000 strings of cash gone just like that. When the Jia County magistrates saw those things, he felt as if his heart was being dug out. He muttered and followed the yamen runner forward. Fortunately, there were many mountains, and the wind from other places was blocked by the mountains, so it was not that unbearable. It was noon, and the sky was still dark in the morning. Someone was playing a flute, making a whining sound. Usually, the Jia County magistrates liked to listen to this kind of flute sound, also known as a flute. It was low and rhythmic, and it was particularly harsh to the ears today. Old hunchback, don't let the child brag. Come and get your things. The county magistrate has sent something to the village. Yamen runner, who had been following beside the county magistrate, shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the mountains. When the flute sound stopped, dozens of people ran out in front of them, and some were leading donkeys. There was nothing better than donkeys on this kind of road. 2 days ago, I heard from the yamen runner that the magistrate would come personally to deliver the things. I didn't believe it at that time, so I tried to ask people to wait here today. I didn't expect that the magistrate would really come personally. Magistrate, I thank the magistrate on behalf of the villagers. Old hunchback Muramesa bowed in front of the Jia County magistrates and said with a trembling body. The Jia County magistrate's heart was bleeding, but he still had to show a caring expression on his face. He went forward and held the old man's hand. Uncle, I'm late. Quickly ask people to take the things back. There will be vegetables and meat in a while. Besides spinach and cucumber, the vegetables will be served. I hope everyone can have a good New Year. Speaking of vegetables, the Jia County magistrates wanted to cry. Without these vegetables, how could he spend so much money? The poor people in Sanshui County were determined by the disaster this year. Basically, all of them were poor. Except for those who had their own zhuangzi and were too embarrassed to ask for these things, the others would not be so polite. He was the county magistrate. When it came to giving things, the people would think of the kindness of the imperial court. If it was someone else who gave things like this, maybe the people would not accept it. But were the people really poor? When the weather was not cold, they sold liangpi and Chinese crepes. When the little Luoshui wharf was built, there were more than 700 yamen runners working at the wharf. Except for 2 brothers or father and son, there was 1 yamen runner per family. There were at least 600 families who did not have to worry about being poor. He spent 6,000 strings of coins. After being an official for more than a month, he did not get any money in the county. When he got some money from other places, he had to spend almost half of it. When the Jia County magistrates saw the villagers happily putting things on the donkeys, he did not know whether to feel resentment or helplessness. A few days ago, the Jia County magistrates was robbed of 13,000 strings of coins by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. After drinking too much, he complained. The Han family and Yuan family made up for the original amount. It was not more, not less. It was as if the money was not lost. But before the new year, the Zhang family did not give anything this year. The Jia County magistrates did not have the guts to not give a single copper coin. The people were used to the gifts given by the imperial court during the new year. It did not matter how much was given. As long as something was given, the people were happy and felt that the imperial court was still thinking of them. In the end, the county magistrates and the registrar made a list of people's names, addresses, and how much should be given. They also made it into a notice to let the people know. There were really people who were grateful and went to the yamen to kneel down and kowtow. The Jia County magistrates had no choice. He sent someone to ask which merchants in Sanshui County were willing to give the money. There were indeed people who were tempted, but because of the power of the Zhang family and Wang family, they did not dare to accept. They kept pushing back and forth. When the time came, the Jia County magistrates had no choice but to pay for it himself. He wanted to buy some from the streets, but the amount was too small. By the time he bought it, the new year would have passed. He could only look for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. There are still 7,000 strings of coins left. There shouldn't be anything else to spend, right? That's too ruthless. In one go, he took away 19,000 strings of coins from me. The Jia County magistrates looked at the happy expressions of the villagers and walked to the side alone to think about it. After thinking about it for a while, he said it out loud. Sir, you said that you would take out 19,000 strings of coins to give to the people? The Yamen runner, who was following him like a ghost, heard it and asked. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Go and help. Are you going to stand next to me and slack off? The Jia County magistrates was shocked. If he did not respond quickly enough, the Yamen runners would spread the news and write a notice over there. Where would he find so much money? The village was almost done. They could not finish loading everything in one go. They still had to do it twice. The village chief asked someone to drive the donkey away. He went to the front of the Jia County magistrates and said, Sir, you are really a good official. With these things, we won't have to worry about the new year. Sir, if you want to come to the village to drink water, please get on the donkey. The Jia County magistrates looked at the steep road and shook his head hard. Uncle, I will leave 2 Yamen runners here to watch. You should go first. I have to go somewhere else to deliver things. Oh, then we will delay you. Sir, you are busy. We will leave first. The old man was easy to talk to. If he did not want to go, then he would not go. His legs trembled as he walked and he still had to run back and forth. Seeing that most of the villagers had left, the Jia County magistrates breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the road and thought about what the Yamen runners said. He would lose a layer of skin if he went there once. Sir, should we take advantage of this time to check out the situation of the nearby families? The Yamen runner suggested to the Jia County magistrates. The Jia County magistrates was most annoyed by the Yamen runner now. He had no good way to get rid of him, so he could only bear with it. Okay, let's go back. As long as we see people, we will go to the 3rd family. The 3rd family? Okay, we will go as you say. The Yamen runner agreed and helped the Jia County magistrates into the carriage. At the same time, he gave a look to the Yamen runner next to him. The Yamen runner immediately got on the horse and left. There were only 17 Yamen runners left in the group. They wandered in another direction. After walking for an hour, they saw a small village. There was no Zhuangzi here. There were only 40 or so families living here. The surrounding area was all land. There were also some small mounds of soil planted with hemp that were not completely covered by the snow. The Jia County magistrates also knew about these things when he was at the fisherman's house. The hemp should be soaked in snow at the beginning of spring. Then they would be put into the river and used to make rope. The hemp rope made in this way was stronger than when it was soaked in water directly. People liked to use this type of hemp when they were weaving fishing nets. When the Jia County magistrates and the others arrived at the first family in the village, there was already a dog barking in the courtyard. It only stopped when its owner called it back to its nest. The Jia County magistrates naturally did not want to be bitten by a dog. He really went to the 3rd family in the village. In the courtyard surrounded by acacia trees and thorns, a woman was protecting a 1-year-old child and learning to walk. The child tried his best to raise his legs and tried to put them down. Finally, he fell down. Ha! The Jia County magistrates saw the child's clumsy appearance and thought of the situation when his own child was learning to walk. He could not help but laugh. Sir, what are you laughing at? A Yamen runner asked. Nothing. I just think that this child is interesting. It seems that this child is stronger than other children. The Jia County magistrate stopped laughing and said to the Yamen runner, Sir, this child may be stronger than other children, but he is much weaker than the 2 little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. Those 2, go in and ask, how are the children in their family doing? The Jia County magistrates directly interrupted the Yamen runner. He hated the 2 Zhuangzi the most and felt uncomfortable when others mentioned them. The Yamen runner immediately said, Sir, there is no need to ask about this place. The child inside is the Yamen runner Song Yang's son. Sir, you can go in. Song Yang's parents are also inside. His family is a little short of money. The Zhangjia Zhuangzi gave him a few times and did not give enough to his family. Sir, why don't we go to another family? No need. We will go where I say. Oh, so we met the Yamen runner's family. Okay, follow me in and have a look. The Jia County magistrates did not think much of it at first, But when he heard the last sentence, he was secretly happy. He made up his mind and walked in. Chapter 238. When the Jia County magistrates was about to enter the courtyard, the woman inside had already noticed him. She raised her head and took the child back into her arms. She said to the Jia County magistrates, "So it's you, County Magistrate. I'll go back and ask my in-laws to come out." While speaking, the woman didn't even look at the other yamen runners. She carried the child into the courtyard. Immediately, an old man and an old woman came out. They looked very happy. They hurried to the entrance of the courtyard, opened the door, and said to the Jia County magistrates, "Sir, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in. Uncle Song, today we are..." "Oh, you are here too. The room can't fit all of you. Find a place for yourselves." The old man didn't wait for the yamen runner to finish his words. When he faced the Jia County magistrates again, a smile appeared on his face again. "Sir, this is a joke. Our house is small and we don't have anything to serve you. Yang doesn't know how to behave. Sir, please keep an eye on him." The Jia County magistrates carefully looked at the courtyard. The ground was covered with snow, and only the road under his feet was paved with sand. He then looked at the house. The window paper had been used for a long time. It was yellow and black, and many of the roof tiles were broken. When he walked into the house, he only saw 2 bricks near the threshold. The rest of the house was covered with dirt. There were only 3 rooms in the house, 2 big and 1 small. The big room was probably used for living, and the small room was used as a kitchen. A burst of smoke came out of the kitchen, accompanied by a child's light cough. "Sir, please sit here." After entering a room, Song Yang's father rubbed the edge of the Kong with his sleeve and said to the Jia County magistrates with embarrassment. Usually, the Jia County magistrates would never sit here. But today, he suddenly had an idea. He immediately walked over and sat down. He touched the mat and found that it was warm. It wasn't cold, so there should be a fire. He already understood what the Kong bed was. After removing the mats and mud bricks, the inside was not too complicated. It was nothing more than some mud or bricks piled up according to some order. It could be seen in any house in Sanshui County. However, the furnishings in the house and the clothes the family of 4 were wearing were not that good. Wasn't the life of the yamen runners all managed by Zhangjia Zhuangzi? Why was his family like this? Why did his family treat the other bailiffs that way? Jia County magistrates noticed this. After sitting down, he asked Song Yang's father, "Brother Song, your family seems to be a little short of money. Are the other yamen runners in the same situation?" Sigh. To be honest, only a dozen yamen runners in Yang-er's family are like this. Children are immature and easily offend others. Song Fu sighed and said, "Oh, that's not right. Song Yang, this official knows about him. He's an honest and hardworking person. To think that his family would end up like this. Big Brother Song, this can't go on. I have some money here. Big Brother Song, take it and use it." Jia County magistrates finally found an opportunity. He took out a few pieces of broken silver and a string of more than 40 copper coins from his sleeve pocket. He pulled Song Fu's hand and stuffed it in. When he didn't want to eat, he had to go to some designated places to prepare. He always had more than 20 taels of silver with him. He didn't think it was heavy. This time, he took out 12 taels of silver and 3 taels of silver. Song Fu took the money and returned it with trembling hands. "Sir, you can't do this. How can I take this money? Sir, please take it back." "At home. It doesn't matter. Brother Song, you have a good son. This money is nothing. Other yamen runners can take other people's money, but I can't give it away." Jia County magistrates certainly wouldn't take the money back. He glared at him and pretended to be unhappy. "Milord, you're really good. Milord, don't worry. When my son comes back, I'll tell him to listen to Milord's words and never slack off." Father Song said excitedly, his face red. Jia County magistrates was relieved when he saw Song Yang's father take the money. He looked at the house and said with a smile, "Brother Song, I didn't bring the money from the imperial capital with me today. Tomorrow, I will find a way to make life easier for Brother Song's family." These words meant that he was going to leave. He was afraid that the yamen runners outside would be anxious and find out something was wrong when they came. Song Fu hurriedly stood up to see him off. When Jia County magistrates came out, the yamen runners didn't even enter the yard. They just stood outside. Jia County magistrates felt a little relieved. "Sir, should we ask someone to take the things to the next house?" "Sir will be there at the same time." Yamen runner arranged the affairs of Jia County magistrates at this time. To the next house. This time, County Magistrate Jia didn't look angry at all. He agreed very naturally. Since he had made up his mind, he didn't mind wandering around the county these few days. He had spent the money, but he still needed to leave a good reputation. After a whole day, Jia County magistrates dragged his tired body back to the yamen. As soon as he entered the yamen, his face darkened. He said to the two yamen runners guarding here, "Where is Song Yang? Ask him to come here." How dare he do such a thing? One of the two yamen runners left in a daze. The other one went to Jia County magistrates and asked, "Sir, what happened to Song Yang? Did he do something wrong? I can guarantee that Brother Song usually does the best things. My house is not far from his. His house is the same as mine. We don't have many things. Life is a little difficult." Jia County magistrates was delighted. He felt that he had found another person he could rope in. When he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something. He said with a sullen face, "It has nothing to do with you. I have my reasons for looking for him. He is too unreasonable." After saying this, Jia County magistrates walked towards the study. He felt a wave of fear. He felt that except for Song Yang, everyone around him could be Zhangjia Zhuangzi's spy. When the time came, who could be roped in? He had to ask Song Yang. From the situation of his house, it could be seen that Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't take care of him like other people. Since there was a child in the house, it was reasonable to say that Zhangjia Zhuangzi should give him some benefits. It didn't take long before Song Yang came in from outside. It seemed that he had run all the way back. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead, and the hair beside his ears was wet. "Sir, are you looking for me?" Song Yang panted a few times and tried to steady his breathing. "Well, you're back? Sit down and drink some water." Jia County Magistrate smiled and said to Song Yang very kindly. He poured a bowl of water for Song Yang and gestured for him to drink. Song Yang seemed to be a little nervous because he had never been treated like this before. He clasped his hands together and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you have something to say, please tell me quickly. I will do it right away." Jia County Magistrates waved his hand and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. But if you want to say that you have something to say, it's not a small matter. Let me ask you, why didn't you tell me about your family life? Are you afraid that I will harm you?" "Sir, you went to my house?" Sir, there is nothing in this humble one's home. You won't even be able to drink tea when you get there. What are you?" Song Yang had a vexed look on his face as he spoke in embarrassment. "There was water, and even plain water is delicious. I am satisfied to be able to drink such good water from a yamen servant's house." "Song Yang, this happened because of you. Why didn't you tell me about your family situation? If this official had known about it, how could I have let your family live in such a poor state? Come, here is some money. Take it first. I left some for your father. When I came back, I thought that since the new year is coming, that money is not enough to do anything." As Jia County Magistrate spoke, he pulled out the drawer of his desk. There were 2 ingots of 10 taels of silver inside. Jia County Magistrates took out the money without thinking and pushed it in front of Song Yang on the table. Song Yang looked at the money in a daze and said a little worriedly, "Darren, this little one also knows about this little one's family matters, but how can I let Darren worry about it? Darren, I didn't expect that you have already left money for the family, then this little one absolutely cannot accept this money. When it's almost 30 years old, this little one may be able to bring some things home. You expect Zhangjia Zhuangzi to give it to you? Look at the other yamen servants and then look at you. That Zhangjia Zhuangzi clearly doesn't like your family. If I didn't know about this matter, it would have been fine. But since I saw it, I can't just ignore it. Take it, I order you to take it. As long as you do well in the yamen in the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Jia County magistrates looked at Song Yang's expression and was very satisfied with the effect of the money he took out. He said loudly and forced the money into Song Yang's arms. Song Yang covered the place where the silver was placed with his hand and said emotionally, "My lord, you are so kind to me. If my lord needs anything in the future, I am willing to do my best. This is great. I don't have to worry about not having anything during the new year. My lord, there are actually some people like me." "Really? And other people's lives aren't good? Didn't Zhangzhe Zhuangzi give you anything?" Jia County magistrates pretended to be surprised and asked. "They did, but it was very little. Others gave 1 dan of grain, but when it came to me and those people, it became less than 1 dan. We are all yamen servants, so why do they get more? I just had a child not long ago. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't know how to do other work, I really don't want to continue being a yamen servant." Song Yang's face showed a sad expression. As he spoke, he lowered his head. It seemed that he was really unconvinced. Jia County magistrates wanted this. He smiled, stood up, and patted Song Yang's shoulder. He said, "Song Yang, I have high hopes for you. In the future, you will definitely be better than others." "Oh, there are other people like your family? In that case, let's go. Follow me to the storeroom at the back. You tell me how many people you have. I will give you 30 taels each. You can add 10 more. Today's harvest is a little bad. I have decided to let you people who only know how to work and are not valued have a good new year. How much do you need?" "Let me think. Sir, there aren't too many people. In total, there are only 33 people. Compared to the other 600 people, it really can't be less." Song Yang had heard Jia County magistrate's words, so he began to calculate. In the end, he gave a number, 33 people. Jia County magistrates didn't think that it was too little. 33 people, including Song Yang himself, would be 34 people. It would only cost him a little more than 1,000 strings of money. As long as he could make these people listen to him, he wouldn't mind taking more money. It was better than having spies around him all the time. Song Yang was so excited that he didn't know which leg to take. He kept saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." When they arrived at the place where the money was kept, Jia County magistrates was a little embarrassed. With so much money, it was impossible to let Song Yang carry it out alone. First of all, it was too heavy. Second of all, he had to personally hand it out. Therefore, he said to Song Yang, "Go and find those 33 people. Go and find those 33 people. Remember, when you come, don't tell them what's going on. Also, watch those people carefully. If any of them have a good relationship with the Zhang family, don't call them over. Do you understand?" "Understood. This lowly one understands. This lowly one has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Sir, you can rest assured that this lowly one will definitely find someone as good as this lowly one said." "But, sir, where did you get so much money? What if someone finds out and makes trouble for you?" At this time, Song Yang showed his clever side. He assured Jia County magistrates and said worriedly. Jia County magistrates was even happier now. Song Yang didn't know where his money came from. This meant that Song Yang wasn't trusted by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. In this way, he could finally find some useful people around him. As for who was reliable or not, he would find out after trying some things. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrates said to Song Yang, "You don't have to worry about the money. Just find those people. Don't worry. After the new year, I will make you a small leader." "Humph, those people want to cheat me. I won't let them get away with it." "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your trust. I will go find them now." "Sir, please wait for a moment," Song Yang said excitedly. He turned around and ran out of the yard. Looking at Song Yang's leaving figure, Jia County magistrates was not so relieved. He felt that he had to test a few more times. Otherwise, if one of them was secretly left behind by the Zhang family, it would implicate too many people. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrates took out the money that he should use. In order not to be discovered by the other yamen runners, he didn't take out cloth this time. He only chose some small pieces of silver and copper coins. It was easy to carry around and wouldn't be seen by others. After a while, Song Yang came back first. He was the only one who entered this place. He said to Jia County magistrates, "Sir, I didn't find everyone. I only found 20 people. Should I let them come in first? Or should I help you take the things out? There's no need to go out. Let them all in. I don't doubt the people I use." Jia County magistrates showed generosity this time. He knew how to buy people's hearts. It was just that he didn't have the opportunity before. Now that he found a breakthrough, how could he be willing to give it up? Song Yang stared at Jia County magistrates for a while. He nodded seriously, turned around, and ran out. When he came back again, 20 Yamen runners who looked very honest were following behind him. Jia County magistrates was even more calculative. It seemed that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi liked those who were slick. He didn't treat honest people so well, especially the Yamen runner whose surname was Tang. It turned out that he was a hooligan. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would only use people like this. Under the lead of Song Yang, the 20 Yamen runners saluted and greeted him at the same time. Their voices were loud and clear. "Good. All of you are good. I didn't see wrong." When County Magistrate Jia heard the orderly voices, he was happy. They were real Yamen runners, not some random hooligans. "Come here and let me take a good look at you. It's a pity that such capable people like you are being ostracized in the Yamen. Don't worry. As long as I'm here in the future, I don't think I'll let you worry about your family. Come, one by one. I'll give you money for the new year." Jia County magistrates looked at the 21 Yamen runners carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt that this was a good idea. He said a few more words, put the money in front of them, and greeted them. "Sir, are you really going to give us money? My lord, how are we supposed to repay you for what you've done?" One Yamen runner was so excited that he cried when he saw the money on the ground and heard what Jia County magistrates said. Jia County magistrates wanted to see this result, so he was also excited. He deliberately put on a calm expression and said seriously, "You are all Yamen runners in the Yamen. How can I not take care of you? How can a Yamen runner who is always worried about his family's life do a good job? I am the county magistrate of Sanshui County. It is my duty to let the people under my jurisdiction live a good life. How can I repay you? As long as you work hard in the future, it will be the best reward for me." "My lord, I only know now that my lord is a good official. In the past, when I heard others say that my lord came here to do bad things, I really believed it. My lord, I'm sorry. My lord, don't worry, I won't believe what others say in the future. If anyone dares to say it again, I'll let them know how powerful I am." At this time, the other Yamen runner also started crying. No one knew why he was crying. Not only were his eyes red, but his face was also red. He looked like he was in great pain. Jia County magistrates was happy. When he heard what the Yamen runner said, he quickly said, "No, I don't care what others say. Don't argue with others on this matter. After a long time, they will understand my painstaking efforts. Do you remember?" He was afraid that if those people really said something, the 21 Yamen runners in front of him would go over and explain and tell others that he was the one who gave the money. Then these 21 Yamen runners would probably leave the Yamen and be followed by people at all times. Song Yang was the first to promise, "Sir, don't worry. I will listen to you. I will do whatever you say. Even if others say bad things about you, I will not make trouble." With one Yamen runner taking the lead, the other Yamen runners also promised. "Yes, that's how it should be. Come over one by one. I will give you the money." Jia County magistrates was temporarily relieved. He picked up some copper coins and silver pieces and gave them to the Yamen runners one by one. Every Yamen runner who received the money was trembling. Some of them wanted to say something, but they couldn't and looked like they were about to cry. After the money was given out and they put it away, Jia County magistrates felt relieved. He thought that it was time to test them, so he said, "Tomorrow I will go to Linha village in the county to take a look and send some rice and other things there. Tomorrow you will go over there to patrol. Remember, if you meet other Yamen runners, don't let them know. I always feel that Yamen runner came from a gangster background and can't achieve great things. Song Yang, you also have an important thing to do tomorrow. Don't be on duty. No matter what other people do, you have to go to Shao Luo Shui Pier and see if there are any ships docked there. Also, you have to write down the goods on them." Song Yang performed the best among the Yamen runners. When he heard Jia County Magistrate's words, he immediately answered, "As you command, sir." The other yamen runners also answered, but this time they were not as orderly as before. This made Jia County Magistrates understand that this was not practiced in advance. "Then it's done. You can leave. Remember to go home quickly and ask your family to buy some things for the new year." Jia County Magistrates waved his hand and let the yamen runners leave. After the yamen runners left, Jia County Magistrates paced back and forth in the courtyard alone. From time to time, he recalled the expressions of those yamen runners just now. He wanted to know which was fake and which was real. In the end, he found that all the yamen runners' eyes were red. Some of them were even gnashing their teeth when they talked about Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After pacing back and forth for half an hour, Jia County Magistrates did not find anything wrong with any of the yamen runners. However, he was still worried. He went back to the backyard and found his wife. "Tomorrow, find 2 of our family's servants and go to Shaoluoshui Pier to see what kind of ships are coming, what goods are on them, and how much they cost. Remember, you have to change your clothes, change your hairstyle, and paint your face." "Master, did something happen? If there is danger, why don't we resign from this position and leave this place as soon as possible? I have been worried that this is not a place we can control." When Jia County Magistrate's wife heard his arrangement, the first thing that came to her mind was that there was trouble or even danger to her life. What do women know? Where is the danger? No one can control your husband. When there is an opportunity, I will show them what I am capable of. Remember, don't make any mistakes. Jia County Magistrates did not want to hear such words the most, especially now that he felt that he had people he could use. How could he leave? Wouldn't he be laughed at by those who also wanted to fight for the position but did not succeed? "Master, you're right. You are the most capable. I will arrange it now." "Master, you should rest early too." Jia County Magistrate's wife immediately knew what to say. She followed his meaning and turned to leave quietly. Jia County Magistrates was happy because of what had happened today. With his wife's obedience, he said to her who had not gone far, "I will go to your place tonight. You can sleep there." Chapter 239. Another snow fell. The children's games did not disappear because of the change of seasons. Without too many worries, they could always find something to make them happy. At least, the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family were like this. When the first children opened the door in the morning and saw the snow outside that was up to their calves, what the children had to do was to carefully raise their feet and put them down again, leaving their own footprints on the white snow. The farmers who had nothing to do in the winter were busy clearing the snow. Smoke drifted in the sky above Zhuangzi, showing the strength of the Zhang family and the Wang family to other Zhuangzi. Breakfast was not something that everyone could eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also woke up early. The 2 of them did not need to go to school, so they ate a few meat buns and drank a bowl of goat's milk. Then they took Pomegranate and the others out to find fun things to do. Pomegranate no longer made the dough and handed it over to others. She planned to teach this technique to the shops in the capital at the beginning of spring. The planting of fungus and tremella also stopped. Pomegranate really did not know how to control the temperature in winter. Cherries also stopped hatching poultry. During this season, the chickens and ducklings would freeze to death and be placed in the house. There was not enough space, so Xiao Hong also handed over the feeding of the chickens to others. Erniu and Huzi were idle at home, so they just happened to follow along. The 7 of them went straight to the fields. There was more straw in the fields than other places. In the autumn, they collected a lot of straw outside. Some of it was used for the fire, and some of it was directly pressed into the fields in the spring. This year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to adjust the planting process again. The stubble that was left behind after the rice was cut would not be dug up. After the water was poured into the field, the rice seedlings would be directly thrown out. The original rice straw would also be pressed into the water. According to Zhang Xiaobao, this would have the effect of covering the ground and suffocating the other weeds. This method could save a lot of effort. The straw itself contained the nutrients that the rice seedlings needed. The 2 of them didn't know how effective it was, so they decided to take a portion and try it out first. When the other portion was not watered, they would first update it, flatten it, and then water it. The rest would be done as they did last year. When the time came, they would use whichever method had the best effect. Wang Wan had also set aside half a mu of land for her and Zhang Xiaobao to carefully take care of it. They would usually take care of it diligently and apply some of the methods they could think of as an experimental field. As for whether it would be successful or not, it was yet to be verified. According to the theory of their ancestors, the two of them wanted to find a plant in the field that had no males and could not develop. Then, they would choose a more plump one to crossbreed. Wang Wan thought of this when she was lying in the snow. She turned around and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think the hybrid rice will succeed? Why do I feel that our theory is somewhat incomplete? If we don't succeed, we will have worked for nothing for a year." "So what if we worked for nothing for a year? We worked for nothing for so many years. You have to believe in yourself. Do you know what a male sterile rice looks like? I think all the rice seedlings look the same. It's a bit difficult." Zhang Xiaobao was confident and determined, but he didn't know how to distinguish them. This was the most difficult part. Wang Wan shook her head like a rattledrum. She had never learned this before. Occasionally, she would take a look at other people's theories, but she wasn't interested. She guessed and said, "Does sterility mean that it doesn't grow when other rice seedlings have already grown? There are many that don't grow. Which one is male and which one is female? It's not like animals. You can tell at a glance. If it really doesn't work, you can try it one by one. We have a lot of people, so we can mobilize the power of the masses. As long as it doesn't grow, we can get them all and teach them our advanced theory. The power of the masses is the greatest. Take pomegranate for example. Didn't she say that she would continue to cultivate mushrooms when the weather was warm? It's still pine mushrooms. As long as we persevere, we might be able to get other mushrooms. It's the kind that is raised with sawdust. It's very cheap, more than 1 yuan per kilogram." Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to pass on his confidence to others. Wang Wan knew that he was shirking his responsibility. She didn't know how many people would be driven crazy by this theory when the time came. "I think you are gloating. Pomegranate is a meritorious person. The fungus can be a key public relations tool. Jia County magistrates ate well. I heard that he took more than half of the 1 kilogram of fungus given to him and sent it to Beijing. I don't know who he sent it to. Yes, there is such a thing. Give it to him. Send him another 1 kilogram tomorrow and let him continue to give it to us. After a few times, we will cut off the fungus supply. Let's see if the person who is used to eating it will take the initiative to ask him for more. If he doesn't have any left, we will take over. We are not afraid that they will be greedy, but we are afraid that there will be no way to give it to them." Zhang Xiaobao had put a lot of effort into this matter. He wanted to build a huge network of connections and cooperate with Wang Wan to create a big family. Wang Wan nodded, looked at the 5 people around her, and said to Zhang Xiaobao that Jia County magistrates is too greedy. He still doesn't know how to restrain himself after being taught a lesson twice. Didn't the person who rushed over last night say that the bailiffs we arranged have already been bought over according to our original plan? This is called persistence. If only he knew how to farm. We can give the task of hybrid rice to him. Speaking of the fungus, I suddenly thought of something. How do you think ginseng should be planted? If you plant more than 100 mu of ginseng, you will be rich and eat it like radishes. Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts jumped. Wang Wan didn't even dare to think about planting ginseng. Don't think about it. We don't even know what ginseng seeds look like. Yes, it's cold now. It's suitable for nourishment. Go to the pharmacy to buy some ginseng and stew it for the week. Cut it into slices and put in less at a time. Wild ginseng is not like garden ginseng. It's easy to eat the whole thing. I found that my grandfather's health is not good these days. Come with me later. It's tiring to be young. Later, we will distill the wine and buy live deer. I want to make wine for my grandfather, especially the deer blood. Buy a few more and directly chop the antlers at the beginning of spring. We need the antler blood. What else can be used to make wine? Help me think about it. I don't want to lose my family because of a small illness before I grow up. Kicking the snow in front of him, Zhang Xiaobao also pondered. In the past, he only wanted to provide nutrition to his family. Now, it seemed that he had to get some Chinese medicine to warm up, especially for rheumatism. The weather was cold. In the past, he didn't sleep on the Kong bed. When he was tired, he fell down to sleep. Now that he was old, his legs couldn't keep up. He had to find a way to warm up. It's a pity that we don't have a good prescription. In the past, Grandpa Director also made some Chinese medicine to drink or brew. There are many kinds of herbs that I don't remember. I think there are some mulberry tree roots, leaves, and branches. This is the simplest. I don't know the effects. I spend money to buy prescriptions from the people. Let's go to your house for lunch today. Okay, what do you want to eat? Wang Wan also wanted to go home and have a look. She stayed at Zhang Xiaobao's place all day. Usually, when she visited her family, it was them who came over. Occasionally, she would go out with Zhang Xiaobao to play, but it was just a round at home. When Wang Wan asked, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked up at the sky. After thinking for a while, he said to the person beside him, Huzi, go to other Zhuangzi and see if there's anyone willing to sell a black dog. Buy one and kill it. We'll go to Cuckoo's house for lunch. Huzi obeyed the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao then instructed Yingtao, take out some of the dried vegetables that we specially dried in the sun during autumn. You have to dry them in the shade. Soak some soybeans and prepare coriander as well. Cherries also left. Zhang Xiaobao then instructed Pomegranate, I made 13 spices. There's a paper bag with the word thick written on it. Go and get 2 bags. Remember to bring some orange peel. Go to Cuckoo's house first and ask them to cook it with our chili bean sauce. Add a few more scallions. Remember to not add soy sauce. Little young master, I'll go now. Pomegranate knew that the little young master was good at cooking. Thinking that there would be good food for lunch, she shouted happily and ran away. Be careful, don't fall. Wang Wan looked at Pomegranate's lively appearance and shouted behind her. Seeing that Pomegranate didn't hear her at all, she shook her head. H. You have no rules at all. Xiao Hong pursed her lips and smiled. She liked to follow the little young master and the little young lady. Unlike other people, who would be whipped if they made a small mistake, they had to follow the rules only in front of outsiders. Usually, they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Wan had eaten dog meat twice before. She heard that it was not good for women to eat dog meat. When she ate it at first, she always felt that the taste was a little bit fishy. She touched Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Is dog meat fishy? Yes, fishy. If it's not cooked well, it can't be eaten at all. You can rest assured that I will cook it. At this time, I will use cumin that others don't like. At noon, I will make 2 kinds of dipping sauce for you. One is sauce, and the other is salt and pepper. It's a pity that I don't have chili. Where can I get some? Mountain chili seedlings are not suitable for that. Zhang Xiaobao thought of a special dish to go with the dog meat pot. Generally, when eating dog meat pot in the northern area, people would ask before entering the restaurant. You can get it by going to sea. Ask someone to ask if there are any people who go to Guangzhou by sea now. See if they bring back any souvenirs. What if there are chili in the souvenirs? What are you talking about? Do you have to use chili? When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao mention chili, she was a little hungry. When she ate chili before, she didn't care and didn't even want to eat it. Now, she wanted to eat it, but there was none. Without one thing, it would be less delicious. Besides, chili could resist the moisture. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands. Spicy fish, especially in a restaurant owned by North Koreans. When eating dog meat, ask if there is spicy fish. If there is, eat it. If there isn't, absolutely not eat it. If it is not an authentic North Korean dog meat restaurant, I will make that sauce. The scallions in it are the most delicious. I put that sauce when eating spicy cabbage. The taste, let's not talk about it. You can't eat it. What you said makes me hungry. Let's go over there to play and build a house. Wang Wan was swallowed by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Even if she had just eaten, she still wanted to eat it. Well, when the children have a break at noon, we can let them play. Zhang Xiaobao made himself not think about food. He pulled Wang Wan and ran forward. With a plop, 2 human figures appeared on the snow. Chapter 240. Ernie, put that bundle of straw over here and lay it on top of the snow. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao directed Erniu and Xiao Hong from the side. It was just moving the straw. Originally, the 2 of them wanted to help as well, but Erniu and Xiao Hong were so scared that they didn't agree no matter what. What if the rice pile fell down? Out of the 4 people, 2 of them moved their mouths and 2 of them exerted their strength. As they were working, the villagers who came out to clear the snow on the road saw them and hurriedly came over. One of them respectfully said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little young master, what are you doing?" "Will help." "Okay, make something that children like to play with. Move the straw down and listen to me and cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the rice pile and said. The villagers didn't care whether they were playing with it or not. When the young master and young lady asked them to work, they directly did it. Even if the 2 little ancestors had nothing to do, it didn't matter if they asked people to take the straw down and pile it up again. With the help of these people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work sped up. After 2 hours, a layer of straw covered the entire 2 mu of land. On top of it, there were 2 bundles of straw piled together and formed a triangular space with the ground. These triangular spaces were arranged in rows like a maze. There were numerous forks in the road. Some of the paths even had a house made of straw. Occasionally, there would be a small space made of 4 bundles of straw on the side of other paths. The adults now understood that the young master and young lady wanted to drill inside. They had done this before when they were young, but it wasn't as big as this one. It was only a few feet long. "Okay, after a while, the children can come here to play after school." Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Wang Wan was also admiring this masterpiece on the side. She thanked the villagers and went in through one of the entrances. She sat on the straw inside and said to Zhang Xiaobao through the wall, "Xiaobao, can you add some more fun things? Think about what we like." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan meant what she wanted to do when she was young. He stood there and thought for a while. "Go to the grocery store and take out some of the things we collected. Put them in all the passageways and let them look for them. If they find them, they'll be theirs. It's New Year's Eve today. Let them be happy. Okay, make some more food. Wrap them in oiled paper, just a little at a time. Also, ask Erniu to make some more straw bales and bring over the small shovels that we asked people to make," Wang Wan added. At this time, Huzi, who had gone to kill the dog, came back. Zhang Xiaobao instructed him on how to deal with the meat, and also went into the grass. He felt the size of the space and found that the child could pass through it. This time, he was satisfied. "Xiaobao, it's almost New Year's Eve. Will the Han family and the Yuan family make a move before this? Last time, that Han Wangzhu guy didn't even tell the county magistrate how he was going to scheme against us. It's better to know early. If they make a move in these few days, what should we do?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she peeked out from the grass. "They dare? If they really make a move in these few days before New Year's Eve, I'll make them regret being born in this world. If they don't let me have a good New Year, I'll make them unable to have a good New Year's Eve." Zhang Xiaobao was most annoyed by people who came to make trouble during New Year's Eve. At this time, the people who came to make trouble were the most immoral. They didn't want others to have peace at the end of the year. Wang Wan nodded. She thought for a while and asked, "What should the Jia County magistrates give for New Year's Eve? Just 500 grams of black fungus? Just 500 grams of black fungus? Didn't someone pay for it? Other than giving him money, no matter what we give him, he won't be grateful to us. He even asked someone to watch the dock today. It's frozen over there, right? After New Year's Eve, he will ask someone to start shaving ice." Zhang Xiaobao was very clear about this kind of human nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to scheme against him and get him into the water. It's been frozen for a long time. It's not that cold this year, but the wind is stronger. Have you forgotten that the ice at the dock has been cleared a few times? It's good that it can last until now. Let's stop. The ice has damaged a few boats. It snowed last night, so no boats will come today. I'm afraid that they will be stuck in the ice and can't go back." Wang Wan said at the side. As long as they wait for another 2 days, the swimming pool and the pond would be covered with ice to make ice lanterns. "Yes, I forgot. It's just a small matter. I didn't think about it. These days, I have been thinking about how to scheme against others. They don't want to live a good life, but they have to find trouble with us. These people." Zhang Xiaobao sighed. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. "Now you are annoyed. Why didn't you think that others were also prepared to live a good life when you cheated them? Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, double standards are not good. Who asked us to live a good life now? If others want a better life, they can only get it from us. If you want a stable life, it's simple. Hand over all the prescriptions and sell the doc. Then they won't find trouble with us. You've been thinking for so many days. Have you thought about how to scheme against others? We can't always be passive. We have to take the initiative to attack. Didn't you say that you don't want me to cheat? Are you supporting me now? I don't want you to cheat people like them. They don't count. You don't have to cheat good people. You can still cheat bad people. They are already at our doorstep. If you don't let them know what's good for you, you will be sorry for your evil tricks. Wang Wan directly positioned him as a bad person. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan's angry face and laughed. He lay on the grass and said, I have long had a way. There are a few that can't be used. They are too destructive and against the heavens. I originally prepared a program for them during the new year. Later, I thought about it and decided to be magnanimous. Grievances should not be solved during the new year. That's right. They are not on the same level as you. This is the power of accumulating knowledge. Then look at them. They won't make a move. Wait until after the new year. When they do something big, don't bicker with them at this time. If you are not a gentleman, you are not a man. Wang Wan trusted Zhang Xiaobao the most in this regard. Zhang Xiaobao's brain was basically filled with all kinds of bad ideas. He was also a bad person, and a professional one at that. Unless he met those high-ranking officials in the imperial court, he might not have any opponents. Those powerful officials seemed to be born to plot against each other. Their IQ was not low, and they knew how to endure. The two of them chatted and changed positions from time to time. Otherwise, if they stayed in the same place for a long time, the straw would be warm and the snow below would melt. Time passed unknowingly, and the children were finally out of school. Today was the new year, and there were no classes in the afternoon. The children were going to go home directly, but they were called to the field by Xiao Hong. The children's minds were simple. A little fun could make them happy for the whole day. When they came to the field, they saw the houses made of straw and the passage. They shouted and rushed over. Xiao Hong followed and shouted, Don't be impatient. Don't be in such a hurry, there are still things to be said. The young master and young lady are also inside. You must be careful and don't get hurt. Today, the master has prepared a lot of small things for you, as well as food. They are all placed inside. Go and find them yourselves. Whoever finds them can have them. There are also small shovels and baskets for you to play with. When the children heard that there were so many other good things, they shouted even louder. They ran over to get some small shovels and other things before they got inside. There were a total of 4 entrances and exits. When they looked from the outside, they couldn't tell which way to go. After they got inside, it was dark inside. The light outside could only shine in a little, making it even more difficult for the children to determine the direction. This kind of mystery was also what the children liked. When they got inside, when they encountered a fork and saw people coming from other places, they would laugh when they saw them or scare them. Some children deliberately hid so that others couldn't find them. There were fun things and food inside, making them feel that they could spend the night here, or even live here forever. The little girls gathered in 2s and 3s, took the small buckets and other things, and found a small house at the side to play house. Usually, when they played, they didn't have such professional tools, and it was even more impossible for them to eat anything. Now that they had food, they could really eat it after cooking. That's great. Let's leave this place for a few days and wait for the spring plowing to tear it down. In fact, not only children, but also adults are willing to play this kind of hide-and-seek game. In fact, it's a kind of mysterious feeling in an unknown place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people exploring. This year, I must dig out tunnels below. We can make cellars inside, and we can also go from one place to another without people outside seeing. Xiaobao, how deep do you think we can dig? Can we connect the tunnels from Zhuangzi to between the clouds and the water? Seeing that the children were playing happily, Wang Wan also became interested. She hid at a fork and scared the 2 children. After laughing, she told Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Xiaobao recalled that there were so many brothers and sisters who used to play hide-and-seek at night when it was a little dark. He smiled comfortably and said, "Who knows how deep we have to dig? It's probably not a small amount of work. Those emperors died, so the tombs they built should be deeper. Ask others and see how they dig. When the time comes, we can learn how to dig. Let's go and play house. In fact, we don't have to play here. We came here to play house. It's their childhood. Let's try to let them have more happy memories." Wang Wan nodded and went forward first, humming a song. Zhang Xiaobao wrote the lyrics, "On the snow by the pond, the children are calling winter." Wang Wan went faster, as if she wanted to stay away from Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 241. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The children on Zhuangzi didn't need the adults to look after them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan played with them for a while, then prepared to go back for dinner. The children took the tools and the straw that Erniu had brought down, and found new fun. They dug a hole in the snow outside, and then spread the straw over it. This way they could connect the holes to the passageways. Seeing them play, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came out, looked at each other, and smiled. Then, they walked towards Wang Wan's house. Xiao Hong and the others followed behind. When the children were tired of playing, they would naturally go home. When summer comes, we will build many corridors and small canals here. Then, the children will have more places to play. Having a place to play is really a blessing. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the children's unchanging smiles and said with emotion, "Yes, in fact, the adults are the same. Otherwise, why would they go on a trip? There are also some private clubs. In fact, in our hearts, we all want to have a place to play, a space that belongs to us, and we can decorate it according to our own ideas. This is the reason why we specially built small houses next to the passageways." Wang Wan was still excited. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood. Looking at her small hands, she smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Indeed. When we go back, we should also make a few smaller passageways in our own yard. When we are free, we can play hide and seek with Pomegranate and the others." "No, don't build those passageways. We should build them outside. When we build the corridors, we can build some small houses for the children to play in. We can also put some semi-finished products in those houses. Add some tools, and they will be able to do it themselves. We can't just let them learn and become bookworms in the end." Wang Wan thought of an even better idea and began to paint a picture of the future. Zhang Xiaobao was inspired and said, "Anyway, it's our own farmstead. When summer comes, not only do we have to let the children have a place to make things, but we also have to specially arrange some places for people to watch over. Put the charcoal on the table, and put some cut meat and vegetables on the side. Make more dry tofu. I like to eat that thing that is baked with green onions and other vegetables wrapped in dried tofu, or just dip it in the sauce and eat it. The children will do it themselves, use bamboo skewers to grill the food themselves. Just don't let them translation. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. Even the slightly older children can already help us translation." Wang Wan was already hungry. She didn't eat anything when she heard Zhang Xiao. She swallowed her saliva and urged, "Don't talk, let's go. Let's go. I. A frying pan that was completely different from Dong Laishan hot pot was placed on the shelf. Below it was a charcoal fire. It was not so hot and was slowly warming. The dog meat in the pan was cooked, and the soup was bubbling. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Wang Wan's family sat there. There was no other dish except for the hot pot, mainly because it affected the taste of the dog meat. Wang Wan's family was very happy today. They looked at the two children and gave them food from time to time, especially Wang Wan's grandfather. When he heard that this meal was specially prepared for him, he kept smiling. Like a child, he picked up the dog meat, dipped it in sauce, and dipped it in salt and pepper. He also looked at his granddaughter and granddaughter from time to time. This matter had already been settled. They were just waiting for the two children to grow up and hold the wedding. When the time came, they would have grandchildren. No one could stop them. The two little guys were doing well. "Grandpa, eat more scallions." Xiaobao used several kinds of ingredients to boil this scallion in soup. "It's not spicy at all. It's good for the body." Wang Wan picked up a piece of scallion and put it on her grandfather's plate. This scallion was soaked in soup. It was soft and not spicy. It was refreshing and good for the body. Xiao Bao is very capable. In the future, Cuckoo will live a happy life. I'll live a few more years and see what happens in the future. Wang Wan's grandfather smiled and picked up the scallion, put it in his mouth, and said while eating, "Grandpa can live to more than 100 years old. These days, Xiao Bao and I will make medicinal wine for Grandpa. Every morning, we will drink a cup of it." Wang Wan felt the warmth of the family and said, she had decided to distill the wine first. If it really didn't work, she would directly brew it. Originally, she felt that alcohol was useless, so she didn't do it. Zhang Xiaobao naturally had to pretend to be a child at the side. He obediently said things that made people happy. He didn't forget to pick up food for Wang Wan. He ate relatively less meat, drank a lot of soup, and even ate a big pancake. When Wang Wan's family saw that the two children had been together ever since they were born and even knew how to take care of each other, their mood became even better. The meal actually took more than 2 hours. Wang Wan's grandfather even ate one more bowl of rice than usual. The taste of the dog meat soup and rice was amazing. Lunch was finished in such an atmosphere. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate a lot. They held hands and walked outside to digest their food. These two children are really delightful. Husband, we don't have to worry about them anymore. With these two children, we don't have to think of ways to earn money anymore, Mother Wang said to Father Wang when she saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walk out. Father Wang also had to admit that they didn't have to worry about the two children. He said, "That's right. Now they have more money than us. If I had this ability when I was young, then father and mother wouldn't be so tired." Wang Wan's grandfather saw that his son was blaming himself and said, "It's okay to be tired. Every family is like this. You've grown up and you have Cuckoo. It's worth it. When you were young, your mother and I were afraid that you wouldn't grow up and wouldn't know what to do with a small illness. It's all in the past. I have to live for a few more years and wait for Cuckoo and Xiaobao to be filial to me." "Father, then this new year, whose house will Cuckoo and Xiaobao be at?" Father Zhang was worried when he thought of this. He couldn't separate the two children. Last New Year, they came here to eat first and went back at night. Let's see what Cuckoo and Xiaobao have to say. They can be wherever they want. It's not like they can't see each other. Wang Wan's grandfather didn't know what to do, so he could only push the matter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also talking about this matter outside. They didn't know how to celebrate the new year. Both of them wanted to be with their families. Moreover, they had to keep watch at night and do a lot of other things. Why don't the two families celebrate the new year together? After the sacrificial rent, we can stay together and chat. We should hurry up and make firecrackers. This year, they will definitely be sold out. I wonder if Jia County Magistrate's eyes will be as red as Ha Baitu's. Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the new year when he suddenly thought of Jia County Magistrates. It was the new year, so the firecrackers would definitely be sold well. Who wouldn't want to have a good time? Moreover, the marketing method of firecrackers was said to be able to ward off evil spirits. Wang Wan also thought of Jia County Magistrates. She believed that Jia County Magistrate's house would also set off firecrackers. She said with a smile, "Let's send more firecrackers to his house so that he will think of us when he sets them off. Okay? The first batch of firecrackers has been shipped to the county. The second batch will be shipped soon." In the Yamen, Jia County Magistrates sat in the study and listened to Song Yang. He narrowed his eyes at Wei Wei. It was hard to tell if he was happy or something else. "Sir, there are no more boats today, so there is no more ice breaking. That's why I didn't remember anything." Song Yang stood respectfully in front of Jia County Magistrates. Jia County Magistrates nodded. He went out this morning to deliver something to someone in order to check on the new Yamen runners. He came back before noon because he wanted to see how Song Yang was doing and whether he had lied to him. However, there were no boats today, so he couldn't see anything. He still had to go there in the afternoon. There were still 20 Yamen runners there, so he had to check them one by one. Is there anything else? Is the person carrying the fireworks still there? Jia County Magistrates thought for a while and asked. "Sir, The person carrying the fireworks has gone home for the New Year's Eve. I heard that the firecrackers sold well today. They were made by the Zhang family. They will probably send some to the Yamen. Sir, you have a lot of money. Not only will the people in Sanshui County buy them, but I heard that merchants from other places will also come early to buy them. Most of the firecrackers they shipped here have been taken away by boats. In the next 2 days, they may ship more by land. As long as they can send them to the Yamen before the night of the 30th, it will be fine. Sir, this is all money. Song Yang said. He wanted Jia County magistrates to think of a way to get the money. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. He kept provoking Jia County magistrates and asked the people around him to remind him so that the Jia County magistrates would know how to deal with it. A sheathed sword was the biggest threat. Once it was out, it would be easy to deal with it. Jia County magistrates was angry. At this time, when he heard that the Zhang family would make more money, he couldn't help but stand up and say, "Come with me to Tuqiao village tomorrow to deliver New Year's goods to the villagers." Chapter 242. Counting, counting, counting. Looking to the east, it was snowing in winter, the bridge in the east, and the market in the east. There were a lot of people, a lot of noise, and a happy new year. 5 o'clock was not early, so the peddlers carried the goods. They sold New Year's pictures, garlic sprouts, and rice cakes. The wind was strong, and the snow was still floating from head to foot. It floated to the pine trees in the forest, and there was the sound of horses in the distance. Horses. There were so many horses. Who was it? It was almost the new year, and they were coming here in a group? Zhang Xiaobao was showing Wang Wan how to count the treasures when a lot of horses and 2 carriages came. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and stood there blankly. Wang Wan was also stunned. After a while, Wang Wan patted the snow on her head, stomped her feet, and said to Zhang Xiaobao, maybe they didn't prepare New Year's goods at home, so they didn't have enough time. They went to between the clouds and the water to eat, but between the clouds and the water will be closed during the new year. Xiaobao, am I right? I think so, or they don't have a place to stay at home. They came here to rent a few houses in the market, and when we calculate the money later, we can ask Su Si and Ergo to give them a discount. It's not easy to come so far. Zhang Xiaobao also followed Wang Wan's words. Today was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Between the clouds and the water, there were only a dozen wanderers whose homes were far away. They couldn't go back, so they found a place to stay at the back of the market. There were no other people. The market was lively, and it was estimated that no one would come for another 2 days. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on one side of the bridge. They were wearing thick clothes, and their arms couldn't even stick to their bodies. They could only stand there with their arms spread out. They looked like penguins with round and furry heads. If they were to change from white to another color, people would believe that they looked like 2 mushrooms from afar. They were penguins with mushroom hats. Pomegranate, cherries, Xiao Hong, Erniu, and Huzi were standing by the side. Just now, they saw Zhang Xiaobao talking about something interesting and wanted to listen more. Then, someone came over. Pomegranate quickly crouched down and hugged the 2 mushrooms in her arms. She said to Erniu beside her, "Let's go take a look." Erniu nodded. When he was about to run over, Zhang Xiaobao said, "No need. Retreat. I think they are coming here. They are all tall and strong. It's scary." Erniu and Huzi immediately took 1 mushroom each and ran back with Pomegranate and the other 3 behind. The people on the other side also saw the situation here. An old man looked at them and laughed. He said to the person who got off the car next to him, "The 2 most interesting little guys are the little ancestors of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Because it was still snowing, they could only see the 2 children being carried and running. At this time, the 2 children were no longer visible, as they were blocked by the people carrying them. The person who got out of the other car frowned and said, "That's right. Sir, he doesn't know the rules of this family. He let the 2 children stay outside. Not to mention getting a car, but to find more people to protect them. If something goes wrong, it won't be enough even if they die 100 times." Hearing this voice, it was obvious that it was a woman. She should not be young. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and there was only a mink scarf around her neck. The old man laughed and said to this person, What can go wrong? I heard that the two little guys are very smart, sensible, and obedient. Ever since they turned one, they have never cried or made a fuss. They are not like the other kids who are always looking for trouble for the servants who take care of them. Sir, if the people on our side are bad guys, what's the use of being sensible if they rush over and kidnap the two children? The woman seemed to disagree with the old man's words. At this time, without waiting for the old man to speak, a guard next to him said, "Aunt Wang, we can't rush over. Look at the house in the market. There is a small room above the house. There are people inside, and there are hunting bows aiming at this side. Look at the people in the market. Many people have squeezed out of the crowd and walked to the side of the road." Hearing the guard's words, the woman looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was as the guard said. She asked doubtfully, "So what?" "Aunt Wang, if we rushed over just now, we would have been stopped by them." When the two children were picked up and turned to run, the people in the market moved. They are all farmers in Zhuangzi. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family are different from ordinary farmers in other places. They will protect each other with their lives. The guard explained again. Fighting to the death is enough? Even if they run to the courtyard of the main house, they can be caught and tied up. There are so many of you. Can't you rush over? The woman continued to speak. The old man smiled and said, "If that's the case, it doesn't matter whether the children come out to play or not. Let's go. We won't go over first. Let's go to between the clouds and the water. You haven't been feeling well these days and have spent the new year here. You are the one who doesn't know the rules the most." When the woman heard the old man's words, she realized that she had said something wrong. She responded and followed the crowd to between the clouds and the water. Two maids came to accompany her. "Jujube, look at those farmers. Are they all wearing the same clothes? Why would they want to make the same clothes? When they wear them, they look strangely neat. It's easy to tell which one is a farmer and which one is a foreigner." One of the two maids whispered to the other next to her. At the same time, she pointed in that direction with her hand. The one called Jujube also saw it and said curiously, "It's true. It's really the same. Even the children are wearing the same clothes. I can't see what material they are made of. It shouldn't be coarse linen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that color." The old man was not far away. When he heard the two maids talking, he put down his arrogance and said to the two maids, "This is why Leather Guard said that it wouldn't be easy to rush over." Leather Guard immediately followed and said, "Sir, you are right. The main family of the Zhang family and Wang family specializes in making clothes for the farmers. Although the clothes they make are not expensive, they are not cheap either. This year, they specially made clothes for work. When the children go to school, they have to change into looser clothes. They also build houses for the farmers and give them rice and meat during festivals. They also help the farmers raise livestock and sell poultry. The life of the farmers is not worse than that of some of the wealthier families. If someone wants to touch the little ancestor of their main family, how can the farmers not fight? They are so good to the farmers? Then aren't the people in the courtyard even better? Dezeo, how much worse do you think the people in their courtyard are compared to us? Jujube opened her small mouth in surprise. Dezeo did not dare to ask the old man. He could only ask the leather guard next to him, "Big Brother Leather, can you tell us about their courtyard? Do they usually get a few copper coins as a reward?" "I'm not sure." Leather Guard shook his head and looked at the person next to him. This person was not a guard. He was dressed like a student. When he saw the guard looking at him, he said, "I know a little about their courtyard. I know a little about this. I spent a lot of time asking around. The servants in their courtyard are divided into several different ranks, similar to the servants in other manors. All of the servants sign a death contract. Usually, there is a monthly salary, according to the stars. I didn't manage to find out more, but the lowest is 100 copper coins a month. There are a few special ones that I know. They are the ones who just left with the two little ancestors. One of them is called Cherries. She is in charge of hatching chickens. Usually, when she leaves Zhuangzi to do something, someone will follow her. The hairpin on her head is worth at least 70 strings of coins. There is also one called Pomegranate. She wears 2 bracelets on her wrist. Together, They are worth at least 300 taels. There is also one who is doing something outside and has not returned yet. His name is Song Jingong. He's also a high scholar. I can't guess his net worth. He has the final say in Little Luo Shui. If he wants to eat, countless merchants will take the initiative to invite him. If he wants to play, countless scholars will follow him. This time, it wasn't only Date and Jujube who were surprised. The one who was called Aunt Wang also turned her head and carefully looked at the other side of the bridge, as if she wanted to see something. So much money. We can't compare to them. 300 taels of coins bracelets and 70 strings of coins hairpins. If we can do something in the courtyard of Zhang family and Wang family, with our knowledge, then, Before Jujube could finish her words, Aunt Wang turned her head and glared at her. Aunt Wang, I was just talking nonsense. Jujube finally reacted and said something that she shouldn't have said. You don't know the rules. Zhang family and Wang family also don't know the rules in Zhuangzi. A servant who thinks about hairpins and bracelets all day long. How can she do anything? Wearing 300 taels of coins bracelets, how can she do anything? Is she adopted for nothing? Aunt Wang began to pick on this problem again. She didn't know that pomegranate didn't need to do much work. She only needed to look after the fungus and tremella. Compared to the goods stored in the warehouse, 2 bracelets were nothing. The 2 maids didn't dare to speak anymore. They looked at the other side of the bridge with envious eyes and quickly turned back, lowering their heads and walking. Jujube saw her bare wrist and then looked up at the hairpin on Date's head that was worth 5 strings of coins. She used to be envious of that hairpin and pouted. Seeing that they were about to reach Yanshuijian, the leather guard came up to the old man and asked, Sir, are you really going to celebrate the new year here? What about your family? My family has also sent someone to pick me up. My body is getting worse and worse. I'll spend the new year there, welcoming people and sending people off. After the busy period, I might not be busy anymore. I'll come here for leisure. After the new year, I'll prepare to retire and return home. The old man sighed, tried to straighten his back, and said with some helplessness. The leather guard naturally knew that the old man's body was really not good. Looking at between the clouds and the water, he thought that the scenery here was better, the food here was not worse than any of the big restaurants in the capital, and there was a courtyard at the back. He felt that it was good. But he suddenly thought of something, so he asked, Sir, it's the new year. If other people go home, who will cook for you? Is it possible that people from your family can use the restaurant's kitchen? Chapter 243. When the old man heard the guard's words, his footsteps stopped for a moment before he started walking again. He didn't say anything else. After the group entered a room on the 2nd floor, the old man said to the assistant, Are you all going back during the new year? The waiter thought that the visitor wanted to order food. Seeing that the visitor was asking about this, he replied, Sir, I do need to go back. I am from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family's manor. When the time comes, there will be a lot of firecrackers in the courtyard. I can even receive a reward. The waiter knew this old man. Last time, Steward Zhang also called the old man Lord, so he followed suit. He could be considered the smartest waiter on the 2nd floor. This time, he answered more honestly and didn't say, that guy, or anything like that. How much is the reward? I'll let you people from between the clouds and the water continue to work, and I'll give you double the money? Auntie Wang said proudly. She only wanted to spend the new year here, but she didn't expect others to spend the new year not only because of money. Perhaps she was thinking that she couldn't go back to spend the new year, so she had to spend the new year with others. The waiter showed an awkward expression. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he said, Sir, guests, this is not a matter of money. I have a family, and I want to have a New Year's Eve dinner with my family. I'm asking you how much? Jujube asked. She didn't want to buy him not to go back for the new year. She just wanted to know how much the waiter from the inner courtyard earned. The waiter calculated, then raised his head and said in a low voice, I can't say, but since you want to ask, I'll tell you. It's not much. My monthly salary is 50 copper coins. After working for so many days, it only adds up to a few hundred copper coins. When Xiao Zhao heard this amount, she and Zhao looked at each other and revealed a relieved expression. This amount was not much. The two of them earned more than 80 copper coins a month. Including the money from tips, they could still save 2 or 3 strings of coins throughout the year. Just as the two of them were relieved, the shop assistant continued, "This is the monthly salary. The reward can be a little more than the monthly salary. The little one's work is barely enough to impress the master. It's estimated to be 120 strings of coins, and some other rewards such as cloth and meat." How much money can you make between the clouds and the water in a year? Give you 120 strings of coins? What do you think? Aunt Wang was no longer as steady as before. She stood up all of a sudden. The shop assistant smiled bitterly and replied honestly, "I don't know how much money between the clouds and the water earns, but I do want this reward, or maybe more. Steward Zhang just told me yesterday that he would let me be a shopkeeper elsewhere next summer." The shop assistant understood that the reason he could get so much money was because he did a good job when dealing with people who wanted to scheme against Zhuangzi. He said 120 strings of coins, but in fact it was more. When the owner gave the reward, it would only be more and not less. When the owner told him the amount of money, it would definitely not be that much. Zhao and Jujube stared at the shop assistant with a pair of eyes that contained many meanings. They wanted to see if this shop assistant looked different from ordinary people. 120 strings of bones and other things. What was this shop assistant doing? It was just serving a dish and saying a few words. Why was there so much? But at this time, Steward Zhang, who had received the letter, hurried over. When he heard that it was the Lord who came last time, he did not dare to neglect. When he entered the room, he saw the shop assistant there with an honest look. Everyone else was looking at the shop assistant. "Lord, you're here? I didn't expect to see you before the new year. I wish you a happy new year." Steward Zhang did not know what was going on, so he could only speak first. At the same time, he looked at the shop assistant. He felt that this shop assistant should not have offended anyone. He was the best shop assistant between the clouds and the water. Don't be in a hurry to give a New Year's greeting. We can meet again. You seem to be lying. The old man smiled and looked at Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang was stunned for a moment. Of course, he was lying. A shop assistant should be honest. Between the clouds and the water would be over if the shop assistant was honest. However, he could not say that out loud. He glared at the shop assistant and asked, "Zhang Liang, how dare you lie to the Lord? Your 120 strings of cash this year is gone." "Yes, Steward Zhang. I accept the punishment." The shop assistant was also clever. He knew that Steward Zhang was just joking. He held back his laughter and respectfully replied, pretending to be sad. At this time, the others were stunned. They looked at the shop assistant and then at Steward Zhang. None of them knew what to say. Finally, the old man said, "Oh, I was wrong." The shop assistant told the truth. "We just asked him about his reward. He said 120 strings of cash. We didn't believe him. Since the housekeeper said it again, everyone here believed him. So that's how it is. My lord, this Zhang Liang may look clever, but he is actually the most honest person. He will answer whatever you ask him. Because of this, he has offended many people. The second floor is quiet and there are fewer people, so I arranged for him to stay on the second floor." Steward Zhang immediately followed up and said to the shop assistant, "Why don't you thank the Lord for interceding for you? Go home and see your mother at noon. Yesterday, the courtyard sent someone to make a prescription. Your mother's legs are also weak. Go to the 5th storeroom to get the things and make a bath for your mother. Also, get a ginseng and a chicken. Cut them into 2 pieces and bring them back to let Master and I cook for your family. You offend people outside all day and don't think about home." "Thank you, Steward Zhang. Thank you. I will do my job well in the future." The shop assistant naturally knew who gave these things. The 5th storeroom belonged to the young master and his wife. With the medicine, his mother would feel better. Just now, the old man and others were surprised when they heard that the shop assistant's annual reward was 120 strings of cash. This time, they were surprised again. What was the shop assistant doing? Just now, Steward Zhang looked like he was condemning him. In the blink of an eye, he was giving medicine and ginseng. Even the chicken was prepared. The cheapest ginseng was worth more than 10 strings of cash. It seemed that he gave the whole ginseng to the shop assistant and asked him to slice it and eat it slowly. Aunt Wang pinched her leg with her hand and grimaced in pain. She knew that it was not a dream. She looked at Steward Zhang and asked, "Are you Zhangjia Zhuangzi's housekeeper? Can you give things to your subordinates casually? Don't you need to ask the head of the family? Don't you need to ask the madam? Are you doing this behind the family's back?" Steward Zhang did not know who this was. He wondered what the Zhang family's business had to do with others. Why should they care about him? After thinking for a while, he asked, "Sir, this is?" "Oh, this is the person who came with me. He is going to spend the new year here and won't go back. He is asking the shop assistant and others to stay and do some work. Do you think this will work?" The old man stared at Aunt Wang and said to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang hurriedly said, "I can't make the decision. I will ask Master when I go back." "How could you make the decision when you gave the ginseng just now?" Aunt Wang said in a low voice, but her voice could still be heard by the people around her. She was afraid of the old man and did not dare to raise her head. Housekeeper Zhang was also curious when he saw the old man. Also, this old man should have helped in the capital. A few days ago, 2 officials in the capital had specially sent people over to take away the things written by the old master. The imperial nephew had not done anything yet, and County Magistrate Qing had not gained a firm foothold yet. It was impossible for him to send 2 6th-rank officials over. So he could only say, "Sir, I couldn't manage this kind of thing in the past." Later, when the family had more money, there were more things to do. Madam was in charge of the family and Master and Master were afraid that Madam would be too tired, so they gave me some rights to the 5th storeroom. Each time, the items are not more than 20 strings of coins. I can make the decision. When the time comes, it will enter the account and be checked once a month. As long as there is no mistake, it will be fine. When the ginseng was bought, it was 13 strings of coins, exchanged with pork and a chicken. The chicken was raised by the family, so it was only a few dozen coins. The medicine was ordered by the master. In total, it is less than 14 strings of coins. I can make the decision. Zhang Liang's mother has old cold legs. When she was young, she accidentally injured them when she was working for the master. Zhang Liang is the youngest child in the family. He has 2 older brothers. His eldest brother also broke his leg when he was working for the master. He is still doing some carpentry work for the master. "Sir, how can the master not take care of such a person?" Master often said that without them, there would not be the current Zhang family. What I did was not breaking the rules. After Steward Zhang said this, everyone fell silent. Zhang Liang lowered his head. His eyes were red. He wiped them with his sleeve and said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, I will work hard in the future. I will not lose face for the master. Even if I die, I will protect the master." Originally, it was a case of the master being nice to the servant and the servant being grateful. However, Aunt Wang muttered at the side, "What if something goes wrong?" "Shut up. What does the Zhang family have to do with you?" Back then, now that I look at it, the Zhang family has the money and manpower. The last time I came here, it was this shop assistant who served me. He spoke flawlessly and did things steadily. Also, the people from the seedling protection team were not bad either. To be able to take care of the servants like this, the master must be very capable. If a servant can do this, how can the housekeeper be bad? If something goes wrong, the Zhang family will take care of it. Do you think this is your home? You are a housekeeper and you want to take care of other people's housekeepers? At this time, the old man was angry and scolded Aunt Wang. That Aunt Wang did not dare to say anything. She was so scared that she almost knelt down. Dezeo and Jujube stuck out their tongues at the side and had a scared expression. The adults were angry. They usually did not put on airs when they came out. Now that they were done for, their future days would not be good. Steward Zhang was a little puzzled. It seemed that the Zhang family and the old woman who was talking had something going on. Could it be? Steward Zhang suddenly remembered something, but he was not sure. It seemed that he had to go back and tell Master and Madam. Yes, and the young master and young lady. These people did not come for the young master and young lady, right? Chapter 244. Steward Zhang said a few more words, then left Zhang Liang behind to take care of him. He hurried back home and memorized the face of the woman who always wanted to take care of him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing Chinese checkers with the Jiang Wang clan. The three of them, each with a different color, were fighting fiercely on the wooden chessboard. Ever since the Jiang Wang clan saw Chinese checkers, it only took a few days for her to be on par with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now, she even had a slight advantage in this game. Zhang Xiaobao sat cross-legged with one hand on his lap, ready to pick up the Chinese checkers at any time. The other hand held his chin and frowned, calculating carefully. Wang Wan was also muttering to herself about how many moves she should take, while the Jiang Wang clan played slowly, looking at the cute faces of her son and daughter-in-law from time to time. When Steward Zhang arrived, the Jiang Wang clan was only 5 moves away. If Zhang Xiaobao was Wang Wan and didn't move away the 6th move, he could also finish the game with her 5 moves. Then Wang Wan would lose. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's nervous face and smiled. She reached out to pick up the chess piece. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "You should know how to sacrifice yourself to protect your teammates." "I know, but you're not my teammate. Right now, we're divided into 3 powers. I'll be in the middle. You take your time." Wang Wan still picked up the chess piece. "Madam, you're here? And the young master and the young lady? When I was there today, I met another person. He looked to be in his 50s. There was a small scar under the corner of his left eye. When he spoke, his right eye would blink twice. His hair was coiled up and held in place with a wooden hairpin. It was the hairstyle of Feng Chaotian. His right hand would unknowingly touch his left index finger and nose. You don't have to say anything. I got it. You came so early? I thought I could only come here after Master passed the exam. Steward Zhang, go and have people serve him well. Don't let Master know about it. It will disturb Master's study. Do you remember?" Before Steward Zhang could finish his sentence, Miss Jiang Wang already knew who it was. She closed her eyes and took 2 deep breaths before regaining her composure. She told Steward Zhang not to tell Mr. Zhang. Steward Zhang immediately replied, "I know, madam. I won't let Master know, but paper can't wrap fire. Madam, there's one more thing. That lord said that he wants to spend the new year here, so he wants the waiters and waiters of Between the Clouds and the Water Restaurant to continue working there. They can't go home until the 30th. I dare not agree. Oh, this matter. The Zhang family and Wang family are not the only ones working in Between the Clouds and the Water Restaurant. There are also people from the Gu family. How many of them are there?" Miss Jiang Wang thought for a while and felt that this matter was not easy to handle. She already knew who that lord was, so she didn't want to go there immediately. It would be better to delay it until the end of the exam. "Mother, there are still a few days before the new year. Don't worry. Think about it slowly. By then, even if there are no people from the Gu family, the Zhang family and Wang family will be enough. But it's not good to not let them go home for the new year. We need to think about it carefully." Zhang Xiaobao spoke at this time. He didn't ask his mother who those people were and what they had to do with their family. He felt that his mother was a little conflicted about this matter, so he didn't want to bring it up. Wang Wan nodded at the side. At the same time, she reached out and stopped Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was about to mess up the chessboard. "Madam, why don't we do as the young master says and wait for a few more days? Oh, there are 55 people in total. I don't know if there are more people coming." Steward Zhang originally wanted to talk to the young master, but now he didn't have to go there. Miss Jiang Wang clan nodded. "Then let's do it. Steward Zhang, thank you for your hard work." Steward Zhang said modestly and turned to make the arrangements. Miss Jiang Wang clan stared at the chessboard for a few seconds. When she was about to play, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Mother, Cuckoo and I are tired. We won't play. Mother, you should also go and rest." Miss Jiang Wang clan looked at her son and patted his head. She said, "Okay, Xiaobao and Cuckoo can go and rest. Mother will also take a nap. Mother has a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Mother doesn't need to worry so much. And don't worry. Our family has money, land, and government officials. Once father passes the exam, let's see who dares to look down on our family. Mother, Cuckoo and I will go back." Zhang Xiaobao said casually and pulled Wang Wan out of the door and went to his own courtyard. Xiaobao is so smart. Looking at her son and future daughter-in-law, Miss Jiang Wang clan breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of worry just now disappeared when her son said that last sentence. Xiaobao, are those people your relatives? Your mother doesn't want to see them. Did they bully your family? Wang Wan asked while walking with Zhang Xiaobao. Who knows? It doesn't matter who they are. What's important is that this is Zhuangzi and Zhang family's territory. No matter who they are, they have to follow our rules. Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. It didn't matter who they were. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Even if the emperor came, he couldn't take them by force. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about her matters. She also wasn't worried. She put aside a small stone on the road and asked, "Then have you thought about who will stay in between the clouds and the water to serve people? Last time, didn't 2 sixth-ranked officials come to ask for your father's things? It should be that old man who did it. I haven't thought about it yet, but there's no rush. There are still so many days. Sometimes, when an idea comes, I'll have an idea. Don't always let me think about it alone. Help me think about it too." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he was also thinking about how to handle this matter. That old man had some ability. He was already so old and he came here to celebrate the new year. If he didn't serve him well, who would he arrange to serve? Who didn't celebrate the new year? Got it. Xiaobao, let's let the people from between the clouds and the water take turns. For example, on the eve of the 30th, just like last year, they will come to my house to eat first and then come back. The staff can do it too. On the eve of the 30th, they will come back after paying their New Year's greetings. Wang Wan suggested. She felt that it was a good idea. If it was in the past, no one would care about celebrating the new year. There would always be people in the unit who were willing to stay. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and was about to nod, but then he stopped. No, there should be a better way. Let's go back and think about it. I like to think about things while eating. I will think about it while eating. While Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to celebrate the new year, Jia County Magistrates was thinking about how to make Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's new year unhappy. When he heard about the firecrackers yesterday and calculated the possible profit, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. When he woke up this morning, he asked some of the bailiffs he bribed to join the other bailiffs and bring the things he bought from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to Tuqiao village. In the afternoon, when they were still some distance away from Tuqiao village, a burst of firecrackers sounded. Jia County Magistrates lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked in that direction. He saw that it was a small Zhuangzi in front of an adult and a child playing with firecrackers. The firecrackers were so long that they were hanging from the tree. They rotated a few times before they landed on the ground. The crackling sounds made his ears ring. The carriage had already traveled more than 100 feet, but the firecrackers still didn't stop. Yamen runner, tell me, how many firecrackers were there just now? Jia County Magistrates waited for the firecrackers to stop. He pressed his hands to his ears, retched and shouted outside. He didn't call for Song Yang. He felt that he should hide and use the person he bribed at the most crucial moment. If he acted too close, it would easily arouse suspicion. Yamen runner came to the side of the carriage and said respectfully, "Magistrate, I think that firecrackers with 20,000 firecrackers are cheap. The more you buy, the cheaper it will be. The yamen has 300,000 firecrackers this year. There are also some things that can explode in the sky. If magistrate is willing to set them off, you can set them off yourself. But cheap? Then setting them off like this is also money. A string of firecrackers can be exchanged for a few buckets of rice, right?" Jia County Magistrate's ears felt better this time. He estimated how much the firecrackers could be exchanged for. "Magistrate, you are right. It can be exchanged for a lot of rice. But that Zhuangzi has some spare money and is willing to set them off. We can't refuse them, right? Even if we don't set them off, we will still need to set them off. 1,000 firecrackers will cost 22 copper coins. 10,000 firecrackers will only cost 190 copper coins. 20,000 firecrackers will cost about 350 copper coins." Yamen runner continued to speak and estimated the price of the firecrackers. Jia County Magistrates felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. He calculated silently. Ordinary people would buy at least one string of firecrackers with 100 firecrackers during the new year, right? That would be 3 copper coins. How many families were there in the county? There were more than 9,000 families registered at the yamen. How much could the Zhangje Zhuangzi earn? They could earn half a copper coin with 100 firecrackers, which was equivalent to 4 strings of cash. What about those who bought more? There were also those restaurants that were used to setting off firecrackers. After the new year, they would set off a lot of firecrackers when they opened for business. According to this estimation, they could earn thousands of strings of cash just by setting off firecrackers. And this was under the assumption that the Zhang family's firecrackers would earn less. People outside would also come to buy them. Zhangje Zhuangzi's firecrackers were constantly shipped out. How were the firecrackers made? Taking them apart, they should be made with sulfur and charcoal. There should also be saltpeter. But the problem was that he had asked someone to make them, but they didn't make a single sound. This recipe seemed to be the most important one. There must be something else in it. No, he couldn't let Zhangje Zhuangzi continue to earn money. He had to think of a way quickly. When people from other places know about this next year, they would all come to buy the firecrackers. Wouldn't they earn even more money? Yamen runner asked them to speed up. If we are so slow, how will we have time to deliver the firecrackers when we arrive? Jia County magistrates was anxious and urged them. The team immediately sped up. Yamen runner followed beside them and advised Jia County magistrates in the carriage. Sir, don't worry. Didn't we say that we would stay here for the night? We can deliver the firecrackers tomorrow morning. Chapter 245. The team arrived at a village next to Tuqiao village. This was the place where the Jia County magistrates would deliver the goods. Some of the goods would be delivered to the Li family's Zhuangzi village. There were a few families living a hard life there. The Jia County magistrates resisted the urge to look for Han Wangzhu directly. Instead, he led the yamen runners to deliver the goods to the poor families in the village. The Jia County magistrates felt a little better when he saw the people who received the goods kneeling down and kowtowing with tears streaming down their faces. Even though he had spent a lot of money to buy the goods from Zhangje Zhuangzi, the Jia County magistrates felt a little better. After delivering the goods to this village, the Jia County magistrates didn't plan to immediately deliver the goods to the villages next to the Li family. He ordered the yamen runners to go to between the clouds and the water. He didn't go upstairs to eat. Instead, he led 4 yamen runners to the courtyard where Han Wangzhu lived. 2 of the 4 yamen runners were bribed by the Jia County magistrates, while the other 2 were to be dealt with in the future. As soon as the Jia County magistrates entered the courtyard, Han Wangzhu greeted him as if he had already known. The Jia County magistrates arranged for the 2 who weren't bribed to stand at the entrance and the 2 who were bribed to stand guard outside the house. This time, the Jia County magistrates and Han Wangzhu were very careful. They didn't even want to talk. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Han Wangzhu took out a pen and the 2 started to write on a piece of paper. County magistrate, why are you here today? Han Wangzhu wrote on the paper. Zhangje Zhuangzi is making money again. They are selling firecrackers. I don't know how to make them. I tried to imitate them but failed. The Jia County magistrates also wrote. Han Wangzhu nodded. After thinking for a while, he wrote on the paper, What do you want, magistrate? Don't let them continue to sell firecrackers? No, we can only think of other ways. Don't you already have an idea? Tell me and I'll do it right away. Jia County magistrates wasn't stupid. He knew that he couldn't stop them from selling things. The main reason was that the bailiffs didn't listen to him. It was also impossible for him to transfer troops from other places. Unless Zhangje Zhuangzi committed a serious crime, he wouldn't dare to ask for help from the people behind him. When Han Wangzhu saw what Jia County magistrates wrote, he hesitated. After a while he wrote, It's still early. It's better not to do it during the new year to avoid trouble. Looking at the words on the paper, County Magistrate Jia's expression kept changing. He also knew that if something went wrong during the Spring Festival, the matter would be blown out of proportion. The Zhang family's manor would not treat him the same as before. Although he did not know what method the Zhang family's manor would use, the methods of the Zhang family's manor could never be underestimated. Jia County magistrates felt aggrieved again. He didn't know what to do. Should he do it or wait? Sweat oozed from his forehead. Jia County magistrates wiped it, gritted his teeth, and wrote, "We can't wait any longer to avoid trouble. You guys come up with ideas and I'll do it myself." "Sir, do you want to think about it again?" Han Wangju tried to persuade him again. "No need." Jia County magistrates insisted. "Someone will give you the details tomorrow. Remember not to let anyone else see it." Han Wangju saw that Jia County magistrates was ready to do it during the new year. He had no other choice. This plan needed Jia County magistrates' help, so he had to arrange it this way. Jia County magistrates didn't continue to write this time. He nodded seriously. Maybe it was because the last moment was coming. He was a little scared, but more excited. He felt that he finally had a chance to suppress the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even if he couldn't make them collapse at once, he could at least gain more benefits. Everything depended on what the two Zhuangzi would do. Jia County magistrates took a deep breath, picked up the papers written by the two, and burned them with a flint. He watched as the papers turned into ashes and stomped on them. He was really scared. If this matter spread to the Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he didn't know what they would do to him. With a plan in mind, Jia County magistrates knew that he couldn't turn back. He chatted with Han Wangju for a while, then got up and left the room. He saw two Yamen runners standing at the door and said to them, "What I just said to Brother Han, you can't tell anyone." The two Yamen runners looked at Jia County magistrates blankly and nodded under the gaze of Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates deliberately did this. He had written down all the useful things, and it didn't matter if others knew what he said. He was going to make the Yamen runners a habit from now on. "Take care, magistrate," Han Wangju said as he walked Jia County magistrates to the door of the courtyard. After Jia County magistrate's figure disappeared, Han Wangju didn't dare to delay. He found a horse in the courtyard, mounted it, and personally ran to Zhuangzi. Jia County magistrates left the courtyard. He didn't know what to feel, but he kept wanting to go to the small bridge to take a look. He also felt a little guilty, so he walked all the way. Before he knew it, he came to between the clouds and the water. He didn't go to the second floor, but randomly found a seat on the first floor near the manor. He opened the window a little and looked at the light snow that was still falling outside. He didn't move. "County magistrates, what would you like to eat?" Jia County magistrates didn't say anything, and neither did the Yamen runners. However, the waiter could not say anything, so he asked in a low voice. "Anything will do. This snow, it's really good. Let's make it heavier." Jia County magistrates felt a little crazy. The waiter was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Yes, magistrate. I will go and prepare it for you." After the waiter left, Jia County magistrates looked at Yamen runner and the others who were standing there. He said with a smile, "Sit, eat with me today. The weather is going to change." "Magistrate, it's been snowing. Do you think it will be sunny soon?" Yamen runner was puzzled and asked. Jia County magistrates pretended to be profound. He waved his hand and said, "No, it's going to be heavier. The weather of Sanshui County, whether it's snowing or sunny, it's going to change." Jia County magistrates believed that Zhuangzi from the Han family and Zhuangzi from the Yuan family would definitely help him a lot. Those two Zhuangzi were not worse than the Zhang family and the Wang family. In fact, they were even more powerful. At the very least, the Zhang family and the Wang family had started their business earlier than the Zhang family and the Wang family. The Zhang family and the Wang family had just started their business not long ago, so they couldn't be compared to those two families. After the Jia County magistrates finished speaking, he saw that the Yamen runners beside him didn't say anything, so he said again, "Isn't it better if the weather changes?" "It's good that you say so, magistrate. If it's snowing heavily, the winter wheat will have enough water. You don't have to worry about the winter wheat growing out first." Yamen runner echoed from the side. Jia County magistrates didn't say anything at this time. He looked back and forth between the Yamen runners who hadn't been bribed by him, especially Yamen runner. Every time he saw a Yamen runner's puzzled look, the Jia County magistrates would smile. The dishes were served and the wine was almost warm, but Jia County magistrates still didn't say anything. He didn't eat either until the Yamen runners didn't know what to do. Only then did Jia County magistrates pick up his chopsticks, take a bite of the food, and say to the Yamen runners, "Eat, it's free." We should thank Zhangjia Zhuangzi. You should thank him even more. Don't you think so, Yamen runner? If magistrate says so, then so be it. Actually, we Yamen runners should thank magistrate more. After magistrate took office, he didn't fire us, so we can still get a salary. This is why our families can live a good life. Magistrate, this humble one salutes you. Yamen runner knew that Jia County magistrates had gone to meet the people from the Han family today. Seeing Jia County magistrates like this, he must have found a way to deal with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Now that the Jia County magistrates was in a good mood, he naturally had to go along with it. As for what would happen in the end, was there anyone who could beat Zhangjia Zhuangzi? After all, there was a master in charge there. Jia County magistrates looked at the Yamen runners who were a little nervous and felt more and more confident that he would succeed this time. He raised his wine cup and said, "In the future, Sanshui County will be better than it is now. The people won't have to starve and freeze anymore. Some of the houses that came today are still missing. Yamen runner, get 2 people to fix them later." Yamen runner also saw that some of the houses weren't fixed. It wasn't that the houses were missing, but when they were cooking, the smoke didn't come out from the chimney. Instead, it came out from the roof, so there should be some cracks in the mud. Yamen runner looked at the snow outside. It wasn't big, so he felt that it could be fixed. He said to Jia County magistrates, "I'll go right away. I'll eat when I come back. Please enjoy your meal, magistrate." After he finished speaking, Yamen runner was about to call 2 people over. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He specifically picked the people that Jia County magistrates had bribed. Including him, there were 4 people in total. When he was about to leave, Jia County magistrates suddenly said, "Yamen runner, I think it's better for other Yamen runners to do this kind of work. Why don't we change the people?" Jia County magistrates pointed at the people that he hadn't bribed as he spoke. He thought to himself, "It seems that the people I bribed are really being ostracized. Once there's a job, they have to do it. The Zhang family didn't give them enough." Yamen runner naturally wouldn't refute. He called the people that Jia County magistrates picked and turned around to leave. Jia County magistrates smiled, picked up a big piece of meat, and chewed it vigorously in his mouth. The news of Jia County magistrates meeting Han Wangzhu quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. Hearing the words of the people who came, the 2 of them actually wrote with a pen. He didn't know the specific content. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Well, they can't wait any longer. Good, as expected, they can't wait any longer. Since they want to make trouble for me during the new year, I'll grant them their wish. Everyone in the farmsteads will be on high alert. And also, send people to monitor the farmsteads of the Han clan and Yuan clan. That's it. Xiaobao, why don't you take the opportunity to teach Jia County magistrates a lesson before they make their move? Strike first and gain the upper hand." Wang Wan listened at the side. She felt that Jia County magistrates really didn't know how to be a good person. Why did he have to pick this time? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Wei Wei said, "If we want to teach him a lesson now, we can only make it big and drive him away directly. But if we do that, the people in Sanshui County will also have a bad new year. Let's wait. It's not easy for everyone. It's the new year, so we should be happy and lively." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly said happily, "I know how to let the people have a good new year." Chapter 246. Winter, a field of white snow, wind, coming lightly, cold, not feelings. Who says helplessness, flowers will bloom. Zhangjia Zhuangzi's plum blossoms had bloomed a few days ago, but not as many as today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up early in the morning, wrapped themselves up, and ran to the thicket of plum blossoms together. In order to be able to smell the fragrance of the flowers, they paid special attention to their noses and covered their noses as much as possible. When they reached the place, they took off the satin cloth in front of their faces and inhaled with all their might. "Xiaobao, do you smell it?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao with her eyes closed, looking intoxicated. Zhang Xiaobao also inhaled with all his might, the kind that used his nose. After a while, he said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" "Let's tell the lie first." Wang Wan was still intoxicated. Zhang Xiaobao used his hand to warm his nose, which had turned red from the cold. It smells so good. It makes me feel that this smell can't be described with any words. I smell a strong aura, I smell an unforgettable memory, I smell a fragrance from the ancient times, I smell. You can tell the truth now. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's lyrical speech. The truth is that the place where we are standing is upwind. The wind mixed with some fine snow brushed past our backs, making the pink and white plum blossoms sway gracefully, bringing the smell of spring, taking away the pollen of the flowers, taking away. I was wondering why I didn't smell it. It turns out that we were standing in the wrong place. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Follow me and inhale. Come, let's go over there. Wang Wan's intoxicated expression changed, and she pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the other side of the thicket. There are 2 more days before the new year. Today is the 28th of December. Is the Jia County Magistrates not going to make a move? Don't tell me it's on the 30th? Wang Wan covered her nose, which could no longer smell anything, and said in a muffled voice. Zhang Xiaobao's condition was worse than Wang Wan's. He had already blown his nose 3 times, and his eyes were red. It was unknown whether it was because of pollen allergy or because of the cold. He turned his head to avoid the direction of the wind and said, "Who cares? I don't believe that they will dare to send people here to fight and kill. Let's go and see how much we still need to prepare for the new year." In a flat area between Zhuangzi and the small bridge of the Wang family, next to the market, there were many busy farmers. Pieces of wooden planks were erected and inserted into each other, forming simple houses one after another. These simple houses had at least 2 doors, and some even had 4 doors, one next to the other. In these houses, there were tables and chairs, as well as many basins made by people to cook hot pot. Next to them, there was a space a few dozen steps away from them where charcoal was placed. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had the most charcoal. They had already bought a lot of charcoal in the county, which caused the price of charcoal in the county to rise by at least 3 times. It seemed that it brought inconvenience to the people in the county, but in fact, it allowed many people who worked in their families to earn some money. After cutting down trees and burning charcoal, they could sell it to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, or to be exact, to Zhang Xiaobao. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed this matter. This might give the Jia County magistrates an excuse to attack them. After all, the price of goods had risen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about this. They just increased the price when they bought the goods, and they even asked the local government runners to help them buy the goods from the people who burned charcoal. This saved them a lot of trouble. The main reason was that the 2 of them felt that by doing this, there would be a lot less trees. In the end, there wasn't so much vegetation here. The places where the trees were cut down were not replanted at all, and they didn't want to either. They directly became land. This was a newly opened land, so they could enjoy the treatment of tax exemption. So many simple houses were one of the ways that Zhang Xiaobao could solve the problem of not being able to go home during the new year. Other than the 2 main families who needed to worship the Lord, the other villagers didn't need to do this. Some of them only knew where their ancestors came from, but they didn't know who their ancestors were. The family tree that was passed down by word of mouth was no more. During the new year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know which house to go to. No matter which house they went to, it would make the other house seem too empty. Zhang Xiaobao decided that this year, everyone would celebrate the new year together. The villagers could eat their own food or share it with others. In addition to these, Zhang Xiaobao took out a lot of meat from his storeroom. He planned to cut it into slices and treat the villagers to hot pot. With so many people gathered together, it was naturally very lively. Even the workers between the clouds and the water could change back and forth. Okay, these houses are enough. Together with the houses in the market, we can celebrate the new year together. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, a worker in charge of the construction site shouted loudly to the surrounding villagers. The villagers put down their work and looked at the houses around them. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. Previously, everyone celebrated the 15th of the first lunar month together. At that time, there were torches everywhere and all kinds of snacks. Zhuangzi was not as rich as it was now. This year, They didn't expect that the main family would also be preparing to celebrate the new year. When the time came, they could pay a New Year's visit to the head of the main family on the night of the 30th. It was even more lively than before. This is good, isn't it? Between the clouds and the water is not far away. We can even send the finished goods over there. When we set off the firecrackers, we can set them off on both sides of the bridge. The only regrettable thing is that we don't know how to mix fireworks. We can only use fire. The things that explode are all the same. We should use something like magnesium powder. Zhang Xiaobao looked at everyone's happy expression and felt happy. The whole thing was a big family. He thought that not only were the adults happy, but the children would also be happy. Wang Wan was also imagining the scene during the New Year. It was much livelier than before. In the past, everyone lived their own lives. To set off firecrackers, they had to go outside to set off their own firecrackers. There weren't so many people gathered to eat together. The people who came to pay a New Year's visit carried expensive things and said hypocritical words. How could it compare to now? The smiles of the villagers were not fake. Thinking of this, Wang Wan sighed with relief and said, "Yes, it's really good. That lord from the imperial court doesn't have to worry about no one serving him. I wonder, have you ever heard of a lord not celebrating the New Year at home and going to other people's restaurants?" "No, I've never heard of it. Maybe it's not written in the books? It's passed down from generation to generation. There are always some deviations in history. For example, some things that happened in our country have long been buried in the tide of history. Except for those who really experienced it, who knows what's behind a certain thing?" When Zhang Xiaobao thought of this, he felt a little sentimental. It was the most difficult thing to find the truth of things. Who cares? Anyway, it's fine as long as it's lively here. Let others worry about other people's affairs. I don't know what Jia County Magistrates is doing now. We didn't give him anything else, only 500 grams of wood ear and 300,000 sounds of firecrackers. Wang Wan didn't care about those things anymore. What she wanted to do now was to enjoy this kind of life and maintain this kind of life with Zhang Xiaobao. Suddenly, she thought of Jia County Magistrates. Since this county magistrate came to Sanshui County, it seemed that he didn't have a good day and was restrained everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the county magistrate who came here to make a lot of money and also felt funny. He said, in addition to the original money in his family, he should have about 7,000 taels of silver left. It's the new year, so he should give some to the people behind him, right? He'll lose a lot of money. Originally, I wanted him to do good things and help develop Sanshui County. When Sanshui County became prosperous and he accumulated enough political achievements, I would give him a sum of money when he was promoted. I have never opposed corrupt officials who are capable and can do practical things for the people. County Magistrate Cheng was greedy, but he was only greedy for small amounts of money. He never asked for extra taxes, and he didn't let the yamen runners work in the slightly richer people's houses through his position. The most important thing is that he knows how to adapt to the situation. After we got in touch with him, he always defended us and helped the people become rich through us. Yes, County Magistrate Cheng is really good. He knows how to know his place. Since we gave him money, he didn't accept money from others. As long as we don't do anything, no one will blame him. Even if he left with 30,000 taels of silver, no one will say that he is a corrupt official. Jia County Magistrates is different. He hasn't taken office yet, and he only wants to make money. Not to mention that he will do something for the people when he comes to the county. He didn't even ask him what he can do. He directly went against us and came with the purpose of destroying us. How can we not teach such a person a lesson? Wang Wan also had a look of righteous indignation. She put herself in the position of the strong. She thought that the new county magistrate must first maintain a harmonious relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. He should take the initiative to surrender. She felt that with Zhang Xiaobao around, she was right to do so. Zhang Xiaobao also deeply agreed with Wang Wan's thinking. Everyone had their own position. Why didn't she think about looking for a partner instead of suppressing him? He had shown enough sincerity on his side. He had repaired the house, sent the things, and gave all kinds of hints. After doing all these things, Jia County Magistrates still didn't change his original intention. He still thought about money. He still had to think about it according to his method. Like County Magistrate Ching, he didn't have anything he wanted. He didn't lack money, he didn't lack things, and he even helped him get political achievements. He sent him to the capital to be an official. Being an official in the capital was better than being a local official. It was an honor to be an official in the capital. So, after squeezing out Jia County magistrates, I hope to find another person in the county to replace him. We can't always transfer people from outside. It's really not convenient to use them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his own face with his finger and said faintly, "Then you thought of a way to get rid of him?" Wang Wan really didn't know how to get rid of a county magistrate. What's more, when this county magistrate came, he was welcomed by so many people. Give him an incomplete political achievement, and he will leave. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and said. Chapter 247. After a few days of continuous snow, it finally stopped on the afternoon of the 28th of December. The gray clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the dazzling but not very warm sunlight. Jia County magistrates had finally sent out all the gifts he could. He even asked a few bailiffs to help him deliver them to some distant places. He was really not in the mood to do this. Those bailiffs who delivered the gifts naturally would not say that they were from the county magistrates. Instead, they would tell the people who received the gifts that they were from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It was not wrong to say that they were from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. However, the people who received the gifts thought that they were from the Zhang family. Guards, come with me. County Magistrate Jia, who was restless, put on a set of casual clothes and carried a package. No one knew what was in the package. He shouted at the yamen runners who were guarding the yamen. Song Yang had already arranged for 2 bailiffs who were bribed to wait here today. When Jia County magistrates returned from Tuqiao village, someone delivered a letter to him. Except for himself, none of the other bailiffs knew what was written in the letter. After Jia County magistrates finished reading the letter, he became more excited and nervous. When he saw the letter turn into ashes and dust, he looked at the bailiffs outside the carriage vigilantly. Today was the day for him to make his move. To be exact, it was tomorrow. He had to go to a place first. It was the border between Huayuan County and Sanshui County. Someone had found him a helper. He did something in the yamen yesterday. He did it secretly. He didn't even tell his family. Sir, where are you going? Song Yang asked respectfully when the carriage was ready. Jia County magistrates did not tell Song Yang where he was going. He looked around and asked Song Yang, "Have you arranged the things I asked you to do?" Sir, don't worry. I have arranged everything. Our brothers are waiting for you on the road. But which one do you want to take? Song Yang replied. Jia County magistrates smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. Let's go. After that, Jia County magistrates got on the carriage and went out under the escort of Song Yang and the other bailiffs. They went along a small road to Tuqiao village. The carriage did not go fast. In order to make it faster, they changed the driver to a donkey. This way, they did not have to worry about the horses freezing on the way. After walking for 2 hours, County Magistrate Jia lifted the curtain of the carriage and ordered a yamen runner outside. You go back now and guard outside the yamen. If anyone asks about me, just say that I went out to visit the people. The bailiff nodded and turned to leave. The carriage moved forward again. After another hour, Jia County magistrates ordered another bailiff. You go back now and gather all the bailiffs. Not only the 20 of you, but also those from other places. Ask someone to use a fast horse to report to the bailiffs in Tuqiao village. When everyone is here, it will be almost midnight. Go to the little Luoshui pier and surround the pier for this official. Something has happened there. When the time comes, this official will wait for you there. In the future, the weather in Sanshui County will be different. When the bailiff was about to leave, Song Yang advised, Sir, there will be only me and Sir left here. You should go back first and find more people. Song Yang, you have to believe that Sanshui County is safe. No one will hurt me. Go. In the carriage, Jia County magistrates looked at Song Yang and nodded meaningfully. He waved his hand and let the bailiff leave. After doing this, Jia County magistrates continued to let Song Yang drive the carriage forward. This time, he urged him to go faster. This time, Jia County magistrates lifted the curtain and looked outside from time to time. When they reached a small slope with two big trees next to it, Jia County magistrates stopped the carriage again. This time, he walked out of the carriage and looked at Song Yang, who was puzzled. He asked with a smile, "Song Yang, tell me, can I trust you?" "Milord, what do you mean by this?" "This little one is loyal and devoted to Milord. As long as Milord orders, this little one dares to go through mountains of swords and seas of flames." Song Yang had a firm expression as he patted his chest and promised. The smile on County Magistrate Jia's face was even brighter. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Song Yang. He said to Song Yang, "In this case, you take this letter to Tuqiao village immediately. Give the letter to the Han family in Shuyun Cottage and follow his arrangements. Be quick. Whether I can stand firm in Sanshui County depends on this." Song Yang took the letter, looked around, and then looked at Jia County magistrates. He said, "Sir, I can't do that. If you let me go, what should I do?" "I will drive the carriage back myself. Don't worry. I have specially brought some things." County Magistrate Jia took out a conical bamboo hat and a large piece of rough hemp clothes from his big package. They looked a little shabby. "This official will put on these clothes and slowly drive the carriage back. You have to hurry. It's a pity that we don't have a horse. Look around and see if there are any horses. Find one and use it first. It's better than you walking. Once you've settled this matter, this official will definitely not treat you unfairly. Go quickly." While speaking, County Magistrate Jia put on his bamboo hat and put on his clothes. Then, he went to the driver's seat and drove the cart forward. He didn't forget to look back at Song Yang. Song Yang stood in place for a moment and then shouted to the carriage that didn't go back, "Sir, don't worry. I will deliver the letter as fast as I can. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Song Yang looked around and chose a road without a road. He walked in the snow. After a few minutes, the donkey carriage stopped. Jia County magistrates jumped off the carriage and looked in the direction Song Yang left. He stared at Song Yang until he couldn't see him anymore. Then he sat back in the carriage and opened the bag. He put away the bamboo hat and the large garment. Then he took out a set of fine linen clothes, loosened his hair, and changed his hairstyle. After doing all this, County Magistrate Jia lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the place where Song Yang left. Then he stuck his head out and looked back. After that, he opened the door of the carriage, closed it, and opened it again. He repeated this 5 times. The cold wind kept pouring into the carriage. Jia County magistrates stopped and waited. After a while, 4 figures appeared on the hillside. 3 of them stood there and looked around. One of them ran quickly to the carriage, opened the door, and got in. "Sir, please go down quickly. Leave this to me," the man said to Jia County magistrates as he got into the carriage. At the same time, he took the bamboo hat and clothes from Jia County magistrates and put them on quickly. His figure was about the same as Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates nodded and didn't say anything. He got out of the carriage and glanced around. He trotted up the small slope and joined the 3 men who were on guard. They went down from the other side. The man in the carriage also got out and sat in the driver's seat. He continued to move forward. The wheels of the carriage left deep tracks in the snow. After walking for a few dozen feet, the donkey pulling the carriage felt that the carriage was lighter and walked faster. A gust of wind swept past. There were 2 marks in the snow that seemed to have been deliberately messed up by someone. Jia County magistrates went down the slope and immediately got into another carriage. There were 3 identical carriages here. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even be able to see the horses pulling the carriages clearly. One of the carriages was being driven in the direction of the yamen. The other one turned around and went up the slope first. Then, it followed the carriage that Jia County magistrates was driving. County Magistrate Jia's carriage waited for a while longer before turning onto another small road. The driver seemed to be in a hurry as he kept whipping his whip. The 3 horses were pulling the carriage at a high speed. After leaving, Song Yang went to a farmer's house. Seeing that there weren't any animals that could be ridden, he had no choice but to run in another direction. He ran to the side of a house. Song Yang looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took out the letter from his chest and opened it to read it carefully. It said, "The water route is blocked. The people coming should go around Xianping County. The Yamen runners have been sent to Little Luoshui. We will act in 2 days. Come quickly." Seeing these words, Song Yang was shocked. It seemed that Jia County magistrates was preparing to find people from outside to deal with Little Luoshui. After thinking about it, Song Yang couldn't make up his mind. He knew that there was a small Zhuangzi village in front of him. There were more than 70 people and horses inside. Song Yang put away the letter and ran towards the village as fast as he could. "Sir, have you settled the matter in the Yamen? You have to know that without that matter, we will have less people to rely on when we act tomorrow." When Jia County magistrates was 2 li away in his carriage, a person who had been waiting for a long time got into the carriage and spoke to Jia County magistrates. Jia County magistrates knew that this person was sent by the Yuan family. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. It was done last night. I asked my son to carry it with him. There won't be any mistakes. This time, I want to see what Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has to say." "That's good. Sir, can all the Yamen runners really gather at Little Luoshui? And then be transferred together?" When this person heard Jia County magistrate's words, he relaxed a little and asked about the Yamen runners. Jia County magistrate smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether they are gathered or not. Even if I didn't ask them to gather, someone else would have helped. Then, they would all go to Xianping County to guard it. This is a diversion tactic." "Sir, you're amazing. My master only asked you to help transfer the bailiffs away, but he didn't expect you to come up with such an unpredictable plan. Once you succeed, we'll be a family." The man flattered at the side. Jia County magistrates was finally relieved. He opened the package and took out his official robes and official seal. After putting them on, he said to that person, "How are things going on your side?" In reply to "Milord, it's almost done. It's just that the Zhang and Wang families' farmstead are building houses over there. I don't know why." As the person spoke, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 248. Jia County magistrates drove all the way. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. There were already many people waiting there. Jia County magistrates got out of the car and got into another car. At this time, there was already someone in the car. When the person saw Jia County magistrates, he immediately said, "Jia County magistrates, you must be tired. Come back with me to rest. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Everything will be easy when we reach there." Jia County magistrates also replied, "Dr. Han, you are too polite. This time, with you and the Yuan family, we will definitely make Zhangzhe Zhuangzi unable to make a comeback. Everything depends on you, Dr. Han." Well said, well said. But when the time comes, there are some things that we need to discuss carefully, especially hatching chickens, wood ears, and the recipes for good food. I hope you can consider the overall situation. Dr. Han was not polite. At this time, he made things clear to avoid any mistakes. Jia County magistrates naturally understood that no matter which of these 3 things he took, he would be rich, especially the wood ears. When he thought about it, he was filled with hatred. Since he could plant them, why did he have to give him 1 kilogram at a time? When he bribed the higher-ups, he had to consider which one to give first and which to give later. But this recipe was not easy to get. If the 3 families knew about it, more wood ears would be produced. Someone would have to go further away to sell them. Moreover, the relationship between the 3 families was not so good. Thinking of this, Jia County magistrate said, "Dr. Han, don't worry. I just want to vent my anger. When the time comes, we will discuss how to divide it slowly. But I want to take most of the land in Luoshui County. After all, it is in Sanshui County and is next to the Yamen. Okay, we will see if Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has anything else. Maybe there is something more valuable." Dr. Han was also thinking about his plan and laughed. At the entrance of the Byway Pavilion, Jia Weiren, who had nothing to do these days, walked out after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Of course, he did not pay for the meal. Under the respectful escort of the waiter, he rode on the horse and put on a cloak. He seemed to be wandering around aimlessly again. He strolled leisurely until he reached the outskirts of the county town. He continued to ride his horse forward, touching his chest from time to time with a smile on his face. Seeing that there was no one around, he took something out of his bosom and examined it carefully. He muttered, "This time I've also rendered a meritorious service. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to get a loose official position. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, you've gone too far. This time I'll let you know how strong I am." Following his shout, the slowly moving horse started to gallop. He rode on the horse with a high-spirited look on his face. After running for 3 hours, the horse could not take it anymore. It was always in the snow, and it was not a particularly good horse. At this time, white steam came out of its mouth and nose, and it ran slower. Jia Weiran saw the state of the horse and had no choice but to dismount. He led the horse forward, scolding as he walked, "There is no good person in the Zhang family. How can a horse ridden by a yamen runner be unable to run such a short distance? I wanted to ride it, so you gave me an inferior horse. After I've dealt with you, I'll let you feed the horse every day. Just wait, the 3 crimes will be placed on you. No one can save you. Even the imperial nephew will not dare to make a sound." Jia Weiran kept scolding Zhangzhe Zhuangzi as he thought about how to deal with him. He led the horse in the snow and looked forward from time to time, hoping to find a place to rest. His body could not withstand such a long journey. By the time he reached the place, he would either be exhausted or frozen to death. After walking for another hour, just as Jia Weiran was about to get back on his horse, a few stalls connected together appeared in front of them. They were right beside the path. "Why are there stalls in such a place?" Jia Weiran asked curiously. He immediately increased his speed. The fragrance that came with the wind made him know that at least one of them was cooking. He could drink some hot soup to warm himself up. When he got closer, he realized that it was not a stall selling things. It was a group of people resting here. The stall was set up to block the wind. He could not tell where these people were from their clothes. There were all kinds of clothes, a few carriages, and more than 10 horses. After a quick count, there were a total of 22 people eating and drinking there. The fragrance constantly wafted into his nose, making him drool uncontrollably. From these people's things and clothing, he could tell that they were probably merchants. Yes, Sanshui County was rich now. Many people would sell their goods here. From these people's clothes, he could tell that they came from other places. He did not know why they came out during the New Year. Could it be that they did not have a fixed place to stay? Jia Weiran thought. He felt that there was no danger. He wanted to eat and took a fancy to their horse. He led his horse over. "Are you merchants?" Jia Weiran saw that they raised their heads and looked at him. He had no choice but to speak first. "Yes, young master, you are walking here alone and riding such a bad horse. Could it be that you are in trouble?" Among those people, one of them was sitting in the middle and was surrounded by others. He said to Jia Weiran. Jia Weiran shook his head. "No, I don't know how to look at horses. I just rode a random one out. The horse was not good, so I had to lead it. I am hungry and tired. I wonder if you can sell me some of these things. I will give you more money." As he spoke, Jia Weiran took out a string of copper coins with 100 coins in it from his sleeve and held it in his hand. Seeing him like this, those people suddenly laughed. It was the one who spoke just now who said to him, "Young master, there is no need to buy such a small amount of food with money. Just sit down and eat. Come try this meat. It is so fat that it drips with oil." Someone at the side took out a piece of fatty meat with some lean meat from the pot and placed it in a bowl. He scooped a spoonful of soup, half a spoonful of garlic sauce, and sprinkled some coriander and chopped green onions. He passed the bowl to Jia Weiran with chopsticks. Jia Weiran did not like to eat fatty meat. His family was not like other people who did not see much oil and were willing to eat fatty food. However, seeing that they were so enthusiastic, he did not want to reject them. He endured the discomfort in his stomach and took the food. He smelled it first. It was indeed not bad. He did not know how the soup was made. He carefully picked up a piece of fatty meat that weighed half a kilogram and took a small bite. Jia Weiran's eyes lit up. He nodded. "Delicious. It is fatty but not greasy. It is fragrant. And this soup, it warms me up. I can't help but want to drink more. That's only natural. It's very tiring for people like us to work outside. If we don't eat more oily things, we can only think of ways to make the fatty meat taste better. Since young master likes to eat, then eat more. Come, young master, sit here. When that person heard Jia Weiran praise the meat, he was very happy. He patted the cushion beside him and invited Jia Weiran to sit. Jia Weiran realized that the wind was the weakest in that area, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He thought to himself that he could just pay more when the time came, so he walked over there. After taking 2 steps, he tripped and fell backward. Before he could fall, 2 people on both sides hugged him from the front and the back. Young master, be careful. We are cooking here. There are many things. You can accidentally kick them. One of the 2 people who were supporting Jia Weiran patted Jia Weiran's clothes that were crumpled when they were supporting him and said. Jia Weiran then realized that there was a stick by his feet. He did not see it just now. It seemed that he could not be careless. If he fell, it would hurt for a while. His clothes would be dirty too. He started a fire to melt the snow in the cooking area. He moved his waist and felt that it was fine. Jia Weiran smiled and said, "It is all thanks to this big brother. Otherwise, I would not be able to wear my clothes out." "No worries. Young master, please sit here. Try this fried rice with eggs. There is vegetable oil and some shredded meat inside." The person who spoke earlier pulled Jia Weiran to sit beside him. He passed over a bowl of rice and 2 small salted vegetables. At the same time, the person beside him scooped a bowl of soup and passed it to Jia Weiran. He ate the fried rice with salted vegetables and soup. The taste was amazing. Jia Weiran picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As he ate, he said, "Delicious, it is really delicious. It seems that you guys really know how to enjoy life. If all merchants can be like you, how can there be any hardship?" "Young master, you are wrong. It is fine here, but when you go further, such as the land of Sichuan, it is useless no matter how good the food is. The road is not easy. If you think it is delicious, you can put some in a bamboo tube and keep it with you. It can warm your body and you can eat when you want to." The person beside Jia Weiran told Jia Weiran about the difficulties of being a merchant. At the same time, he took out a bamboo tube and put the meat and soup inside. "I will take this. There is still a long way to go. I will give you money when we leave." When Jia Weiran heard this person say that he was keeping it with him, he rubbed his hand against his chest. When he realized that the thing was still there, he was relieved. Seeing that they were so nice, he wanted to give them money. "Young master, what are you saying? Why do you need money? It is fate that we can have a meal together. Young master, please don't talk about money again," the person said unhappily. Jia Weiran pointed at his own horse, then pointed at their horses and said, "It's not money for food. I want to buy a horse from you. I'll leave my horse to you. You have to pay for this horse. I hope you can agree to this request." "Buy a horse? Actually, we don't have many horses." The person hesitated this time. It seemed that he did not want to sell. The person beside Jia Weiran said, "Lao Wu, it is not easy for the young master. Sell one. If the young master froze because he did not have a horse, wouldn't we treat him for a meal for nothing?" Lao Wu thought for a while and nodded at Jia Weiran. "Okay, I will exchange this horse with you. You have to pay 5 coins. Chapter 249. On Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's side, the houses were finished. Everyone started to prepare for the Lunar New Year's Eve dinner. The villagers told the people in charge of recording what they could take out. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao planned to take something from each household and just put it on the table to eat. He didn't expect that the villagers would disagree with this distribution method. It wasn't like they didn't have money. This year's income was many times more than usual. Plus, with the ability of the Zhang family and Wang family's masters, it would be even better in the future. Not only that, other than the increase in income, they also spent less. The clothes were made by the masters. In order to unify, they had to wear several sets of clothes a year. When they were working, the most tiring days were also made by the masters. In addition, the children also had to eat 3 meals at school. In this situation where there was no income and no expenditure, they had more money to spare. Therefore, they planned to take out more things. They couldn't always rely on the masters to eat. One by one, they reported what they could take out. When the time came, They would let the people decide how much each family could take out and what to take out. Everyone tried to get the same price. The masters of the Zhang family and Wang family also bought 20 sheep and 2 cows that couldn't work. They were all ready to be killed and cooked for the Lunar New Year. In addition to these, there were also new bowls and chopsticks. The money was all paid for by Zhang Xiaobao. After all, he was the richest. The vegetables were also ready. First, they went to the vegetable growing area at the back and chose. When the time came, they just had to pick them. There were also all kinds of spices and sauces, including some nourishing medicinal herbs. They were also waiting to be used. Finally, there were noodles and all kinds of meat fillings. Zhang Xiaobao planned to make 2 kinds of dumplings. One was filled with pork and onion, and the other was filled with 3 delicacies. The shrimp and some fresh shrimps could be made. The shrimps and eggs could be wrapped with chives, and the fresh shrimps could be put in garlic sprouts. The meat fillings had to be chopped out first so that they could be wrapped when the time came. Many women were in charge of this. There was a charcoal fire next to them, and the meat was placed on the chopping board. These people chopped up the meat as if they were competing. When the children found out that they would be together for the new year this year, they happily ran and jumped, chasing each other, and from time to time, there would be laughter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also at the side, watching the adults fry things. Some of these things only had a little sugar added, while others had all kinds of stuffing. The farmers were working and chatting about zhuangzi. Some of the older ones sat at the side and pulled a few of the younger ones over to tell them about what it was like to celebrate the new year in the past. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also liked to listen, so they gathered together and squatted there. When I was young, I had just arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi. At that time, the old master of the Zhang family was still the head of the family. Life then couldn't be compared to now. Back then, who would dare to eat like this during the New Year? After the New Year's Eve dinner, there's no need to live after the New Year. You can just wait to starve to death. An old man narrowed his eyes and recalled the past to tell the children, but there was no trace of worry on his face. Grandpa Wanyan, do you mean that the old master of the past couldn't do well with us? A simple child asked after hearing this. Don't talk nonsense. Grandpa Wanyan slapped the child's head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that the 2 little ancestors were not dissatisfied, he was relieved. Otherwise, if the old master heard this, he would be sad. He continued, without the old master, where would the old master come from? This is the old master's ability. At that time, he wasn't like you, who could study in school every day. It was already good enough that you didn't starve to death. Every time the harvest was low, the old master of the Zhang family would take in less food. With the 100 households' food, no one in Zhuangzi would starve to death. Look at you now, enjoying life. You have books to study. Zhuangzi provides good food 3 times a day. You have to learn well so that when you grow up, you can do more for the master. Where did I stop? Food. In the past, we ate the mess of food. How can it be compared to now? If you want to eat meat, you can eat a meal every few days. If you want rice, noodles, and new clothes, wait until next year, you can eat meat every meal. After saying this, the old man was tired after sitting for a long time. He rubbed his waist and prepared to go back. The children were listening happily. Seeing that Grandpa Wanyan was about to leave, 2 clever children immediately came behind Grandpa Wanyan and began to massage his back. One of them said, Grandpa Wanyan, don't go. We'll massage your back. The massage was useless. The old man nodded with a smile. Okay, continue. Talk about food. Do you see those cows and sheep? At the age of 30, you have to leave some space in your stomach. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat. There are also those dumplings and pig trotters. In the past, you didn't even dare to think about it. If you don't believe me, you can go to other zhuangzi or ordinary people's houses to see if they have these things to eat. It's good enough to use white flour and other kinds of bread to make dumplings during the New Year. Who dares to put meat in them? There are only some green onions. The rest is all meat, and that's shrimp. I know, Grandpa Wanyan. When other farmers and ordinary people meet us in the market, they are all envious. The way they talk is different from before. I know what we ate during the New Year in the past. We ate vegetable dumplings with a little bit of meat in them. A slightly older child said. At the same time, he remembered what he ate in school. There was milk, eggs, pancakes, and meat. Even the vegetable dumplings had a lot of oil in them. When he bit into it, the oil would drip down his mouth. Thinking of this, the child looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were also happy. He said, "Little master, little miss, don't worry. When we grow up, we will protect you. Can you also treat us as well as the master now?" "Good, good, it's better than that. When the time comes, my family will have more money. Your family will also have the same." Zhang Xiaobao was the first to agree. Wang Wan laughed at the side. These things were all Zhang Xiaobao's. The children on Zhuangzi were so cute. They dared to ask about anything. Grandpa Wanyan also looked at the little ancestors of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family happily. He didn't know that these were all made by the two little ancestors, but he knew that the days before were not so good. Since the two little ancestors of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were born, Zhuangzi seemed to have suddenly changed when they were 1 year old. Everyone no longer had to worry about whether they could eat tomorrow. They also didn't have to worry about not having enough clothes to cover their bodies. Their days were getting better and better. These were the blessings brought by the two little ancestors. It must be so. Also, look at our house now. Next year, we will change to a new one. At that time, Grandpa Wanyan continued to talk, and the children listened. With the shelter of the house and the charcoal fire, they didn't feel cold at all outside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at Grandpa Wanyan rubbing his waist from time to time. They looked at each other and communicated with their lips. "Xiaobao, do you think Grandpa Wanyan has lumbar intervertebral herniation or lumbar muscle strain? Why don't you think of a way to relieve it? This way, the people on Zhuangzi can feel more comfortable." Wang Wan didn't want these villagers, who were like family members, to feel too uncomfortable, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "How would I know? How would I know? It looks like it's a strain on the lumbar muscles. I don't know what kind it is. I've never had this before. We should make a place with steam, soak it in Chinese medicine, and slowly rub it with alcohol. I only know these two techniques. When I was injured in the past, they taught me how to massage it. Sometimes I'll massage it myself." Zhang Xiaobao didn't know how to treat patients, so he could only try using what he heard and learned. However, he couldn't massage the old man. He still had a lot of things to do. Wang Wan also knew about Zhang Xiaobao's situation, so she said, "You can teach others. Also, our family's doctor knows acupuncture. In the future, we will train some people who specialize in treating various diseases, such as massage, cupping, scraping, and so on. We will cultivate talents and turn Zhuangzi into a comprehensive place for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. At that time, as long as there is a problem, there will be someone to take care of it. After the new year, you can write some content about planning. I will give the children military training every day. When they grow up, we will have someone to use. Don't tell me you don't know how to plan." "Yes, you said it yourself. International swindlers don't know how to plan how to cheat. What I think is that not only the children should learn, but also the adults. When they are not busy, we can let the adults learn as well. If everyone is literate, they can read more books and know the meaning of the words. It can be considered a kind of accumulation of experience. When they learn to write, they will have good experience and write it down. Why do they need to pass it down orally, which is easy to lose?" Zhang Xiaobao also thought about it. He knew that in the past, it might not be a big deal to know how to read. But now, not everyone had the opportunity. For example, some families had problems eating. Where would they have the money to buy ink, paper, inkstone, and other things? It was impossible to learn things without paying a single cent. What would the teacher eat? Wang Wan also understood the importance of knowledge. It was passed down from generation to generation. Many good prescriptions were passed down by word of mouth because people did not know how to read or write. In the end, they were buried in history and no one remembered them. Okay, I also agree. Anyway, they don't need to pay. They just need to learn. When they gradually trust the main family more, I will teach them physics and chemistry. I don't need you. I know you don't know how to do it. You just need to help me find various experimental supplies. Yes, I really don't know how to do it. I haven't received orthodox education. Now I know that kind of education is really not ordinary. 12 years of compulsory education is better than 9 years. It belongs to the growth of society as a whole. Zhang Xiaobao had to admit that education had a role in improving the quality of the people. Chapter 250. The wind was cold outside the courtyard, but the charcoal was warm inside the house. The curtains were filled with beautiful colors, and the brush was filled with the fragrance of a scholar. In an elegantly decorated house, the red charcoal fire blocked all the cold outside. Smelling the light incense, it made people feel sleepy. County Magistrate Jia sat on a cushion with a small table in front of him. Tea and snacks were indispensable. There were also several kinds of fruits that had been preserved for some unknown reason. They looked tempting, but it was hard to tell how they tasted. There were also 2 small tables next to Jia County Magistrates. There was one person sitting behind each of the tables. There was also a chair with armrests placed behind them. The 3 people sat down and didn't speak for a while. It seemed that they were waiting for someone to speak first. After drinking a pot of tea, Jia County Magistrates couldn't help but speak first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is a foregone conclusion. I don't know how Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong think we should divide the Zhang family's things. Jia County Magistrates didn't want to waste too much time. He wanted to have a good sleep in a while so that he could be energetic tomorrow. If they set off from here, they would arrive at their destination around noon. The head of the Han family, Dr. Han, also had an official position. He looked at the Yuan family's house and said, "Yuan Yilong, this time there are a lot of things. Yuan Yilong, you can speak first." Yuan Yilong saw that the 2 people didn't want to speak first, so he thought for a while and said, "If there is nothing else in Zhangjia Zhuangzi, then there is some money. They made a lot of money in Little Luoshui. We can divide the money between the 3 families. We can divide it into 3 parts, the same amount. What do you think?" "Okay, I agree. There is indeed a lot of money in that farmstead. County Magistrate Jia, you must act quickly tomorrow. You must convict them first. By then it will be too late for anyone to come. After all, we have made sufficient preparations." Dr. Han felt that this amount of money didn't matter. No matter how much it was only a few tens of thousands of strings. What was really useful was the prescription. Jia County Magistrates was a little reluctant. After he fell into the water, his 13,000 strings of coins were taken away by the Zhang family. He also spent a lot of money to buy the Zhang family's 6,000 strings of coins and gave them to the people for free. No matter what, he should exclude the 19,000 strings of coins. However, if he really said so, the 2 families would definitely not let go of the benefits after that. He had no choice but to say, "I also agree. They should also have a place to put their money in Little Luoshui. When the time comes, that place will be like their Zhuangzi. Yuan Yilong, let's talk about other things. There are still the rural households. Once the 2 rural households in Zhuangzi are gone, the rural households will change owners." After Jia County Magistrates finished speaking, the 2 people were silent. They thought of the same thing. They were ready to accept some of the rural households. This way they would have a lot of labor. However, they were afraid that the rural households would still think about the owners and cause trouble for them. The most important thing was that if they wanted these villagers, they would have to give in to County Magistrate Jia in other aspects. This was something that both of them did not want. The villagers who caused trouble would lose part of their benefits. No matter how they looked at it, it was not appropriate. Dr. Han was not in a hurry. Jia County Magistrates asked Yuan Yilong, so naturally, Yuan Yilong should say first. Yuan Yilong secretly cursed in his heart and said, "These rural households are the people of Sanshui County. Even if we accept them, we still have to do things in the local area. Dr. Han and I are not suitable to accept them. It's better for Jia County Magistrates to keep them. We can divide the things in the warehouse, livestock, and poultry." Jia County Magistrates didn't expect that when he pushed them out, he would push them back. When he thought about it, it made sense. If the people of Sanshui County didn't suffer any disasters, it was impossible for them to leave here. If they really left, he would be found by the people above. However, how could 2 Zhuangzi and more than 800 people compare to the things in the warehouse? There must be a lot of tremella and fungus in the warehouse. Just a few of them should be more than 10,000 strings of cash, right? Maybe even more. Plus, There were more than 30,000 poultry, a herd of cattle, sheep, and horses. Overall, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Yes, there was still so much food. No, he couldn't agree. In the end, the people wouldn't belong to him. Perhaps the imperial court would give Zhuangzi to other people. That's not right. The rural households won't belong to me. Let's put it aside for now. The three of us should divide everything in Zhuangzi equally. Yuan Ilong, tell me about the prescriptions. I want the wharf in Shaoluoshui. Now I know there are 3 prescriptions. The one for hatching chicks, the one for increasing grain production, and the one for growing fungus. Jia County magistrates put the matter of the rural households aside and began to talk about the prescriptions. Yuan Ilong shook his head and said, not 3. There's also the one for making liangbi, vegetable oil, chili sauce, and seasoning. There was originally a prescription for growing vegetables in winter, but they offered it. Oh yes, they also offered a prescription. That prescription can be said to be beneficial to the country and the people. It seems that there will be more twists and turns. It's better to call county magistrate when. After all, this time we will use his bailiffs. Originally, we said that we would give him money, but now it seems that just giving him money is not enough. Give him a prescription and convict Zhangjia Zhuangzi of invading and disturbing the people of Huayuan. We can bring up the matter of the straw on Zhuangzi in Dr. Han's house. The matter of the cow in my house having diarrhea after eating will not work. Those who are willing to take the bait are not reasonable. We can't find a seller. Yes, I think this matter can be done. County magistrate Wen's prescription can help us resist a lot of pressure from the higher-ups. Dr. Han agreed with Yuan Ilong's idea. At this time, the Jia County magistrates reacted. Zhangjia Zhuangzi did have a lot of prescriptions. Then the money should be re-estimated. Maybe there are more prescriptions that haven't been taken out. Yes, there are more. There are still 2 more. One is the prescription for making firecrackers, and the other is the one for making popcorn. Forget about the candy prescription, I have already given it to Zhou Shihu. There are so many prescriptions. Maybe there will be new prescriptions. Now that we have agreed, it will be difficult to divide the new prescriptions when there are new ones. Hearing the Jia County magistrate's words, Yuan Ilong and Dr. Han were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Fortunately, they acted early. Otherwise, if they were given another 2 or 3 years, wouldn't they fly to the sky? I want the people of the Zhuangzi main courtyard of Zhang Zhuangzi and Wang family. Yuan Ilong and Dr. Han said at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They knew what each other was thinking. The prescriptions didn't come out of nowhere. Someone must have thought of it. As long as they caught the person, there might be more prescriptions in the future. Each one of them was a hen that laid golden eggs. After the 2 of them finished talking, they laughed and regretted it. Sure enough, the Jia County magistrates was not a fool. In the past, he had always wanted to take revenge. Now that he heard the 2 of them, he also understood the importance of people. When the 3 of them talked to this point, they couldn't continue. The things could be divided, and the prescriptions could be divided. But how could they divide the people? Judging from the situation, it should be a prescription made by one person. Even if they gave all the prescriptions to others, it would be a profit if they had such a person. The more Yuan Ilong thought about it, the more difficult he felt. He could only say, let's put this matter aside first. We'll talk about it when county magistrate one comes. Huayuan County is not like Sanshui County. There are actually more than 700 bailiffs. There are only 300 bailiffs, and some of them are temporarily found. The Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family have a lot of villagers in Zhuangzi. We have to act quickly. If we catch the main family first, the villagers won't dare to rush. Otherwise, it will be easy to make things worse. If hundreds of people die, we won't be able to get away. Jia County magistrates used a trick to transfer the bailiffs away. When the Zhang Zhuangzi main courtyard and Wang family are arrested, the 700 bailiffs will be obedient. They can't run to Huayuan County's prison to find people, right? That's no different from a rebellion. Huayuan County's prison? How can they be locked up in Huayuan County? If they want to be locked up, they should be locked up in Sanshui County. Your Huayuan County's Yamen has no reason to come to Sanshui County to arrest people, right? Jia County Magistrates was concerned about the person who came up with so many prescriptions. No matter what, he couldn't send the person to someone else's place. When the time came, who could guarantee that these people wouldn't ask who the person was first? Yuan Yilong, of course, knew what County Magistrate Jia was thinking about. He took a sip of the cold tea and said, "County Magistrate Jia, you mean to say that I should be locked up in the prison of the Sanshui County Yamen? Which bailiff will be guarding them? You don't even trust Song Yang. You said that he would definitely collude with the Zhang family. That's why you gave him the letter. If he didn't collude, then the bailiffs would all be at little Luoshui's place." Jia County Magistrates really didn't know how to answer Yuan Yilong's question. In the entire Sanshui County, except for his family, he didn't trust anyone else. Even though Song Yang had always been so respectful and obedient, he was prepared for both sides. At this time, Dr. Han interrupted and said, "How about this? When we catch the person, the three of U.S. and County Magistrate will escort them to the capital together. Let the people in Zhuangzi County and young Master Jia do the rest. The bailiffs in Sanshui County will have no backbone, so it will be easy to manipulate them. When they are obedient, we will either really send the person to the capital or come back. What do you think?" "Okay, let's do it according to Dr. Han's method." Yuan Yilong agreed. Jia County Magistrates was a little worried. If something happened in Sanshui County, he should report to the prefecture first. He couldn't directly escort the person to the capital. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I also agree to do this. But when the time comes, I will have someone send a memorial to the prefecture. We will leave here first. When the prefecture investigates, we will have something to say." When the two people saw that he agreed, they were relieved at the same time. They were afraid that Jia County Magistrates would leave midway. Then, they would have no reason to go there. After the matter was arranged, the three people didn't continue to drink tea. They went to another hall and asked the servants to bring wine and dishes. They were ready to have a good meal. Jia County Magistrates was only worried about his son at this time. He was afraid that his son couldn't come in time, or that something had happened to him. He had no choice but to ask Yuan Yilong to send someone to meet him. This was also to give his son a credit. Otherwise, there would be no excuse. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt sleepy and wanted to go back to rest. At this time, 3 fast horses came from outside and directly went to the main house of the Zhang family. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the speed of the horses and the marks on their bodies, they were both shocked. It was actually an emergency report of 800 miles. They hurriedly ran home. When the two people entered the yard, Steward Zhang told them about the Yamen runners. "You really don't want to give me face. Okay, this time I don't have to take the initiative to drive them away. Arrange it right away." When Zhang Xiaobao heard about the matter, he was furious. He decided to get rid of Jia County Magistrates once and for all. Chapter 251. The night was hazy, and the lanterns were reflected in the water. A few red dots appeared on the pavilion and the winter's starry sky. Between the clouds and the water. Looking down from the window on the second floor, the water in the man-made lake was not frozen. The old man and his family who came a few days ago were also here. At first, they thought it was strange, but then they saw that during the day, someone was using a charcoal brazier to roast the water on the lake. When the water was slightly frozen, it would be picked up by someone. At this time, a few lanterns were hung on a boat and placed in the lake to illuminate. They set off the independent pavilion in the middle of the lake, reflecting the winter's starry sky, hazy and dreamy. A 6 or 7-year-old girl with 2 braids on her head put her small hands on the window. She stood on tiptoe and looked down. A pair of lively big eyes blinked, full of curiosity. "Grandpa, look, there are lanterns below. It's so beautiful." The little girl stretched out one hand and pointed straight down. She turned her head and said excitedly to the old man. The old man already knew the scenery below, but he still stood up and walked behind the little girl. He looked at the place his granddaughter pointed at, touched his granddaughter's head, and said, I saw it. I think it's good, so I'll see it more often in the future." "Father, are you really going to retire?" Hearing the old man's words, a man sitting next to the table asked, Tang, it's not that I want to retire, but my body is getting worse day by day. Staying in that position will harm the country and the people. It's better to find a place with good scenery and enjoy the scenery. The old man said helplessly. Seeing his granddaughter look up at him with a puzzled expression, he said to her, I didn't know where to find it. In the past, I didn't know where to look, but now I know. It's Shui Yun Denver. You can look at the scenery and taste the delicacies. In the future, you'll be able to look at it all day long. I don't think they can ask for too much money from me. Don't you think so, Miss Wang? The last words were said to Aunt Wang. Before Aunt Wang said anything, Date and Jujube, who were serving beside her, nodded together. Jujube said quickly, Sir, you're right. In the future, you don't need to pay a penny here. How dare the Zhang family not listen? Ha, little girl, if you say that, don't let the people of the Zhang clan hear it. Otherwise, they will definitely drive you away. The Zhang clan today is different from before. Wait until tomorrow, this old man will let you see that child. After the new year, you will have something to say when you go back. The old man didn't think that the head of the Zhang family would be as timid as before. What the Zhang family did in the past 2 years, if it wasn't for the head of the family having the ability, there must be an expert guiding him. Aunt Wang didn't think that the Zhang family was that great. She said, Sir, even if the Zhang family is stronger than before and has a 7th-ranked official, they still can't enter other people's eyes. When they go to the capital next year, won't they still have to stay in the Wang family? Otherwise, who will help them organize the poetry and wine banquet? The old man looked at the steward sent by the Wang family, who was Auntie Wang, and a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He shook his head and said, If you still think this way, then don't go see the child tomorrow. Look at how the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads are being managed. How could an ordinary person do that? Aunt Wang didn't dare to talk back to the old man. She could only whisper, It's just a zhuangzi. Could it be that they have great ability? It's just 100 villagers, and they can reach the heavens? When the old man heard this, he didn't want to say more. He turned to his son and said, Can you go take a look tomorrow? You just came today, so you don't know what Zhuangzi and Zhang family are like. Learn from your cousin and hide in Xiao Luo Shui. Learn from the docks. Father, I understand. If Zhuangzi and Zhang family are different from other places, then the person behind them is definitely not an ordinary person. The child immediately stood up and said respectfully. Seeing that his son was so sensible, the old man finally showed a satisfied smile. He sat down again and looked at the bubbling hot pot on the table. He picked up a roll of mutton with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot. He dipped it in the sauce on the plate and put it in his mouth. After swallowing, he said, This way of eating is really different from other places. The mutton melts as soon as it enters the mouth. There's another aroma in the meat, and the rank odor can't be smelled. I think it won't be long before this way of eating spreads. Master is right. I lost a few teeth, so I thought it wouldn't be easy to eat this meat. Who would have thought that after putting it in my mouth and chewing it a few times, I can eat it? The chef between the clouds and the water is also not ordinary. The old woman at the table also dipped a slice and praised. The old man's son immediately dipped 2 more slices and put them on the old woman's plate. He said, Mother, if you want to eat more, then eat more. This meat is fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. You should also try it. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of red braised pork for the old woman. It was bright red, but it didn't have the taste of the red pond in the mouth. It was the color of sugar fried with white sugar. The meat was also specially chosen to have 3 layers of meat. When it was dipped in water, he specially added shancha juice. The old woman looked at her son, then looked at her granddaughter, and then looked at the lively atmosphere in the room. She laughed happily and said to the old man, Master, I heard that the new county magistrate of Sanshui County seems to have some friction with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why don't you persuade them? If the county magistrate uses any tricks and harms the Zhang family and the Wang family, it won't be good. The old woman was a little worried about the Zhang family and the Wang family. After all, Jia Shan and Jia Yiheng were county magistrates and had some ability. As she spoke, her eyes landed on the steward of the Wang family. Her meaning was self-evident. Auntie Wang also knew why the old lady was looking at her, but she pretended not to know. On the other hand, little Zhao and big Zhao were anxious when they heard this. They exchanged glances, but did not dare to casually say anything to protect anyone. The old man muttered to himself for a while and said, "Don't worry. It's the new year. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble for others at this time? After the new year, there will be a provincial examination. That way, Zhang Zhong will have the status of a provincial scholar. Since he's close to the capital, he can participate in the spring examination this year. In the next few months, as long as the Zhang family and the Wang family are fine in Zhuangzi, with the help of the people in the capital, as long as he can show some ability, there will be no need to worry about Zhuangzi. Father is right. This place is close to the capital. Once he has the status of a provincial scholar, he can immediately rush to the capital. It's not like that faraway place. Even if he gets the status this year, he might not be able to make it next year. If something happens on the way, it will be even more troublesome. However, this provincial scholar's ranking can't be too low. Father, why don't you help think of a way? Kang echoed. His idea was that if he helped the Zhang family, when the time came and his father was willing to live here, the Zhang family would definitely take good care of him. The old man smiled and said, "Kang, you don't need me for this kind of thing. Look at the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall. You can imagine how much effort the Zhang family put in to provide for this person. Before the examination, Zhang Zhong's name will definitely spread everywhere. Hand in the recipes for growing vegetables in the winter. In the future, the people in this cold land will be able to eat more in the winter. The Zhang family also doesn't want any official rewards, so they must want to make a name for themselves." Kang now understood that Zhuangzi had already planned this. Since Zhang Zhong's calligraphy and paintings hung on the wall of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, little Luoshui's restaurant would not be too bad. They had forcefully pushed it up. Even if Zhang Zhong's talent was a bit lacking, he was still better than that scholar who couldn't get a job. I don't believe that Zhang Zhong can get the title of first place in the examination. One first place in one province. How many provinces? How many first places in the first few years have come to the capital together? Is the examination in spring that common? Aunt Wang whispered again. She seemed to look down on Zhang Zhong, who was Zhang Xiaobao's father. No matter what happened, she would always mock and ridicule them. However, she had no intention of not eating the food on the table, even if she ate while finding fault with it. Big Date and Jujube couldn't get a word in edgewise. The two of them could only whisper to each other. Big Date will be able to see the young master tomorrow. What do you think the young master looks like? Will he be as dumb as Zhang Zhong? Will he be so scared that he can't speak in front of such a big scene? Jujube carefully thought about Zhang Zhong's appearance. She wanted to combine the images of Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong. She asked Big Date who was next to her. Big Date didn't seem to have a good imagination like Jujube. He couldn't guess what Zhang Xiaobao looked like. He shook his head and said, "How would I know? The young lady of the Wang family should be very fun to play with. I heard that when the two of them met, they were entangled together. When they separated, they cried. They have been living in the Zhang family. If only I had such a person when I was young. We could play together and grow up together. If someone bullied me, he would help me. I would wash his clothes and cook for him and then—" As he spoke, Big Date couldn't continue. His voice became softer and softer, and his neck turned red. Little Zhao, who was at the side, heard Big Zhao's words and was also stunned. His eyes looked at the night sky outside. After a while, he reacted and said to Big Zhao with a smile, "Big Zhao, do you want to grow up with Air Kuei in the Fu? I knew what you were thinking." "What nonsense are you saying? I was talking about the young lady of the Wang family. Air Kuei is so dumb. I don't like him. What does he have to do with me? I've never thought about him. You don't know. Last month, he went out with the people in the manor to do something. When he came back, he wanted to catch fish. The river was frozen and he fell into it. Do you think he should stay? And in October, he himself—" Big Date denied Jujube's words. He said that he didn't care about someone. He began to recite the things that someone did. Jujube was stunned again. Chapter 252. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to deal with the Jia County magistrates, Pomegranate came over and told him that Li Sun was here. Why is he here? Isn't he celebrating the new year? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. Why didn't his imperial nephew stay at home during the new year? If he came here, what would happen to his family? Did he sneak out? Now, Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to deal with him as casually as before. If his imperial nephew sneaked out and came here, his Zhuangzi would be in trouble. He pulled Wang Wan and went out to greet him. When they saw Li Sun in their courtyard looking at the stars with his hands behind his back, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan confirmed that he really came. Young Master Li, why are you here? Why didn't you stay at home and come here? Aren't you causing trouble for our family? Zhang Xiaobao walked closer to take a look. He wanted to see if Li Sun was beaten or scolded. Wang Wan also knew that this was a serious matter, so she nodded and waited for Li Sun to give a reasonable explanation. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile and said, Good place. When I came here just now, I saw many houses on the road. It's easy to go from one house to another. There are door frames but no doors. This is interesting. I also saw many tables. Are you planning to have a meal with many people? Li Sun didn't answer Zhang Xiaobao's question. Instead, he commented on the place used for celebrating the new year. Yes, it's lively to spend the new year with the villagers. Why are you here? Aren't you going home? Zhang Xiaobao explained the function of the place and asked. Li Sun looked around the courtyard with the help of the light and said, I'm back. My father is going back to the capital for the new year and said he would take me with him. But I didn't want to go back. The people there are not fun, so I told my father that I want to have fun with the people. I didn't expect my father to agree, so I came here to have fun with you. My family is also an official. Why didn't anyone come with you? Are you alone? Zhang Xiaobao looked behind Li Sun. Other than the guards in the courtyard, there was no one else. I chased them out of the gate between the clouds and the water. Maybe there are only a few people guarding there. Let them guard me. I'm Li Sun. I don't need to welcome me in through the front door. I can't let them. I'm Li Sun. I'm Li Sti. I don't need to open the front door. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, How can we hurt you? Why don't you sleep at night? Why did you come here? Why don't you rest between the clouds and the water and come back tomorrow morning? I can't sleep at night, so I want to talk to you. Li Qing is also here. I don't know what he's learning all day. Why didn't you talk to me? Look at the time you two came out and the clothes you're wearing. You didn't sleep either? Li Sun found a good excuse and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again. Zhang Xiaobao did not speak immediately. He was thinking about something when Wang Wan pulled him from the side. Only then did he wake up with a start. He looked at Li Sun with a different gaze than before. As he led her in, he said, Yes, I haven't slept yet. There's something fun and I'm thinking about how to play it. Li Sun followed him inside. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say there was something fun, he became interested and quickly asked, What's so fun? Tell me about it. Don't worry, we'll know tomorrow morning. How many people did you bring this time? Maybe our family can use them. Zhang Xiaobao asked expectantly. Originally, he wanted to say, I can use it, but he felt that this might expose himself. Li Sun stretched out 2 fingers and said, Not many. This time, we just came here casually. I only brought 200 people. What do you want to do? Do you want to build more houses? Okay, I'll do the same on my Zhuangzi next year. This year it's too late. How about this? When the 30th day comes, I'll call the village owner here. Everyone can squeeze together. You can ask someone to discuss with your family and see if they agree. Li Sun finally found something fun and excitedly talked about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surprised and happy. Wang Wan mouthed to Zhang Xiaobao, That's great, we have 200 more people. Yes, it's good. It's not just about 200 people, there's also something else. Zhang Xiaobao replied and then said to Li Sun, Agree, definitely agree. Xiaohong, go to my mother's and see if she's asleep. If she's asleep, go to the study over there and find my father. Tell him that young Master Li brought people to celebrate the new year together. Yes, young master, I'll go now. Xiaohong agreed and trotted away. Just as she ran out of the courtyard, she met the people sent by Father Zhang and Zhang Wang clan. They couldn't ignore Li Sun's arrival. After listening to Xiao Hong's explanation, Jiang Wang clan thought for a moment and said, "Husband, we won't go. Let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo accompany them. Xiao Hong will go in a moment and tell them that Zhangjia Zhuangzi will prepare everything." Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao chatted for a while before Xiao Hong came back and told them about the matter. "What's wrong, Imperial Nephew? I'll ask the villagers to come over tomorrow and we'll build the house together. I'll pay as much as I need." Li Sun didn't want to be a freeloader and wanted to contribute. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't thinking about this matter. He thought of another situation and said to Li Sun, "All right, then ask all the villagers to come over tomorrow. I have a lot of planks here, so it'll be faster to build the house. Also, we need to prepare other things. How about this? Tomorrow we'll watch them during the day and see what they're not doing well. You can help them. This time, between the clouds and the water isn't closed at 30, so we can go back and forth. There's an official there who wants to celebrate the new year and won't go back. Cuckoo and I don't know which one to go to, so we can only do this. All right, let's do this. Those people will go back to the capital and feel bad. They can't do this and they can't do that. It's so annoying. I'm the one with foresight, right? Ha! Li Sun said and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. Wang Wan added, "Also, there's a lot of things made of straw in the field. Even if it snows, it won't be crushed. When the time comes, we can play hide and seek with the children in Zhuangzi." "What kind of things? What kind of things?" "It was dark when we came, so I didn't see anything. There's such a fun place." Li Sun was indeed scolded when he went back home, so he came out to relax. When he heard that there were things to play with, he was even happier. "Yes, young Master Li, you should go to bed early. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao saw that things were almost done, so he persuaded Li Sun to go to bed. At this time, of course, they couldn't play between the clouds and the water. They tidied up the best guest room in the courtyard and let Li Sun stay there. Li Sun didn't want to chat anymore, so he agreed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent him to the guest room. He lay there and thought about the fun things to do tomorrow. After sending Li Sun off, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to their own room. They lay on the Kong at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed. "This is good." Originally, it would have taken a lot of effort to get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but now it's not necessary. At first, I wanted to get that old man involved. This time, if he doesn't die, I will. Tomorrow, I'll change Li Sun into the same clothes as the children in Zhuangzi, and will change too. Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the Jia County magistrates would come, but he was worried that he couldn't get rid of them all at once. Now, he didn't have to worry about this. Wang Wan, who was lying there, said, "This is what it means to be a good person to have good karma." He really thought that we wouldn't know his whereabouts after he sent Song Yang away. That car was made by us, and the house he lived in was also built by us. We spent so much effort to get rid of him. If we let him get away, it would be a waste of our money. Zhang Xiaobao lay there for a while, then turned over and sat beside the desk, thinking. Wang Wan propped herself up and asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't study today. Go to bed early to deal with tomorrow's matter. Think again. Details determine success or failure. I have to arrange it well. This time, not only will we get rid of the Jia County magistrates, but also the Han family and the Yuan family. There are so many retired officials." Zhang Xiaobao began to tap his face with his hand again. He wanted to prepare a foolproof plan, but at the same time, he had to have a backup plan to solve the problem once and for all. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew that he was going to do something ruthless. She pulled the quilt over, covered half of her body, and said, "Then you think about it first. When you're done, tell me. I'll give you some advice. Lie down for a while, remember to wake me up." After a full hour, Zhang Xiaobao finally thought things through. He got under the quilt and whispered to Wang Wan. On the 29th of December, early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just got up and freshened up. Before they could eat, Li Sun came to find them. He also hadn't eaten yet, so it was a good opportunity to eat together. After eating quickly, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, two of his bodyguards were still standing there. Quick, call Li Qing here. Tell him to go to Zhuangzi and find someone who can work here. Li Sun ordered one of the bodyguards and urged Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to the field. He wanted to see the passage and the small house made of straw. Because of the snow, the straw here was covered with a layer of snow. They could only see that there were many bags in the field, but they couldn't find any straw. The three people came to an entrance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan pushed away the straw blocking the way, and a hole appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaobao went in first and felt the air inside. When he found that there was no problem, he shouted to the outside, "Come in. Let's take a look first. Later, we'll go over there and watch them build the house." Li Sun was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's words. When he heard it, he immediately went in. It was really different from outside. It was very interesting. He shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, who couldn't see his shadow inside, "Do you have enough planks? I still have some in Zhuangzi." "Enough. We prepared a lot for planting vegetables. We'll come back later." Zhang Xiaobao came out from another entrance. Chapter 253. When Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan arrived at the area where the wooden houses were being built, many people were already busy. Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted Li Sun to guide them, but in fact, Li Sun did not understand anything and could only watch others work. After a while, the Zhuangzi people of the Li family arrived. Almost all of them came out, men and women, old and young. Those who could work immediately came to help, while those who could not work stood aside and watched. Because Li Sun had learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to treat his own Zhuangzi, the villagers were all glowing and wearing the same clothes. They were no worse than the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. When they went to the market, many of them had met each other. Now that they were working together, they had something to talk about. The children were more exclusive. When the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the children of the Li family looked at each other, there was always a kind of hostility in their eyes. With more people, the work speed was faster. The houses were built one by one. The children ran back and forth in the houses that had been built. Sometimes they poked their heads out from one door, and sometimes they poked their heads out from another door. From time to time, the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would have small conflicts with the children of the Li family. Li Sun was still a little dissatisfied with the speed of the work. There were still some things that were not ready. Tomorrow at noon, there would be a meal here, and then they would have to wait for the night to come. According to the speed, it seemed a little forced. Just as he was about to ask his 200 bodyguards to help, a group of cavalrymen came from the other side of the bridge. Seeing that they were not ordinary, the 200 bodyguards became nervous. When they got closer and could see clearly, they realized that the people riding on the horses were actually wearing the uniform of yamen runners. What are they doing? Why are all the yamen runners here? Li Sun knew that the yamen runners in Sanshui County were different from those in other places. They were paid with money and had a large number of people. No matter how far away Sanshui County was, there would be at least one yamen runner patrolling every 2 hours so that nothing would happen in the county. No one dared to do anything bad in Sanshui County, but why were they all here today? Could it be that they were also going to celebrate the new year together? When Zhang Xiaobao saw the yamen runners, he was even more relieved. He said to Li Sun, "Didn't I tell you last night that there would be something fun? You can see it today. There are 600 yamen runners here, and the rest are still patrolling the county. With firecrackers, it is easy to catch fire, so we have to be careful." While they were talking, Steward Zhang, who was also waiting here, went up to them. Chen Dong and Song Yang led the way, followed by Registrar Zhao and County Deputy Zhang. "Steward Zhang, everything is going well." Chen Dong saluted and said on horseback, "Well, thank you very much. When this is over, the Zhang family and Wang family will definitely thank you." Steward Zhang was not worried. With so many yamen runners, he was not afraid that others would come to make trouble. Song Yang dismounted from the horse. He did not look very good, and there were frostbites on his face. He said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. We know that our family can live well all because of the help of the Zhang family and Wang family. This is nothing. Whoever dares to touch the Zhang family and Wang family is trying to kill our way of living. Come on, bring me the badger oil." Yamen runner Song has frostbitten his face because of the pursuit. Steward Zhang said to the person next to him. The person immediately handed a very small jar to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took it and put it in Song Yang's hand. He said, Song Yang, don't worry. In the future, as long as the Zhang family has food to eat, you will not be hungry. Apply this oil. Song Yang nodded and said nothing, even if he knew that this small jar of badger oil cost more than a dozen strings of coins. Xiao Bao, tell me the truth. Did something happen? Seeing Steward Zhang arrange people to go into the built house to warm up and eat, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to hide it at this time. It's just a small matter. You know the new Jia County magistrates, right? He always wants to seize my family's things, including those money-making methods. His purpose of coming here is to make a big profit in Sanshui County. My father has tried to warn him once and gave him a lot of benefits. There is no money in the Yamen's account, so he is afraid that he will take it away. But when he saw that there is no money, he set his eyes on my family, the dock at Zaluoshui, and my house. The county Yamen runners protect my house, so he can't do anything. You know this, right? I know. The Yamen runners are like the servants raised by your family. If it weren't for your family doing so many things for the people of Sanshui County and offering things to them, my father would think about what to do. Your family is too evil. You can buy a shabby mountain and turn it into a dock, and you can sell seeds by planting. You can make money by just taking out something casually. How can there be few people who are jealous? That Jia County magistrates failed in one plan. Is he coming up with another one? Is he going to make a move on your family? When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao say that someone was plotting against his family, Wei Wei blushed. At first, he also thought so. Later, after more contact, he found that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were not very ambitious. They were good people. They made Sanshui County, which was not very good before, prosperous. When others came to find trouble, they would first take a step back. When they really couldn't, they would fight back. Of course, this fight was a little strong. They were not weak, but when they moved, they beat away the invaders again and again. It was because of this that his father told him not to mess with this Zhuangzi. He had asked him to think of ways to rope in the person who was guiding him from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, Li Cheng had been sent out to play games with the person who might be a master all day long. After these days, his brain was better and he was smarter, but he only learned a few things in mathematics and some ordinary things. This was not right. He should have learned the ability to strategize and win a battle outside of 1,000 forces. He should have learned the ability to take every conceivable possibility into account. Because of this, he did not listen to him, especially the two children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were so smart. It must be that the master did not use his full strength when dealing with Li Cheng. He specially taught the skills to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was because of this that his father allowed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to do these things to Zhuangzi. He only hoped that he could have more contact with the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi and learn something useful from the master. Who was the easiest person for him to interact with? Of course, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No matter what happened in the wilderness, it did make him more determined and he learned a lot of things. In his father's opinion, this was the master teaching him through Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was also because of this that he was able to return to Tuqiao village during the new year. While Li Sun was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also talking with their lips. A tall tree attracts the wind, Xiaobao. Wang Wan sighed. A small tree will not attract the wind, but there will always be people stepping on it. Unless you are not in this society. As long as you are still in this society, you will have to interact with people. It is impossible to avoid conflict. Are ordinary people really so peaceful? Zhang Xiaobao thought about it more thoroughly. If he developed, he would be plotted against by others, but if he didn't develop, he would still have to swallow his anger. Swallowing his anger was for ordinary people, but being plotted against was on a different level. He would rather use a lot of energy to deal with those people than to swallow his anger with ordinary people. At least he didn't have to worry about ordinary people now. Wang Wan also understood this principle. Not to mention here, even in the past, there were some people who did not have any problems killing people, especially ordinary people. In the eyes of some people, life could be measured by money. That's right. Then we should get along well with this imperial nephew and his father. We can give them some money. That Li Longji won't object, right? No, absolutely not. What he is looking at is how many troops these brothers and their families have and what officials they are in contact with. As for money, he can't wait for his brothers to be greedy. As long as they don't get too involved in politics, nothing will happen. Zhang Xiaobao had a good grasp of this aspect. Normal people would think so. While the two of them were talking, Li Sun finished thinking and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell me, what is Jia Shan going to do this time? I will help you. Last time, I was scolded by my father because of him. Why don't we drown him? He wants people from other provinces and counties to come and arrest us. Our fief is 4,000 mu. My family and the Wang family are divided into 4,000 mu. However, the mountain is 6,000 mu. We did not occupy the remaining 2,000 mu. Jia County magistrates secretly rewrote the document we sent to him and changed the size of the land. He asked his son to carry it with him. When they arrived at the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County, he went there himself and sent away all the bailiffs following him. Fortunately, the carriage we made for him had a secret compartment under it. There were 2 people hiding inside. Later, Song Yang found a horse and returned. Under the guidance of those 2 people, we followed them. Only then did we know that the Jia County magistrates was in contact with people from the Han family and the Yuan family in Zhuangzi. This time, there might be many people coming, so he deliberately wrote a fake letter. Before he left, he asked the bailiffs to gather at Little Luoshui. No matter who it is, the bailiffs will be transferred away. There is no one in my family except for the villagers. Last night, Bailiff Song rushed over to inform us and then went back. Now, 600 bailiffs are here. My father is afraid that they will rush over and arrest us and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun the whole story. At first, Li Sun did not think much of it and thought that the Jia County magistrates was using a small trick. However, when Zhang Xiaobao said that the Jia County magistrates colluded with people from other provinces and counties and wanted to arrest people in their own province, Li Sun's face immediately changed. How dare he? He is not trying to arrest you. He is clearly bullying me and my father. Good. No wonder you asked me how many people I should bring. Don't worry, I won't bring anyone. What can he do? Does he want to rebel? Xiaobao, I will help your family. Let him make money and see if he can save his life. Li Sun said angrily with a sullen face. Chapter 254. Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for this sentence. Seeing that Li Sun was very angry, he comforted him. Young Master Li, don't be angry. It's not worth it. County Magistrate Qing is a bit greedy, but he cares about the people. Our family is also willing to give him some money. When the people in Sanshui County are better and more prosperous, the docks will be able to make more money. Our family will also have more money. We can use some of the money to improve the lives of the people. That will be more prosperous. This is called a virtuous cycle. But Jia Shan didn't think that way. My father originally wanted to see what he was like. If he was good and was good to the people, then he would give him some money and think of ways to give him some political achievements to promote him. You can't guess what he did. Before he took office, he went to the docks to calculate how much money he could earn in a year. He was found out by the county magistrate and took office the next day. So many people went to welcome him and were waiting for him to treat them well. But he kept thinking about Chang Pingsong and asked for money from the Han family and Yuan family. Well, he asked for money twice. One time, he asked for 13,000 strings of cash. Isn't it the Spring Festival? County Magistrate Qing will send things to the people during the Spring Festival. He is still waiting for the reward from the higher-ups. After all, everyone went to welcome him. He didn't dare to not send them. He spent some of the money he just asked for and couldn't help but start to think about my family. My father knew about it and thought that he would stop for a few days after the Spring Festival. He didn't expect that he would want to make a move at this time. Oh, it's really difficult. Zhang Xiaobao weakened some of the things related to his family's money and strengthened Jia County Magistrate's actions. If it was an adult who said this, Li Sun might think about it. But since it was Zhang Xiaobao, it couldn't be fake. After being comforted by Zhang Xiaobao, not only did Li Sun not calm down, but he also became angrier. He clenched his fist and said, "Damn Jia Shan. He is too greedy. Some of the county magistrates this time were appointed by my uncle. How dare he do this? Maybe he won't come today. What if he did it on purpose? But we still have to be on guard." Zhang Xiaobao said good words for Jia Shan. The more he said, the angrier Li Sun became. "If he doesn't come, I'll go find him and ask him what he did in Sanshui County. Where did the money come from? 26,000 strings of cash. He's richer than me. I still want to do some business with others to make some money, but he directly asked for it. Don't try to persuade me. It's settled." The more Li Sun thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, he waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was naturally happy. This was good. He didn't have to waste time to set a trap. It saved him a lot of trouble. Let's not talk about him first. Let's see what else is missing. Oh, do you have to use silver chopsticks to eat? It is said that you can see if there is poison. Zhang Xiaobao said something else. What silver? Bamboo? We are doing business together to make money. Your family is counting on me to help you when you encounter problems. How can you poison me? Unless you are tired of living. Give me a cucumber dip to taste first. The cucumber on my zhuangzi hasn't come down yet. After being interrupted by Zhang Xiaobao, Li Sun finally stopped thinking about that matter, but he remembered it in his heart. At the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County, County Magistrate Wen, Jia County Magistrates, Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong stood there. Behind them were 300 people. Some were wearing the uniforms of yamen runners, and some were wearing other clothes. Everyone was holding something like a stick or a knife in their hands. The four of them were still waiting for the arrival of Jia County Magistrate's son, Jia Weiren. He came out yesterday, but for some reason he hadn't arrived yet. Lord Jia, did something happen to Weiren? Why don't we not wait for him first? Otherwise, we won't be able to arrive before noon. Dr. Han said anxiously. He was afraid that the yamen runners of Sanshui County would find out something. If they really arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi and encountered the yamen runners, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Nothing should happen. Maybe he found a place to stay yesterday and overslept. Let's wait for a while. Jia County Magistrates was more anxious than anyone else. That was his son. What should he do if something really happened to him? When the other three heard his words, they couldn't just leave. They could only wait patiently. When they saw that someone couldn't wait any longer, Jia Weiren finally arrived on his horse. However, he didn't look good. Before anyone could ask, he said, "Father, when I came here yesterday, the horse couldn't go. The horse they gave me couldn't go far at all. Later, I met a caravan. I ate some food and bought another horse. I don't know what I ate wrong, so I had to stop from time to time. After that, I found a place to stay. Now, I'm still weak. How can you eat wrong? Let's not talk about that first. Did you bring the things?" Jia County Magistrates saw that his son was here. Although his body wasn't well, as long as nothing serious happened, he was fine. What he was worried about now was the things on his son. His father. "Here you go." Jia Weiren saw that his father didn't scold him. He took out an envelope and was about to pass it to him. Jia County Magistrates gave him a look. "Take it. Don't lose it. You spent so much effort to get the things here. I'll give you credit." "Okay." Jia Weiren remembered that when the time came, he would take the envelope out and convict the Zhang family and Wang family. Then he would have credit. Once everyone was here, the large group of people headed towards Zhangjia Zhuangzi. On the way, the 300 people who followed them were all excited. They had already discussed in private that when they arrived, they would take whatever good things they saw. They thought that County Magistrate Wen wouldn't care about those things. If they really found something valuable, then they would have profited. County Magistrate Wen and the rest were also looking forward to it. The group couldn't help but speed up. After this, they would be able to enjoy themselves. After walking for a while, everyone felt tired. Only then did they look at the place. Jia Weiren had already found out about this place. He looked up at the sky and said, "After walking for another hour, we will arrive before noon." The good things are waiting for you to take. After hearing what he said, the dozens of people who weren't yamen runners and wanted to rest decided not to rest. The earlier they reached the place, the earlier they could take the things. Under this kind of motivation, the group's speed actually increased. At Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, the yamen runners had already sent some people to be on guard. The rest were all hidden. The hiding places were those straw piles. The yamen runners were strong. They had to fight when they were gangsters. After becoming yamen runners, they also needed to train. After a while, small straw piles were set up one by one. Half of the yamen runners hid in the straw piles. The other 100 people that Li Sun brought did the same. The rest of the people were easy to handle. There were wooden boards, so they just set them up and connected them together. They hid behind the boards. After all, they were building a house here, so it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Everything was ready. They just needed to see if anyone would come. If they didn't come today, they would wait until tomorrow. Li Sun decided to wait until the 15th. He had the time and patience. He didn't need to hide. He could play with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and build a good relationship with them. At around 10 in the morning, before anyone else arrived, the old man between the clouds and the water led some people over. They crossed the small bridge between the clouds and the water and saw the house being built. The old man walked in front, looking around as he walked. When he reached the place, he suddenly saw Li Sun. He was momentarily stunned. He did not know why this imperial nephew of his did not return home for the new year and instead came here. Li Sun also saw the old man and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Why is Minister Shangshu here? Aren't you celebrating the new year in the capital? Didn't the little duke come here as well? Did he run out of here? Your Highness should blame me. The old man looked at Li Sun's appearance and thought that this child had sneaked away on his own. This time, he had caused trouble for the Zhang family's manor. My father knows that I'm here. Minister, are you really planning to spend the new year here? Li Sun was confident. He wasn't afraid of being scolded by his father. The old man Wei nodded and said, Yes, I'm planning to spend the new year here. I don't want to go back to the capital. There are so many people. I can't stand it. The water here doesn't freeze in the winter. The food here is not inferior to the food in the capital. The scenery is also good. Why did you want to come here? Also, what are you doing here? Oh, then Minister, you should take care of your health. Grandfather is counting on you. I have a zhuangzi here. It's the new year, so we can have fun with the people. It just so happens that the Zhang family and the Wang family also plan to build a few houses here. On the 31st of July, they will keep watch and eat together. It's very lively. Minister, are you planning to stay at between the clouds and the water? Why don't you come here? I heard from the Zhang family that because you are here, it will be convenient for the servants to come and visit your family during the new year. That's why they specially chose this place. Otherwise, the main family would be able to accommodate you. Li Sun explained to the old man. The old man looked at the construction and felt very satisfied. The Zhang family really knew how to do things. Not only did they let him have servants at between the clouds and the water during the new year, but they also let those servants know that the main family didn't ignore them. Looking back at between the clouds and the water, the old man thought for a while and said, Let's stay between the clouds and the water. There are too many people at home. We will disturb others if we come here. We will wait for the firecrackers on the 31st. Oh, I mean when the firecrackers are set off, then we will come out and take a look. That's good. Sir, don't be in a hurry to leave later. Your bodyguards should also hide behind the planks. There will be something fun. Li Sun happened to see the bailiff on guard running over with a small red flag in his hand, waving it with all his might. Knowing that the person he was waiting for was here, he hurriedly asked the minister to hide the person. The old man didn't know what was going on, but he still felt childish and asked the bodyguards to hide. He thought that no one here would hurt him. When the bodyguards went behind the planks, they were shocked. There were so many people, hundreds of yamen runners and the little prince's bodyguards. Well, now they were safe. Chapter 255. After the old man's men hid, Li Sun thought of Zhang Xiaobao's idea. He immediately followed Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the children from the 3 Zhuangzi villages to play in the passage made of straw. From time to time, they would show their heads to play hide and seek with others. Jia County magistrates and the others could now see Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. At this time, they could no longer maintain their original steadiness. They began to run, preparing to catch the Zhang family first. However, when they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhang family, they found that no one was there. The gate was open. Oh no, they may have run away. Hurry up and catch them. This was the first thing that came to County Magistrate Wen's mind. He called out to his men and ran towards the small bridge. They came from the other direction and happened to pass by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi first. These people did not delay and continued to chase. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the Wang family, they found that it was the same here. Now, they were uncertain and could only continue to chase. After chasing for a while, they finally felt relieved when they saw many people building houses and children playing in the fields. It seems that they are doing something. Send 50 people to catch those children. Maybe the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family are there. The rest of you follow me. County Magistrate Wen had a horse. He shouted and slowly urged the horse, asking the others to surround him and rush in that direction. The old man, who did not know what was going on just now, finally understood. Seeing that the people rushing over were dressed in the uniform of Yamen runners and 2 of them were dressed in the uniform of the county magistrate, his first thought was that these people were going to rebel. Li Sun had known in advance and specially ambushed them. Seeing this, he had no choice but to retreat. Next to him were the guards and Yamen runners who were covered by the wooden planks. The Jia County magistrate's men didn't know what was going on. They just wanted to catch those people as soon as possible. The first to arrive were the 50 men who were supposed to catch the children. They rushed over and kicked the children they saw or threw them into a pile. Just as they started to attack, a wave of crossbow bolts flew out from the other haystacks around them. These bolts did not belong to the Yamen runners. The Yamen runners were not equipped with such weapons. They were all Li Sun's bodyguards. Originally, they did not want to use crossbows. They just wanted to make some preparations. Unexpectedly, these people came to attack. Naturally, they would not be polite. The 50 people were completely unprepared. 30 of them were shot down on the spot. The remaining people were frightened for a moment. Looking at the hundreds of people around them, they didn't dare to move. Li Sun's guards immediately rushed over. They first beat them up, then tied them up. When the shouts sounded, County Magistrate Wen and company felt that something was amiss. They turned their heads and saw 300 to 400 people surrounding them. Their hearts tightened, especially when they saw the people holding crossbows. They were even more afraid. Not good. Retreat. Seeing this situation, County Magistrate Wen's first thought was to run. He shouted and pulled the reins. At this time, the wooden planks fell at the same time. The people behind saw that Tanaka had already used crossbows. They were worried about the little prince, so they didn't hesitate and directly shot with crossbows. After a wave of bolts, they pulled out their swords and rushed over. The Yamen runners were stunned. They had said that they were only going to scare them. Why did they start to fight now? The Yamen runners didn't know what to do for a moment. When the old man saw the guards he brought looking over, he pointed to them and said, "Go. If there is any resistance, kill them." County Magistrate Wen was shot down on the spot. The bolts didn't hit his vital parts. Lying on the ground, he shouted, "Don't do it. We are on the same side. I am the County Magistrate of Huayuan County." The Yamen runners and the people he brought to make up the numbers were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation. First, they shot with crossbows and then they rushed over. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, they knew that they were in trouble. They also used swords and looked like they were about to break through enemy lines. This kind of person was not someone they could resist. First, someone threw away his weapon and ran around. The Yamen runners and guards on the other side of the field also surrounded them, blocking the back and sides. In the front, there was a group of Li Sun's guards, and on the other side, there were the rest of the 300 Yamen runners. If anyone had a weapon in his hand or tried to escape, he was immediately cut down. Li Sun's guards, who came from the other side of the field, had loaded their crossbows again and were ready for another round of shooting. So, the people of Huayuan County have thrown away their weapons. County Magistrate Wen wanted to die now. He found that the people who threw away their weapons would not be killed, so he shouted loudly. The people he brought heard his voice and threw away their weapons. They stood there with a frightened look on their faces. Jia County magistrates had a good idea. He was not hit by the arrows. Looking at the people around him, he was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. When he was tied down, he came to his senses and shouted, "Zhang Yongqing, you are so vicious. You raised an army and killed an official of the imperial court. You can wait for your family to be exterminated." As soon as he finished shouting, he was kicked in the head. Jia County magistrates thought that these people were raised by Zhang Yongqing, so he was scared and resentful. He turned his head to see who kicked him and happened to see an old man coming over. He was suddenly stunned and asked tentatively, You are the minister?" "Yes, you are Jia Shan. I saw you when the emperor appointed the county magistrate. You tried to murder Li Sun. Now you are caught. What else do you want to say?" The old man asked with a sullen face. "Murder Li Sun? Who is Li Sun?" "Li Sun? Ah, little prince, your excellency, I am innocent. I didn't do it." Jia County magistrates knew where the guards around him came from. They were the little prince and Li Sun's guards. He shouted that he was innocent and thought, why did he come here? Why didn't he go home for the new year? Humph, I am innocent. Then who left the mark on my body? At this time, Li Sun came over with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed at the 3-inch-long shoe mark on his body and asked. Jia County magistrates looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and was stunned. He said stupidly, "The shoe mark is too small. I didn't do it." "Humph, you still dare to quibble. The one who kicked me was with you. The one with the small foot." Li Sun tried not to laugh and said to Jia County magistrates. The shoe mark was left by Zhang Xiaobao. After discussing with Li Sun, they decided to use this strategy. Regardless of the size of the foot, he was kicked when those people were kicking the child. Jia County magistrates immediately understood that the little prince wanted his family to die. How did he offend him? Did he take the money from the Han and Yuan families and not give it to him? "No, I can't die. Sir, Minister, help me. I didn't know the little prince was here. I'm here to arrest the criminals, the people of the Zhang family. You have to help me." Jia County magistrates cried and begged the old man. The old man looked at the shoe mark on Li Sun and heard the Jia County magistrates' words. He understood that the Jia County magistrates wanted to solve the problem for Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He decided to help Zhangjia Zhuangzi. When he was about to accuse him, Steward Zhang stood up and pointed at Jia County magistrates. "Nonsense. Why didn't you use the bailiffs of Sanshui County to arrest people? Where did you get these people? You are the county magistrate of Sanshui County. Do you want to use people from other places to arrest officials of Sanshui County?" "Minister, I have evidence. Let me show you the evidence and you will understand." County Magistrate Jia was afraid that others would directly kill him regardless of the evidence he wanted. At that time, no one would help him. Hearing Steward Zhang's words, County Magistrate Jia cursed Steward Zhang's stupidity in his heart and shouted. The minister did not know what to do. At the same time, he blamed Steward Zhang. Why did he stand up? "Sir, since he said that he has evidence, let him show it." Steward Zhang was not anxious at all. "Fine, show it." The minister saw Steward Zhang's words and could only agree. Quick, my son. Show them what you brought." Jia County magistrates hurriedly called his son. Jia Weiran was shot in the leg and was in pain. When he heard his father's words, he did not dare to delay. He immediately took out the letter and took out a few pieces of paper. He said, "They only rewarded 4,000 mu of land. Sir, take a look. Now they have rewarded 6,000 mu of land." Jia Weiren said and handed the paper to the minister. The minister took a look and suddenly snorted. He rolled the paper into a ball and threw it back. "Open your eyes and see how much you have rewarded. It is obviously 4,000 mu of land. You are not from the Yamen, but you have something from the Yamen. How should you be punished?" Before Jia Weiran could pick it up, Jia County magistrates did not know where he got the strength. He crawled over from under someone's feet and opened the paper. When he saw it, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. That was the original document that he replaced in the yamen. How did it appear here? That was not right. His son was holding a fake document that he wrote himself. Li Sun stood up at this moment. Jia Shan, what else do you have to say? He framed his colleagues, secretly led soldiers from other provinces through the province with the intention of killing people, and when he was discovered, he even wanted to kill this marquis to silence him. Guards, take him away, and send these people to the capital city. I am writing a letter to my uncle. In the Tang Empire, I was almost killed and seriously injured. This is ridiculous. Maybe some county magistrate is happy and led soldiers from other provinces to attack the capital. Jia Shan, do you have any other evidence? Little prince, please spare me. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. No more. Yes, I frame my colleagues. I plead guilty. Little prince, please have mercy. I was just greedy for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's money. I didn't want to kill the little prince. I have confessed. Jia County magistrates knew that according to the two crimes that he had mentioned, he would either be fired from his position or killed. If he followed Li Sun's words, everyone in his family would not be able to escape. Is that true? Li Sun asked. Jia County magistrates replied. Guards, write it down and let him sign it. Official Jia, quickly find someone to protect you. I don't want to kill people during the new year. Maybe you can still live. Li Sun did not dare to say that someone wanted to kill him. His uncle would definitely find him and bring him back. He did not want to go back. Furthermore, it was too cruel to kill an entire family. As for who he would find, it did not matter. Anyway, he could forget about being an official. It was good enough that he could stay alive. Sanshui County was stable. Chapter 256. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were taken away, the villagers still hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. The children had also lost their usual liveliness, especially the people from Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have seen the world clearly for the first time. It was also the first time they knew that there was money in Zhuangzi and that many people were coveting it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have any reaction. As usual, they did what they were supposed to do. At the same time, they felt a little happy. The result of Li Sun's intervention was a little different from what they had expected, but the effect was surprisingly good. They believed that for a long time, no one would have any ideas about Zhuangzi. Xiaobao, they're not in a good state. Think of a way to help them recover. Wang Wan looked at the villagers and the children. She knew that they were frightened by the bloody scene just now and the crisis Zhuangzi was facing. If this continued, it would leave some impact on their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and saw that Li Sun had already gone to write the memorial with that so-called minister. He pulled Wang Wan into a room and found a stool to sit down. He also asked someone to make a big bowl of soup for him and Wang Wan to warm their bodies while thinking of a solution. When faced with this kind of situation, one is to adapt. The other is to let them occupy a commanding position and think that what they did was right. We are the kind of people who adapt. It doesn't matter what we encounter. They seem to be unable to do this, so we can only choose another way. Zhang Xiaobao set out the two solutions and chose the second one. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao were to personally participate in the situation, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable, let alone just looking at what had just happened. However, they didn't know what to do with the second solution. Xiaobao, where should we start? Are you going to talk to them one by one, like an instructor? When Wang Wan thought of this, she kept instilling this idea into the villagers, giving them psychological hints. There's no need for that. It's not like we're going to make them fight all the time in the future. It's the new year, and it's just nice. In the past, there was always a spring festival gala. Let's make one too. Think of a program. Other than entertainment, it also has to be educational. Make the best use of the time to think, and then find someone to practice. When it was the night of the 30th, everyone could not eat and drink all the time. Once they were on night watch, it would be a good time for them to enjoy all kinds of shows. Let's include what happened today, and let them admire it while also acknowledging it. Describe the enemy as evil beyond redemption, describe us as glorious, and we are the kind of people who have grown wings. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and came up with this idea. He gestured to Wang Wan to fly. Birdman? Wang Wan felt that this was a good idea, and her mood improved. The kind with a halo on their heads. Now, divide the work and think of a way. Let's go home and think. We have to be quick. We have to think of a plan in 4 hours. Let them rehearse once. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind. He drank the soup in front of him in a few mouthfuls, burped, and pulled Wang Wan back home. At this time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan's people also put down the worries in their hearts. The matter was over, and they also returned home. There were still many things to do. 2.5 hours later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came up with a plan for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Compared to the past, it was like heaven and earth. There were no lighting effects, and there was no layout. It was just a simple program. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of crosstalk, skit, and other things. Although his writing skills were not as good as Wang Wan's, when it came to things that required standing up and performing, he was better. Wang Wan was in charge of the singing and dancing. She only had to do the movements and didn't need too many basic skills. As for the songs, because she didn't know if the villagers would be willing to listen to some of her songs from that time, she could only choose the local folk songs and ditties. These things had some strong folk characteristics. Xiaobao, who should we look for? Could it be that we look for the villagers? Then should we personally guide them? Or should we teach them to the people in the inner courtyard first, and then let the people in the inner courtyard teach them? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao finished part of their work, but found that it was not easy to find people. If they looked for the villagers, it would be difficult to explain directly to them. The people in the inner courtyard are enough. Why do we need to find others? I think Xiao Hong's voice is not bad. When she is releasing ducks and geese, her voice is very bright. Let her sing a better song. Zhang Xiaobao felt that there was no need to have too many people, and the scene did not need to be too big. This year was the first time. As long as it was lively, it would be shocking enough for the villagers to encounter something they had never seen before. If her voice is good, what should we let her sing? Wang Wan looked for a song in the folk songs she heard when she came here. Do you still need to ask? Xintianyu, let her sing this. Zhang Xiaobao already had a song in mind that the people here would accept. He just had to change the lyrics. This was his specialty, although Wang Wan would hide away every time he changed the lyrics. Wang Wan thought for a while and agreed with the song Zhang Xiaobao chose. She ran to the storeroom and took out an eru. She slightly adjusted the strings and prepared to play a song. This eru was designed for adults. Wang Wan's hands were small. When she pulled the strings with her right hand, it was not enough. When she pressed left and right, her fingers were not enough. She had to tighten the strings so that the distance of her left hand was much better. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was tuning beside him. He went closer and looked at Wang Wan carefully. I didn't expect you to know this too. Play, 2 springs reflecting the moon. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and continued to tune. When she was almost done, she started to play. 356126115. Don't fool me. This is not an eru song. This is a violin song. After the Liyang Zhu, flute, it's the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to play any instruments, but he could hear. He could tell right away and acted like he was an expert. What beginning? This is the main theme. It runs through the entire song. Wang Wan was much better than Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. She had no choice. Her education was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. Only the beginning can run through it. Zhang Xiaobao was unwilling to admit defeat. Wang Wan tried too. She felt a little tired and could not keep up with the music. The main reason was that she was too small and the eru was too big. It was not specially designed for her. She stopped playing the Liyang Zhu flute and started to play the eru song. Zhang Xiaobao listened from the side and glanced at Wang Wan from time to time. He found that Wang Wan was even cuter at this moment. That's right. I've listened to this song many times. It describes the temperament of the pine and the cypress that does not fear the cold. When you listen to it, you will think of the poem that someone wrote. Heavy snow presses down on the pine trees. Zhang Xiaobao was still acting like an expert. He felt that he should show the same level as Wang Wan and let Wang Wan know that he was not bad in this aspect. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and stopped playing. she said to Zhang Xiaobao, hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, it will be too late tomorrow. Also remember, this song is called Horse Racing. It's my fault that I didn't play it well. You didn't hear the fast rhythm from it. I like to race while listening to the song. You go to your work. I'll go find someone. Zhang Xiaobao did not show the slightest embarrassment. He stood up and went to find someone. He still looked like he was walking out slowly with his hands behind his back. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's leaving figure, Wang Wan suddenly burst out laughing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was the most interesting. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao called most of the people from the 2 inner courtyards of Zhuangzi. These people did not know what to do when they arrived at Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. They looked at each other blankly and whispered from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the questions they had written and walked out of the room. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said to the crowd, tomorrow night, I think it's a little too boring to stay overnight. Therefore, Cuckoo and I came up with a plan, which is to make tomorrow night more lively. Now, let's divide into groups. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he did not wait for the people in the inner courtyard to respond. He directly went to pick people with Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao divided the people into 2 groups. One group looked decent, and the other was cunning. If looking at someone made people want to laugh out loud, then that person was Zhang Xiaobao's superstar. Wang Wan, on the other hand, was trying her best to pick out the girls. She asked them who could sing well and who could dance a little. After this round of selection, it was already night time. Those who were chosen stayed behind, while those who were not chosen went back to work. Among the people in the inner courtyard, there were a few talents. Some knew how to play a few kinds of huzi, some knew how to play the flute, and some knew how to play a few drums. When there was no one to use them, they could still support the scene. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked these people to eat first and come back immediately after eating. Musical instruments and other things could be found in the grocery store and the storeroom. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also had to eat. In order to save time, there was only one dish for this meal. It was shredded meat with dried tofu and a big bowl of rice. Cuckoo, I've decided. Starting tomorrow, we will think of ways to make violins and pianos. When the time comes, you can teach them to others. Next year, we will prepare in advance and hold a bigger party. Xiaobao put the dried tofu into the bowl and ate it along with the rice as he whimpered. Do you think a violin is like a guitar? It's so easy to make, let alone a piano. If you can make a piano, you have the skills. Why don't we make something more practical? Eat well and don't talk nonsense. Chapter 257. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished eating, the selected people of the inner courtyard also rushed over. They ate even faster. Some of them were still chewing when they came over. They didn't dare to let the young master and young miss wait. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also threw caution to the wind. They taught separately and studied together from time to time. For the whole night, the 2 of them and the people of the inner courtyard didn't rest for even a moment. When the sun shone on the ground in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yawned and let the people of the inner courtyard rest. They were not allowed to do anything else except eat and sleep. It was time for them to perform in the evening. At this time, the people of the inner courtyard all puffed out their chests. They felt that they were the best. Last night, the young master and young miss kept praising them. They hurriedly ate and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also took a hot bath and fell asleep on the kong. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up first. They didn't eat anything. It was time to eat in a little more than 2 hours. The 2 of them still had things to do. Last night, they only wanted to teach others and forgot to set up a stage. There were so many people. If they put the stage on the ground, they couldn't see the people behind them. When the 2 of them came to the small bridge again, Li Sun and that minister had already arrived and were happily talking. Zhang Xiaobao came. Before he could greet Li Sun, 3 people came over and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao. They kept looking at him up and down. Zhang Xiaobao blinked his pair of innocent eyes and looked back. Wang Wan was also the same. They didn't know if something had happened to the 3 of them. You are Xiaobao? One of the 3 people asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Xiaobao, this is Aunt Wang. Quick, greet her, said another young man beside him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood that this was probably someone his mother didn't want to see. She might even be a relative of his. He hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Aunt Wang." Say, Xiaobao, come, let me hug you. When Aunt Wang heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she squatted down and opened her arms. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaobao let Aunt Wang carry him up. He had already thought it through. No matter who it was, even if it was the person who made his mother unhappy, he had to act innocent and cute at this time. He had to find out the person's background first, and then he would help his mother vent her anger. How could Aunt Wang know that the well-behaved child in her arms was thinking about such a thing? He then looked at Wang Wan, who was standing on the ground and looking up at him, and asked, "Are you Cuckoo from the Wang family?" "Yes, that's me." Wang Wan was also well-behaved. At the same time, she prayed for this Aunt Wang in her heart. She hoped that she didn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao's mother that would make the Jiang Wang clan sad. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's brain and personality, he would suffer for the smallest grievance. Dezeo, carry Cuckoo too. Don't keep standing on the ground outside, your feet are cold. Aunt Wang called out to Dezeo, the servant girl beside her. Dezeo just wanted to carry Zhang Xiaobao, but Aunt Wang beat her to it. It was good to be able to carry Wang Wan now. She quickly carried Wang Wan and kissed her on the face. Wang Wan didn't do it for nothing. She naturally knew to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao, even if she didn't want to be kissed. After being kissed, she laughed and seemed to be very happy. Jujube watched enviously from the side. Seeing that the two cute little guys were carried away, she pouted and drew circles on the ground with her feet. "Xiaobao, tell me, did you eat well at home?" Aunt Wang held Zhang Xiaobao in her arms, and her eyes never left Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She asked softly. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He could only reply with one word, yes. "If you do something wrong at home, did your father beat you?" Aunt Wang asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No. I don't think he would dare." "Xiaobao, are you willing to go to a more interesting place? There's a place called Beijing. It's much better than here. There's a lot of delicious food, and there's also fun. The place to live is also better than your home. There's also a group of people to play with you. Do you want to go?" Aunt Wang seemed to be a little anxious. She just said a few words and wanted Zhang Xiaobao to go to Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao thought of many things through these few words. This Aunt Wang seemed to have specially come to see him. She didn't seem to be very respectful to his father. Moreover, she wanted him to go to Beijing. What's the relationship between them? Could it be that she's from his mother's family? In an instant, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the general situation. If that was the case, his mother's family was in Beijing. They were disrespectful to his father and wanted him to go there. Oh, I see. It's a typical situation. It seems that his mother's family should have some power in Beijing. This father of his, although he's usually dull, he's quite capable. He naturally knew what his mother was like. She took care of the entire Zhuangzi in an orderly manner. When she talked to him and Wang Wan, she didn't seem like a girl from an ordinary family at all. She was even able to test his and Wang Wan's homework. No wonder. This was just like him and Wang Wan. If he didn't specifically change his identity to enter prison to study and grew up wandering like other children, he really couldn't compare to Wang Wan, who had received an elite education from a young age. Not to mention other things, just last night, Wang Wan's performance was indeed different. And it could be seen that Wang Wan was well-versed in the four arts. In that case, he would have to face a snobbish relative in the future. His father's life wouldn't be easy. When he enters Beijing during the spring examination, his first choice would probably be to stay in his mother's family. Then what's the point of taking the examination? He would have to be looked down on all day long. No, definitely not. When his father enters Beijing, he must have a place to stay and support the situation so that people wouldn't dare to look down on him. Otherwise, once his father loses confidence, he can forget about passing the examination, even if there's someone to recommend him. "Xiaobao, are you willing to go to a fun place? Cuckoo can also come along." Aunt Wang saw Zhang Xiaobao's eyes darting around and thought that Zhang Xiaobao was tempted, so she asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "I'm with my parents, so I'm not going." When the time comes, your mother will also come along. Xiao or will suffer here. Aunt Wang continued to persuade. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao's pupils contracted, but he immediately relaxed. He just wanted to kill someone. He heard that this Aunt Wang wanted to separate his mother and father. Dream on. The momentary change of expression didn't escape Wang Wan's eyes. She was also angry. She also analyzed the general situation and felt that this person from the Wang family was too hateful. They were having a good life, but they wanted to come and destroy it. It's over. Just wait for Xiaobao's crazy revenge. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao valued his family. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his family. As an orphan, Zhang Xiaobao had a morbid obsession in this aspect. Other things could be discussed, but this kind of thing could only have one result. Zhang Xiaobao's hand was already on the sleeve of his other hand. Wang Wan immediately tensed up. When Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand with a smile, Wang Wan was slightly relieved. She knew that just now, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to kill someone. There was a sharp needle in his sleeve. With Zhang Xiaobao's current strength and the sharpness of the needle, he could easily stab the defenseless Aunt Wang's throat. Most importantly, the place an inch behind the needle was rusty. Even if it didn't kill her, with current medical methods, it might not be able to cure her. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head again. I'm not going. They're still Dad. He was really ready to make a move just now. His hand had already touched the end of the needle. The needle was placed in the hole of the small bamboo piece, and the end was slightly exposed. When the coolness of the needle passed to his hand, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was a bit impulsive. When he encountered this kind of thing, he was a bit unable to tolerate it. Fortunately, he understood that this Aunt Wang was only a member of the Wang family. From the looks of it, she wasn't a relative of his mother. Killing her was useless, so he let go. Aunt Wang didn't know that just now, she had already circled around the gates of hell. She was still there saying, Xiaobao, then bring your father along with you. There's also Grandpa and Grandma. Zhang Xiaobao found another reason. This time, Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. She couldn't bring everyone in the Zhang family. She could only temporarily give up on persuading Zhang Xiaobao. When she saw Qiao, she would see what she thought. Even so, she didn't put down Zhang Xiaobao. She carried him and walked towards the old man. Zhang Xiaobao had already made a decision in his heart. Right now, he couldn't have too much contact with his mother's family. Unless his father obtained good results and leveled his status, only then would he do so. If he really let his father go to the Wang family now, he wouldn't have to study and would sulk all day. Wang Wan was also being harassed by Date and Jujube. When the two servant girls saw Wang Wan, they liked this little girl and kept asking her questions. Wang Wan pretended to be a child while thinking about the future. She was very tired. When Aunt Wang carried Zhang Xiaobao to the old man, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, this is your grandpa Bai. Quickly call him. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. It seemed that all children had to go through this. In order to pretend to be a child until the end, he could only control his emotions and call out to the old man, Hello, Grandpa Bai. Good. Look, this little guy is so fun. The old man, who was also the minister, reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face as he said happily. Wang Wan was also carried over. When she was placed together with Zhang Xiaobao, it made people feel a sense of amazement. They were really too suitable. They were no different from a golden couple. Bear with it, and it will be over. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved for Weiwei. Chapter 258. The new year was not far away. The more people there were, the colder the weather became. Everyone gathered together and talked about the past with endless emotions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan endured the torture for almost 2 hours before they were put down. The arms of the person holding them were probably too sore to bear. It was almost time for dinner. The three people of Zhuangzi gathered together and talked about what they used to be like, what they were like now, and what they would be like in the future. All of their faces were brimming with happy smiles. Especially the villagers of Zhang family and Wang family. They seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. When they were talking with the Li family, they didn't forget to call their children over and revolve the topic around them. They had reason to do so. Their children were studying in school, so of course they had to perform well. The Li family also had a school in Zhuangzi, but the children didn't have much time to learn. In addition, there weren't many people to take care of them, so it was very scattered. Their learning was not as good as that of Zhang family and Wang family. The only thing that made the villagers of Zhuangzi feel relieved was that Li Sun, the little prince, had never neglected his children when it came to eating and drinking. With more people, the weather didn't seem so cold. Some people sat in the corner and even took off their outer clothes. There was a brazier in every room, so the temperature wasn't low. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led by a servant to Zhang Wang clan's residence. Father Zhang was also there, and so were their grandparents. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen Aunt Wang yet. It wasn't clear whether Aunt Wang had forgotten or if there were other reasons, but she didn't find this place. These houses were surrounded by Li Sun and the old man's guards. Only the dozen or so yamen runners who lived close to the house didn't leave. They were still guarding the house. After the Jia County magistrates and the others were escorted away yesterday, the rest of the yamen runners happily left with a large amount of New Year goods given by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Originally, they didn't want to accept the gifts, but the Zhang family insisted on giving them away. They went back and forth in order to protect the Zhang family and the Wang family. If they didn't give them something to celebrate the new year, the Zhang family wouldn't feel good. Even the dozen bailiffs left behind went back home yesterday to deliver the gifts. The dumplings were to be eaten at night. Now, on the table in front of everyone was a simple hot pot. The cut meat and some vegetables were served on plates. Jars of wine were also placed on the side. Those who wanted to drink could go and get it themselves, as long as they didn't drink too much. The heads of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi, as well as Li Sun, said a few words. Everyone began to eat and chat. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Steward Zhang immediately arranged for people to light the torches on Zhuangzi. There were also many lanterns hanging in each house. When the Zhang family and the Wang family saw those torches, they didn't know what happened later. The people who came before told them what happened during the New Year's Eve. When the people who came to Zhuangzi heard what the head of the Zhang family said about the New Year's Eve, they were all excited. They already knew that Zhuangzi was good, but they didn't expect it to be so good. The old man and Li Sun also heard about this. For this meal, the old man didn't eat between the clouds and the water. He planned to eat first before going back. This was his plan. The head of the family doesn't look like a head of the family. How can he eat with the villagers? He even lit the torches and said that they would light up the sky together. While others were praising, only one person found fault, and that was the Aunt Wang from the Wang family. Dates and Jujube were eating happily. When they heard Aunt Wang's words, they suddenly had the idea of hiding away. They were afraid that they would be implicated when the villagers attacked them. As if realizing that she had said something wrong, Aunt Wang looked around. When she saw that no one was looking at her, she was relieved. She came here yesterday and saw the battle. She wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao yesterday, but something happened, so it was delayed until today. She didn't want to be surrounded by people. Amidst the laughter, they ate for a full 4 hours. After another 2 hours, it would be midnight, which would be next year. After eating, the food was cleaned up by the people who ate. Then, someone placed tea and a few snacks for everyone to wait until nighttime. The old man was very happy today. He drank 2 more bowls of wine and talked a lot. His face was rosy. Just as he was about to leave and return to between the clouds and the water, the people taught by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared on the stage that had been set up in the afternoon. First, there was a song and dance. The old man and Li Sun didn't think much of it. It was really too bad. However, the other villagers were different. They usually didn't have the opportunity to see this, so they all focused on it. When the song and dance was about to end, the old man stood up. Before he could leave the room, 2 people came up and began to perform crosstalk. For them, this was something new. They had never seen it before. Listening to the 2 people on the stage, the crowd laughed from time to time. The old man had also never seen such a thing before. He could only sit down and drink his tea. He digested the food while watching the performance. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were slightly nervous. They were afraid that the people they taught would mess up on the stage. Every time the 2 crosstalk performers paused, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would clench their fists. Others didn't know about the pauses and thought that it was just like that. Father Zhang was usually a serious person. At this time, he was also amused by the words of the crosstalk performers. The Wang family and Zhang family sat together, listening and watching. They knew that this matter was caused by the two children and praised them from time to time. Mother Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Zhang Wang clan, "Sister, your family Xiaobao is really amazing. Look at this crosstalk performance. It's great. Cuckoo is going to live a good life in the future." Zhang Wang clan was happy to hear this and said, "Cuckoo is also not simple. Look at those songs and dances. I've never seen them before." Zhang Wang clan's words were not so sincere. Instead of praising the song and dance, it was more like praising Wang Wan for being able to teach others songs and dances at such a young age. She had seen many songs and dances in the past. She herself was not bad, but she had never danced in front of outsiders before. Unless she was happy and danced for Father Zhang to add some fun to the bedroom. As the few of them were talking, the old man decided not to leave. He wanted to watch before leaving. His family was also watching with great interest. Aunt Wang wanted to say that the song and dance were not good, but she didn't dare to open her mouth and forced herself to hold back. Who would have thought that after the performance started, there was no intention of stopping? Each of the performers took note of several people. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were checking, they would usually do it in groups. The two of them would just look at each other. If this situation continued, the performance might not be finished by tomorrow morning. The performers arranged the time well. Those who waited for a long time went to a place specially prepared for them to take a nap. After all, the performance was different from the performance. Wang family's girl, did you see that? This is the ability of the Zhang family. During the new year, which Shuangzi can do such a thing. Especially the crosstalk and skit performances. There are even people who stand up to say New Year greetings and introduce the performance. Not to mention Zhuangzi, there are no such people in the palace. The old man didn't want to leave. He leaned on a reclining chair specially prepared for him and said to Aunt Wang, who was also attracted by the performance. Li Sun echoed, "Minister Shangshu is right. In the past few years, I was either in the palace or in the manor for the new year. Other than playing the zither, singing and dancing, there were some people who recited poems. It was boring. It's better here. I didn't expect them to come up with such a new thing. When I go back, I must tell Imperial Uncle." Aunt Wang didn't speak at this time. It wasn't that she felt that she was wrong, but that she was attracted by the skit on the stage. She clearly heard what the two of them said, but she couldn't find the time to say it. She could only smile and nod at them, making them think that she knew that she was wrong in the past. Time passed quickly while watching the performance. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The performance stopped, the dumplings began to be cooked, and the firecrackers were hung up. Of course, the things made at home were not as reluctant to use as the things bought outside. A total of more than 3 million firecrackers, together with some simple fireworks, sounded and flew away in the sound of New Year's greetings. The more than 3 million firecrackers were divided into 20 portions, each with 150,000 firecrackers. The fireworks rose into the sky one after another. The sound of the firecrackers seemed to not stop. The children covered their ears and moved forward, jumping and shouting. When the sound of the firecrackers disappeared, everyone only felt that their heads were buzzing, but no one complained. Their thoughts were simple. The firecrackers were to drive away some things. The firecrackers were so loud that they thought that those things that shouldn't come out would not appear again. Delicious, these dumplings are delicious. The villagers were honest. When they saw the dumplings, some were dipped in chives, some were dipped in fermented bean curd, and some were dipped in garlic sauce or chili sauce. They ate one dumpling in 2 mouthfuls and drank some dumpling soup. The villagers of Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family were better. After all, they usually ate pretty well. If they wanted to eat dumplings, they could make them once every 2 or 3 days. As they ate the different flavors of the dumplings, they thought about how good their master was. On the other hand, the Li family couldn't compare to Li Sun. Li Sun did give a lot of benefits to the villagers, but what he gave was different from what the Zhang and Wang families gave. He directly gave them things, and when something happened, he would give them something for them to take back to eat. Or, when it was done, everyone would eat together. In Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family would not only help during festivals and heavy work, but also help the villagers raise livestock and poultry. They would also arrange some small handicrafts for the idle people at home. No matter what it was, it could increase their income. The people of Zhuangzi did not dare to make dumplings for fun when they had nothing to do. The noodles were precious enough, but they also had to put meat in them. If they did not put meat in the dumplings, it would be a pity that they did not have enough noodles and oil. At this time, when they ate the dumplings made by Zhang family and Wang family, they almost bit their tongues off. "Where are our dumplings?" Wang Wan asked the person who was serving the dumplings at this time. She and Zhang Xiaobao did not like to eat such oily things. When they were young, it was to grow up. Now, they could use other things to supplement their nutrition. Chapter 259. When other people ate dumplings, they put a lot of oil in the meat filling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made their own dumplings, which didn't have much oil in it. The beef, pork, and onion dumplings, as well as the sanxian dumplings, also didn't have so much oil. Instead, they put some soup in the filling, then froze it and wrapped it in the dumpling skin. In this way, the former was not greasy, while the latter was fresh. Especially the soup in the dumplings, they could drink it first when eating. Hearing Wang Wan's words, someone immediately brought the dumplings over. There were 2 plates, 1 plate of the same kind, all cooked. It was the new year, so they ate boiled dumplings and steamed dumplings on normal days. As soon as the 2 of them started eating, Li Sun came over. He didn't like to eat oily dumplings, including the minister. Rich people didn't lack oily dumplings. "Happy New Year, Grandpa Zhang." "Happy New Year, Grandma Zhang." Li Sun was sensible and greeted them one by one. He said nice words, but he didn't kneel down and kowtow. When he greeted them, others also wanted to greet them. Li Sun quickly stopped them and said, "Brother Zhang and I feel like old friends at first sight. You are all elders, so you can't greet the younger generation. If you have prepared New Year's money, huh?" When he said that, the Zhang family and the Wang family didn't know what to do. His identity was there. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Hurry up and give me the money." Everyone took out their New Year's money. Li Sun took it one by one with a smile. He came here to build a relationship and to see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate. He knew that the 2 children could eat anything, but that was when they were surviving in the wild. They were usually picky about food. This could be seen from the dishes the 2 of them made last time. They didn't like to eat greasy food. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd and found that there was indeed a person called the Mute, which made him even more sure that this person was an expert. However, he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for people to come over. As long as he came over, the Mute, who was sitting in the next room, would also come over. At this time, Xiaobao had just taken a bite of a dumpling. His mouth was small, so he couldn't eat one dumpling at a time. The stuffing inside was exposed. He wrapped the dumpling into a ball and looked at the plate. There was only some stuffing that had fallen out when he was eating. There wasn't much oil. Li Sun immediately understood. The 2 of them were eating alone, and the dumplings on the other plate were definitely different from the one he was eating. "Xiaobao, you're too mean. You and Cuckoo are eating good food secretly, but you didn't send it to me. My dumplings are greasy and greasy." Zhang Xiaobao just remembered that there were people over there who didn't like to eat dumplings. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "Well, there are a lot of dumplings like this. Ask someone to cook them and bring them up. Remember to take a small bite when you eat this sanxian stuffing. Otherwise, don't blame others if it's hot." Li Sun was waiting for this sentence. He knew that he would be able to eat good food in a while. He said hello and turned back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to eat the pig's claws. The pig's claws were not freshly made. They were made yesterday. After they were mashed, they were cold and could be chewed. When Li Sun returned to his place, he saw Minister Bai eating dumplings with a frown. He quickly said, "Minister Bai, wait a moment. I just found out that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating good food secretly. There wasn't much oil in the dumplings." When Minister Bai heard that there was little oil over there, he put down his chopsticks and waited. Some of his family members also didn't eat. They usually ate well, but they didn't like to eat. After a while, the dumplings were served. This time, it felt different. The old man ate 2 in a row. After eating, he drank some dumpling soup and said, "It's really different. The Zhang family really knows how to enjoy life." "Sir, you're right. My little wife is here. How can she not know how to enjoy life? The Zhang family took advantage of us." Aunt Wang finally couldn't help but give credit to her family. The old man smiled and didn't comment. He had already asked around. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had a good life when the 2 children were about to turn 1. From then on, everything seemed to be different. He didn't know what was going on. Date and Jujube also tasted the 2 kinds of dumplings. They found that they were really different. After thinking about it, they still chose to eat the one with more oil. The 2 of them usually didn't eat so much good food. Anyway, the taste was about the same for them. It was better to eat more oil. "Date, do you think that if the little wife comes home, will the house be so lively?" Jujube envied the people here, especially after knowing the approximate monthly salary of Pomegranate, Cherries, and Xiaohong. She hated that she couldn't be one of them. There was also the shop assistant between the clouds and the water. She could actually get so much money as a reward. In the capital, even the shopkeepers of some small shops couldn't get this much money. A few strings of coins a month was already not bad. Now, she was wondering if the little girl could go home and then turn the house into such a state. Date was also envious, but she knew her own limits. She said to Jujube, "Don't think about it. The little wife won't go back. Life here was not good. Her family never said anything about helping. Now that she has money and an official, it's difficult to find a way to go back." "Isn't that so? There's only 1 dock in the whole county. There are mountains and so many shops. Look at their village. How comfortable it is to stay here. In the whole Sanshui County, it's their place. They can do whatever they want. Yesterday, even if Li Sun didn't protect them, those people who came here wouldn't get any benefits. What can they do if they go back? How could it be as good as here?" There were still many people in the capital who could not be offended. He did not need to personally buy clothes in the capital. He could just get someone to go over. There was also a need for him to use powder. He could do it. Also, there are many restaurants in the capital. You can eat some good food. Look at between the clouds and the water. There's also the first restaurant by the water at the dock. I heard that some of the dishes they make are better than the restaurants in the capital. They do this so they won't go there. Jujube also thought it through. If it were her, she wouldn't do it either. People lived comfortably here and went to the capital to look for trouble. But in this way, her family couldn't expect to be like here. The monthly salary was small, and they were always afraid of being punished for doing something wrong. Just as she was feeling sad, Date came up with an idea. "Jujube, if the little wife doesn't go back, can we stay and serve her? After all, the status of the Zhang family is different now. Back then, they didn't even have a servant girl as a dowry, and they didn't give any dowry. We have to compensate them, right?" "That's right. Back then, they didn't give anything." Aunt Wang definitely won't agree. "Why don't we go and beg the little wife? Even if I don't want the monthly salary, I still want to stay here." Jujube yearned for this place. She discussed with Date about going to beg the little wife of her family. At the same time, she vigilantly looked at Aunt Wang, who was sitting there and eating dumplings slowly. Date was also tempted, but she was afraid that Aunt Wang would find out about this and be punished. She hesitated and didn't know what to do. "Date, let's go secretly. Aunt Wang didn't give the little wife a New Year's greeting just now. We'll use this as an excuse. If she really wants to find trouble with us, we'll say that she didn't give us a New Year's greeting." Little Zhao gritted her teeth and decided to give it a try. As long as Lady Qiao wanted her, she believed that her family would agree. At that time, she would be able to bring her and Big Zhao's contract and not be bullied at home. When Big Date heard this, he nodded and stood up with Small Date. They slowly retreated until they reached the entrance. When they saw that Auntie Wang had not noticed them, they turned around and entered another room. They kept shuttling back and forth between the rooms. After they had gone through more than 10 rooms, they finally stopped and let out a long sigh. "I know. It's over there. Let's go." Jujube patted her chest with her hand, and her nervous mood eased a little. The 2 of them started to walk around again. They didn't dare to go straight to the outside, so they could only walk from one house to another. The two of them were grateful to the Zhang and Wang families for building simple houses that were meant to be lively. There were doors everywhere, and there was no shelter. They could walk around however they wanted. The two were about to reach their destination. They were only 3 rooms away. At this time, a servant girl wearing the clothes of the Zhang family's inner courtyard came over with a compass. The two didn't pay attention and bumped into her. With a series of cracking sounds, the porcelain plates were all broken into pieces. Not a single one could be found intact. Big Date and Little Date were scared out of their wits. Looking at the plate on the ground, they couldn't say a single word. All they could think of was that this maidservant would be beaten to death. This compass was not ordinary. There were even golden threads where the flowers were drawn. Perhaps one of them was a string of 10? Date, what should we do? Should we take the blame or ignore her and run? Jujube was so scared that she started to tremble. Her voice also trembled. Take the blame. Will we be pulled back home by Aunt Wang? What should we do? Date was also confused. The one who wasn't confused was the servant girl who hit the plates. She stood there and looked at the plates on the ground, then looked at the 2 people who should also be servant girls. She sighed helplessly. Don't just stand there. Help me pick up the pieces. It will be troublesome if they stab someone. I will be scolded. Be careful. Don't leave anything behind. Don't cut your hands. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up the pieces. She put the small pieces on top of the big ones. Date and Jujube could only pick up the pieces. While picking, they looked at the servant girl's face. She was still calm, but she was a little annoyed. This sister, it's all our fault. We were in a hurry just now and bumped into you. How much are these plates? We can take some out. Jujube thought about the money she saved with great difficulty. She was a little distressed. She was even more afraid that she and Date wouldn't have enough money to compensate. I don't know. I didn't buy it. You don't need to take it. How much money do you have? Keep it for yourself. The servant girl's movements were nimble. She had already picked up a lot and said to Jujube. Chapter 260. Dezeo, Jujube, and the 3 maidservants called Qiuju looked up at the same time. Steward Zhang, why are you here? Just in time, help me pick them up, there are too many broken pieces. Qiuju saw that it was Steward Zhang and immediately called out to him. Under the surprised and disbelieving gazes of Dezeo and Xiao Zhao, Steward Zhang really squatted down to help pick up the pieces. As he picked, he said, You have to be careful in the future. If you hurt yourself or others, you will be in pain for a few days. Don't you have a special bag for holding dishes? Remember to take it. I know, I was in a hurry to deliver the dishes just now, so I didn't take them. Steward Zhang, I'll take the rest, help me get something to hold it. Qiuju saw that the broken pieces were placed on a slightly tidy table and said to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang immediately went to find something to hold the dishes. Dezeo and Jujube stood there in a daze, looking at the maidservant in front of them, speechless for a moment. What's wrong with you? Is it cold? Quickly go to the brazier over there to warm it. Thank you. Qiuju said to Dezeo and Jujube. This time, the 2 of them finally came back to their senses. Looking at the calm expression of the maidservant in front of them, Jujube asked tentatively, Sister, you won't be punished, right? The plates are worth a lot of money. If you hurt others, you will be punished. If you hurt yourself, you will also be scolded. Now that no one is hurt, it's fine. Fortunately, I didn't hurt you. Qiuju let out a sigh of relief. Dezeo and Jujube took a deep breath. They didn't dare to believe what the maidservant in front of them said. Being punished and scolded wasn't based on how many plates were broken, but on whether or not you hurt others or yourself. Dezeo exhaled and asked, Sister, what if you hurt others or yourself? Was he hurt? That would be troublesome. If someone were to be injured, I would have to call a doctor over immediately. I would also have to see where the injury was. If I were to delay their work, I would have to report it to the inner court, and the inner court would pay for the delay. If I hurt myself, that would be too scary. Please don't do it. I will be specially called to listen to how to follow the steps when working. I will also have to write at least 30 times. It is very tiring, even more tiring than working. Look at my hand, it is not injured at all. I'm so happy. Chiu-ju waved her white hands in front of Date and Jujube, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Big Zao and Jujube did not expect that they would receive such a punishment. Liar? The inner courtyard would pay for her injuries, but she would only have to write something when she was injured. This meant that the maidservant in front of her had to be literate. Which Zhuangzi or Zhuangzi's manner would be like this. If it were him, he would at least be beaten up. Jujube swallowed her saliva and asked again, Sister, what if the plate is broken? If it is broken, then it is broken. It can't be fixed. What else can we do? Throw it away. Find a place where no one can touch it. Otherwise, it will hurt people again. Why is Steward Zhang not here yet? Why is he taking so long to find something? I still have work to do, but others have already rushed to finish it. Chiu-ju dealt with the plate very simply. She threw it away, but she was not satisfied with Steward Zhang. She pouted and muttered. Sister, Jujube said that you don't need to pay for this plate? Date asked from the side. Chiu-ju laughed. She suddenly smiled. Pay for what? It is just a plate. If it is gone, we can just buy it. Madam said that if the plate is gone, we can think of a way to get it. Talent is the most important. We can't use money to measure talent. In your manner, will you be beaten if you hit a plate? It is not like that here. If something happens, the punishment is usually to hurt yourself or put yourself in a dangerous place. The plate does not matter. We all know that the master is good. We all fight to do the work. No one will be lazy. That will be looked down upon by others. They will not even talk to you. It is so good that there is actually such a master. To be able to do things in such a place, I will also fight to do the work. It is like a dream. When Jujube heard Chiu-ju's words, her eyes turned red. It was unknown whether she was envious or touched. She said faintly. Date was the same. Looking at her white and tender hands, and then looking at his and Jujube's hands that were frozen and cracked while washing clothes, he knew how she worked. She must have let a man do the washing. Otherwise, how could the maidservant's hands be so good? Aya, what did you do to your hands? You washed the clothes, right? You did not know how to boil some hot water. Next time, remember to wash it with hot water. It is fast and clean. After washing, apply some oil on your hands. You are not afraid of cracking. I still have some. I will give you a small jar later. The master made it himself. There is deer oil, snake oil, and badger oil. It is very good. Look at my hands. I still have 2 jars. After the new year, I can go and get more on the 15th. It is enough. When Chiu-ju saw Date looking at her hands, she looked at the 2 people's hands. The cracks on them were scary. Date knew that he guessed wrong. He tried his best to shrink his hands into the sleeves of his clothes. Thank you, sister. She did not need to ask how the money for the firewood was calculated. The master could even give such a precious hand oil on time. What was the money for the firewood? People could not be compared. It seemed that Lady Qiao would not go back. If she went back, what about the rules? Yes, she and Jujube must think of a way to stay. As long as they stayed, they could be like them. They did not need to care about the dishes. When they were working, they would be protected by something. They just needed to work hard. Date was determined to come here. He turned to look at Jujube. Jujube also had the same look. Steward Zhang finally came. He smiled at Chiu-ju who was waiting there and said, I was busy with something just now. You go and do your work. I will clean up. Chiu-ju pouted. She stood up and said, You delayed my work. Date and Jujube looked at Chiu-ju who left enviously. A person who was willing to work could give the housekeeper a hard time. The housekeeper still had to stand firm. It was unbelievable. The 2 of them looked at each other and continued to walk towards their destination. Father, eat more ginger. Staying in the house all day is too dark. It is easy to catch a cold. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to make more ginger slices and send them to father. Zhang Xiaobao saw his father retch when he drank the dumpling soup. He knew that his father's stomach was cold. When he washed it with hot water, it would be like this. He picked up a few ginger slices from a plate of fish and placed them on his father's plate. Father Zhang did not like to eat ginger. When he heard his son's words, he picked up the ginger slices and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed vigorously and said, "It's delicious. My son knows how to care for his father. Eat more in the future. Mother, try this fish. It is made directly from the sauce of the live fish." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat beside the gills and placed it on his mother's plate. Wang Wan was also doing the same thing. She grew up in a traditional family and knew what to do. No matter what the children gave them, the two families would immediately eat it and praise how delicious it was. At this kind of warm moment, Date and Jujube suddenly appeared. Seeing the two families getting along well, they stood at the door and did not dare to make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned around at the same time. The person sitting in front also happened to see Date and Jujube. You are Date?" Jiang Wang Clan was sitting next to Zhang Xiaobao. She also turned around and looked at the two maids. She felt that they looked familiar, so she guessed and asked. "Date and Jujube wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Wish young master a Happy New Year." Here, Date and Jujube seemed to have discussed it a long time ago. The two of them spoke at the same speed and in the same order. They knelt there and kowtowed one by one. After a round of kowtowing, they still knelt there and did not get up. "Okay, get up. You are so far away and yet you are still here. Come and eat something." Jiang Wang Clan saw that the maids at home had come to wish Lady Qiao a Happy New Year. Even if she was angry, she could not vent it on them. She also knew that the maids at home could not be compared to the maids here. They had to endure hardships and tiredness, but they could not do anything wrong. Date and Jujube were still kneeling there. Jujube kowtowed to Jiang Wang Clan a few more times and said, "Lady Qiao, please let Date and me stay. We don't want to go back. We will work hard and not be lazy. Our family is not as good as ours. Just now, Date and I accidentally bumped into Qiuju's older sister, and the plate broke. Date and I were scared and thought that it was over. Then, the housekeeper came and then..." Without Jujube saying anything, Jiang Wang Clan also knew what was going on. The rules were set by her son and daughter-in-law, and there were also people patrolling back and forth at night. At first, she did not think much of it, but later on, she realized that the maids in the courtyard did not need to be urged to do anything. If there was work, someone would do it. Sometimes, when there was nothing to do, the maids in the courtyard would go find work themselves. It was easier to manage them than before. How many things could be broken? It was impossible for the maids to break things every day. That little bit of money could not be compared to their enthusiasm for work. Date and Jujube must have seen Qiuju break things. When the housekeeper saw it, he first asked if Qiuju was okay. If Qiuju was fine, then he did not care about the situation. Usually, there was no comparison, but today, they saw that the maids were treated differently. It was no wonder that they wanted to come over. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. "Hey, get up. We have to wait for housekeeper Wang to come over." "She didn't come?" Jiang Wang Clan stretched out her hand to pull Date and Jujube. As she spoke, her expression darkened. "The maids were here, and you, as a housekeeper, dared to not come over to pay your New Year's greetings? Aunt Wang didn't know that Date and I were coming over. We were afraid that she would not let us. If we wanted to do something here, she would beat us to death." Jujube said as she wiped away her tears. Jiang Wang Clan thought for a moment. "All right, if she doesn't want to come, then so be it. I am no longer a member of the Wang clan. I am the daughter-in-law of the Zhang clan. I will get someone to do the work for you too. Even if I have to buy it, I will buy it for you." Chapter 261. Zhang Xiaobao's father was relieved, but Zhang Xiaobao was angry. A steward actually dared to not greet the young ladies in the manor on New Year's Eve, nor did he come to the Zhang family to greet the son-in-law. What was this? A steward who could come here meant that he wasn't the most important person in the manor. He was just a deputy, yet he dared to treat his mother and the Zhang family like this. Wasn't this looking down on people through a crack in the door? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and sat there in deep thought. His hand tapped on his face. Wang Wan saw this from the side. She thought to herself, "It's over." He had already offended Xiaobao in the day, and now he had offended Xiaobao's mother. I wonder if that Aunt Wang can go back alive? Wang Wan believed that Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could do something unimaginable for his family. The Jia County magistrates were scheming against the entire Zhang family. Zhang Xiaobao didn't intend to kill anyone when he sent the bailiffs over. He only wanted to force the steward away. It would be better if the steward could be dealt with, and it could be resolved peacefully. However, the steward was directly facing his mother. Thinking about what he had done in the past, it might not be peaceful this time. The Jiang Wang clan also saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions. She knew what her son was like. Her son had done this many times, and the other party didn't get any benefits. According to her daughter-in-law, he was full of evil tricks. Xiaobao, if she doesn't come over, then so be it. When we go back, someone will deal with her. Don't do anything, do you hear me? The Jiang Wang clan was afraid that her son would do something. She might not believe that others had the ability, but if her son wanted to deal with a steward, it was too easy. Zhang Xiaobao unwillingly picked up his chopsticks again and put something in his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Okay, I know." Date and Jujube were still in a state of surprise. As for Aunt Wang, they didn't care. She had beaten them many times. Now that they heard what Lady Qiao said to the young master, it seemed that this child was very scary as long as he made a move. What ability did a little kid have? Dezeo and Jujube could not figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. Looking at the expressions of the others, it seemed to be true. No one doubted it. What could he do? Date, Jujube, go back and tell Steward Wang that young Master Zhang has said that she doesn't need to come over. Go back and find someone to send over your indenture contracts. The two of you can stay in Zhuangzi. Then go look for Qiuju, whom you saw just now, and ask her to teach you the rules of the courtyard. The Jiang Wang clan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that her son had agreed. This precious son of hers was frightening when he did things. Yesterday, when they killed people with crossbows, some of the bailiffs were so scared that their legs were trembling, not to mention the other villagers and children. Only her son and daughter-in-law stood there, completely fine. In the end, they were taken away, but they were still celebrating happily. It could be said that they were calm, but it could also be said that these two children were the kind of people who killed without batting an eyelid. At the same time, she knew that her son was good to his family and would do everything possible to make his family safe. That Steward Wang had offended her, and with Xiao Bao's ability, he would not be able to find out the cause of her death. The Jiang Wang clan was sure of this. While she was happy to have such a good son, she was also worried for that Steward Wang. She hoped that she would leave quickly and not cause any more trouble. She had served the Wang family for decades, and it would not be good for her to die on her side. Zhang Xiaobao no longer wanted to deal with that Steward Wang. He was thinking about how to push his father up the ranks. Without strength, people would not respect you. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Zeo and Jujube held hands as they walked back. They did not walk back and forth in the room, but directly went outside. Now, the two of them were relieved. In the future, they could do things in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They could be like Qiuju, breaking plates and bowls, and not be beaten again. Also, the clothes in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi were much better than what they wore. They also had a higher monthly allowance. As long as they did things properly, they would be fine. Actually, where was not a good job. If they were always afraid of making mistakes, they would not be able to do things smoothly. When the two of them returned, they happened to see Aunt Wang sitting there angrily. They have no rules at all. Where did they go? They didn't even say hello. When they come back, if we don't teach them a lesson, won't they turn the sky upside down? Zeo and Jujube were shocked. When they realized that they were no longer under her management, they puffed up their chests and walked over confidently. Steward Wang, Zeo and I, what did you call me? Well, I see that the two of you are bold. Come here, see how I deal with you. When Steward Wang heard Jujube call him that, he became even angrier and shouted for the two of them to go over. Zeo and Jujube were not afraid at all. They directly walked over and stood in front of Steward Wang, looking down at him. Who said that servant girls did not have a temper? They were used to being bullied in the past. Today, they finally turned the tables. I told you to get out. Who asked you to call me that? Steward Wang gritted his teeth and said. He reached out to pinch the thighs of the two of them. Pa! With a sound, Zeo and Jujube slapped Steward Wang's hand away at the same time. They did it with a lot of strength. Steward Wang, we are now Miss Chiao's servant girls. In the future, we will be under the management of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Master wants us to tell you to quickly go back and have someone send our contract of servitude over. Also, you don't have to go over to pay your New Year greetings. Madam doesn't want to see you. Little Zhao was finally able to hold her head up high today. That slap just now had quite a bit of strength behind it. Even now, there were still a few bruises on her leg. Ever since they left home, on the way here, Steward Wang would always pinch her whenever he found a reason to do something. He even wanted to pinch her again. Steward Wang was beaten silly. When did the two servant girls dare to hit him? When he was not feeling well, he kept finding trouble with the two servant girls. When he heard Jujube's words, he finally understood that she had found a backing and was not afraid of him anymore. You want to take back the contract? Dream on. As long as I am alive, you can forget about leaving. That Zhang Zhong dares to let someone pass the message. Who does he think he is? Steward Wang's temper rose. Who do you think you are? If you are tired of living, I will send you on your way. Without waiting for Big Date and Little Date to speak, Li Sun had already started scolding. Just now, he had to go over and greet them as a junior. Could it be that a steward of the Wang family is more powerful than me? Even I have to listen to my father and treat the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads well. I'm the #1 in running errands for them. He's a master, but he's not a good person. What am I, an errand runner? Little Prince, I'm not talking about you. You are. Steward Wang was really scared now. Yesterday, she saw the little prince's people shoot those people. Li Sun did not even look her in the eye as she said, "Go back quickly. Leave early in the morning tomorrow and do as my Uncle Zhang says. Quickly get someone to deliver the contracts of their servitude. Otherwise, I will chase after the capital and twist your head off. Let's see if your family can protect you." Steward Wang only knew that the little prince was celebrating the new year here. She was just in time to help someone come to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to make trouble. She did not expect the little prince to stand with the Zhang family. She looked at the two maidservants who slapped her just now inside. She nodded and said, "Little prince, don't worry. I will do as you say. I will go back early tomorrow morning and send Big Date and Jujube's things here. Don't listen to me. Listen to your son-in-law. He is the head of the Zhang family and a level 7 cloud cavalry officer." Li Sun did not give Steward Wang any face at all. "Yes, it is the son-in-laws. I will definitely listen." Steward Wang could only follow. She did not dare to refute. She could easily lose her life. Since the things were going to be given, Steward Wang turned to Big Date and Jujube. She squeezed out a sad expression and said, "Big Date, Jujube, I really don't want you to leave. It's just like raising a girl and marrying her off to another family. Come, Big Jujube, Small Jujube, Andy has brought some money here. Keep it. Don't let anyone else know about it. In the future, when you do something wrong, take it out when you are punished. The punishment should be lighter. Don't be afraid of breaking things. But come take it. Auntie won't be able to stay by your side to protect you in the future." As he spoke, Steward Wang picked out 2 pieces of broken silver, each weighing 1 coin, from his money pouch and stuffed them into Big Date and Jujube's hands. Big Date and Jujube took a step back at the same time, avoiding Steward Wang's hand. Jujube curled her lips and said, "We don't want your money. It's just that you always hit us. If Zhangjia Zhuangzi breaks something, as long as you don't hurt anyone, you won't be punished. We also didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong with doing more? We just want the contract of selling ourselves. We don't want anything else. Don't send us that thin and small quilt that we use to sleep. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has already prepared it for us. You definitely don't know, but Zhangjia Zhuangzi washes clothes with hot water and hand oil. Unlike you, you just let us use cold water to wash outside. Our hands are already swollen from the cold, and we still have to do other chores. When we wash the dishes, we can't even hold it properly. How can we not hit you? You even rushed us so urgently. Don't even think about bullying us in the future. You offended Miss Chiao, and you didn't even get to see her face. Just wait for your punishment when you go back." The more Jujube spoke, the more wrong she felt. Her tears kept falling, and the people around her also felt sad. Steward Wang didn't expect the Zhang family to treat their servants like this. This had never happened before. He shook his head and said, Impossible, unless Zhang Zhong is stupid. Who are you talking about? I think you don't want to leave here alive. Sister Big Date, Sister Jujube, come with me. I'll tell you the rules. Tomorrow morning, you will go back to get your things. The two of you will stay in the same room. Don't be afraid. At night, there will be people patrolling and keeping watch. At this time, Qiuju came in from another door and happened to hear Steward Wang's words. She threatened him, and when she turned to Big Date and Jujube, she smiled and pulled them to another place. How is this possible? If you treat them so well, won't they turn the sky upside down? Steward Wang was still muttering. Chapter 262. The joyous New Year's Eve passed. When the sky brightened up again, those who had not slept the entire night were saved from paying their New Year's greetings. They had gathered together last night and had already paid their respects to each other. They had also given out all the New Year's money. There were also many candies and other things distributed by the Zhang family. They were all given to the children in Zhuangzi. This allowed the children to save money on candies. Each child was also given 500 firecrackers and a small bundle of incense for them to unwrap. Everyone returned to their own homes. The houses were temporarily left here. They would be used again after the 15th day of the first lunar month, which was also the Lunar New Year's Eve. Li Sun also left with his people and returned to Zhuangzi. When he left, he promised that he would return in 2 days. That old man, who was a minister, actually did not feel tired even after enduring for an entire night. Perhaps it was caused by the continuous performances, especially the crosstalk and skits that were interspersed with the singing and dancing performances. When one laughed, one's body no longer felt sleepy. When the sun rose, the old man arranged for someone to send Manager Wang away. Ever since Li Sun told her not to say anything wrong, she really did not say a word. She sat there, other than eating, she was thinking about things. Perhaps it was because the things that happened today had a huge impact on her. She also saw the enthusiasm of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. They did not need anyone to care about them at all. When there was work to be done, they would rush to do it. Their faces were always full of joy. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, the hairpins on their heads, their fair skin, and the way they talked, no one would have thought that they were the servants of Zhuangzi. When Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they fell asleep as soon as they hit the pillow. The two of them were tired. Housekeeper Zhang would come over to ask about something, and they had to take care of every family member. They would pick up the food, say something to make the family happy, and perform a few small acts. After a while, the child's body finally couldn't take it anymore. Big Zhao and Jujube didn't feel sleepy at all. The two of them were in a state of excitement. Today, not only did they take revenge on Manager Wang, they also followed Lady Qiao here to do something. They slapped her and said a few words to vent their anger. In their eyes, this was the best revenge. Qiuju yawned as she led the two of them to the courtyard. She arranged a room for them in one of the courtyards where the maidservants lived. She then brought the two of them to the storeroom to get their things. They were given 3 sets of clothes and shoes, 2 sets of bedding and pillows, and 2 sets of tools for grooming and washing. They didn't have money, so the main family gave them a silver hairpin. When they had money, they would exchange it for something better. But this was already very good for the two of them. Hand oil and some gadgets for daily maintenance, as well as some handicrafts for decorating the room. When Qiuju gave the two of them some of the 4 treasures of the study, the two of them blinked and asked, "Did I get it wrong? These things should be for the master and the young master, right?" "That's right, the ones used by the master and the young master are better than the ones used by us. The ones we used were of average quality. They were bought from other places and were cheap. They were left behind from the last time we did an advertisement for Between the Clouds and the Water. We haven't used them since. It seems that the two of you can't read. In the future, if you want to learn how to do things in the courtyard, you have to at least be able to read, write, and keep accounts. Zhangzhi Zhuangzi is in the inner courtyard. In the future, we might send you out to do things. If you don't know how to do these things, how can we let you out? Other than learning these, you have to learn other things. Don't worry, there's time to learn, especially when you're on night watch. There's not much work in the courtyard usually, so when there's time, you have to hurry up and learn. The courtyard specially hired a teacher to teach us. If there's anything we don't understand, we can ask the teacher. If the teacher can't answer, then we can ask the steward, the master, and the madam. If the steward, the master, and the madam also can't answer, then it means that you're asking about something else. You can ask the young master and the young madam. Basically, the problem isn't a problem anymore. Chiu-ju explained to Dezeo and Jujube. The more they listened, the more surprised and happy they were. Many times they dreamed that they could learn how to read, but when they woke up, it was still the same life. Now, the two of them felt that they were dreaming. After dreaming so much, they were afraid of dreaming. Let's go, don't stand here in a daze. The two of you should rest first. I'll go back and sleep for a while. When I wake up in the afternoon, I have to do things. During the new year, we take turns to rest. Those who went to bed early last night have to get up and do things now. Chiu-ju could understand the two's behavior when they were together. There weren't many families that could let their servant girls learn these things. They didn't need to, unless it was the personal servant of a young lady. Everyone in the Zhang family and Wang family had to learn. They had to learn even if they didn't want to. Dezeo and Jujube went back to their room in a daze. After Chiu-ju told them that they couldn't go out and do things now, the two of them sat on the warm Kong bed and looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. However, they understood that it was a blessing from their previous lives to be able to find such a master. They had to work hard in the future. After New Year's Eve, it was the 15th. During this time, the sound of firecrackers never stopped. The two Zhuangzi children could go to the grocery store every 3 days to get 500 firecrackers to play with. After all, Zhuangzi were in the business of making firecrackers. They didn't lack these things. It was the wish of all adults to let their children have a happy new year. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the three Zhuangzi still discussed and decided to celebrate together. However, on the 13th day, Gu Yingxi from the Gu family came to find them and wanted to join them. This time, it became 4 Zhuangzi together. Gu Yingxi couldn't do anything about it. The pressure was too great. Zhang family and Li family's gathering on New Year's Eve made the Gu family's villagers very envious. They would talk about it whenever they had nothing to do. After Gu Yingxi found out about it, he sighed at how rich the 3 families were. He had no choice but to think of a way to organize a gathering. Coincidentally, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. This time, he would have to spend a lot of money. Seeing that the 3 Zhuangzi were going to be together again, he came to find them to discuss it. This way, they could save some money. After getting the approval of the 3 families, Gu Yingxi trotted back to his own Zhuangzi. He immediately asked the people in the inner courtyard to go out and advertise. He also knew how to use this phrase now. He told the villagers that the lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month would be provided by the master family. Each family would have 1 lantern. As for new clothes, there was no need. They had already been given them during the new year. They couldn't wear them for 15 days and become old. There were also firecrackers. Like the lanterns, the Zhang family gave them to Gu Yingxi at cost price. Gu Yingxi didn't forget about the effect of the Zhang family's words last year at this time. He also asked people to light torches. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month last year, there was a moon in the sky. According to the situation where clouds covered the moon on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month and the snow lit up the lanterns on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the 15th day of the first lunar month was a sunny day. They could see the stars. It should be a good day. After finishing all of this, Gu Yingxi heaved a sigh of relief. He sat at the door and looked at the small bridge. He muttered, "I've been troubled by you all." Then he looked at the happy smiles on his Zhuangzi and muttered again, "But it seems that I've taken out more, but I've actually earned more." On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the old man, who didn't know who the minister was, naturally brought his family to participate in the celebration. He was very satisfied with the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Other than walking around, he saw people with happy expressions on their faces. When everyone was happy, he was happy too. Do you see this? This is the hearts of the people. What the Zhang family and the Wang family do is to win the hearts of the people. Other families don't dare to do what they do, but they can let the people eat and wear warm clothes. If you think of the people in your heart, the people will think of you. When the old man saw such a village, he said to his son beside him. Kong nodded. Father, I understand. I will be a good official in the future. I won't be greedy for a single penny. I think of the people all day long. Wrong. I don't want you to be such an official. Do you see County Magistrate Ching? Just be an official like him. You won't lack money, and you can also get a good reputation. The people under your rule will also live a good life. The old man had been an official for so many years. How could he not know which kind of official was the most popular? However, Jia County magistrates didn't understand. He was much worse than County Magistrate Ching. As long as he did things steadily and made Sanshui County further improve, he wouldn't lack money. He would also have political achievements. Why bother? Father, County Magistrate Ching just got political achievements. They are greedy. Kung asked puzzled. The old man said with a smile, he doesn't covet the people's money. He covets Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's money. Do you know what he did in the capital? He visited the officials one by one, organized poetry gatherings, spread Zhang Zhong's poems every time, and invited people to banquets in big restaurants. Do you think he has so much money? So much money? I understand. It's the Zhang family who gave him the money. Come, we're understood now. As long as he had a relationship with some rich people in the local area, helped them do some small things, and then improved the lives of the local people, he would be a good official. The old man used the people's hearts of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to teach his son. Night slowly came. When it was dark, torches were lit on the 4 Zhuangzi. Countless lanterns were carried by people and gathered at the small bridge. Looking from the top of between the clouds and the water, it was very spectacular. Let's go, Grandpa. Let's go down too. The old man's granddaughter saw so many lanterns and torches. She pulled her grandpa and walked out. The other family members followed behind. Zhang Xiaobao also had an activity this time. It was not the kind of activity where he stayed up all night. He made riddles for everyone to guess. Those who guessed correctly would be rewarded. In this way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families in Zhuangzi had an advantage. After all, they had more people studying and had been studying for a longer time. Unless there was a miracle, they would win the most. The old man also guessed a few riddles and won a lantern and a small toy for his granddaughter. He didn't continue guessing and let others play. With his ability, guessing such a simple riddle would be bullying others. These riddles were prepared for the villagers. After the excitement, the crowd dispersed. They hung the lanterns under the eaves of their houses with joy and anticipation for the next day. Chapter 263. When Father Zhang left home, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally wanted to follow him, but Jiang Wang clan held them in her arms, so they had no choice but to give up. Madame Zhang had originally prepared pomegranate and another maidservant for Father Zhang to take care of him. In the end, Father Zhang refused and chose a few clever male servants to take care of him. Zhang Xiaobao also sent Ernyu and Huzi out. One was in charge of small matters, and the other was in charge of protection. There were 4 carriages and 14 people. Including Father Zhang, there was a total of 19 people. There weren't many people and the team wasn't big, but there were 30 horses. Of the 4 carriages, only one was for Father Zhang, and the other 3 were filled with all kinds of things. Father Zhang's own preparations were simple, only the 4 treasures of the study. Jiang Wang clan prepared a change of clothes and some convenient food. The rest was taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The weather was still cold, so they put ice in the carriages. There were venison, beef, and other things that weren't easy to preserve. They also specially arranged a chef from between the clouds and the water. Then there were the vegetables. There were still no vegetables, and it was almost time for them to run out. Other than cucumbers, which took up a little space, the other vegetables could be gathered together. The vegetables were not picked and brought back, but were brought together with the soil. A carriage was specially filled with cucumber seedlings. The selected seedlings were dug out, and the outside of the carriage was wrapped with some anti-cold things. Zhang Xiaobao told the people following them to take them out to dry every day. When they were drying, they had to remember to light a pot so that they wouldn't freeze to death. There were also the seedlings. They would probably eat until they reached the capital, so they had to pack some charcoal. These weren't all. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taught the doctors a few massage methods to relieve fatigue. There were also some medicines, pots, pans, and bowls. The grains they brought were all the kind that could be used as seeds. Each grain was plump, and the steamed rice was delicious. Li Sun took out a few letters when Father Zhang was on the trip, and asked him to deliver the letters when he reached the prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao had already spent more than 40,000 taels of silver, just for the first place of the township tribute, the partnership with Li Sun, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's method of growing vegetables in winter, and the auspicious sign for the prefecture. Father Zhang's own standards were not bad. In the entire prefecture, Zhang Xiaobao used money to pave the way. In all the restaurants and inns, Father Zhang's poems were written by Father Zhang. In the capital and the surrounding areas, Father Zhang had basically infiltrated. In the capital, it was County Magistrate Qing who helped. In the other prefectures, he could only use money. Father Zhang traveled for half a month and finally arrived at the prefecture. He was originally going to deliver the letters according to Li Sun's instructions, but in the end, Li Sun's father directly went to find him and set up a banquet. Those who were supposed to deliver the letters also went. This saved a lot of trouble. The emperor's brother didn't say too much to Father Zhang. He only asked about Zhuangzi and how Li Sun was doing over there. Then he got up and left. Naturally, there were other people accompanying him in the manor. Although it was only a short chat, Father Zhang's status suddenly changed. Among the thousands of people in the prefecture who were going to take the provincial examination, they had no chance of getting first place. No matter who graded the papers during the examination, Father Zhang was always first. Zhang Xiaobao had already given enough money to anyone who could help with this matter. In addition to money, he also gave out fungus and tremella. For those who had children at home, he dyed their roosters and other toys and gave them batches after batches. This examination tested 3 subjects and lasted for 3 days. After Father Zhang finished answering all of them, he began to rest in his family's restaurant in the prefecture, waiting for the results to be released. In the prefecture, the Zhang family only had one restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao had bought it in advance. The reason was that sleeping in other people's houses was not as comfortable as sleeping in one's own house. Today was the day of the release of the results. The other anxious people were waiting over there to see the results. Father Zhang sat in a room in the restaurant facing the place where the results were being released. Someone was in charge of looking at the window. As long as it was the first place at the top of the list, the word would be the biggest and could be seen from here. Father Zhang sat at the table and looked at the dishes in front of him. He also looked at the wine that Erniu had poured for him. Then he looked at the crowded situation below. He didn't know what to feel. All of this was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. Along the way, it was not as difficult as other people who were going to take the examination. It was simply a blessing. With his son's arrangements, he didn't have to worry. Everything was taken care of. He only had to take the examination in peace. Old Master, you drink. We are not in a hurry. Old Master will definitely be first. It's just that Old Master will be more tired when we reach the capital. Let's go there in advance. Old Master will participate in many poetry and wine parties. This little one will remember. Erniu put the dishes in front of Father Zhang. He took out a small book from his chest and flipped it open. It recorded all the steps, roughly who they would meet, how to deal with them, where to hold a wine party, what to eat according to the changes in the weather, what to wear, what to eat, what wine to use, and what to wear. The small book recorded all of these steps. Father Zhang looked at the book that his son and daughter-in-law had summarized. He knew that this was only a part. Erniu was in charge of this. When they reached the capital, there would be someone to take care of the other part. Thinking of his son and daughter-in-law waiting at home, Qiao, and his parents, Father Zhang calmed down and stopped thinking about whether he could get first place this time. He decided that even if he didn't get first place, he would go to the capital to take the examination and become a jinshi. Along with the sound of the gong, the person holding the notice walked out. The students who were waiting to see the results rushed forward. The yamen runners were like they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, they shouted for people to stand properly and not push blindly. When the notice was posted, the person guarding the window saw Father Zhang's name at a glance. He shouted happily, "Old Master, You got first place. Oh master, you are first. Good. Then we will go to the capital tomorrow. Father Zhang was also very happy. However, he wasn't like the other students who went crazy as long as they were on the list. It seemed that everything was logical. He didn't know whether to complain that he didn't have that kind of excitement or to sigh at his son's ability. He said he would get first place and didn't want second place. The next day, Father Zhang and his group took a boat. This boat was also their family's. They left it by the river and didn't do anything. They just waited to send Father Zhang and his group to the capital. They walked along the Wei River, which was not too far from the capital. From the tributary, they entered the Chao Canal. There was no need to disembark. At this time, it was spring. The river water was almost melted, but it was a little cold. Even the carriages and other things were all on the boat. The boatman shouted a number and the boat began to move slowly, faster and faster. The boat was also equipped with small boats and life jackets made of bamboo. As long as there was danger, they could wear them. Because of the smooth water, the boat was very fast. It only took 7 days to reach the Chao Canal. In order to prevent seasickness, Zhang Xiaobao also prepared some ginger slices, mint, and dandelion roots. However, Father Zhang didn't get seasick and was in good health. When the boat arrived, it traveled in the Chao Canal for a distance and began to dock at the dock. There were always many people at the dock. Some were waiting to receive goods, while others were waiting to receive people. A group of people might have received the news in advance. They had been waiting here for 3 days, but they still didn't see a shadow. They were a little impatient, but they didn't dare to leave casually. Their eyes were fixed on the boats coming over. Steward Wang, are you sure it will arrive in these few days? There were 20 or so people waiting at the dock. They even brought 2 cars with them. One of them asked a woman who was older than the rest. This Steward Wang was the one who rushed back from the Zhang family. When he came back, he had people send Jujube and Jujube's things to them. The Wang family had also considered this. It wasn't a big deal to send 2 servant girls to their daughter. Moreover, there was a noble person supporting them. They said it will be in these few days. Wait, well, don't weaken our Wang family's momentum. This time, let him see what the Wang family is like. He actually drove me back. When he arrives in the capital, if he doesn't rely on the Wang family, does he plan to stay in an inn? Now that the good inns are all full, the space left is not something that a person like him can get. Steward Wang scolded the person who asked the question. She had always looked down on Zhang Zhong. She looked down on him in the past, and it was the same now. This time, he was going to the capital to take the exam. She had never been to the Wang family before, so she finally had a chance to let him see it. Don't think that he can do whatever he wants in Sanshui County. Here, he can't do anything. He even dared to order me not to pay a New Year's visit. He caused himself to be whipped when he came back. Steward Wang thought. She was looking forward to Zhang Zhong's arrival early so that she could vent her anger. When he arrived at the Wang family's residence, she would let him know his weight. With this thought, Steward Wang's mood improved. Just as she was about to return to a carriage to rest for a while, someone with sharp eyes pointed at a boat coming from the river and shouted, "Look, it's here." "What a big boat." "That's right, there's a flag that looks like a seedling on it." When it got closer, Steward Wang and the others also saw it. However, they didn't go to the disembarkation area. They were ready to see Zhang Zhong's embarrassment of not being able to hire a carriage. They didn't go over, but someone went over. They heard a person in a luxurious convoy of 12 carriages shout, "Master's boat is here. It's the boat with a seedling flag on it. Follow me." There were more than 100 people in this group. Together with the 12 two-horse carriages, they walked majestically towards the place where they disembarked from the ship. Some of them were carrying rolled-up carpets, while others were holding large umbrellas. Steward Wang was stunned. She didn't know where these people came from. Could it be that they were also here to pick someone up? Then it could be that Zhang Zhong was on someone else's boat and hung his own flag so that others could recognize him. She wanted to see who was coming. With such a big lineup, she called out and the 2 carriages followed. While waiting, the boat slowly approached the shore. As soon as it stopped, someone set up a gangplank. With a whoosh, a carpet was spread out from the gangplank and extended directly to the dock. As soon as the carpet was spread out, the carpet carried by the people on this side was also spread out. It just happened to connect with the carpet on the other side. This end reached the door of a carriage. Under the protection of a group of people, Father Zhang came to the end of the gangplank. As soon as he appeared, more than 100 people on the shore saluted at the same time and shouted, "Welcome to the capital for the Imperial Examination, Master." Chapter 264. Last year, the old willows sprouted new branches, and the spring breeze blew across Chujiang Lake. Chang and had not changed. 5 years later, it was not the same. Zhang Zhong stood on the boat and looked around. He was not in a hurry to get off the boat. He wanted to see if Chang and had not changed after 5 years. Back then, he was a young man with a beautiful woman. If not for the chaos in the court, Xiao would have been caught. 5 years later, he was here again with the same lofty spirit. He wanted to see who would dare to treat him coldly and who would be able to catch Xiao. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a slight chill in the spring. Zhang Zhong could not feel it. At this moment, he felt warm in his heart. He was no longer the Zhang Zhong of the past. He no longer had to worry about not having enough money. He no longer had to live in the temple to help others. Steward Wang did not feel cold at this moment. She was already frightened. What a big entourage. Just this boat alone could not get off without 20,000 taels of silver. She looked at the 12 luxurious carriages. The markings on the carriages represented 12 shops. 10 of them were only average. It wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. However, the other 2 were extraordinary. They were Savant's restaurant in the West Market and Complacent's restaurant in the East Market. When someone took over them last year, they were just 2 slightly better restaurants. Who would have thought that after taking over, everything changed? In just a few months, they became one of the top restaurants in Chang. The top scorer came out of the top scorer's restaurant. This was Zhang Zhong's restaurant? When did his family have such power in the capital? Steward Wang was still in shock. When he looked at Zhang Zhong again, he couldn't find the appearance of that down-and-out boy from back then. When the person behind him draped a thin sable cloak over him, he was really high-spirited. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, who felt the Chang, and of 5 years later, slowly walked up the gangplank with different feelings. With a swoosh, the people waiting at the dock extended 2 long bamboo poles wrapped in red silk onto the boat. The people on the boat reached out and grabbed them. Under the bamboo poles, there were small lanterns in the shape of goldfish. The 2 bamboo poles were at his waist, blocking both sides of Zhang Zhong, so he didn't have to worry about falling. Zhang Zhong slowly walked down the gangplank with his hands behind his back. This scene made the other people waiting at the docks raise their eyebrows one after another. They had never seen someone with such extravagance, especially those 2 bamboo poles. Who would have thought? It was really too amazing. Just 2 bamboo poles wrapped in silk, but the things they emitted were definitely not ordinary. Zhang Zhong also felt the gazes of others, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Before he came, his son had said, "I want my father to feel the glory of being in the center of thousands of people." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zhong controlled his emotions. With a faint smile on his face, he walked down step by step. Apart from the sound of water splashing against the side of the ship, there was no other movement. Everyone was watching and guessing the identity of the person who came down. "Master, you have come all the way here. You are travel-worn, please change your clothes." Zhang Zhong had just arrived at the docks, and he hadn't walked 10 steps when the people waiting below shouted in unison again. Following the shouts, several clever women ran to Zhang Zhong with trays in their hands. Then more than a dozen people ran around holding the wide red silk cloth, surrounding Zhang Zhong in the middle. Other people could no longer see Zhang Zhong, who was surrounded. After only a few minutes, the surrounding silk cloth was removed, and Zhang Zhong, who had changed into purple clothes, appeared in front of everyone. A clamor rose. Those who were watching at the docks could no longer control themselves and let out a sound of admiration. They admired the person who changed his clothes and admired this kind of extravagance. Zhang Zhong also didn't expect his son to arrange so many things for him. He stood there, so excited that he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, there was someone to help him. Erniu, who was behind him, put the small book that he had just taken out into his arms and walked forward. "Master, please get in the carriage. Do you want to rest in the East Market or the West Market? Or do you want to eat in the West Market and rest in the East Market? Then let's go to the West Market to eat." Zhang Zhong knew that at this time, he absolutely could not show weakness. It was not easy for his son to create such a scene. He said this in a dignified manner. Under the shadow of the umbrella, he walked towards the carriage that was about 30 meters away. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. Whether it was envy or jealousy, they had to admit that this matter was done well. Why didn't anyone think of it before? Even the next ship could be like this. "Aunt Wang, what should we do? Let's go over?" The person beside Steward Wang was anxious when he saw that the person who was to be picked up this time. He didn't want to wait for so many days in vain. Steward Wang was in a complicated mood now. Just now, he was hoping that Zhang Zhong would help the Wang family. At that time, he could take revenge. Who would have thought that the other party didn't need them at all and had already arranged for people to be picked up? Looking at the other party's fleet and the 2 carriages he brought, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that the other party was about to get in the carriage, Steward Wang finally calmed down and shouted, "Zhang? Young master, the Wang family is here to welcome you. A banquet has been set up in the manor. Please get in the carriage." Zhang Zhong turned his head and saw that the people from the Wang family had also come. Seeing that the person leading the way was actually Steward Wang, he immediately said, "This is a small matter, there's no need to trouble yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, someone placed a brocade stool under the carriage. Zhang Zhong stepped on it and entered the carriage. Before the fleet could move, another group of people came from the front. There were more than 30 yamen runners, escorting 2 carriages. Someone in the carriage shouted, "Is the person in front Brother Zhang? Anren is late, please forgive me." After this shout, the group got closer. Zhang Zhong poked his head out and knew who had come. He got out of the carriage and waited there. The people on the other side came over. As soon as they stopped, Cheng Lingxiang jumped out of the carriage with a happy expression. He walked in front of Zhang Zhong and said, "Brother Yongqing, I didn't expect you to come so early. Fortunately, I rushed over. Otherwise, wouldn't I have missed it? Come, Brother Yongqing, follow me in. I've prepared a welcome banquet for you." Zhang Zhong was also happy. As soon as he arrived, he saw County Magistrate Cheng. Oh, now it was Registrar Cheng. He was one of them. He also wanted to get on the carriage sent by his family. He said to Erniu, "I'll go with Brother Anren. You wait and follow behind." Erniu agreed readily. He thought that County Magistrate Cheng would only come after a day of rest. He didn't expect that he would directly come here to welcome them. With County Magistrate Cheng here, there was no need for them. Cheng Lingxiang held Zhang Zhong's sleeve and walked to the carriage that he had prepared for them. He didn't care about his other carriage. The 2 of them entered one after another. The yamen runners greeted them and the team moved forward. The motorcade that had been prepared behind them slowly followed behind. It wasn't until the 2 teams were more than 100 feet away that Steward Wang reacted and hurriedly chased after them. Steward Wang was anxious. If he didn't receive them today, how could he explain it to others when he returned? As he rushed, he also asked someone to quickly report back to the residents and tell the whole story. Zhang Zhong was taken away by the Registrar Cheng. She couldn't snatch him away. Besides, she couldn't do it. They had more people. The morning flowers had bloomed and the green grass was showing. In Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on chairs with thick cushions. Each of them was reading a book. After a while, Wang Wan finished reading a page. She covered it with a bookmark and closed the book. She waited for Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao also finished reading this page, he said, "Your father should have arrived, right? There's still some time before he comes back. In a few days, we will have to plant spring plowing. What should we plant?" "Yes, there's still a few days before the exams. After the exams, he can't come back immediately. If he is an official, we have to follow him. We want to be rich, but when we are rich, we have to suffer. This year, we won't plant wheat, we will plant rice. After the winter wheat is harvested, we will plant carrots. It's okay if we plant it later." Zhang Xiaobao saw that wheat was not as valuable as rice, so he didn't want to plant it. He didn't want to plant millet either. All the dry land was changed to paddy land. There was no shortage of water here. Wang Wan nodded, I think so too. If we want to eat other things, we can just buy some. If we plant well, we can sell the seeds. Now, there is no county magistrate in the county. Everything is under the registrar Cheng and the county deputy. It's convenient to do things. I just don't know if they will send a new county magistrate. Who cares? As long as the new county magistrate is not like Jiashan. We should take advantage of this time to do what we need to do. If my father is really sent out, we can't do it here. Let's go out and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao got down from the chair and followed Wang Wan. The two of them walked out. At this time, the farmers in Zhuangzi were busy. They had to dig up the manure in their houses and then put it together with the manure from the main house. They sprinkled the manure in the fields and then plowed. The paddy land in the past did not need to be plowed. According to the new method told by the main house, they only needed to apply some manure. Between the clouds and the water was not as lively as before. The minister really did not go back. He seemed to have handed in a report to the higher-ups. He stayed there all day, chatting with the farmers and walking around. He was living a leisurely life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared to look for him. After Zhang Xiaobao's father left, the two of them could only ask the Zhang Wang clan for the things they wanted to learn. The Zhang Wang clan knew a lot of things, but it was not suitable for Zhang Xiaobao to learn. Fortunately, the minister did not leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a new teacher. Every day they would learn for a while and come back to revise. If they did not understand something, they would write it down and ask the next day. At this time, it was almost noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went over. They could eat first and then start learning. When the two of them came to between the clouds and the water, the old man was fishing. They did not know if they could catch anything. Chapter 265. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that Bai Shangshu was just trying to fish, but they didn't expect that he really wanted to catch fish. Hearing the old man's words, the two of them looked at the pond in the restaurant. They looked at each other and nodded. Wang Wan said to the old man, Grandpa Bai, the waiter in our restaurant probably thought that no one would come to fish, so he fed the fish some food. After the fish finished eating, he went to rest. Those who didn't rest were still digesting the food. The old man looked up in realization and said, That's right. After eating, there's nothing to do. The fish have nothing to do, and the people have nothing to do. It's the same for the people when they're full. That's right. After eating, they feel sleepy. They need to sleep for a while, Wang Wan said. The old man Wei nodded and said, But there are still many people who haven't eaten, and many people who haven't worn warm clothes. Shouldn't the people who have eaten their fill and worn warm clothes help the people who haven't eaten their fill do something? Just like this fish, if they don't eat their fill, they'll be caught and die. After all, people aren't fish. This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. The old man was looking for an opportunity to teach them some things. It seemed that he wanted them to go back and tell others to help the people of Sanshui County. Needless to say, the two of them would do the same. Only in prosperous places could there be more consumption. With more demand, the docks would be able to make money. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he should say something. After thinking for a while, he said, Grandpa Bai, I heard from my mother that when spring comes, we should fork out money to repair the river between Zhuangzi and Gu family's Zhuangzi. It will connect to Shaoluoshui. In the future, slightly bigger boats will be able to come here. Clear the muddy areas in the middle. Even if there are no big boats, 3 or 4 small boats can go side by side. It's also convenient for small boats to stop at any time. When a big boat comes, it will go upstream and need to be pulled. The people around have goods, so they don't need to hire carts or carry them to other places to sell. They can just walk to the river. Everyone will have food to eat. My mother also said that the market in Zhuangzi will send boats to buy those people's goods. The price will also be set so that merchants from other places won't be cheated. If they are willing, they can put the same goods together. My family will help negotiate the price. At that time, we'll take half of the money. It will be cheaper than the intermediary in Luoshui's. Only then did the old man look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile. He patted their heads and said, I always knew that you two are smart, but I didn't expect that you two would know what I want to say with just one sentence. However, the fish in your restaurant's pond are full, but the fish outside haven't been eaten yet. With only a net blocking them, there won't be much food that can leak out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the Zhuangzi area of the Han family and the Zhuangzi area of the Yuan family at the same time. The two of them knew that the old man was talking about was there. During the new year, the people were taken away. Presumably, the family business would be ruined. If they looked for the people, they might be able to keep their lives. The bribe money would not be small. The two families were finished. After Jia Shan's family knew that Jia Shan was taken away, they also left the yamen and followed him to the capital. They wanted to ask someone to do something. The two Zhuangzi here naturally couldn't escape. If the main family was gone, what would happen to the village? Do you want us to take over the Zhuangzi? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought about it, but they didn't dare to agree. It would be strange if there were no problems. Therefore, they pretended not to know and turned their heads back to look at the old man with blank eyes. Haha. The old man laughed, and his laughter became louder and louder. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Don't pretend to know nothing in front of me. I'm happy that you two are smart. It's better to teach smart children than stupid ones. I was able to read at the age of 6, and I became a jinshi. I don't know how to teach stupid children. It's just as you think. Your family has caused a lot of trouble for others. In the future, the two Zhuangzi will have to change owners. It's better to change them to your family. Maybe the people of Huayuan County will be able to live a better life like Sanshui County. Your family wants to build a restaurant here. You can't always rely on Li Sun to find people to come over. The two places aren't far from each other, and there's a river over there. As long as you get people to dig a channel, it will be connected to your side. My nephew from the Zheng family has learned a lot at Little Luoshui. He's preparing to build a pier on that river. At that time, there will be a lot of people coming here. It just so happens that it's connected to the river between your family and the Gu family. It'll be more convenient to come and go. Isn't that right? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time. That river was closer to the capital and the Wei River. It was almost half the distance. The reason why Little Luoshui's business was good was that it wasn't connected to the river. It was difficult to transport by land. Grandpa Bai, that nephew of yours is too much of a scammer. If he connects the river here, the business at Little Luoshui's pier will be much worse. He's counting on this place to make money. Don't let him build a pier. We're willing to let him join us. Wang Wan discussed and wanted to find someone to join them to maintain Zhuangzi's geographical advantage. Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought and didn't say anything else. The old man wasn't in a hurry. He rubbed Wang Wan's head and said, "Cuckoo, if you do this, your family will be fine. But what about the people? Is your family short of money now? Do you lack power?" The money is all used for Xiaobao's father's imperial examinations. How can we have power? Didn't county magistrate Wen come just like that? He brought 300 people to arrest us. Wang Wan said with certainty. Even though Zhang Xiaobao had opened so many shops with her in the capital, she was still not satisfied. The old man smiled again. "You can fool others, but you can't fool me." What did Xiaobao say? Hearing the old man's question, Zhang Xiaobao looked up and said, "Okay, let's connect it. But I have a request. My father must enter the top 3 this time. He can only be the top scorer or the third runner-up. He must be an official in a place near my family. It's best if it's Huayuan County. As long as my father enters the top 3 this time and is an official in Huayuan, my family can triple the income of the people in Huayuan and Sanshui. Your nephew will also earn a lot." "You can make the decision?" The old man looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. "No, I'm just saying. I'll discuss it with my mother when I get back." Zhang Xiaobao naturally did not dare to say that he could make the decision. "Okay, then let's eat first. I'll tell you about Capital Wu's Fu later. Capital Wu is from Suzhou. At the end of the Han Dynasty, Sun Quan was from Jianya, also known as Wu. The old man also did not believe that the two children could make the decision, but he liked them. They were too smart and willing to learn. The most important thing was that they knew how to be filial to their elders. As long as they ate with their elders, they had to let their elders choose what they liked to eat first. They also had to help their elders pick the food. When they talked about earning money, they used the condition of obtaining an official title for their father in exchange. He wondered how the Zhang family and Wang family had produced such children. Whoever had such a child would be extremely fortunate. Thankfully, he had met them and his body had gotten much better. He wasn't like before, where he would get muddle-headed whenever he stayed around. If he were to properly guide the two children, he would be a great teacher as well. During the meal, the three of them were not on the first floor. It was close to the water and the humidity was too heavy. As they walked up the stairs, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let the old man go first while they followed behind. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lips. Why did you agree? Little Luoshui's business will be snatched away. With another river, who would come to our place? I thought so too at the start. Later on, I understood that it would not be snatched away at all. The main river of Wei River has a lot of cargo. Some of the smaller businesses can't squeeze into the big boats. The big boats are more expensive, so they can only hire one boat. The speed of transportation can affect the value of the goods. When they are waiting for the other Shang family, it is actually a kind of money overhang. Only by circulating money can they earn money faster or lose money faster. Our river is small, even if we expand it, it will still be small. It is the same in the past. If they only use the smaller boats, their goods can be placed on the small boats. One boat or a few boats, they will leave as soon as they have the goods. Switch. I understand. This way, we won't just be a warehouse here. We won't just be a place to consume a small amount of goods. We won't just exist as a middleman. The number of boats will increase by a few times or even dozens of times. We can form a fleet of small boats to earn money. We can also build auxiliary industries on both sides of the river. The more people there are, the more money we can earn. You acted like you were at a disadvantage just now, bad guy. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his explanation, Wang Wan already knew. Whether a place could prosper or not, it didn't depend on the specialties of the place. As long as it could exist as a transportation route, it would be impossible for it not to prosper. As long as a few sections of the road were opened up and the rivers were connected, it would become a new waterway. Zhang family and Wang family's restaurant in Zhuangzi just happened to block a section of the road in the middle of Sanshui County. Now, this place was under the control of the Zhang family and Wang family. Countless boats would pass by here. They just had to provide some services and they would be able to earn money. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this and even went a level deeper. As expected, Wang Wan, who understood Zhang Xiaobao, said again when they were about to walk to the entrance of the restaurant, Xiaobao, it can't be that simple, right? Then it wouldn't be you, Zhang Xiaobao. Let's talk about it in the future. Let's eat first. A hasty person can't eat hot tofu. Yes, let them make a dish of tofu today. The braised food is a little salty. Let's make some big shrimps. Shrimp with tofu. Zhang Xiaobao was used to keeping secrets. When he talked about tofu, he wanted to eat tofu. Wang Wan didn't continue to ask. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention shrimp with tofu, she licked her lips and nodded. Between the clouds and the water had very few people now. Most of the scholars had gone to Beijing. In addition, it was the young master and young lady who came to eat, so the dishes were prepared very quickly. The three of them had just tasted 2 mouthfuls of the kimchi that was used to set the plates when the waiters served the hot dishes one by one. In fact, there weren't many dishes. There were only 6 dishes. There was also a chicken soup specially prepared for the old man. It was boiled with ginseng and several kinds of Chinese medicine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also worried that the old man's health wasn't good. They thought of all kinds of ways to nourish him. After eating, they even accompanied him for a walk. In the morning, they also asked someone to take the old man to exercise. The old man looked at Zhang Xiaobao, put a big shrimp on his plate and sighed. Xiaobao, when you go back, tell your family. I will think of a way to do as you say. Chapter 266. The afternoon sun was warm, driving away the cold of spring. The clouds in the sky were leisurely, making people feel better. In front of the artificial lake between the clouds and the water, an old man and 4 young people sat together. From time to time, the sound of reciting could be heard. There was also the old man's deep voice explaining. Little Red had nothing to do, so it drove Furry over with some ducks and geese. The surface of the lake reflected the wooden building and the ducks and geese. The old man closed the book and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Lu, and his granddaughter, "Okay, that's all for today. Go back and take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, come back next time." "All right, Grandpa, bye. Let's go for a walk and eat something while we're at it." Xiaobao also closed his little notebook. He and Wang Wan had been taking notes the whole time so that they could slowly read it when they got back. "Grandpa, I don't understand what you're saying." The old man's granddaughter was a little anxious when she saw that everyone else seemed to have learned something, but she didn't understand at all. The old man patted his granddaughter's head and said, "XNR, don't be anxious. Take your time to learn. When I taught you before, you didn't learn. Now that you see others learning, you're anxious?" XINR nodded. She looked at Lu and said, "I used to think that I was smart, but then I met Lu. Lu knows so many things. If I don't learn now, I'll be done for." "It's good that you know how to learn. There's still time. Let's go. Walk around with Grandpa." The old man stood up. Zhang Xiaobao and the others followed him out. Now, the corridor had been repaired and connected to the pavilion. Who said that they couldn't repair things in winter? As long as they were willing to spend money, they could still do it. Everyone walked out. Lu respectfully walked beside Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She was no longer as thin and weak as she was when she first came here. She had grown taller and was carefree all day. She didn't have to take care of her younger brother. Zhuangzi had arranged for someone to take care of her. She only needed to study on time with the teacher who was specially invited for her. She only needed to eat, have fun, and sleep well. After Bai Shangshu came over, she followed a classmate. No matter what, Bai Shangshu was better than the teacher who was invited. He was full of talent. The five of them walked in the direction of the mountain. At this time, the grass had already drilled out of the soil, revealing tender green sprouts. It would grow up in a few days. From time to time, there would be little swallows flying back from the south, chirping as they swept across the sky. The house that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived in had a swallow's nest. It was in the lattice above the door frame, and there was a small hole on the side that was connected to the outside for the convenience of the swallows. Otherwise, the swallows would have to wait for someone to open the door before they could fly in and out. There were also swallows making nests under the eaves. When such people were happy, they envied the people who let the swallows into the house. Every time the weather was hot, they would see people sitting at the door with the door open and watch the swallows enter and leave. They would hope that the swallows under the eaves could also enter. The group walked up the mountain. Lu and XNR skipped around the old man. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more stable. They followed step by step and looked at the fields beside them from time to time. It was a scene of prosperity. When the five of them saw that they had reached the foot of the mountain, 2 people from the protection team finally came to accompany them. When they saw them, they thought that they would turn back. They didn't expect that the 5 of them would want to go up the mountain. Naturally, they had to send people to protect them. "I heard that there's a spring in this mountain. It's not small, is it?" The old man looked at the mountain in front of him and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty, "Yes, there are a few springs. That one is the biggest and is used to raise things. I don't know if the prawns and crabs will be so stupid that they don't know how to drill into the hole in the winter. After the spring plowing is over, I'll get someone to build a pavilion there. During summer, when people come here to play, we can go over and take a look." The old man narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He asked, "The place where the animals are raised in the mountain is not under your 2 families' control, right?" "It's not under their control. If someone wants to take it, let them do it. My mother said that now is the time to take advantage of them." The old man was already used to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's intelligence. Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide much when he spoke, just like a little adult. The old man didn't say anything this time and continued to walk forward. After walking for half an hour, they stood at the top of the mountain. When they saw the pool of water below, the old man said, "In the future, we will be neighbors. Give this land to me, 2,000 mu. I will retire and return to my hometown. This is a favor that the emperor can still give." Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. There was one more person in Zhuangzi. Others would have to think carefully before they came to cause trouble. A retired person was not to be trifled with. If Li Sun grew up and got a fief, he would leave. Grandpa Bai, don't you want to go back to your hometown? If you want to live here, just tell me where you want to live, and I'll tell my family to build a house for you there. You can't live on the mountain after all. When there's production in your land, we'll help you sell it and split the profits. Zhang Xiaobao looked around, wanting to find a suitable place to live and build a house for the old man. The old man laughed. You little child, why should I split the output in my land with you? Who asked you to raise them? I will just treat them as wild prawns and crabs. And I will send someone to guard them when I go back later, in case someone steals them and throws them into the pond. Zhang Xiaobao looked serious and stared hard at the pool below. He said, Grandpa Bai, there is no need to trouble your people. I can help. But this place to block the water was built by my family. How about this? When Grandpa Bai sells the prawns and crabs to my family will find a way to sell them. Grandpa Bai, this will save you a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the old man was joking with them, so he was willing to chat with the old man. How much money could the prawns and crabs have? He didn't care, and the old man didn't care either. A gust of wind came out. The old man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He asked, Then tell me, where should I sell them? Grandpa Bai, you promised to help my father, right? Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question in return. I promised. Why would I lie to a child like you? Tell me quickly. If I let you sell them, where will you sell them? The old man was stunned when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He didn't know what selling prawns and crabs had to do with his father's imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said, Sell them to between the clouds and the water. Some of our family servants' transactions are settled separately, and they are also recorded separately. We can't take the things in the mountains and the water directly to the restaurant. The prawns and crabs here aren't that good. It's hard to make good dishes, so we can only make simple dishes and some green vegetables. We have to make at least 20 kinds of dishes, including cold dishes. The hot dishes are stir-fried in a big pot. One pot is enough for hundreds of people to eat. The prawns and crabs here are just right. If we stir-fry them in a big pot, the taste won't be as good as usual, right? Xiaobao, between the clouds and the water, still wants to make money? The old man felt that Xiaobao wasn't stupid. How could he come up with such an idea? Grandpa Bai, are you sure you want to help my father? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. I'm sure. Child, tell me quickly. Zhang Xiaobao made the old man so angry that he laughed. Zhang Xiaobao then said, These things are used to make boxed lunches. If we stir-fry them in advance, others will eat faster. There's no need to wait. Once Grandpa Bai's nephew's river is connected, then this side. Zhang Xiaobao told the old man what he had just said to Wang Wan. At first, the old man didn't think much of it, but as he listened, he was stunned. He helped Zhang Xiaobao's father with the condition that the Zhang family would suffer losses when they connected the river. From the looks of it, he didn't suffer any losses. He agreed to help Zhang Xiaobao, but he was the one who suffered losses. The big pot of rice was specially sold to the boatmen and those who weren't rich. It was faster to stir-fry dishes with a big pot, and one pot could produce a lot of food. That way, they could earn half a copper coin. After a long time, so many people would eat it, and it wouldn't be a small amount. Xiaobao, did you come up with this idea? The old man asked. Yes, I'm the smartest. I know everything. Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and answered. Child, don't lie to me. Did you and Cuckoo go back to Zhuangzi and have other people teach you? How could the old man believe him? No, definitely not. We're the smartest. Zhang Xiaobao denied. Good smart. It's definitely not because there are other people who teach you these things. I'm not in a hurry. There will be a day when we meet. The old man was even more certain that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had other people teaching them. That person taught Zhang Xiaobao everything in this area. That was why Zhang Xiaobao could come up with this idea when they met. After a few days of observation, he found that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were smarter than Lu. They definitely weren't the kind of people who didn't use one corner and reverse 3 corners. As long as someone taught them something, they would be able to use it when they encountered similar situations. Thinking of the person teaching them behind the scenes, the old man sighed. Since they didn't want to meet, he could only wait. He patted Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "Little liar, you tricked me into helping you for free." "Ha. Yes." Wang Wan made a sound on the other side and nodded vigorously. Then she shook her head and said, "You're a big liar." "Ha." The old man laughed heartily. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. So what if he was a liar? A liar who did things for the people was a good liar. He picked up a mushroom under a tree. It was a frozen mushroom. At this time, the frozen mushrooms just happened to be out. He pierced it with a straw stick and said, "Grandpa Bai, your nephew also benefited a lot. Learn this. You can learn this too. Don't think that you can't make much money. I think you can make a penny. Making and selling boxed meals requires people and things. This way, the people who have nothing to do can have more income. They don't have to go through the trouble of taking out some of the locally produced things." The old man also thought of this point. It seemed that he really had to connect the river. It was a good thing for the people. Even if there were difficulties, he had to do it. Besides, there weren't any difficulties. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, when you go back later, tell your families to hurry up and dig the river. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can do something for the people. As an old man, I can also do something for the court." Chapter 267. The old man only wanted to get things done as soon as possible, so he didn't plan to continue strolling around. He turned around and walked back with the 4 children and 2 protection teams. At this time, they were not in the imperial court, so there was no need to pretend to be steady. He told Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to go home early so that they could start work early. Spring was busier, so there were people who didn't plow in spring. Therefore, on the way back, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When you go back, ask your family to find those people who don't plow in spring. It's just a matter of spending more money. Although you can save money by using farmers, it takes too long. Xiao Bao, I'll help your father." "Okay, find people who don't have land in Sanshui County. In fact, it won't save money. My family's farmers in Zhuangzi and Cuckoo's families really work. They don't pay, but the food they eat is more than the salary." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Only then did the old man remember that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's farmers worked, the main family provided food, and it was all good food. It was better than what ordinary people ate in the small restaurant. It took them less than an hour to come, so it was even faster to go back. The old man's walking posture showed that he was in good health, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only trot after him. Once back in Zhuangzi, the old man went to between the clouds and the water. He had to do what he promised. After writing a letter, he had someone send it out. He also had to write a letter to the emperor. He must be in the top 3. The Zhang family spent so much money to negotiate, so he couldn't be ranked low. The prefecture was the first village to pay tribute to the emperor. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got home, they didn't have time to help little swallow catch insects and put them in her nest. She had caught a lot of insects yesterday. When they got up in the morning, they saw that she actually ate them. They thought that she wouldn't eat them. The 2 of them first came up with a plan, then began to issue orders. All the people in the inner courtyard were mobilized. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the materials, including stones, sand, tools, and so on. Wang Wan was in charge of the people. She found someone to inform the yamen runners, let the yamen put up a notice, and waited for people to come. She could then adjust the construction length and number of people in each section. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also treated this as a big matter. It was related to Zhang Xiaobao's father's ranking in the imperial examination. The more than 100 bailiffs that had been idling around could finally be put to good use. That was what Zhang Xiaobao had originally planned. Otherwise, he would not have asked the yamen to recruit so many people. The bailiff's task was to patrol the river. They would use small boats to patrol the river. They would have to wait until the weather was slightly warmer before they practiced swimming. If they encountered anyone who fell into the water, they would have to be rescued. Zhang Xiaobao had also prepared some underwater entertainment. The bailiffs guarding this side received orders from the head of the Zhang family and rushed to the yamen at the speed of 600 miles per hour. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring the account book and put the changed abacus in front of him. He flipped the account book with one hand, and the fingers of the other hand made shadows on the abacus. He had to know how much money he had. Just as Wang Wan said, he was going to make a fleet. He did not want a big ship, but a small ship. He did not want to go too far. He only received and delivered goods on this section of the waterway in Sanshui County. This way, he would not offend people, and outsiders would not be able to interfere. There was no such thing as road maintenance fees here. Passing ships could not be charged, so he could only share some of the money with them. One was in charge of financial operations, while the other was in charge of military command. When the two of them worked together with full strength, their efficiency was displayed in front of people the next day. Zhang Xiaobao collected 23,000 strings of money and silk from various places and had already distributed it to each section of the waterway. They would be paid for every day of work they did. They would first expand the river and clear the silt. Those who bought stones and sand had already been sent out, and those who were nearby were in the process of transporting them. Wang Wan brought more than 2,000 people. Not only did people from Sanshui County come, but people from several neighboring counties also came. Before dawn, these people who were woken up last night and heard the news had already set off. Those who were nearby had already arrived and were eating the food prepared by Zhuangzi. The Yamen of Sanshui County sent out 400 bailiffs to change their clothes and take up tools to help with the work. After all, the matter of repairing the river was not related to the Zhang family and Wang family. In order to make these people work harder, the Yamen considered those who came to do the work as servants of the imperial court. They would work for 20 days, and during this time, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would be in charge of their meals. After 20 days of work, they would not have to work for the rest of the year, let alone pay their wages. If they continued to work, they could ask the Zhang family for wages. If they worked for 25 days more, they would be exempted from transfer. If they worked for 30 days more, they would be exempted from rent and transfer. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good again. He found some farmers who could not work in the fields. They were specifically responsible for cooking and boiling water. If they worked for a few more days, they would be exempted from rent and transfer. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would be given food. No matter how much they collected this year, they would not have to hand in anything. Wang Wan did this for the benefit of her family. She did not say that Zhang Xiaobao was taking advantage of the loopholes of the government. In her words, cooking and boiling water were logistics, and it was more important. The child also wanted to go, but he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. The child did not have land, so why would he want to go? He should obediently stay at home and study. In a few days, like the imperial examinations, there would be exams. If he did not pass, he would have to wait for less toys, less snacks, and less time to play. Those who arrived first would work first. There was no chance to be lazy. Everyone would be assigned to work for a period of time. There would be more people watching. When the time came, the wages would be calculated according to this. If you were lazy, it would not be counted. You had contributed 20 days of work to the imperial court every year, let alone expect to be exempted from this and that. In terms of the food provided by the Zhang family, it was impossible for them to be like the farmers. They ate meat for every meal. If there was a little meat, they would eat sorghum rice mixed with water rice and salted beans. After eating, they would have energy and would be able to eat rice. Those who really worked could eat 3 bowls of rice. Old Minister Shangshu also wrote a letter to his nephew, asking him to send people to work. They were preparing to dig through the river before the summer rain became heavy. The pier also had to be built. This spring was destined to be busy. Those who were not plowing in the spring were all working around Sanshui County. There was still a section of the river in Xiaoyuashui that needed to be dug out. Every day, Zhang Xiaobao would find some time to settle the accounts. Every loan, the accounts were clear, and the income and expenses could be easily calculated. Now, there was no need to send money to the capital. As long as the money earned there was recorded in the accounts, he could directly use it to build connections with his father and organize some poetry gatherings. The 2 famous restaurants in the eastern and western markets were owned by his family, so he could save money by arranging them a few times. On the 5th day of work, 2 guests came to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. People from the Han family and the Yuan family had arrived. They wanted to sell Zhuangzi to the Zhang family. Jiang Wang clan personally went to receive them. After a discussion, The two zhuangzi were not sold at a high price. They were in urgent need of money. If they sold zhuangzi to someone else, the other party would not want it. They were afraid of getting involved. The head of the family was still in the capital waiting to be sentenced. Who would dare to buy their zhuangzi at this time? Could it be an accomplice? Only Zhangjia zhuangzi would not be suspected. Therefore, when the two families had no one to turn to for help, they went to Zhangjia zhuangzi. They hoped that Zhangjia zhuangzi would buy the zhuangzi. It would be even better if he could help to intercede. This was just a thought. Not to mention that this matter was done by the little prince, and the Zhang family could not interfere. Even if they could, they would not interfere. If you want to take my family back, I will help you to intercede. Isn't that despicable? It is not in line with Zhang Xiaobao's character of repaying kindness with kindness and taking revenge with revenge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hid behind the screen and listened to Jiang Wang clan's conversation. Perhaps they knew that the head of the Zhang family was now Jiang Wang clans. The two people who came were also women. They were Dr. Han and Yuan Yilong's first madam. They could not say anything about concubines. Sister Zhang, this time you must help us. Without the head of the family, how can we live? It's all that Jia Shan's fault. He lied to my husband to deal with you. In fact, my husband didn't want to go at all. But later, Jia Shan found county magistrate Wen. Our family is in Huayuan County. How can we not come? Madame Han cried and said. She was much older than Jiang Wang clan, but she also called her sister. Madame Yuan, who was beside her, also said, Sister Zhang family, we know that we are wrong this time, but our husband's crime does not deserve to die. We beg you to help us and say something to that marquis. We will never forget your great kindness. In our next life, we will repay your kindness even if we have to work like a cow or a horse. Zhang Xiaobao, who was behind the screen, curled his lips and moved his lips. If we have to work like a cow or a horse in our next life, where can we find you in our next life? Why don't you say it in this life? Just give the two zhuangzi to my family for free, and I will intercede for him. Wang Wan nodded. You're not sincere. Jiang Wang clan also showed a sad expression. Her eyes were red, and she picked up a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She said, I, as your elder sister, know about your suffering. At that time, I only wanted to drive them back, but the marquis was also there. Without saying anything, he ordered us to kill them. I have nightmares every day. A few days ago, when the marquis was still there, I told him to let them go. Who knew that although the marquis is young, he would not listen to other people's advice. I also didn't dare to say too much. In case the marquis was angered, the Zhang family would be finished. Sisters, why don't you think of other ways? The two people who came knew that this would happen, but this was not their purpose. Madame Han immediately said, Actually, it's not that there are no other ways, but we don't have enough money. We gave the Jia County magistrates 10,000 strings of coins, and the family gave us 20,000 strings of coins. We don't have any more money. Therefore, we want to sell the 6,000 mu of zhuangzi, but no one wants to buy it. Sister, why don't you buy it? With the money, we can continue to work in the capital. My family has more than 6,500 mu. We won't count the extra. We will only sell it to you for 6,500 mu. Sister, what do you think? Madame Yuan also listed her family's land. The two families had a lot of land, and together, they had more land than the Zhang family and Wang family. Chapter 268. Elder sister from the Zhang family, I have 6,000 mu of land. Most of the land is of the highest quality. Based on the current price, it's more than 5 taels per mu. Elder sister, why don't we calculate based on 5 taels per mu? There's not a lot of land, so 30,000 taels should be enough. Mrs. Han was counting the money and raised 3 of her fingers. Mrs. Yuan, who was beside her, also said, My family has slightly more land. Why don't we also calculate based on 5 taels of silver? That's 6,000 mu of land. 60,000 taels of silver? Madame Zhang calculated that her family didn't seem to be able to take out so much money, so she used it all, so she negotiated and said, The price is indeed not high, but it's not low either. How about this? Give me a few months, and I'll give you the money then. Elder sister from the Zhang family, we can bear with it. Our husband can't wait any longer. We're not selling the land for nothing, we're trying to save our husband. Mrs. Han said as she started crying again. Jiang Wang clan finally reacted. She just wanted to buy the land, so she cried for a while and said, "Younger sisters, to be honest, elder sister's family doesn't have that much money. Our husband is going to take the exam, which part of him doesn't need money. We've already spent 100,000 taels of silver, and we still don't know what the result will be. Younger sisters, you should look for other families." Jiang Wang clan was telling the truth, but they didn't believe her. There were so many prescriptions, and the entire peer of Xiao Luoshui. How could they not have enough money? Why would they spend so much money just to take the exam? They didn't know that the Zhang family was preparing to get the first 3 places. "Elder sister, we really can't find anyone to help us. How about this, elder sister, give each of us 20,000 taels first, and give us the rest after a few days." Mrs. Yuan suggested. Give them 40,000 taels first? Jiang Wang clan began to calculate, but they didn't have 40,000 taels. At the same time, she didn't want to buy the land so expensive. According to the current price, it was indeed as what the two of them said. But the situation was different now. No one dared to buy the land from the two families, only the Zhang family dared to do this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also thinking about whether to buy it or not. If they bought it, they could still get some money. It was just that the price was a little high. If they didn't buy it, they should quickly reject it. If they bought it, it would delay the spring plowing, which would be troublesome. Where can we get the money? Wang Wan was also tempted. With so much land, when the river was built, it would be more valuable. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, she said, "We can pawn the things in exchange for money. We can pawn a lot of things here. But you have to pay interest. I won't do that kind of thing. Money is not a problem. The main thing is that they are selling it too expensive, so we have to lower the price. I think they have given enough money, but they don't dare to continue to stay in Huayuan County. They are afraid that Li Sun will also be here and will find trouble with them in the future." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to pawn the things in exchange for money. It wasn't like before, where he could use some tricks to get the money. He didn't want to do that now. Who knew what kind of people were behind the pawn shop? It was easy to scheme once, but what about in the future? Then let's wait. This time, your mother won't agree directly. We can discuss it with your mother. Wang Wan believed in Zhang Xiaobao's ability. She really wanted to get money. Now that she had the capital, as long as he tried to disturb the balance, she would get the money. As expected, Jiang Wang clan didn't agree directly. She said to the two sisters, "Sisters, I will discuss it with my father-in-law. I will look for you later. You should go back and wait." Jiang Wang clan wanted to ask her son what to do. The main thing was that she didn't have enough money. Since she had enough money, she had to buy it. With Zhangjia Zhuangzi's farming skills, it was already a good deal to buy it. Mrs. Han and Mrs. Yuan didn't think so. They thought that the other party didn't want to buy it. Immediately, Mrs. Han said, "Sister, we can wait here for a while. Sister, you can go and ask." "That's right, elder sister. This round trip will take a lot of time. We really can't wait any longer." Madame Yuan also echoed. "Then you two sisters can go to the room next door to rest for a while. I will go and ask now," Jiang Wang clan said. She led the two sisters out and arranged them to a room next door. When she turned back, she saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walking to the front from behind the screen. "Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo heard what we said just now. Do you want to buy it or not? If we buy it, we don't have enough money. If we don't buy it, it will be a pity that the land will be taken away by others in the end." Jiang Wang clan sat on a chair and hugged Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Mother, we will buy it. But the price is too high. At most, we can give them 50,000 taels. 60,000 taels is definitely not enough. We have wasted our time." Zhang Xiaobao gave a figure. "What about the money?" Jiang Wang clan didn't have the ability to make money. She could only rely on her son. "I will think of a way to get the money. I will give it to them in 3 days." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Jiang Wang clan was relieved. She didn't ask her son how he was going to get the money. She kissed her son and daughter-in-law on their cheeks and went to the room next door to talk with the two of them. This time, they were serious. They talked for 2 hours. Jiang Wang clan first gave them a price of 40,000 taels. After bargaining back and forth, they settled on 49,672 taels and 5 coins. In the end, they negotiated for less than a tael. So long. Wang Wan didn't expect that the negotiation would be so difficult. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with his mother's idea. This is the right way. After the negotiation, let the other party feel that they didn't lose too much. Otherwise, if the other party gave a number and my mother directly agreed, the other party will definitely feel uncomfortable. If things go wrong, they will regret. What about the money? Where are you going to get it? Wang Wan asked. Cooperation. Financing will be enough. We will spread the news about the business we are going to do and let other rich people join in. That way we will have the money. Originally, we were going to cooperate. Controlling all the shares in a profitable business is not enough. Now we can go with the flow. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's mind was in a dead end. Wang Wan just remembered that other than loans, there was also financing. She nodded and said, Which business should we give away? We are not giving away anything now. We need to find a new business and let people invest in it. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Wang Wan couldn't think of any new business. She had already used everything she could. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion and asked, What business? Well, let me ask you, where are you going to buy meat? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Of course, I will go to the stall where I buy meat. Wang Wan replied. You are going to buy cloth. We don't have cloth in the market. I am going to the cloth store. You are going to buy rouge and face powder? I'm going to the rouge shop. We don't have that in the market. You are going to buy jewelry. Okay, stop talking. Isn't it just opening a supermarket? Will it work here? Wang Wan understood after being asked a few times. She was worried that the supermarket couldn't develop here. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know whether it would work or not. He said, It should work. Think about it. When the river is connected, there will be more people coming and going. If you don't have anything on hand and want to buy something, you will have to look for a shop. Let's just open a supermarket here. Even if we don't make money in the end, we won't lose money. Besides, the money will be in. Li Sun is here now. Let's bring him along. If he joins, others will follow. Don't you think so? As long as we don't lose money in the end, the money will be in. They won't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't judge whether the people here liked to spend money in the supermarket. Building a supermarket was just taking over the market. He just needed to change it and build a 3-story building. He would let Su Si and Ergo manage it. He just needed to upgrade the market. Other people were taking money now. If he went to them directly, they might not agree. He just needed to pull Li Sun in. If the relatives of the emperor dared to take money, others would naturally dare to too. They would think that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi wouldn't dare to cheat Li Sun. Wang Wan was also thinking about this matter. The supermarket should be able to make money. Other than ordinary people, there were also some businessmen and people who ate in the restaurants. When people spend money, they tend to have a tendency to buy everything else. At most, it would be like what Xiaobao said. They won't lose money. They just need to make a little profit. The prices of the various items would be slightly lower. If she saw such a place and had money, she would also go in to take a look. She would also buy something useful. After all, it was cheap. Thinking of cheap, Wang Wan asked again. Does that mean the price of our goods will also be lower? Are you still thinking of charging an entrance fee? Impossible. That's right. We can't charge an entrance fee, but we can make the goods cheaper. The more we buy, the cheaper it will be. We have a place here, and we have a warehouse. It's just a stockpile of goods. Furthermore, we are not the only ones who have money. Moreover, there is another advantage to stockpiling goods here. As long as the goods are not easy to break and the price is slightly higher, we can sell them to others. It's also good to be close to the capital. Zhang Xiaobao could only analyze it this way. He didn't have time to do market research. He only had 3 days and he had to raise enough money. It was a risk. Wang Wan also knew about this situation. She supported him and said, Then let's give it a try. Go and find Li Sun. He will definitely join. We have to build a large scale. Otherwise, we won't be able to raise so much money. 50,000 taels of silver, how large is the scale? Of course, we have to build a large scale. Our family doesn't have that much space, and we don't have that kind of scale. Moreover, if we build a large scale, when will we be able to recoup the cost? But we can use a chain method to do it. We can build a supermarket in the most prosperous places around here, as well as the capital. We have to let the people who buy things in the supermarket treat this kind of behavior as a fashion. That's enough. It's just like when people ate some fast food 100 years ago. Chapter 269. Li Sun didn't have much to do these days. He went back to the province and came back after 2 days. He felt more comfortable in Zhuangzi, mainly because he didn't have to worry about being watched when he was doing things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent people to look for him, but Li Sun came without saying anything. He only brought 4 guards and stayed at the entrance of the Zhang mansion. Young Master Li, this time I asked you to come here to ask if you are willing to earn more money. If you are, we can discuss it. If you are not, then we can just have a meal together. Zhang Xiaobao went straight to the point. Li Sun did not know why Zhang Xiaobao was so straightforward with his words. Usually, he would have to go around a few rounds before he could say what he wanted to say. Naturally, Li Sun thought that Zhang Xiaobao was taught by some expert. Now that he heard that there was another way to earn money, he immediately agreed. Okay, what kind of business? Count me in. I like to do business. It's stable and not ambitious. Li Sun was also speaking the truth this time. Even though he had a noble status, there were many things that he had to take precautions against. His father also didn't always do things in the prefecture. It was already good enough if he could spend half of his time here. Okay, come and look at this. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Sun would agree, so he pulled him to the table and spread out the blueprint that he and Wang Wan had just drawn. He told Li Sun how to open a supermarket, how to do it well, how much money it would make, what were the benefits, and so on. Li Sun listened while thinking. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was better than the grocery store. Moreover, the grocery store was big, so it shouldn't be wrong. Most importantly, he felt that this was the advice of an expert. The expert would never make mistakes. Earning a little money was easy. Before Zhang Xiaobao continued to tell him about the risks, he directly agreed. Okay, this supermarket is good. How much is it? I will invest. 50,000 taels, do you have it? You still have to invest your money in between the clouds and the water. Also, when the time comes, you'll get a share in the boxed lunches. You'll also get a share in the advertising of the surrounding riverbanks. All of these require money. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to let Li Sun take all the money. What if he couldn't? So he gave Li Sun 2 benefits. Even if the supermarket didn't make as much money as he expected, Li Sun wouldn't say anything. When Li Sun heard that he had to take out so much money, he was in a dilemma. I don't have any. I only have a little more than 10,000 taels. What should I do? Are you going to pay for the rest? My family doesn't have that much money. I gave it all to my father. You can find someone else to help you. You know a lot of people. Find someone rich and we'll calculate everything together. Zhang Xiaobao advised Li Sun. You want to find someone else? Why don't we start a small one first? When I get my money back, we can make it bigger bit by bit. Li Sun wanted to keep it to himself. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, if I can wait, why would I ask you? Can't I do it myself? He could only persuade, let's open it once and make it big. That way it will be easier to do things. You find a few people and invest the money first. I will start to do the details. I think it will take less than a month to build it. Li Sun was fooled this time. He didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao was in urgent need of money to buy those 2 pieces of land. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, wait here. I will find someone who is willing to join. When the time comes, we will open this supermarket in all parts of Tang. No, we will open it outside. Wait, find someone nearby first. I will give you a letter tomorrow. I will go back and make the arrangements. Li Sun was now thinking about money. When he heard this idea, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't eat and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent him to the door. Then they looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Li Sun was really efficient. He didn't know where he found the people. They didn't even come. They just wrote a contract and sent the money the next night. Li Sun and his own money had a total of more than 41,000 taels. There were silver, copper coins, and cloth. Zhang Xiaobao took out a part of the money for building the river. He had a total of 50,000 taels and gave it to his mother. Jiang Wang clan was in charge of signing the final contract. She knew that this was another business deal. She didn't know whether it was good or bad. She got the money first. She didn't have to worry about not being able to pay it back in the end. As long as the dock at Little Luoshui was delayed, it would be fine. At most, she could compensate the other party. She kissed Zhang Xiaobao's face hard. Jiang Wang clan said happily, "Okay, our family will have more land in the future. These are all for you. If you have a younger brother in the future, you have to give him some. You can't not give him anything. If you have a younger sister, you have to give her dowry. When a woman gets married, if she doesn't have a dowry, she won't be able to raise her head in her husband's family. Don't look at me like that. I'm different. My son is much better than other people's. He's 100 times better. Which family's child can get so much money?" Jiang Wang clan was still happy the next day. She didn't need to go find the other two families. On the third day, Madame Han and Madame Yuan came over with the deeds and other contracts. The two families' pillars of support were gone. These deeds could only be handed over using their status. Nearly 50,000 taels of silver was pulled over 10 carriages. When Madame Han and Madame Yuan brought the money back, they had an expression that was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. When they returned to Zhuangzi, they immediately tidied up and brought the servants who were willing to follow them to the capital. As for those who weren't willing, they just gave them some money and sent them away. They didn't plan to return to this place in the future. Zhang Wang touched the deeds and other documents in his hands and laughed from time to time. The river was still expanding. They were cleaning up the silt in the river. They didn't immediately repair the river bank. They wanted to wait until the river was more or less expanded. When they took over other people's land, there were old men who helped them solve the problem. They either compensated them or changed the location of the land. Naturally, the money was still paid by Zhang Xiaobao. The Yamen didn't have the money, so they paid in advance. When the time came, the Yamen would pay back the money that Zhang Xiaobao took out from the taxes collected. The people who worked could eat their fill and save food for their families. They could also work 20 days a year. When they worked more, they would be paid, or they could switch to rent-free work. Everyone worked hard. No one dared to slack off. If they were caught, they would lose everything. After Li Sun bought the land in Zhangzhi Zhuangzi, he came over the next day. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Tell that person that he's amazing. No wonder he was in such a hurry. He wanted to buy land. Why didn't he tell me first? I would have bought one too. Don't worry, I won't tell those people. Anyway, when the time comes, there will definitely be a supermarket. When the time comes, your family's Xiao Luoshui's pier will be enough, right?" "Okay, I'll tell him. In fact, we really need to plan for some time, especially when the river is connected. We need to find a location. It's the same for other places. My family's work is in vain. We didn't take these things into account. What's wrong with wasting some time? If you want Zhuangzi, I'll sell you one. 6 taels of silver per mu. It's cheap. When the river is connected in the future, the land will be more valuable. Why don't you owe me first? When you have money, I'll pay you." Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel embarrassed at all. Li Sun quickly refused, "No, I just need a Zhuangzi next to your house. I don't need anything else. When I'm older and have a fief, I may not have so much time to come over. At that time, you and Cuckoo will have to find me." Zhang Xiaobao knew Li Sun's purpose. It was all because of that master. He wanted to see the master and learn something, but he couldn't see him. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Li Sun was quite pitiful. After thinking for a while, he said, "I have something here. Take it and read it. It's about some things in this world. It's called nature. If you don't understand it, remember it in your heart. When I understand it, I'll tell you." Zhang Xiaobao took out a book about nature that didn't challenge the imperial power. It was written by Wang Wan. He just made a copy and was going to give it to the children in Zhuangzi. Now, he had to give it to Li Sun. He couldn't let him down. When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao give him a book, his eyes opened wide and his face was full of excitement. He thought that this book was written by the master for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. Although he didn't see the master, it was worth it to see the same thing. He quickly took the book and gently stroked it with his hand. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you're so kind. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. As long as you don't rebel, everything else is easy. I'll go back first. You can take your time to figure out that supermarket. Don't worry, no one is in a hurry." Li Sun wanted to go back and read it quickly, so he took the book and left. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the door and watched Li Sun leave under the protection of 4 guards. He muttered, "I feel that I don't have the chance to be in that position. Living a relaxed life is actually a happy thing. Well, I won't be in that position either. I'm also happy." Early the next morning, Jiang Wang clan brought the housekeeper to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, let's go and see the new Zhuangzi. I don't know how they are doing. I think they are not as good as our families. There are more people, more land, and more rent. When your father finishes the imperial examination and becomes an official, let's see if he can still get some food." Jiang Wang clan said to Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that it was easy to take the imperial examination. Her husband was still talented. Moreover, she gave him so much money. There was a minister vouching for him, the Marquis's help, and County Magistrate Cheng's bribe. Who would dare to let her husband fail the imperial examination? Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to go and take a look. After all, they were going to be a family in the future. There were many villagers waiting for the new master to come over. He thought that these 2 days would not be good and they would be on tenterhooks. He held Wang Wan's hand and followed behind his mother and the housekeeper. There was a group of people protecting them. They first walked towards the Han family's Zhuangzi. They did not need to take a car. They just strolled slowly. Chapter 270. There were more than 10 people in the field, pouring the manure into the soil. All of them had their heads down, but they were working very slowly. Their clothes were also made of coarse hemp, and they moved the scythe in their hands. They did not look to the side, and after moving their hands a few times, they took 2 steps forward. The people from the Miao protection team also followed the Zhang Wang clan to the field. When they saw the way those people worked and the clothes they were wearing, they could not help but sigh. At the same time, they supported their Zhuangzi even more. This was the difference between them. Looking at the farmers in Zhuangzi, which one of them still wore coarse hemp? Everyone had at least one set of silk clothes. Yes, it was specially given by the master. They could understand why those people worked so slowly. When the master was gone, they were not treated well. Now that the new master was gone, they did not know what to face. If it were anyone else, they would not have the heart to work. The fact that they could work in the field showed that they were people who were attached to the land. When the Zhang Wang clan's people came closer, the people working realized that there were many people coming over. An old man in his 50s stopped what he was doing and narrowed his eyes. He carefully looked at the Zhang Wang clan's people and suddenly said, "So it's people from the Zhang family. What are they doing here?" At this time, Steward Zhang knew that it was time for him to step forward. He quickly walked up to a person and said loudly, "Is there anyone who works like you? When will you be able to get the land out? Also, in the future, this will be Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's land. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi does not need anything else but to grow rice. Don't make manure. Go and find the other farmers. The master's wife is here." When the farmer first heard Steward Zhang's words, he was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "Why do you care what I do?" But when he heard the latter part, he immediately stopped being stunned and showed a happy expression. He shouted loudly to the others, "Our Zhuangzi has been bought by the Zhang family. Let's go back and tell the others that the main family's madam is here. That's great. We've been bought by the Zhang family. We'll have good days in the future." After this person shouted, he did not care about other people's reactions. He threw down the things in his hands and ran away. As he ran, he shouted at the other side of the house, "Our Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family. Our Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family." The rest of the people in the field didn't react until he was more than 100 feet away. They looked at the people of the Jiang Wang clan in disbelief. The old man trembled as he walked over. He wanted to get closer, but he was afraid that he smelled too bad, so he didn't dare to. He stood 20 feet away and asked, "What little nine said just now, Is it true? We were bought by the Zhang family? Is Madam of the Zhang family here? Uncle, I didn't lie to you. Our family bought this land. Uncle, you don't have to do this anymore. You have to do it again to grow rice. The Zhang Wang clan walked a few steps forward and said to the old man. The old man saw the clothes that the Zhang Wang clan was wearing and looked at the crowd. He knelt down with a thud and tears started to fall. Madam, we've been waiting for you to come. We only knew that Zhuangzi had been sold, but we didn't know who bought it. The main family didn't tell us either. We were still thinking that it would be great if the Zhang family bought it. But then we remembered that the main family who sold it seemed to have a grudge against the Zhang family. It was impossible for them to sell Zhuangzi to the Zhang family. We were so anxious. We didn't expect that it was really the Zhang family who bought it. All right, madam, don't worry. No one will work like this in the future. We will do our best. It's our good fortune to work for the Zhang family. We don't dare to not do our best. Madam, please stand back. I'm dirty. The old man cried and laughed as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he realized that he was too close to the madam of the main family. He was dirty and smelly, so he stood up and took a few steps back. Wei Wei of the Zhang Wang clan smiled and said, Uncle, you're not dirty. In my eyes, people who work are not dirty. It's okay if your clothes are stained with dirt. It's fine as long as you change your clothes. I'll get someone to take your measurements in a while. The Zhang family's farmers must wear the same clothes. I'll also get someone to bring some rice and meat over. Everyone can have a good meal first. In the future, you must eat well. If you don't eat well, how can you have the strength to work? Uncle, lead us over there and see if there's anything we need to do in Zhuangzi. If there's anything we need to do, we can give it to you first. The old man knelt down again. This time, he wasn't the only one. When the others heard what the Zhang Wang clan said, they also knelt down. They knew what kind of life the farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family lived in Zhuangzi. Other than work, everything else was provided by the main family. The main family was rich and generous. They even dared to repair the two houses. They didn't expect that just 2 days after the change of main family, the main family would come over and give them things first. They didn't even have to do any work. It was a little tempting to ask for these things, but they couldn't refuse it. They really needed these things. Hurry up and get up. You can't do anything for the main family even if you kneel. In Zhuangzi and the Yuan family's houses, if you have children, you can also go to the school there to study. These two Zhuangzi won't be building a school. Walk a few more steps. Come early and return late. The children's food will be taken care of by the main family. The Zhang Wang clan said to these people. She mentioned the matter of children going to school, but she didn't intend to build a school here. The kneeling people became even more excited. The old man stood up first, and then asked the others to stand up as well. He said to the Zhang Wang clan, Madam, it's good to have a school to study. It's not far. It's only a few steps. Madam, don't worry. How the farmers over there work, we will do better than them. If anyone dares to slack off, we will beat his mother to death without your order. The others also talked in a mess. Every one of them was incoherent. They could not help but be excited that they could live a good life. At this time, the people who ran away just now ran back, followed by a group of people. Those who were in good health ran in front, while the old man, women, and children ran behind them. They ran all the way here. Everyone stood there, looking at Zhang Wangshe and the others with joy. Their eyes were full of hope, especially the children. They blinked their big eyes, looking a little scared and a little curious. Some fiddled with their hair, some put their fingers in their mouth and sucked, and some sniffled from time to time, which was about to flow through their mouths. The old man seemed to have some prestige among these people. When he saw the people running out of the Zhuangzi, and the people who could not walk, he said loudly, Our Zhuangzi has been bought by the Zhang family. You don't have to worry anymore. Quickly say hello to the madam of the Zhang family. The farmers were waiting for these words. Zhuangzi was bought by the Zhang family. After this matter was confirmed, the crowd burst into cheers. Everyone had a smile on their faces. The children were not as scared as before. They moved forward, wanting to see the Zhangjia Zhuangzi people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the center of attention. Who asked them to wear good clothes? The weather was not warm yet, and some of the children who ran out were only wearing a pair of pants. They were not wearing any clothes at all. When they saw the two children wearing such beautiful clothes, they were naturally curious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already prepared. Needless to say, Wang Wan liked children very much. Zhang Xiaobao was even better. He was willing to see children, and he liked them even when they sniffled. He was also like this when he was young. He was even better than that child. When the snot flowed to his chin, he could suck it back. When he and Wang Wan came out, each of them carried a bag with candy inside. When they saw the children, they walked over, put their hands into the bag, took out some candy, and handed it forward. Yes, these are all for you. Study hard in the future. If you do well, you will be rewarded with candy. The first person Zhang Xiaobao handed the candy to was the snot-nosed child. He was about 5 years old, and was even younger than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The snot-nosed child looked at the candy in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and sucked back the snot that flowed out. He stared at it motionlessly, and his small hands moved on both sides of his body. He wanted to take the candy but didn't dare to. At this time, Steward Zhang said, "This is the young master of the Zhang family, and this is the young lady of the Wang family. Take the things I give you. Otherwise, if the young master and young lady get angry, you will not have a good life anymore." The snot-nosed child was also sensible. When he heard Steward Zhang's words, he scratched his dirty little hands twice on his dirty pants. Then he stretched out his hands to take the candy instead of taking it. At the same time he said, "Hello, young master." "Good, very good. Take it quickly." Zhang Xiaobao grabbed the snot-nosed child's hand with one hand and stuffed the candy into the snot-nosed child's hand with the other. He wasn't afraid of dirtying his hands at all. Wang Wan did the same. She handed out the candy one by one. She even stuffed a candy ball into the mouth of a 1-year-old child who was being held by an older child. When the little child ate something sweet, she opened her arms and smiled at Wang Wan. It seemed that she wanted to be hugged by Wang Wan. Wang Wan estimated that she could hold the little child, so she reached out and took the little child from the older child's arms. The older child didn't dare to object. When he saw that his sister was in the hands of the young lady of the Wang family and didn't fall, he was relieved. He knew that the young lady of the Wang family was with the young master of the Zhang family all day long. These two families were no different from one family. They were both masters of their own accord. When the original farmers of the Han family saw that the young master of the Zhang family and the young lady of the Wang family didn't look down on their own children, they were all moved. They knew that they had found a good master. If the children could be like this, it meant that their parents had taught them well. They knew that the Han family used to have a 10-year-old child in Zhuangzi. She cleaned herself up well and wore good clothes. When she saw the children of the other farmers in Zhuangzi, she scolded them in disdain and continued to walk. Compared to the children of the Zhang and Wang families, she was far worse. She deserved to be caught. She still wants to fight with the Zhang family and Wang family. Just look at the little child and we'll know who's the winner. A farmer of the Han family spat and gritted his teeth. Chapter 271. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did a good job of easing the atmosphere, and also made the villagers recognize their master's family. If it was said that the villagers originally yearned for the Zhang family because of a good life, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's actions made the villagers see the Zhang family as family. "Let's go to Zhuangzi and take a look," the Zhang Wang clan said as she looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were also rubbing in the dirt. The villagers immediately made a path for them and kept a certain distance from the Zhang Wang clan. They followed beside her, and from time to time, they would look at her with respect as they walked. The Han family's road in Zhuangzi was not repaired, and it was full of potholes. From time to time, they could even see a pile of feces on the road. This was absolutely impossible to see in the Zhang family and the Wang family's Zhuangzi. The two Zhuangzi's sanitation work was done well. Ever since they told the villagers, none of them would casually throw things on the road. There was also a special bag for feces placed behind the animal's buttocks, and from time to time, they would sprinkle lime on it to reduce the spread of diseases. Steward Zhang was in charge of this matter, and he said to the people beside him, "After the spring plowing, fix the road properly. The roads in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi must be wide and smooth. The villagers were happy when they heard this. The road was fixed and they would be able to walk comfortably. With a good road in Zhuangzi, they would be able to boast about it when they went out. The group of people walked on the broken road and arrived in Zhuangzi. There were many thatched huts, and some of them were just casually rubbed out with mud. It was not hot yet, but they could already smell the stench. In the future, the latrines and houses will have to be repaired or built new ones. The master will be in charge of this, and you will have to do it yourselves. The latrines have to be covered and sprinkled with lime. This can't go on like this. Steward Zhang mentioned another matter. The villagers did not look unhappy at all, and they all nodded. In the future, they would have new houses, and it would be better if they were clean. In the past, they did not have time to take care of such things, and the master collected more rent, so they could only find work elsewhere to eat. Now, the master had changed. The Zhang family's ability was needless to say, they were better than others in growing rice. Even if the rice did not belong to the villagers in the future, they could still bring new rice. This year, Zhang and Wang were able to get 5 times more crops than usual in Zhuangzi. Along the way, the people who followed the Zhang family here did not see a decent house. Some of the houses did not even have paper to cover the windows, and directly nailed the windows with straw curtains. When they were halfway through the village, they saw a small courtyard with 3 chickens looking at them with their heads tilted. Steward Zhang spoke again. If there are people who are not busy at home, go over there tomorrow and bring the chickens back to raise them. The master will be in charge of the food they eat, but when the chickens grow up, a portion of the eggs they lay will have to be given to the master. When the chickens are killed, they will also belong to the master. The villagers nodded again. Wasn't it just helping to raise the chickens? When the time came, they could keep a portion of the eggs for themselves, and they would not have to feed the chickens themselves. The group continued to walk forward, and as they walked, they came to an area surrounded by a low wall. Standing outside the low wall and looking in, they saw a high wall about 300 feet away from the low wall. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know what the low wall was for. What's the use of this wall? Zhang Xiaobao asked a slightly older child. The wall of the master's house. The villagers are not allowed to go over this wall. After going in, if we continue to walk forward, we will reach the master's mansion, the child replied. Mansion? Good, Chaosin Taoist? His rank is 2 ranks higher than my father's, rank 5. This is the mansion. Is he afraid of death? Why did he build a wall outside? Even if he did, he was still caught, right, Steward Zhang? Zhang Xiaobao did not want this wall to block people's hearts, so he shouted at Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang understood and immediately said, the low wall outside needs to be torn down. There are some bricks left to build the house. The Zhang family is not afraid of being harmed by the villagers. When you have nothing to do, you can go to the master's house for a stroll. If you need anything to take out, you can even help. The villagers nodded. This wall had already made their hearts cold. If it was not for the fact that they could not find another place to live, they would not want to stay in the Han family's Zhuangzi. The children of the Zhang family and Wang family could play with the villagers, but the Han family treated them like animals. Why didn't the Zhang family come earlier? If they had come earlier, they would have had a better life. Why did they have to endure this? Mistress of the master's house, would you like to go in and take a look? The old man asked Zhang Wang clan. No, after the wall outside is torn down, we can all go in and take a look. If we feel that this house is not good, we can also tear it down and build a smaller house. That way, the people from the master's house will have a place to stay. Zhang Wang clan was a bit disgusted with this place. Most importantly, if she really kept this place, it would be too much. How could a 7th-ranked official live in a 5th-ranked official's house? Of course, the villagers were not comfortable with this. They all wanted to tear it down and build a new house for the master's house. After looking at this house, they continued to walk forward. There was a small hill on the other side. There were no trees on it. In fact, it was just a mound. After the mound, there was a piece of land that belonged to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. A group of people walked over and climbed up the mound. They found a few people standing on the other side of the mound. They were pointing and talking. Those people also saw them. A middle-aged man suddenly smiled and walked over. You are from the Zhang family, right? I am your neighbor over there. My surname is Liu, and the Han family took some of our land in Zhuangzi. It turns out that there are some thorns in the area between the two Zhuangzi. They cut the thorns and moved it forward a little. I heard that the master has changed, so we came over to take a look and decide on a new location. We don't want another family to take over another family's land. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Another neighbor. He just came over and he already said that the Han family took over their land in Zhuangzi and wanted to decide on a new location? How do you want to decide? Zhang Wang clan was expressionless and asked indifferently. It should be the mistress of the Zhang family, right? Don't misunderstand. We are not taking back the land that was taken over in the past. We all know about the Zhang family, so we don't dare to come over and cause trouble. We haven't lived long enough yet. Let's just go with the current location. The man surnamed Liu explained. Then let's decide. You guys decide first and let us know when the time comes. We will replant the thorns and plant them here. Zhang Wang clan saw that the other party was not here to take back the land, so she believed that the Han family took over the other party's land. There was not much land left, so they had to plant thorns. Okay, thank you so much, mistress of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's actions are indeed countermeasures. Don't worry, the Liu family will not take the initiative to provoke the Zhang family. Our two families will live in harmony. The man surnamed Liu said and left with his people. Wang Wan looked at the man's back as he left and asked Zhang Xiaobao, did he know that we are here and purposely came here to wait for us? His surname is Liu. Which family is he from? Who cares? Just like what he said, unless he's tired of living and comes looking for trouble. Our Zhang clan can kill all the way to the top, carrying a thick smell of blood. We kill chickens and ducks when we see chickens. Zhang Xiaobao did not care who the man surnamed Liu was, as long as his surname was not Li. Madame Zhang walked and looked around again. She felt that she could only wait and take good care of it in the future. She turned around and left under the respectful escort of the villagers. There was another village that she had to go over to take over today. She had to calm the villagers down and not delay the spring plowing. Before she left, she asked someone to measure the size of the villagers and make the same clothes for them to wear. This way they could build up cohesion. She also asked some stronger people to follow them back to the main house to get things. Now that they had met, she had to let the villagers have a good meal. After walking for about an hour, they arrived at the Yuan family. The Yuan family seemed to be better than the Han family. At least, the villagers' clothes were better than the Han family's. They also did not have extra walls outside. The reaction of the villagers was similar to that of the Han family. They were all very excited. They knew in advance that the land was bought by the Zhang family. Although the original main house did not treat them any differently from the other main houses, they did not ask for rent and were not treated as badly as the Han family. However, they still felt that the Zhang family was better. They also yearned for a good life and hoped that their children could be educated. However, they did not hate the original main house as much. The houses that the Yuan clan's farmers lived in were also thatched cottages, but they were more orderly than the Han clans. The roads were the same, full of potholes. Housekeeper Zhang still picked out a few problems and had to fix them in the future. He also measured their sizes and asked them to go back with some people to get rice, noodles, oil, and meat. They went to 2 farmsteads in a row and looked around. After a busy day, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they lay on the Kong bed and chatted. Xiaobao, we have a small river here. They seem to have one there too, but why is there no water? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Without water, it would be tiring to grow rice. How would I know? Let's go and see tomorrow. If someone deliberately blocked the river upstream, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Xiaobao also saw the river today. Usually, there was a river flowing in Zhuangzi. Even if there was no river, one would be dug. Otherwise, there would be no way to grow crops. Wang Wan nodded and asked, then how will the 2 Zhuangzi develop in the future? Will they be like us and set up a restaurant? I haven't thought about it yet. A restaurant is definitely not suitable. But we can think of other ways. There are no mountains there, so what can we do? Let me think about it. Let's go to between the clouds and the water and ask Grandpa Bai about the arrangements. We don't want to make any mistakes. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about the development. There were many different development methods that could be used, or a slight modification would be able to change the appearance of the manor. The two of them did not care if it was dark or not. They found someone to light a lantern and walked over. When they reached between the clouds and the water, the old man was still fishing. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's footsteps, he turned around and asked, "Why can't your fishing rod catch small fish?" Chapter 272. The sky was dark and there were only a few lanterns hanging high in the sky. There were few people on the second floor. The old man admired the fish very much. At this time of the year, few people came to between the clouds and the water for dinner. The few who came all went to the second floor. Only the old man sat alone on the first floor where they could fish. A few more lanterns were specially lit for him. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the old man asked a question that made people daydream. Why could he only catch small fish? Wang Wan's first thought was that the old man was up to something again. The last time, it was because there were fish to eat and fish to eat. In the end, she and Xiaobao were so busy. What was the meaning of small fish and big fish? According to the correct theory, both Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could tell the old man that it was very simple. In order to let the old man fish, the fish had not been fed for many days. The few big fish were omnivorous. They could not eat anything else, so they ate small fish. Naturally, they would not bite the bait when they were full. The problem was, how could this old man, who could be educated at the age of 6 and become a jinshi when he was 20 years old, ask such a simple question? Nothing. I just want to ask. Which one of you knows? The old man turned his head and continued to fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached a certain tacit agreement. Zhang Xiaobao said first, "Is it because the hook is small and the big fish do not eat when they see it?" "Is this small?" The old man took out a 2-inch hook and asked without turning his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the big hook and wondered who the old man asked to make it. Unless the fish were sleepy and yawning, they would definitely not bite this kind of hook. At this time, Wang Wan also said, "Is it because the big fish has lived for many years and is a sly old fox that does not bite the bait?" "I'm not young anymore. Am I a sly old fox?" The old man took back the hook and put the bait again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood behind the old man and nodded together. "Do you nod your head?" The old man seemed to know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan denied at the same time. "Oh, then this old man must have seen wrongly. When the water moves, the shadows from the lanterns behind you nod. This is nature. Where there is light, there is shadow. The back of light is darkness, isn't it?" The old man still maintained his sitting posture. His voice was not soft, but it was just loud enough for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to hear. The two of them continued to talk nonsense. "I've heard of this before. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Grandpa Bai, are you practicing metaphysics?" "What kind of metaphysics do I practice?" "I read a book called Nature, but there are many things in it that are not so clear. Some are simple and easy to understand at a glance, while some are more confusing the more I read. I don't know what's going on. What do you think?" The old man finally revealed his purpose. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. "Traitor, Li Sun, that brat, spread the secret book." Wang Wan nodded. "Grandpa Bai, you're right. Xiaobao and I have read it before, but we don't understand. What shadow?" "Xiaobao and I only know that the shadow is long in the morning and short in the afternoon. We picked it up when we went up the mountain to play. After that, we don't know where the messy writing went." That's right. Cuckoo's right. I don't understand it either. All I know is that the closer the lantern is, the bigger the shadow is, and the farther the shadow is, the smaller the shadow is. Xiaobao chimed in. At this time, the old man turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that they had the same expression, blinking their pure big eyes, and the same chubby little face, he laughed loudly, not caring if it would affect the people eating upstairs. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also laughed. After the old man laughed, he said, "Picked it up? You picked it up well, you picked it up well." The first one emphasized the word picked, while the second one emphasized the word good. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak. He stood up, rubbed his legs, and walked upstairs. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Follow me, I'll teach you." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what the old man had figured out, so they followed him in confusion. Suddenly, the surroundings became dark. Zhang Xiaobao looked over and saw that the shop assistant, who knew how to save, quickly blew out 4 lanterns, leaving only 4 lanterns there. He even smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Good job, he saved 4 candles. Each person saved 4 candles. How many candles would that be? Who cares if he was a minister or not? He blew out the lanterns after he left. Fortunately, the minister didn't see it. Otherwise, he would have thrown you into the pond to feed the fish. The old man took Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all the way to the room he had reserved, the kind that didn't cost money. He pointed to an object on the table and said to them, "This is the use of light. Come and see." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't need to use it to know what it was. It turned out to be a monocular, a very old kind that didn't have telescopic function. This old man, it seems that he usually looks leisurely, but in fact, he has done a lot of things. I gave him a theory, and he actually made a physical object. This crystal is not bad. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Let's go and take a look. Can it be 5 times? I think it's enough. It's good if it can be 3 or 4 times. Wang Wan walked over. Grandpa Bai, what is this? Zhang Xiaobao's face was full of curiosity. It seemed that he wanted to touch the thing on the table, but didn't dare to. Is it a stick used to hit people? Wang Wan put her finger in her mouth and asked. Come Xiaobao, cuckoo, come here. Put this in front of your eyes and look at the pavilion. The old man smiled and pulled the 2 children to the window, then let the 2 children stand on the stool. He took the monocular and put it in front of one of Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes to take a look. It was so pure, without any impurities. At least, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. 2 pieces of crystal cost a lot of money. The hand holding the monocular extended 3 fingers, then 4 fingers, then 3 fingers. This was for Wang Wan to see. Grandpa Bai, why did you put the pavilion in front of us? Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. The old man didn't say anything and put the monocular in front of Wang Wan's eyes again. Wang Wan also estimated the distance. There was always a lantern in the pavilion at night, and there were also lanterns at intervals in the corridor. The hand holding the monocular made an okay gesture, meaning that it was indeed more than 3 times, but not 4 times. After the comparison finished, Wang Wan said, Grandpa Bai, with my other eye, it seems that the pavilion is much closer. There are about 3 times the distance between here and here. It's the same as what I saw with my other eye. What's this for? The old man took the monocular down and said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, That's 3 times. Others can't see you, but you can see them. When marching and setting up a formation, it can change in the blink of an eye. A distance of hundreds of feet is not enough for the cavalry to charge once. You can move 1 step ahead and discover the enemy's scouts 1 step ahead. Do you understand? The old man had reason to be excited. Such a thing seemed simple, but it was unusual to use. When 2 armies were facing each other, whoever discovered the other first would be able to make better arrangements. In a battle, whoever could more accurately determine the situation at a certain place would be able to mobilize the soldiers in reserve to rush over. A nature book meant for children to read actually contained such a powerful thing. Who exactly was behind Zhangzhe Zhuangzi? The old man couldn't figure it out. He hoped that he could find out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, when he asked just now, Wang Wan insisted that she had picked it up. That person must have taught her not to let the children talk about it. If Li Sun didn't get along well with the 2 children, how could he have obtained this book? If Li Sun didn't come to ask him when he encountered something he didn't understand, how could he make this clairvoyance? What was the relationship between that person and the Zhang family and the Wang family? Did that person teach such good knowledge to the 2 children, or was that person like him, seeing that the 2 children were smart and prepared to teach them well? The old man's doubts came one after another. He couldn't figure out who the person behind this was and what his purpose was. He wanted to meet that person several times with his identity as a minister, but he was afraid that he would annoy that person. That kind of person didn't seem to care whether he was a minister or not. Perhaps it would be the same even if the emperor came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the old man didn't want them to answer. They stood there and didn't speak, waiting for the old man to break free from his thoughts. Looking at the old man, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the old man was a good person. At least when he encountered something new, he would think of doing something for the country and the people. If they weren't too young, they could tell the old man about this matter. A telescope with a power of less than 4 times was just a child's play. The old man, who had experienced a lot, finally returned to reality. He stroked the telescope with his hand and said, "With this thing, it will be much easier to fight against the enemy in the future." Did you two pick up anything else? Zhang Xiaobao understood the old man's meaning and was willing to lead the old man astray, so he said, "Cuckoo and I didn't go up the mountain these days. We'll wait until we understand nature. When we have time, we'll go up the mountain and see if we can pick up anything. When the time comes, we'll definitely show it to Grandpa Bai." Okay, learn quickly. Learn nature quickly. In fact, I haven't learned everything. Let's learn together. The old man was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to say something. It didn't matter who wrote the book, as long as he could get his hands on it. The handwriting on the book was clearly Zhang Xiaobao's. It didn't have any errors, it didn't have any strokes. Cuckoo was much better than Xiaobao. When the handwriting was written, other than the lack of wrist strength, it could be seen that there was something unique about it. If it weren't for Xiaobao's young age and diligent practice, one would think that he was a person who couldn't practice calligraphy. Thinking of this, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, in the future, when you pick up something, don't copy it again. Show it to me first. You need to practice your handwriting more. It's much worse than Wang Wan's." Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao's handwriting is actually not bad. You haven't seen him write for the first time. You may think that his handwriting isn't good, but that's already his best handwriting. Some people say that as long as a person keeps working hard and keeps improving, he will definitely do great things. Wang Wan defended Zhang Xiaobao from the side. "Today's weather isn't good. I noticed it when I woke up. Therefore, there might not be 8 chapters today. I'll try my best to write as much as I can. If it's not 8 chapters, I'll make up for it tomorrow. It'll still be an abnormal update. Perhaps many people don't understand what's going on. A person in the group asked a very correct question, so I'll post it. Under moon grass. If I'm not wrong, the waiter said that there will be 8 chapters for the next 5 days. After that, other than the normal 4 chapters, there will be more chapters depending on the monthly votes. I don't know if I got it wrong. Waiter, 2077924 1837, 43 that's right. Waiter, 2077924 1837, 57 normally, it's not 4 chapters, it's 5 chapters. That means that it's 112 votes now. 5 days later, I'll guarantee that after 5 chapters, I'll add 12 chapters. Even if it's odd, I'll count it as 1 chapter. If everyone is willing to vote more, I'll be very happy to write more. What I want to say is that I don't have a stockpile of manuscripts. I write them every day. My speed has already slowed down. In the past, I wrote 4,000 words in 45 minutes. Now, my speed is slightly more than half. After all, this is a historical novel. It has to be strict and slow down. So, everyone, don't worry that I can't write it or that I'll be unique. It's not my style to be unique. I'm worthy of the word person. I also know how to write a letter. Thank you for your support. Chapter 273. As she spoke, Wang Wan opened up her little sunny purse that she didn't allow anyone to touch. She took out a piece of paper with words written on it and handed it to the old man. Grandpa Bai, look, this is Xiaobao's first handwriting. Isn't it much better compared to back then? The old man didn't expect that Wang Wan would speak up for Zhang Xiaobao at this moment. He took the piece of paper and looked at it. His brows furrowed and his mouth cracked open. How was this writing? What kind of nonsense was this? He then thought about how Zhang Xiaobao's natural handwriting and looked at Zhang Xiaobao's age. The old man was finally moved. How much effort did he have to put in to achieve this? In this aspect, Zhang Xiaobao clearly didn't have Wang Wan's talent. Back then, when they were chatting, "You are the wind and I am the sand," Wang Wan's talent was revealed. When he saw that sentence and those words, he decided to come over to take a look. When he arrived, he realized that Wang Wan wasn't only good at handwriting and sentence writing. More importantly, she knew how to stand behind Zhang Xiaobao at such a young age, just like that lass from the Wang clan, Wang Chao. When she walked, she would back off a little. When she spoke, she would try her best to let Zhang Xiaobao stand in front. As long as Zhang Xiaobao did something wrong or said something wrong, she would stand out to help him. And Zhang Xiaobao had always stood in front. Regardless of whether it was when others were reprimanding or when they were playing, the position he stood in would always provide Wang Wan with a certain amount of protection. It was the same even when he was teaching. Wang Wan's position would always be the easiest to leave, while Zhang Xiaobao's position would always block others from getting close to Wang Wan. These two children were amazing. They were like left and right hands, one in front and one behind, complementing each other. They didn't have any deliberate movements and everything was so natural. It was a kind of habit. They were already like this at such a young age. When they grew up, who could compare to the two of them? Grandpa Bai, did you notice that Xiaobao's handwriting is getting better and better? Xiaobao has never given up and has always been working hard. Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao's, that's mine, how's the head of the Zhang family doing? Wang Wan continued when the old man was sighing in his heart. She wanted to say Zhang Xiaobao's father, but she felt that it was a little disrespectful. She wanted to say her father-in-law, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The old man looked at Wang Wan, who was still standing slightly behind Zhang Xiaobao. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who could move at any time. He laughed and said, "Cuckoo, don't worry. With a daughter-in-law like you and a son like Xiaobao, how can Zhang Zhong be an ordinary person?" Zhang Xiaobao was still a little dissatisfied with this answer. He needed a definite answer, so he said, "Grandpa Bai, your nephew can do other things that are more profitable." "What is it? Tell me about it." The old man was interested. "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. With an uncle like you and your nephew's intelligence, how can he be as simple as an ordinary person?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the old man's words slightly and returned them. "Ha!" The old man laughed even louder. He patted Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "Xiaobao, your father has worked hard for 8 lifetimes to have a son like you. I have already written letters to some people, including one to the current emperor. They will still write to me for this favor." Zhang Xiaobao was slightly relieved, but he still replied, "Grandpa Bai, your nephew has worked hard for 8 lifetimes to have an uncle like you. My family already has a way for him to earn money. Don't worry, I still have the ability to do this." "All right, then let's wait for your father to pass the imperial examinations and enter the top 3. When the time comes, your family's method of earning money won't be too late." The old man realized that as long as Zhang Xiaobao mentioned his father, there was no room for negotiation. He had to take out something in exchange. "Of course. My family has many good methods. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. There will always be a return on investment." Zhang Xiaobao still insisted. "I know. Your family will definitely be rewarded for their efforts. You came here so late to ask about this, right?" The old man finally understood. No wonder the two children came over. It was to ask about Zhang Zhong. Wang Wan immediately said, "No, Xiaobao and I are here to see how big a fish Grandpa Bai can catch. Xiaobao and I want to eat fish." The old man looked at Wang Wan and then at Xiaobao and said, "I know. It's fishing. I'll get a net later and catch 2 for you to eat. Pick the big one." Wang Wan didn't continue the old man's words. She yawned and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I'm sleepy. Are you sleepy?" "I'm sleepy too. Grandpa Bai will come again tomorrow. You can catch the fish first. Wait for someone to make it tomorrow. We've been walking for a day. I'm really sleepy." Zhang Xiaobao had achieved his goal and was preparing to leave. There was no need to lie when facing the old man. The old man also liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's straightforward manner. He said, "Then go back and sleep. I'll take a look at the nature. This clairvoyance will be passed on. When the time comes, it will be credited to you, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi." The old man didn't know that the two children came here on their own. He thought that the person behind the scenes asked them to come here. When he saw the two children looking sleepy, he waved his hand and let the two children leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used their interests to tie the old man down. Now that they were relieved, they bade farewell to the old man and walked back. It was late and countless lanterns were lit. No one knew that it was still cold in spring and delicious food was served on jade plates. In Chang and City, Zhang Zhong was drinking with the people sent by County Magistrate Cheng at the Savant's restaurant. He finally knew what social activities were and what poetry recitals were. For several days, he didn't have a good rest. He drank with others all day and recited some poems while drinking. As he drank, he lost his sense of direction. In a daze, he was sent back to a small inn to rest. At first, he felt uncomfortable. Then, he was fed a lot of things. After that, he vomited. After vomiting, he was fed again. Only when he had nothing left to vomit did he drink something warm and sleep. The next morning, his head didn't hurt so much. Only his stomach felt uncomfortable. Soon, someone would bring some soup. After drinking the soup, he found that his stomach didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. It seemed that he could continue drinking. These were the 3 kinds of sobering soups. The first was to induce vomiting, the second was to refresh the mind, and the third was to warm the body. These soups added up to 5 or 6 taels of silver. It was not much compared to treating others to a meal, but it was not little at all. It was enough to buy a year's salary of a 7th-grade official. How could he buy so much food in exchange for a few soups? Today, Zhang Zhong was eating with some assistant ministers in the yamen. They were not high-ranking officials. Some were even in the position of helpers, but they had a lot of power. Zhang Zhong could only endure the discomfort and drink with them again and again. It was not easy for County Magistrate Cheng to find these people to eat with, but he also had to mention Father Zhang at the table and not offend him. Those who were found were also not having an easy time. County Magistrate Cheng gave them a lot of money. They knew who this place was and didn't need to spend money to eat and drink. In addition, during this period of time in the capital, they talked about how the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhong, worried about the country and the people, how he offered the winter vegetable recipe, and how many poems he wrote. All these added up, Zhang Zhong was praised to the sky. In addition, he was the first in the township tribute. It could be said that he was rich and talented. Everyone was saying good things about him. Zhang Zhong was a scholar and said whatever he wanted. The only good thing was that he either didn't drink too much and didn't offend people when he spoke, or he immediately shrank under the table when he drank too much and didn't offend people. Brother Yongqing, you are really good at writing. Why don't you go out of the East Gate tomorrow and take a look at the mountain? A young assistant minister from the Ministry of Works said to Zhang Zhong after drinking a few bowls of wine. Okay, I will go out and take a look tomorrow. Zhang Zhong had gotten used to life these days. It was just drinking, flattering each other, and thinking of some sentences. Anyway, after drinking, other than feeling a little uncomfortable when he vomited, he was fine. So he just drank. Sometimes, when he drank too much, it seemed to be easier to write some poems. Nyo stood at the door and felt bad for his master. No one could be offended. He drank it almost every day and vomited every day. Sometimes, he even drank it in the morning. After vomiting, he still had to drink it in the afternoon. Fortunately, the medicine prepared here was sufficient to protect the master's body without any major problems. In just a few days, he had been to Savant's restaurant and Success House more than 10 times. He really didn't go outside. Maybe it was because of the cold weather, no one was willing to go outside to play. He also wrote a letter to Zhuangzi. The only difference between his master and others was that he never went to brothels, nor did he find any girls to play music. If others wanted to go to brothels, he would pay, but he never went himself. Every time someone said that he wasn't a man after drinking too much, he would always say, "Which girl can be compared to my Qiao? There are no more talented girls in this world. Talented girls can't produce good men." While others were puzzled, he hid under the table and was carried back. After a while, he fell asleep. The next day, he still drank like this. Just as everyone was drinking happily, the door of the room was pushed open. The waiter whispered behind, but this person ignored him. He entered the room, looked around and said to Zhang Zhong, "Zhang Zhong, go to the Wang family immediately. Master is looking for you. Get out." Zhang Zhong was a little drunk now. What Wang family? He didn't know. Zhang Zhong, don't you want to take the imperial examination this time? That person's face sank. Get out. Who is the waiter here? Do you still want to work? Zhang Zhong hated the Wang family the most. When he heard this person's words, he knew which family he was from. Chapter 274. Zhang Zhong did not care about the Wang family. How dare they not come to visit Xiao, during the new year? Did the Wang family have too many rules? Or did they not know the rules? There is no need for the Wang family. Xiao is still wearing gold and jade. When we return to Zhuangzi, no one can compare to us. Don't support me. I'm not drunk. I understand. They want to suppress me. But, suppress me? I have a son, a good son. No one can suppress me. Drink the wine that was just sent here. Erniu could not tell if Master Zhang was sober or drunk. If he was sober, no one could understand what he said. If he was drunk, Master Zhang knew why he was like this. If he did not respect the Wang family, he never looked at any other woman. If he respected them, he never paid attention to the Wang family. Hearing that Master Zhang wanted the wine that was brought from home, Erniu trembled. Master, we can't drink that wine. It is for you to wipe your body and massage your body. That wine can kill people. Yes, it is not for drinking. Baolang said in his letter that we can't drink it. If we drink it, Xiao, Baolang and Cuckoo will be worried. Then I won't drink it. Let others drink it. Everyone try it. Zhang Zhong leaned on Erniu and sat back on the chair. Erniu felt that Master Zhang did not drink too much. People who drank too much would not have the mind to harm others. He quickly found a waiter and asked him to bring the wine. It was the distilled wine that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. It was used to soak in things to nourish the body. It could also be used for massage. Because the technique was not good enough, it was only about 50%. The waiter ran down and brought back a jar of wine. When he passed it to Erniu, he trembled. It seemed that he knew what was wrong with the wine. When he drank it, it was like a knife cutting into his mouth. Erniu held the jar of wine and felt the same as holding a bunch of fireworks. He could not think of whether this thing was for humans to drink. Mr. Zhang drank too much and didn't know this. He pointed to the wine stall and said, pour it for the lords. I won't drink today. I'll leave the good fortune to the lords. Erniu obeyed and began to pour the wine into other people's bowls. Then he looked at his master's confused eyes. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that his master had drunk too much. The other officials did not know and really thought that it was something good. Their eyes were fixed on the wine jug and did not move away. Only County Magistrate Cheng had a complicated expression. When he heard that the wine was sent by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, and then thought about what Erniu had said just now, he secretly stuffed the 2 handkerchiefs into his sleeves. He was secretly glad that his clothes today were looser. Bowls of wine were poured, and the smell of alcohol rose. Everyone immediately asked about the smell of the wine, or rather, the smell of alcohol. They couldn't help but praise. Father Zhang picked up the bowl of rice wine in front of him and said, Sirs, Yongqing can't hold his liquor, so I'll drink first. While speaking, Father Zhang raised his head and drank the rice wine in the bowl. When he turned the bowl upside down, there was not a single drop of wine. Good, Brother Yongqing is really generous. I'll drink with you. County Magistrate Cheng helped to support him. He picked up the bowl of wine, covered it with his sleeve, and poured it into his mouth. When there was only a little bit left, he licked it with his tongue. This good wine. After praising, County Magistrate Cheng rubbed his tongue on his teeth. That little bit of wine just now made his tongue numb. He had never drunk such strong wine before. It was not stored in a cellar, nor was it blended. It was not a good wine, but it was distilled in such a way. He could imagine how it would taste. Other than spiciness, he couldn't taste anything else. Even if it was about the same as Maotai with 52% alcohol, he definitely couldn't taste the flavor of the sauce. How could other people know the Zhang family's manner as well as County Magistrate Cheng did? The wine that was sent to them was not to be drunk like this, and it was definitely not to be drunk like this. The Zhang family's manner was a cut above the rest, and even Zhang Zhong did not drink it. He was not a fool and naturally praised it as much as he could. Anyway, when others smelled the wine, They would not know that he had poured it into his sleeve. Hearing Registrar Cheng's praises, everyone was excited. The taste of this wine was different. They all tilted their heads back and downed it. The wine wasn't warm, and when it entered their mouths, it was cold. It was impossible to drink a bowl of wine while breathing. They had to hold their breath. A bowl of wine that was close to half a liter was downed. It was around 50 degrees. How is it? The wine sent over from home has a taste of home. A bowl of wine with feelings and a bowl of wine. Home is not far away. The pond should be green. My husband, wait for me to take the lead. Let's drink. Today, we won't stop until we're drunk. Fill the bowls. I'll accompany you to your heart's content. Father Zhang watched others drink the wine and became poetic. He waved his hand and asked Erniu to pour wine for him. Master, except for County Magistrate Cheng, everyone else has had enough. Master, don't worry. When I ordered the waiter to bring the wine, I arranged for it to be sent home safely. Master, we're much more relaxed today. You don't have to vomit when you go back. Erniu watched the adults slip to the table one by one and said happily to Zhang Zhong. County Magistrate Cheng quickly said, Erniu, I've always been good to you. Why didn't you have enough fun? Why don't you help your master back? After talking to Erniu, County Magistrate Cheng said to Father Zhang, Brother Yongqing, good wine. Everyone has a good time today. You go back first. I'll watch over here. Zhang Zhong laughed, put his hand on Erniu's neck, and staggered away. Many waiters rushed in from outside, ready to help the officials up and send them home. At least, they wanted to hand them over to the servants. Take it away. Take the rest of the wine away. Don't put it in front of me. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the situation and waved his hand to ask the waiters to take away the wine that had not been poured. He admired Zhangzhe Zhuangzi from the bottom of his heart. He said that they could not drink, so he really could not drink. Why didn't he pour it all away? While waiting for the waiter to take the jar away and hand the officials over to the servants who had come with them, County Magistrate Cheng sat there alone. Looking at the dishes on the table, he began to eat again. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, he felt that it was a little bland, so he took the bowl from before and dripped a drop into his mouth. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? It must be useful. Otherwise, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would never make it. Well, the day before yesterday, a person from Tubo came to the post house and refused to leave. He kept saying that he wanted to see the emperor. Let him try it. County Magistrate Cheng sat there and muttered to himself. He felt that he could save some money by using this wine instead of other wines. He would feel better after drinking a little. So he shouted to the waiters at the door, Bring back the remaining wine. I need it. It's still too bland. Why can't it be steamed? Zhang Xiaobao was also drinking. There was a cup of wine between him and Wang Wan, which was made by them. This had been the 12th time, but they were still not satisfied with the degree. Zhang Xiaobao was sick and liked to drink strong wine. After a few cups, he no longer felt any pain. The wine he drank was similar to erguo. It was stronger than erguote. The so-called erguote referred to the wine that was distilled twice. The wine that was mixed down was called jiutou. The highest degree of jiutou could reach more than 80 degrees. The jiutou of barley could reach 60 degrees. Zhang Xiaobao drank between 75 and 80 degrees. There was no fragrance at all. It was just distilled from pure grains, which was better than blended wine. After drinking it, his whole stomach felt like it was filled with fire, and the pain in his body could not be felt. Now that he tasted the wine, he felt that it was bland. Wang Wan was the same. She could also drink it. Although her body was not as strong, the taste did not change. Then, can't the wine be steeped for 45 days? It has to be steeped for 60 days, right? Wang Wan looked at a bigger jar next to her and said, There were ginseng, wolfberry, and venomous snakes in that jar. They were going to give the wine to their family after they were steeped. Now they felt that the degree of jiutou was low. They were afraid that the snake was not dead. Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He knew that someone had bought fake wine and the degree of jiutou was not high enough. He felt that the days were almost up and drank from the bottle. As a result, the snake bit his tongue and he did not have time to go to the hospital to get the serum. After thinking for a while, he said, Then don't give the wine to your family first. Get more jars, bury them, and wait until next winter. Then try to distill it a few more times. If it is successful, we can use it to drive away mosquitoes in summer. That's the only way. Do you think your father will drink the wine we send to him? Such a strong wine will hurt people. Wang did not have a better idea. Let it be for 1 year. Thinking of the several jars of wine that she sent a few days ago, she asked. Don't be afraid. Only a fool will drink that wine directly. Just smell it and you will know how strong it is. My father is not a fool. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that his father would drink the wine empty-handed after knowing how to use it. He did not know that there were indeed many fools who drank half a gin of the wine in one go. As Zhang Xiaobao said, he thought of the old man again. Write something else. It will be useful when the time comes. I can't remember it. You don't have to. I will forget it. Just take a look. Write as much as you can remember. You are still going to give it to Grandpa Bai? Wang said. Not now. I will keep it. When the time comes, I will exchange it with others. Go to bed early. We have to start working tomorrow. The wheat rice stone that Erniu brought back has to be moved to the new field. Don't let them find out that it was this stone that caused the wine. Zhang Xiaobao was very busy today. It was not time to rest yet, so he decided to lie down. If he continued, he would not be able to remember anything. Seeing that Wang was also tired, he greeted her and went to lie down on the couch. Wang yawned and said, Well, tomorrow we will say that we are going to build a house for them. Bring some stones and put them down. When the time comes, we will find a chance to scatter them in the field. In fact, we just want them to see it. We don't know what it is for. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were waiting for breakfast at the table. Li Sun ran over excitedly and sat beside the table without hesitation. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, There is a good deal. I will count you in. Is your family willing? What kind of deal? Zhang Xiaobao asked curiously. Someone is looking for me. They want to build a dock, build ships and run water, Li Sun said softly. Chapter 275. After Li Sun finished speaking, he winked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang both knew how much it would cost to build a shipyard. It was definitely not a small amount. Did Li Sun still have money? How much is it? Zhang Xiaobao asked what was on his mind. In the beginning, it will cost about 70,000 strings of coins. I'll wait for you for 3 months. You just need to take out 20,000 strings of coins. I can still provide another 10,000 strings of coins. We'll build it on the largest river in our state. After a year, there will be dozens of large ships coming down the river from here. The ships will slowly load up with goods and go along the river to Hebei province to sell some. Then, they will directly enter the sea and walk along the coast to Jiangnan East Province or Lingnan Province. 1 copper coin can be sold for 10 copper coins. What do you think? Won't you make a profit? Li Sun waved the chopsticks in his hand. At this moment, he was the most uncontrollable. His other hand clenched into a fist as he spoke excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang and nodded to Li Sun to show that he understood. He said, A total of 90,000 strings of coins. Wait for me for 3 months. When the time comes, we'll build a shipyard on the river next to the state capital. Dozens of large ships can be built in a year, and they can still travel by sea? Okay, that's great. Let's do it. Count my family in. I'll discuss it with my mother later. The little prince is amazing. What about the others? At this time next year, we can ship a large number of goods over there and make a profit. Then we can buy things over there and make another profit. That way, we'll make countless times more money, right? Xiaobao, you're really smart. You even thought of this. Li Sun did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to speak of the plan so quickly. He was full of admiration. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said modestly, It's nothing. A year is a bit long. If it were me, I would say half a year. It's just in time for autumn. When we get there, they have a lot of grain that can be shipped over. It's very cheap. Our grain is usually planted once a year. The south grows faster, and it's too easy to harvest twice a year. It can alleviate the food shortage in the north. In addition to food, there are also large pearls that can be transported back together. It won't take up much space. Let's open a jewelry workshop and make good jewelry to sell. What do you think? Li Sun's eyes widened as he listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. He really didn't expect this to happen. He nodded fiercely. Yes, that's what we'll do. I'll get someone to talk to them later. Zhang Xiaobao, you're amazing, you're really amazing. This is nothing. There's still good wood in the south, and some shark fins and so on. We'll bring them all back. We'll build a processing workshop here. When the time comes, we'll sell them at a higher price, right? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Yes, that's right. We must build a workshop. Li Sun was completely immersed in the project. Zhang Xiaobao continued, the workshop can't wait until the time comes. We must build it first. You go and tell them to build a few workshops in the Sanshui area, next to the river between the clouds and the water. When the river is connected, it'll be convenient to transport them. How could I forget? Oh, how about this? I'll build a jewelry workshop. I'll find some people to work on it first. When the materials are shipped over and the people are done with their training, I'll build a wood processing workshop and a workshop that specializes in making dried fish so that the dried fish taste better. We'll build these 3 workshops first. What do you think? When the time comes, we'll be rolling in money. You can wear whatever clothes you want. If you want to eat good food, you can go to different places to eat. If you want to play, you don't have to worry about not having enough money. My mother will definitely agree. You can rest assured and arrange it. Li Sun kept swallowing his saliva, imagining his future. He picked up the bowl of soy milk, raised his head and drank it. He grabbed a steamed bun, stuffed it into his mouth and said, Okay, I'll go right away. We can't delay. Let them build a workshop first, a big one. While talking, Li Sun ran away before he finished eating the steamed bun. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't send him off this time. They waited until Li Sun disappeared. Wang Wan finally couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobao, you're so bad. It's not easy for people to get along with Li Sun. Before they get anything, they have to pay first. Humph. They deserve it. They lied to me and even implicated Li Sun. If I don't teach them a lesson, next time, they can say that they'll build planes, ships, docks, and ships together. They can produce more than a dozen ships in a year. Let cherries hatch more ducks and geese. I'd rather believe that someone will use them for transportation. Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. Wang Wan held back her laughter. This is the advantage of being with Xiaobao. We don't have to worry about being cheated. The people of Sanshui County are lucky. 3 big workshops. How many people can they hire? When the workshops are built, the spring plowing will be over. People from other counties will also come to work. It's just so. This kind of trick is too low level. Look at me. What's the big deal about building 3 workshops? I'll let them put all the money they use to cheat money in Sanshui County. Do they dare to refuse? Li Sun can eat them up. After 3 months, they won't have a single penny. They can go back to where they came from. I can give them some money for their travel. Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father. Now that the swindler came, he had a belly full of anger. He had a place to vent it. Li Sun's efficiency in doing things was very high. At noon that day, he had already discussed with those people. They would first build 3 large workshops in Sanshui County and recruit people on the spot. The initial investment would be 13,000 to 14,000 strings of coins. Those people only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Li Sun took them to enclose the land. When they met people from Zhuangzi, they had to compensate them. All kinds of materials had to be bought from the local area. It was not easy to hire labor now. In the surrounding areas, except for the spring plowing, people were hired to repair the river. Naturally, the price was higher. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy burying stones on 2 Zhuangzi. They had been smashed. The farmers didn't know what the stones were for. Zhang Xiaobao asked the people following him to tell some lies. For example, after burying the stones in the ground, they would lead to a good life and other mysterious things. At night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had been tired all day, were preparing to take a hot bath and sleep. Li Sun came again and said excitedly, Xiaobao, how's the discussion? Starting tomorrow, our workshops will be built. Really? That's great. Let's build it. My mother agreed. She said that when the time comes, we can wait for little Luoshue's money to finish the supermarket first. Then we can take out the money. There will be boats coming from the river here. Then we will have more money. Zhang Xiaobao said something to reassure Li Sun. Then he said, "Is the leather in the south valuable? If they can't be worn, they can be used as bedding and make some decorations. We have a lot of leather in the north. When the boats pass by this time next year, it's better to buy some leather. It's not suitable now. Wait for another 2 months. When those animals eat well and gain weight, the leather on their bodies will be good. It's the season to buy leather." "Yes, that's right. We'll buy leather then." Li Sun was thinking about making money. He thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said and quickly agreed. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "It will be too late by then. Others will also buy it. How about this? We have a supermarket. Let them sign a contract with our supermarket. They will pay 20% of the money as a deposit. We are familiar with this side. Then we can buy it from those hunters. That's the same thing. My family will be in charge of this matter. You just need to let them sign the contract with our supermarket and pay the deposit. It's estimated that it will cost 6 or 7,000 strings of coins. Think about it, a good leather coat will cost a few hundred strings of coins. If they can come up with the money, it will be 10,000 strings of coins." "Yes, I'll go back and ask someone to find them right away. We'll sign it tomorrow morning. It's all money." Li Sun slapped his thigh, turned around and ran away. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his nose and said to Wang Wan, "Don't think about Li Sun anymore. Let's go, take a hot bath, sleep, and have a good dream." Wang Wan sighed for those people and followed Zhang Xiaobao into the house. Since Li Sun came back, he couldn't stay still. He asked someone to tell those people to come over tomorrow to discuss things. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He lay on the bed and thought for a while. Then he got up and went to find his teacher, the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wasn't asleep at this time. He was reading a book in his hand in the study. The sound of Li Sun's footsteps made him turn out of the book. He looked at Li Sun standing in front of him and asked, "Little prince, what's the matter?" "Teacher, it's good news. Did you see that I didn't come back for 2 days? I went to make a lot of money." Li Sun's purpose of finding his teacher was to share the joy in his heart with him. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Oh? How did the little prince make a lot of money? Is it with Zhangzhe Zhuangzi again? That's not bad. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi knows how to make money and is not afraid of losing money. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's people are reliable. If they can find the little prince, then it's good for the marquis. No, they weren't the ones looking for me. I was the one who found them and brought them along to earn money. I can't always take advantage of others. Why can't I think of them when there are benefits?" Li Sun said proudly. "Little prince, can you tell me what it is?" The middle-aged man didn't believe that the little prince had any idea to make money. Li Sun coughed softly and said, "Shipbuilding and docking. After a year, there will be dozens of ships. I can then sell the goods here to the south and exchange them for food and other things. I can make a lot of money again by sea." "Going by sea? Building dozens of ships a year? Little prince, is this possible?" The middle-aged man still knew some things. "I also asked. They said there are other ways to build ships. It must be feasible. Now they are building a workshop in Sanshui County and buying leather." Li Sun finally did something and was confident. He didn't allow others to refute him. He repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words to the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man heard, he sighed and said, "Since the little prince is willing to do it, then let's do it. Bring the Zhang family along." Chapter 276. Li Sun saw that his master was a little nervous before, but now he was not. He asked doubtfully, "Headmaster, can't we do this?" "Yes, as long as you bring the Zhang family, you can do it. Remember, don't leave the Zhang family behind. Whatever the Zhang family says, the little prince will do. Don't worry." The middle-aged man knew that with the participation of the Zhang family, there was no need to worry. It did not matter whether they could make a ship that year. With the ability of the Zhang family, they would not lose out. Li Sun saw that his master supported him, so he said, "Headmaster, I have a good relationship with Xiao Bao of the Zhang family. How can I leave them behind? He helped me in the past, and now I help them. When I have a fief, I will find a way to get Zhang Xiaobao's father to be an official there. I will protect them and make my fief as prosperous as Sanshui County. Teacher, do you see? The people in Sanshui County are different from before. They are wearing better clothes. In the county town, the people are willing to spend money to buy things. When I went out today, I saw those people digging the river. They even brought their own food. When they were tired, they were peeling eggs when they were resting. They peeled 4 eggs at one time. That's not bad. Li Sun said, his hands moving as if his family was living a good life. The middle-aged man looked at Li Sun and sighed, Little Prince, in the future, if you have something like this, you should talk to your superiors. Don't do it yourself. Your status, alas. Li Sun heard his master's words and was stunned. He squeezed out a smile and said, Headmaster, I know. I can be a free and unfettered marquis. Maybe I can be a free and unfettered prince in the future. I won't fight for it, and I don't dare to. My uncle built a big yard next to the palace for my father and others to live there. As long as he goes up the stairs, he can see everything in the yard. Brothers are so close that they can see each other at any time. How dare I destroy this warmth? Don't you think so, headmaster? As Li Sun spoke, his smile disappeared, revealing a bitter expression. The middle-aged man stood up, patted Li Sun on the shoulder and said, Little Prince has grown up. It's good that you can think like this. Follow Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and help the Zhang family and Wang family more in the future. Especially when some people who are not easy to deal with want to bully them, as long as the little prince can do it, I can guarantee that the little prince will live a carefree life. Didn't the little prince bring back a book of nature? Read it carefully. When you have nothing to do, go find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and tell them about the things in the book. When the little prince has learned everything, there will naturally be new books for the little prince to read. Hearing his master mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun became happy again. He no longer regarded them as ignorant children, but as friends of equal status. Sometimes, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to talk to him about certain things. The others were afraid of him and stayed far away or respectfully did not dare to speak to him. He always felt that when he was with Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was not the one taking care of them. Instead, it was them who treated him like a child. The two children had always been steady in their actions and conversations. The master behind them was really amazing. Unfortunately, even if he learned all the skills, he still did not dare to have any ideas about Imperial Uncle. The Xuanwu Gate could not withstand the next time. The ground there seemed to be dyed red with blood. Every time he passed by there, he would feel a cold breeze blowing over. When the middle-aged man saw Li Sun pondering and did not speak, he thought that he had taken things too hard. He advised again, Little Prince, in fact, sometimes some positions are not as good as you think. Now the little prince does not have to worry. When you have a fief in the future, just like what the little prince said, move the Zhang family and Wang family there and give them more benefits. Teacher, I still have to write a few letters. Zhang Xiaobao's father has arrived in the capital. I can't wait until the exam to help him find someone. His family took out a lot of money to mediate. The people who should have given me money actually want me to give them money. They took my money but did not do anything. I will make them regret being born in this world. Li Sun had already accepted his fate. As long as he had more money, he could live a comfortable life. He did not care about other things. He just remembered that he had given away the money sent by the Zhang family. Now it was time to play a role. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Little Prince, if you want to write a letter, just write it here. Let me see. Zhang Zhong is actually destined to pass the exam, but the arrangement of the ranking is uncertain. The Zhang family has already paved the way, not just for you, Little Prince. There are others? Why don't they believe me? Li Sun was a little unhappy. It's not that they don't believe in Little Prince. It's just that the Zhang family does things properly. This time, Zhang Zhong's ranking is estimated to be in the top 3. Even if he is not the top scorer, he has to be the 3rd best. In the 4 prefectural roads of the capital and in every restaurant and inn, people read Zhang Zhong's poems. According to the people who came back from there, Cheng Lingxiang and Cheng Anren have already helped find a lot of people. The Zhang family has more than 20 shops in the capital. The most powerful ones are the Savant's Restaurant and the Joy House. Every day, there are officials who go there to eat and drink for free. As long as Zhang Zhong does not make any big mistakes, those officials will not dare to not flatter him. This is the power of the Zhang family. They spend money everywhere just for the exam. In this way, the little prince's side will be much more relaxed. Those people that the little prince found will naturally take advantage of the situation. Some of the money was actually left for the little prince, but the little prince gave it all away. The middle-aged man explained the various relationships to Li Sun. Li Sun liked to listen to this kind of thing the most. He listened attentively and said, "How can I take their money? They have already given me a lot of benefits between the clouds and the water." The Minister of Revenue, Bai Su, said that the Book of Nature is a priceless treasure. Xiao Bao can give such a good thing to me. If I take their family's money to do things, then what am I? I will do it now. Well, even if the little prince does not say these things, they should know that the people of the Zhang family are not bad at all. As long as they show the little prince this favor, they will not harm the little prince. The people there are the real killers. Bai Su is now here. He can also teach that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I heard that he was sick when he was in the capital, but he recovered when he came here. Tuqiao village is also a blessed place. Well, it seems that he will also help Zhang Zhong to get that ranking. I will personally go and ask later. At that time, the little prince can talk to him. When the middle-aged man heard Li Sun mentioned by Su, he immediately thought of the ability of the Zhang family. Anyone who came here with some ability would have to help them. Otherwise, they would not be the Zhangjia Zhuangzi that many people did not dare to make trouble. Li Sun was about to write a letter. Hearing this, he looked up and said, Minister Bai will also help? Right. When I sent the nature book, he said that he was at a disadvantage this time. He said that he was cheated by helping others. The middle-aged man also laughed. He was happy to see a third-rank minister being at a disadvantage. This is Zhangjia Zhuangzi's ability. Although he is at a disadvantage, he is still happy. It seems that I have to go and ask now. The little prince is not in a hurry to write. The middle-aged man was about to leave after he finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Li Cheng suddenly came from the yard and reported, "Little prince, teacher, minister Bai sent a message." He said that it was from Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. "What message? Tell me." The middle-aged man asked curiously. Riding the wind and galloping horses, seeing all the flowers in Chang, and in one day. Li Cheng said the two sentences. Sure enough, they want Zhang Zhong to enter the highest place. Li Sun understood when he heard the two sentences. Good, what a good, riding the wind and galloping horses, seeing all the flowers in Chang, and in one day. The middle-aged man praised and said to Li Sun, "Little prince, you know how to write it, right?" "Got it, I'll write it now." With so many people helping him, it would be incomprehensible if he didn't get into the top 3. "I'll write another letter to Imperial Uncle and my father." This time, the Imperial examinations have been decided. If Zhang Zhong isn't the top scorer, then he'll be the third. Nothing else will do. Oh right, there's also the Wang family. Li Sun reacted. Now he was not worried. With so many people helping, as long as Zhang Zhong was not too bad, there would be no problem. When the middle-aged man heard about the Wang family, he frowned and said, "Little prince, don't write a letter to the Wang family. If they are willing to help, it is their problem. If they are not willing to help, it does not matter. If little prince really writes it, he will offend the Zhang family. The Zhang family does not need the pity of others, especially the Wang family." When Wang Qiaoer came, she did not have any dowry, nor did she have a servant girl accompanying her. Now that the Zhang family has set the trap, how can they accept the Wang family's kindness? The Zhang family wants to use this imperial examination to tell the Wang family that the Zhang family does not need others and is independent. I see. I understand. The Wang family must be regretting it now. Li Sun understood after thinking about it. Not only are they regretting it, but they also have the intention to kill. The news just came back today. When Zhang Zhong disembarked in the capital, the Wang family sent people to pick him up, but they wanted to suppress him. In the end, they sent 12 tails of luxurious carriages representing 12 shops. There were more than 100 people, and the carpet was spread all the way to the carriage. There's also that bamboo pole with the goldfish lantern hanging from it. There's no one more impressive than Zhang Zhong. As soon as he arrived at the pier, there were people surrounding him from all sides to help him change his clothes. Now, almost everyone in the capital knows about the incident at the pier. The middle-aged man added. Li Sun opened his eyes wide in surprise. Doesn't that mean that even if Zhang Zhong becomes the top scorer, it won't be troublesome? Okay, then I will write a letter like that. Impressive. The Zhang family actually arranged all this. I really want to meet that expert. Even if he doesn't teach me, it would be good to see him. Chapter 277. At dawn, Xiao Hong and some people began to get busy. The farmers had already started to work. The children had to go to school. The rest of the people who had nothing to do were arranged to cook for the people of the river and so on. In addition to the main family of Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, the other farmers had things to do. They had to mark the livestock and poultry in their houses and let Xiao Hong take care of them. A group of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and so on were led by Xiao Hong to the small bridge by about 20 people. These were the farmers. The Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang had their own, but there were also some people who were scattered to take care of them. When they arrived at the small bridge, Xiao Hong looked around, squatted down, and touched the head of the leading goose. She said, "I'll take you to eat something good today. Let's go. It's free." As she spoke, Xiao Hong got up and walked upstream along the river. There were now more than 10,000 poultry. There were originally 20,000, but some were killed and sold during the new year. When the spring plowing was over, cherries would continue to get chicks. With such a large team, anyone who knew a thing or two would be able to tell which team they belonged to. The work of widening the river and clearing the mud was still in progress. The extra soil was piled up in the empty space on the riverbank, which was Lil Red's purpose this time. There were some shellfish, shrimps, crabs, and so on in the mud. People couldn't find food in it, but the poultry could. As long as they didn't run around, they could search in the mud at will within a certain range. Sure enough, Little Red brought a huge team over. The poultry that hadn't eaten anything in the morning immediately rushed into the mud. They used their claws to dig at the mud and used their mouths to eat. Occasionally, they even snatched a bite from others. The big geese were a little worse in this respect. Fortunately, there was some growing grass nearby, so they also had something to eat. Nobody knew where Rongrong got its high prestige. Under Xiao Hong's arrangement, it could really control the other poultry. Xiao Hong gave it something to eat as a reward. The people who came to work had just arrived. Some of the people who lived far away were the first to work. They couldn't go back home, so they could only stay by the river or in the village by the river. Some of them simply set up a small tent and spent the night in it. The people from the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi were specially sent to cook. They got up before dawn and came here to prepare the food first. The main family was in charge of the food. During this time of emergency, the main family was also mobilized. The only people who were free were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even the two old masters of the two families also followed the instructions. Those who were working didn't need to be urged by others. As long as they arrived at the place, they would first eat some hot porridge, big steamed vegetable buns, and small salted vegetables. After they were 80% full, they began to work. The division of work method made it impossible for them to be lazy. If they didn't work, others couldn't help them either. The people from Sanshui County looked at the team led by Xiao Hong. They knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family were rich and imposing, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, some people who came from other places didn't know about it. Looking at the poultry walking along the river, the team was very long. From time to time, there would be a few who wanted to leave the team, but they were chased back. Or they were called back by Xiao Hong's whistle and the big goose's fluffy voice. They seemed to be more disciplined. This was also a kind of talent of Xiao Hong. Others couldn't understand these poultry, but it was very easy for her to deal with them. She came up with a set of methods that could be very good at controlling the poultry. Occasionally, there would be a disobedient one, but it would be chased back by others with a long bamboo pole. "Daughter, where are you going to sell these things? How much are they?" A person who came from another county saw these poultry and thought that they were going to sell them. They looked good and planned to buy one, so he asked Xiao Hong. Brother, I'm not selling them. The farmers are rushing here to eat. If you want to sell them, you can go to the market. It's not expensive. Xiao Hong looked at the person in front of her and said with a smile. She knew that the person had taken a fancy to her furry. His eyes were fixed on furry. Furry couldn't be sold. It could only die of old age. She had thought about it. Even if furry died of old age in the end, she wouldn't eat meat. She would bury it properly. That person really wanted to buy furry. Furry was the biggest among these chickens, ducks, and geese. It looked majestic. If he bought it back, he could use it to guard the house. Seeing that the other party didn't sell it, he was a little regretful and confused. Just as he was about to ask something, Xiao Hong had already walked a distance in front of him. Brother Ma, you have taken a fancy to other people's furry? That goose is very good. It won't sell it no matter how much it costs. Don't count on it. A person from Sanshui County next to the person who didn't buy furry said to him, Which Shuangzi is it from? Who raises so many of them? The person looked at them enviously. In his eyes, these poultry were not only poultry, but also money. Such a long line, he couldn't see the end of it. No matter what, there were at least 8,000 of them. Who else could it be? In the entire Sanshui County, the only ones who can raise so many ducks and geese are naturally the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. Brother Ma, look, those chickens have seen their own family. When the person from Sanshui County talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family, he straightened his chest and showed a proud expression, as if the two Zhuangzi were also related to him. He pointed to the side with his hand. There, more than 30 chickens gathered around an ant who was cooking and cooed. The person who was cooking looked at the chickens as if they were her own children. She used her hand to push the chickens into the line and said, Don't come over. Follow Xiao Hong. I will make food for you when we go back at night. The person from another county believed it. At first, he thought that the person who was cooking was from a poor family. He didn't expect that more than 30 chickens belonged to someone else. It seemed that life was not bad. He seemed to be talking to himself, Why isn't this chicken worth 30 or 40 copper coins? Brother Ma, you are wrong. If you want to buy this chicken, no one will sell it for less than 60 copper coins. It is the time for laying eggs. It used to be expensive, but now it is cheap. The century eggs that can be seen everywhere are made by the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. When the farm chickens lay eggs, they will make the century eggs for the master. The person from Sanshui County knew a lot. It seemed that he often inquired about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. At this time, it was a good time to share it with others. The person surnamed Ma was fascinated by it. He saw that Brother Fong, who usually liked to talk, was so happy. He also had a posture that made people feel that he was better than others. He smiled and asked, Brother Fong, what are you so happy about looking at other people's things? You don't understand. Zhang family and Wang family's things are good, but as long as they have more things, the people of Sanshui County will also follow suit. Last year, you also bought cheap soy sauce, right? The person surnamed Fong asked. It was cheap. At first, it was only a little cheaper than usual. Later on, you could buy 2 caddies of soy sauce for 1 copper coin. Don't tell me that the soy sauce is from Zhuangzi? That's right. If it's not from them, then who? In the end, every family in Sanshui County gave it to them for free. There was too much soy sauce. Other than shipping it to other places to sell, each family in Sanshui County gave 5 caddies of soy sauce. In addition to the soy sauce that we bought before, we still haven't finished it this year. We have to draw cattail leaves every 2 days. Otherwise, we can't eat it anymore. When the person surnamed Fong mentioned this, he raised his head. The person surnamed Ma was very envious. He had never heard of a Zhuangzi in a county that would give other people things in the county. Looking at Brother Fong, he didn't seem to be lying. He smacked his lips and said, That's good. It's a pity that I'm not from Sanshui County. What are you afraid of? Don't you grow things on your land? You just casually plant something there and leave it there? Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much free time, and you wouldn't have to wait for 20 days to get paid. You might as well stop planting, sell the land, and come to Sanshui County with your family. Look at me. My family doesn't have land, but I earn a lot of money. Not to mention that I get paid every day. My wife earns more than me. It's hard to control her now. In the past, she didn't dare to disobey me. Now, even if she says something, I have to think about it. The person surnamed Fong began to persuade the person surnamed Ma to come to Sanshui County. Things were as he said. Those who didn't have land could get paid directly, and those who had land needed to do manual labor. The Yamen of Sanshui County was in charge, and the prefectural middle school also agreed. As long as they were from the prefecture, they could do this. The reason why he persuaded people to come here was because the Yamen posted a notice a few days ago. There was a literate person reading it to others. The general idea was that the more people there were in Sanshui County, the better life there would be. It was said that the people wanted to tell their relatives who had left Sanshui County before to come back. If they had relatives and knew where they were, they would find people who went there and bring them a message. If they didn't have relatives, they would start to think about other people around them. This was the idea that the people of Sanshui County came up with when they gathered together and chatted after dinner. When their lives were better, they seemed to be smarter and knew how to find people from other counties. The person surnamed Fong was working hard. Seeing that Brother Ma was thinking, he quickly said, "Brother Ma, maybe you don't know what my wife does? Let me tell you, she sells crepes at the dock of Little Luoshui. When the weather is hot, she will sell liangpi. She can earn 30 to 40 copper coins a day. If it's a lot, she can earn 60 to 70 copper coins." "Big Brother Fong, you're not lying to me. Is it really that much?" The person surnamed Ma was moved. According to this, wouldn't they be able to earn more than 10 strings of money a year? After saving up for a few years, when his son grew up, he would have to choose a wife again and again. "That's right. Why would I lie to you? Come quickly," the person surnamed Fong said seriously. Chapter 278. More than 10 people were strolling by the river. From time to time, they would stop to look at the mud they dug out and the opposite bank. There were many people coming and going these days, so no one paid attention to them. There was only one bailiff who was responsible for guarding this side, so they didn't care about these people who came to watch the fun. The dozen or so people looked around and saw a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese near Little Red. Because they were on the other side of the river, the dozen or so people quickened their pace and came to the small bridge. They went around the small bridge and chased along the road. "Well, don't make trouble. If you make trouble, I won't give you anything to eat." Xiao Hong called back a goose that wanted to go to other people's fields to look for food. She touched its head and taught it there. There was nothing in the fields now. This goose was not as smart as Furry, so it naturally did not understand what it meant. Anyway, it came back and continued to follow the group. Little Red walked in front, and the people behind tied the pigs into a string. The people who were herding them followed. Poultry digested things quickly. They ate and pooped as they walked, and the things they pooped were eaten by the pigs. In addition to the feces of the poultry, some uneaten grass and things in the mud were also eaten by the pigs. They didn't need to feed the pigs, so it saved a lot of trouble. More than 10 people who came from the other side saw the pigs first. They all looked surprised and looked at each other. They temporarily ignored the pigs and continued to move forward. After walking for an hour, because Xiao Hong's team didn't walk fast, these people finally caught up. They followed the river and hid from the mud and soil that were brought up by the people who were working. They pretended that nothing had happened next to Xiao Hong. They were still looking around like before. But more often than not, their eyes would look at the poultry and Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also noticed, but she didn't care. There were many people who were curious. It was not the first time that people looked at her like this. There were more than 30,000 animals when they walked back and forth. 10,000 animals were not too many. These people began to whisper as they walked. Their voices were so low that others couldn't hear them and didn't know what they were talking about. Xiao Hong was not in a hurry. It would take a while for these poultry to be full. There was not much food, and they had to walk a long way to the front. About half an hour later, there was a turn in front of them. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up when she saw that there was a naturally formed pond, which was a water bubble. There were some reeds that had just sprouted. People couldn't go in, but ducks and geese could. That place was really not small. Xiao Hong noted it down. She was going to tell little young master and little miss when she went back. This place definitely didn't belong to anyone. She thought that little young master and little miss should have the ability to change this place. Buying land was easy. The Yamen didn't have a county magistrate. As long as the Zhang family said that they wanted to buy a piece of land that belonged to the Yamen, they just had to pay the money. What's more, it was a swamp with reeds. He had to tell them about this when he went back. Now, he could let the ducks and geese go in to find something to eat. There was a lot of food in there. Rong Rong, take them into play for a while. Remember to wash yourselves. Look, what have you done? The big white goose has turned gray. Xiao Hong patted Rong Rong's head gently and ordered it. Rong Rong had a high IQ. It was sensible at that time. After so many days, it often stayed with Xiao Hong, so it became smarter. As soon as Xiao Hong finished her words, Rong Rong shouted and rushed in first. The other ducks and geese saw that there was a leader, so they also rushed in. The ducks and geese seemed to have the same habit. When they saw water, they wanted to go into play. Stop. Don't follow us. Lil Red shouted again, scaring the dozen people. They thought Lil Red was talking about them. While they didn't know what to do, Lil Red threw out the retractable pole in her hand and whipped the chicken that was also squeezed in the group of ducks. Go out? Where are you going? Can you swim? Do you want to drown? Go out and eat over there. Can't I control you? Xiao Hong drove the chickens out one by one, and there was a cooing sound in her mouth. Only then did some stupid chickens realize that they shouldn't go in the water. The dozen or so people heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up and approached Little Red. Little Red saw that there were still people working nearby, and there was even a bailiff not far away. She wasn't afraid and just watched as the person approached. She wanted to know what they were going to say. Are you from Zhangjia Zhuangzi? The person stopped a few steps away from Xiao Hong and asked Xiao Hong. Yes, I am from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. What do you want? If you want to buy something, you can go to the market in Zhuangzi. I don't sell here. Xiao Hong admitted her identity, thinking that the person wanted to buy Mao Mao like the previous one. The person shook his head. We don't want to buy things, we want to buy people. We want to buy you. If you go back with us, we will give you more money, as long as you help us hatch chickens, ducks and geese. How much do you want? The person stared at Xiao Hong, and seemed to be a little excited. Xiao Hong stared at him. Buy me? Can you afford it? Let me go to your place. Where are you from? There were people from all kinds of places here. Some of the countries nearby, as long as they could come, people would come. It was a mess, and Xiao Hong couldn't distinguish them. The person pointed to the west with his hand. It's in the west. Come back with us by boat. We will let you wear better clothes, eat better food, and find a better man. Now Little Red understood. Listening to the voices of these people, looking at the clothes they were wearing, and saying that the west was definitely Tufan. Little Red was smart. She remembered that these Tufan people had asked her to go over there and had even talked about hatching chicks. The first thing that came to her mind was that Sangrini, who bought things last time, really brought those chickens back alive. Cherries was in charge of that and brought back many chickens. It seemed that they had grown up and laid a lot of eggs. These people also wanted to raise them and make a lot of money. Humph, not to mention that she didn't know how to hatch chickens. Even if she did, she couldn't go with them. The two sides had just fought and lost in Songqing. Now they dared to come here to buy people. Xiao Hong glared at them and said, I don't care who you are. Go back to where you came from. I won't go with you. Don't talk to me about this. Xiao Hong walked to the chickens as she spoke. The people from the inner courtyard who followed her also looked at these people vigilantly. The leader of the Tufan group was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was so difficult to talk to. However, he didn't give up and walked to Xiao Hong again. He kept saying that she should wear the best clothes, eat the best food, find the best man, and so on. Seeing that Lil Red was ignoring him, he stretched out his hand and was about to pull her away. At this moment, the people from the inner court took action. Several people rushed up together and started to punch and kick him. How dare he be so rude to Lil Red? Lil Red was the young master and young ladies person. As soon as they made a move, the 10 or so Tubo people also rushed over. When Little Red saw this, she immediately put the whistle in her mouth and blew it with all her might. The people working there and the bailiffs also saw this and rushed over with the tools in their hands. Catch her and run quickly. You will get a great merit when you go back. Seeing that things were not going well, the leader decided to fight. There were also people from the Tufan group in front of them. They were riding horses. They planned to catch her and run over before they were surrounded. The chickens, ducks, and geese here were in a mess and could block others. The other people from the Tufan group who were still fighting immediately rushed toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong also turned and ran. When that person was about to catch her, the geese in the pond rushed back. Thousands of geese saw that Xiaohong was being chased away. They lowered their necks, put their heads on the ground, and moved their legs quickly. Lil Red turned and ran into the group of geese. The two men who came to catch Lil Red were surrounded by geese and twisted. If it was only their legs that were twisted, it would not be a big deal. It would just hurt a little. At most, they would be bruised and they would be fine after some rest. However, these geese had already gone crazy. They did not just focus on their legs. With a flap of their wings, they jumped into the air, kicking with their feet and twisting with their beaks, making it impossible for the two people to resist. The chickens also rushed over and flew back and forth as well. This kind of attack was more powerful than the geese. As long as the sharp beaks bit on the body, it would be a small hole. It was the same when the claws scratched the body. The two people no longer wanted to catch Xiaohong. They used their arms to protect their heads, not letting the beaks and claws touch them. They screamed and wanted to run out of the poultry's encirclement. Not only were the two of them attacked, the Tufan group who was fighting with the inner courtyard also couldn't escape. More than 10,000 poultry surrounded them. Under Rongrong's command, they attacked from all directions. The people from the inner courtyard took the opportunity to retreat. They didn't care about the feathers on their bodies. They stood at the side and watched with lingering fear. It was too scary. This was the first time they saw poultry attacking people. Fortunately, the poultry knew each other. Otherwise, they would also attack them. Not only were the chickens' beaks and claws powerful, when they flapped their wings, it would also leave a red mark on their faces. The bailiffs and the people who were working ran over. They couldn't see anyone at all. There were flying chickens everywhere. The screams of people and the cries of poultry mixed together and reached the bailiffs and the others' ears. They all stood there and sucked in a cold breath. When they looked at Xiaohong again, their gazes were different. Originally, they respected Xiaohong, a member of the inner courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Now they were afraid of her. These poultry were only a part of the total. If all the poultry of the two Zhuangzi came, even if each person had a knife, how many people could resist this kind of attack? Chapter 279. The fowls scattered. Everyone craned their necks to look. They could hear a slight humming sound, so they knew that they were not dead yet. Other than the feathers of the 3 fowls on the ground, there were only some rags on the clothes. More than a dozen people were covered in feathers. Some feathers had been dyed red. It seemed that the feathers were stuck to their bodies by the blood. There was also chicken feces. Everyone looked at each other. The Yamen runner said to Xiaohong, "What happened just now?" "Nothing. They actually wanted me to go to Tubo with them. I said I wouldn't go, so they came to catch me. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, they won't understand that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not to be trifled with." Xiaohong said angrily. Looking at the people lying on the ground, she laughed and said, "I deserve it. I'll nag you to death and let you catch me? I'm also a person with a team." The bailiff was just asking. He didn't care what the reason was. Even if the Zhang family's manor bullied people without a reason, he would accept it. He would even find a reason to help the Zhang family's manor get away with it. If that didn't work, he would lock up the person who was bullied. When the person who was bullied admitted that it was his fault, he would let him out. The Yamen runner called a few people of Sanshui County to check on the condition of the dozen people. There must be a lot of wounds on their bodies. They also thought that they deserved it. They actually dared to catch Xiaohong. They must have eaten a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. They turned the people over. Someone got a bucket of water and washed them. After the feathers on their bodies were washed away, the people looked at Xiaohong with eyes full of fear. The clothes of the dozen people were all gone. They didn't know how they were broken. The boots on their feet were also twisted off by the goose. Two people's boots were originally tied with a rope, but the rope was also broken. How many times did it take to do that? When he looked at these people again, he could not find any good spots on their bodies. The people in front were better off. They were lying down with their heads wrapped. Their backs, legs, arms, and the scalp at the back of their heads had been bitten until their flesh was torn apart. Even if we try to save him, we might not be able to save him. It's all over. That chicken beak is poisonous and will eat anything. It's so bad. Xiao Hong, you better think of something. Otherwise, this is also considered murder. A person who came from another county to watch the show shook his head and said when he saw these people being nagged to such an extent. He even asked Xiao Hong to think of a solution. Xiao Hong didn't care at all. They were the ones who started it. Just as she was about to speak, the Yamen runner spoke. It's like this. I saw it with my own eyes. The people from Tubo wanted to capture Xiao Hong as a slave. When Xiao Hong was escaping, she was pushed down by them. I don't know what happened, but they wanted to capture chickens, ducks, and geese to go back with them. In the end, they were injured by the poultry. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Hong. It's an accident that they died. If they didn't die, the Yamen will convict them. Everyone saw it, right? Isn't that the case? Yes, that's what happened. Xiao Hong was almost harmed by them. Now, Xiao Hong's whole body is still hurting from the fall. That's right. These people from Tubo are really bad. They should be arrested and punished now. We can't let them get away with it. They must have come here with a conspiracy. Send them to the Yamen to be punished. Xiao Hong is such a good girl, yet they have the heart to hurt her. They are worse than animals, yet they still dare to capture those poultry. They deserve to be unlucky. We should arrest them and ask for their accomplices to see if they have any injured poultry. If they do, they have to compensate. If the poultry are frightened, it won't be easy for them to lay eggs. The people of Sanshui County started to talk. The people from other counties were stunned. They finally knew what it meant to lie through their teeth. They were also scared when the poultry were frightened. They were the ones who were really frightened. The Yamen runner knew that this would be the result. If the people of Sanshui County didn't protect the Zhang family and the Wang family, who would they protect? Many people were involved in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Now, they had a unified understanding of what had happened. Since everyone says so, then it's settled. When the time comes, everyone will have to testify. Come and help me. Wrap them up. There will be blood everywhere. When the weather is hot, there will be more mosquitoes and flies. I will immediately send someone back to call the county deputy and the registrar. We will interrogate them here and see what kind of conspiracy they have. The Yamen runner didn't care about the lives of these people. He just wanted to close the case before they died. The people of Sanshui County all felt that this should be done. Those who wanted to capture Xiao Hong shouldn't have a good ending. At this time, Xiao Hong said, "It will take a long time for the county deputy to come here. Why don't we go to Zhuangzi of the Li family to interrogate them? Or we can go to Between the Clouds and the Water and ask Grandpa Bai to come here." Okay, let's go now. Some people were willing to do this. They agreed and ran to the bridge. Although it took Xiao Hong a long time to walk here with the poultry, it didn't take much effort to run there. When the messenger ran to Between the Clouds and the Water, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Li Sun, Lu Wu, and Exin Air were learning from the old man. When the old man taught them, he didn't use a book at all. He directly recited to them. If there were words they didn't know, he would write them down separately. When the messenger saw the 6 people in the pavilion, he panted and said, "Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong of Zhangjia Zhuangzi sent people to look for trouble. They are over there. They are from Tubo. There are more than 10 of them. Xiao Hong, what happened to Xiao Hong?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still sitting. When they heard that more than 10 people from Tubo were looking for trouble with Xiao Hong, they immediately stood up and asked anxiously. Little Red ordered those fowls to attack, and they nearly killed more than a dozen people. I don't think they will live for long. Those people's bodies were bitten rotten. The bailiffs and we suspect that those Tubo people are up to something, so we asked someone to interrogate them. The informant finally explained the situation clearly. "Uncle, are you saying that Xiao Hong is fine now? Those people were attacked by poultry. Is something wrong?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. The man nodded vigorously. Yes, Little Red is fine. Before those people could even touch her, they were surrounded by poultry. It was so miserable. 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were flapping around and fighting. The claws of the chickens left 2 or 3 gashes, and a hole was left in the ground with a single bite. Their flesh was bitten and torn off by the geese. They were covered in blood. Some of them even exposed their bones. I don't think they will live for long. Now, everyone was relieved. It was good that Little Red was fine. Imagining the scene of those domestic animals attacking, a few of them could guess what would happen to those people from Tubo. It was impossible to say that they would be directly bitten, but if they were not careful, it would be very easy for them to bleed to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that if they were infected again, there would be no hope. They could not let them all die. They had to live for a few days and ask them properly. Go and get some of our wine. It is better to have pus under the scabs than to die from infection. At most, we can just open the pus. Since we want to catch Xiao Hong, we have to be prepared to suffer. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. If you are willing, we can make a big deal out of this. It is not important if the Tubo people can reveal anything. What is important is what we want to accuse them of. I suspect that they have found out that the little prince is here. They want to catch Xiao Hong to get specific information. They want to kill the little prince. Good idea. Let's do that. Let's go and ask first. What if there is really a conspiracy? Li Sun was happy when he heard Wang Wan's words. His identity was very useful. As long as someone came to find trouble, he would be able to get involved. A few days ago, there was a battle over there and the Tubo people lost. At this time, they could make a big deal out of them. The Tubo people's furs and other things were not bad. The old man was also smiling. As long as they had something on them, they could use it. As for the details, it was not their business. Li Sun called for a car. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to go back and get some wine. The group of people took the car and went to the other side. The informant also got into the car prepared by Li Sun. He sat there excitedly and did not know what to do. This was Master Ho's car. After today, he would not have the chance to sit in it again. He was waiting to go back and let those people take a good look at him. When the group of people arrived at the place, there were already a few bailiffs there. They were in charge of guarding and were also there to ask. More than a dozen people were injured. It was not good to torture them. They were afraid that they would accidentally kill them. These people from the Tubo people were really stubborn. No matter how they were asked, they did not say anything. They just lay there, panting or gritting their teeth to endure the pain. They did not answer the other people's questions. Zhang Xiaobao got out of the car and did not care about them. He and Wang Wan went directly to Xiao Hong's side and asked if Xiao Hong was frightened. Xiao Hong was not afraid at all. Instead, she was very excited. She commanded the team to take care of more than a dozen people. This was also considered her ability. After asking Xiao Hong and seeing that Xiao Hong was fine, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. They went to the side of more than a dozen people and looked at them. Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Tell me, this time you came to Zhuangzi and wanted to catch Xiao Hong. What are you plotting? But don't blame us for not being polite. Let me count. Oh, 14 people. As long as one can survive in the end, it will be fine. Come, pour wine and help them." The sound of wine splashing rang out. When the wine of more than 50 degrees touched their wounds, the 14 people screamed in pain. Some even fainted. The person in the lead raised his head. His whole body was trembling. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are really vicious. Just kill us. We won't say anything." Chapter 280. From the words of the Tubo people, Li Sun guessed that there must be something going on. The others also thought so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so tough. It seemed that this time, they really found something to do. After Li Sun finished asking, these Tubo people didn't speak anymore. They looked like they were ready to die. Someone come, use torture. I don't believe that I can't pry open their mouths. Li Sun called the people he brought along. Immediately, the people over there used all the methods they knew on these Tubo people. The screams never stopped, but the Tubo people were really tough. No matter how they were asked, they didn't say anything. They fainted again and again, and they were woken up by splashing water on them time and time again, but it didn't work at all. This made the faces of Li Sun and the others become ugly. It wasn't because these people didn't say anything, but because these people were so tough, it meant that they weren't ordinary Tubo people. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them, and at the same time, he was thinking about why these people came here. They definitely didn't come here to catch Xiao Hong. They definitely didn't come here just to starve Xiao Hong. It wasn't worth it to send these Tubo people. Could it be that they really came here to deal with Li Sun? It was useless. There were so many people in the Li family. Even if they killed or kidnapped Li Sun, would they still be able to get the imperial court to do anything? Moreover, if they came here to deal with Li Sun, they shouldn't have gone to catch Xiao Hong. It was stupid to cause trouble. These people didn't seem to be that stupid. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of anything at the moment. Seeing that the Tubo people still didn't say anything, he could only say to Xiao Hong, let your chickens and geese attack them again. I haven't seen so many poultry attacking a person. Don't use them first. Get the pigs here. Pigs eat everything. Tie up these 14 people and stuff their mouths, let the pigs eat them. Anyway, it's not like they're recruiting, and we can save some food for the pigs. You've grown up, and you don't know how pigs eat humans. Look for something new. Hurry up and find it. Following Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, Li Sun's bodyguards tied these people up and stuffed something into their mouths. They gathered the pieces of meat that fell from their bodies and drove 2 pigs over. They fed the 2 pigs some of the meat first, and the pigs immediately started eating. Little by little, he led them to a tubo and placed the remaining minced meat on the tubo's body. The pigs then started to eat. After eating the minced meat on the tubo's body, the pigs also started to eat the remaining meat on the tubo's wound. That person didn't know if it was because of the pain, the itch, or the fright, but he struggled with all his might and made a whimpering sound. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Unfortunately, he was tied up and could only move his head. He shook his head vigorously and even used his head to smash the ground. However, the ground was earth and not concrete, so it was useless even if he smashed it. When pigs eat, they would also pick places with more meat. Right now, they were gnawing on this person's stomach. It seemed that they would be able to eat through it after a few more bites. Take out the thing that's stuffed in this person's mouth. I want to watch the pigs eat while listening to his cries. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time and said to Li Sun's bodyguard. The bodyguard walked over and took out the thing that was stuffed in the person's mouth. As soon as he took it out, that person shouted, "I'll tell you, don't let the pigs eat me. I'll tell you everything. Stop. As soon as he shouted, the pigs were naturally driven away. The pigs seemed to be addicted to eating. They were driven away from this person and walked towards other people. The bodyguard could only chase them back and forth. Every time the 2 pigs turned towards that person would tremble. Someone, drag him to the side and ask him if what he said is the same as what the others said. If it's not the same, then feed him to the pigs. Zhang Xiaobao gave another order and Li Sun's other bodyguard dragged the man away. While being dragged away, the Japanese man thanked Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he confess? Li Sun curiously asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, using torture and eating people are 2 different feelings. Think about how you feel when you're alive and see your body being eaten by pigs. Then you'll know why he confessed. Li Sun stood there and thought for a moment. He immediately trembled and said, "It's really too scary. And in the future, we'll use torture like this. It's much better than other methods." With one of them confessing, the rest of the Tubo people were no longer as stubborn as before. Looking at the pig that wanted to come over to eat, all of them were willing to confess. They were all brought to a place further away for questioning, leaving only the leader behind. Li Sun decided to personally ask this person this time. He asked someone to take out the things in the leader's mouth and asked this person, "Speak, tell me the reason why you came here this time. If this marquis is in a good mood, then I'll cure you and let you go back. In any case, others have already said it. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. If you don't, then I'll feed you to the pigs." The Tubo leader was unyielding. He turned his head to the side and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. Don't think that you can get a single word out of my mouth." Li Sun was stunned. It worked for others, but it didn't work for him. How could he accept this? He angrily said to the bodyguard, "Bring those 2 pigs here. I don't believe that he won't talk." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said, "Good man, I like good men. When I grow up, I'll also be a good man. This kind of good man can't be fed to the pigs. He's not afraid at all. After questioning others, let him go. After all, he has relatives at home, and they might be waiting for him to go back." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he looked at that person. Sure enough, this person had relatives at home. When he heard what he said just now, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Wang Wan also said, My Xiaobao will definitely be like this uncle in the future. He will be an indomitable man. Uncle, can you tell us your name? If your injuries are too serious and you die, we won't even know the name of a good man. My name is Wang Wan. Uncle, you can call me Cuckoo. The leader turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a moment, he didn't understand what these 2 children wanted to do. Could it be that they really thought that he was a good man? That Xiaobao or something, just now he was watching the pigs eat people, and now he changed his mind? Cuckoo's little girl was not bad. Uncle must be thirsty and can't speak. Go and get some water for Uncle to drink. Don't use water, use wine. Good men all drink wine. When Wang Wan saw that this person didn't speak, she ordered. Soon, someone brought the wine and directly poured it into the leader's mouth. This Tubo leader also opened his mouth and drank a mouthful. He shouted, "Good wine, again, it's worth it to be able to drink such wine before I die." The bodyguard began to pour more wine for him. After 5 to 6 mouthfuls, the bodyguard finally stopped and retreated to the side. "Come again, little boy, let me have another sip," the leader of the Tubo group shouted from the side. Wang Wan shook her head. "Uncle, you can't drink anymore. Uncle has to go back alive. Otherwise, the people at home will be sad. If my father goes out and one day I know that he won't be able to come back, I don't know what to do. Uncle, you will definitely get better and go back home to be with your family." Yes, Cuckoo is right. I am afraid that one day I will lose my family. If my father doesn't come back, my mother and I will definitely be bullied by others. They all have fathers to help them, but I don't. Zhang Xiaobao also said at the side. After the 2 of them finished talking, the Tubo leader finally couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and sighed. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other. Wang Wan asked again, "Uncle, we still don't know your name. I heard of a person called Sanri Nigan. He seems to be one of Uncle's people. He bought a lot of chicks from my house. Uncle, do you know him? If you know him, when you go back, you can tell him that there are a lot of chicks in my house now. There are geese and ducklings. It's very fun. Ask him to buy them and sell them to him at a low price." Tsangbu Nakeng. The Tubo leader finally said a name. Uncle Tsangbu Nakeng? That's a nice name. When I go back, I will think about it and come up with a name like that. Uncle, is your house far from here? Wang Wan asked again. This time, Tsangbu Nakeng didn't speak. He looked at the sky blankly. Wei Wei opened his mouth and lay there motionlessly. If it wasn't for his rising and falling chest, people would think that he was already dead. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately sat beside Tsangbu Nakeng. Cuckoo, do you think Uncle Tsangbu Nakeng has children as old as us in his house? If we can go to Uncle Tsangbu Nakeng's house, we can play with him. Zhang Xiaobao sat there and supported his chin with one hand. Who knows? If there is, they should be older than us. Look at Uncle Tsangbu Na Cheng, he's older than our father, so his children are also older than us. It's good to have a big brother and a big sister. If it's a big brother, he'll definitely be a good man like Uncle. As for the big sister, she'll be very beautiful, just as beautiful as Aunt Tsangbu Na Cheng. Wang Wan hugged her knees with both hands and blinked her big eyes. When Tsangbu Nakeng heard the 2 children's words, there was a trace of attachment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobao saw it from the corner of his eyes and continued. If it's a big brother, he will be very powerful. After all, a big brother has a powerful father, just like my father. When I was young, he carried me and told me stories. Now, he is teaching me how to read. I want to remember all these things and think about it when I grow up. Chapter 281. When Songbu Nacheng heard what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, the look in his eyes changed again. There were memories, warmth, and a hint of a smile as if he had thought of something funny. Zhang Xiaobao continued, Cuckoo, what do you think Songbu Nacheng's children are like? Were they taught to read and write when they were young? I don't think so. Uncle Songbu Nacheng is a good man. He should teach the boys how to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, or practice martial arts. If it's a big sister, then I don't know. What can she teach? Uncle Songbu Nacheng, are the children in your family male or female? Wang Wan asked Songbu Nacheng, who was lying on the ground. Songbu Nacheng said, 2 boys. Are they older than Xiaobao and me? Wang Wan asked again. Yes, the older one is 17 years old and the younger one is 9 years old. Songbu Nacheng said the age of his sons under the influence of the alcohol, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. The expression on his face was not as stiff as before. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, but the pain in his body was much less. Zhang Xiaobao said, Uncle Songbu Nacheng, you should find a younger sister for the 2 big brothers. I want to have a younger sister. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, what did you teach the 2 big brothers? Songbu Nacheng said faintly, soon. When we go back, the child will come out. Maybe it's a girl this time. I teach them archery, ride a horse, and swim by themselves. There's a river near my house. When I have nothing to do, I take them to the river to catch fish. The fish there are big, dozens of pounds. That's good. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, where is it? There's a river in front of my house, but my father has never taken me to catch fish. When I go back, I'll ask my father to take me and Xiaobao to catch fish. Wang Wan asked curiously and moved closer to Songbu Nacheng. Songbu Nacheng looked at Wang Wan's innocent smile and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, in Larigang, very far from here. What is Larigang? I've never heard of it. Are the people there like Uncle Songbu Nacheng? Are they all good men? Do the people there eat the same food as us? Wang Wan looked at Songbu Nacheng and thought of her, so she continued to ask. It's similar to what you eat, but it's not as good as what you eat. There's always a shortage of food. In summer, you can catch fish to eat, but it's not easy. The water is cold, wet, and wet. If you want to go to Larigang, it'll take you more than a month. For ordinary people, it'll take you 3 or 4 months, or even half a year. Songbu Nacheng explained to Wang Wan. When he saw Wang Wan's appearance, he thought that when he went back and saw his child, she should be as cute as Wang Wan. Wang Wan picked up a goose feather from the ground and fiddled with it. Her eyes looked to the west. After a while, she said, It's so far. I can't go there. When I grow up, I'll definitely go to Uncle's house to see big brother and little sister. I'm older than her. Uncle, drink some more wine. Wang Wan said and asked someone to bring the wine over. She fed Songbu Nacheng little by little. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Songbu Nacheng sighed. That's good. Our place is humid. If we can drink this wine, it'll be good. If Uncle likes to drink it, my family's Zhuangzi made it. If Uncle likes it, drink more. This wine isn't worth much. Uncle, I heard from my mother that girls have to marry when they grow up. What kind of person will my little sister marry when she grows up? I can only marry Xiaobao. Wang Wan fed Songbu Nacheng another mouthful of wine and thought about the future. Songbu Nacheng suddenly laughed. Little girl, you're thinking about marriage at such a young age. When the time comes, my daughter will definitely marry a capable person. I'll prepare the best dowry for her. Oh, then my family will also prepare the best dowry for me. Xiaobao's family also has to give me a lot of things. Otherwise, I won't marry. Drink another mouthful. Wang Wan puffed up her cheeks and said, Yes, I won't marry if they don't give me anything. Ha cough cough. This wine is really strong. Songbu Nacheng squinted his eyes and smiled. You won't marry? I won't marry either. Uncle Songbu Nacheng, what kind of wife will my 2 big brothers find in the future? Zhang Xiaobao also stood up. Songbu Nacheng turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He smiled and said, Big brother already has a wife. Not bad. Second son still has to wait for a few more years. Wang Wan immediately reached out and turned Songbu Nacheng's head back to face her. She poured another mouthful of wine and said, Uncle Songbu Nacheng, Do you have any special products? You don't have anywhere else. Yes, there are big oranges, sweet ones, and walnuts. The walnuts taste good in the mouth and… Sanbu Nashing's eyes were about to close as he spoke. Uncle Sanbu Nashing, don't sleep. Tell me how big the oranges are. Uncle, drink another mouthful of wine. Wang Wan fed Sanbu Nashing another mouthful of wine and gestured with her hands. Ha, it's not as big as what you're drawing. It's a little smaller. Yes, it's this big. I always eat it when I was young. I even used the skin of the oranges to make water to drink. Sanbu Nashing struggled to open his eyes and said, Ah, you can make water to drink? Then uncle, why are you here this time? Wang Wan asked casually. We're here to do some damage. There's a disaster here, and the food needs to be transported from the south. We're divided into many small teams. If there's a chance, we'll find a way to make the food here lose some. I have a secret mission, which is to kill Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people. Even if I can't go back, it's worth it. Sanbu Nashing yawned and said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly woke up and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and said, Uncle Sanbu Nashing, if you want to kill Xiaobao's people, then you can't go back. You won't be able to see your family again. Those who kill will be killed. Although you didn't have time to do it, we'll take it that you did. You can drink another mouthful of wine. Xiaobao and I have wasted too much time on you. As they spoke, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood up at the same time. Hand in hand, they walked in front of the stunned Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao said to him, We found out. His name is Sanbu Nashing. He lives in Laragang. He has 2 sons and an unborn child. This time, he's here to do damage and assassinate my family members. I'll leave the rest to you. Li Sun nodded blankly. He shivered and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't even care about death, but these two were able to find out the identity of this person. He really thought that these two were doing this for some good man. He didn't expect that as they chatted, they would talk about such an important matter. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaving hand in hand, Li Sun was stunned for a while. Then he said, Good skills. It must be that person who taught him. He's amazing. No, this is such an important matter. I have to report it to the higher-ups. Someone, come and report it to the higher-ups. After Li Sun finished shouting, there were already 4 people who were ready. They jumped on their horses and galloped towards the nearest station. The people who were caught here were also questioned. It was the same as what the Tubo leader said. It was just that they didn't know about the assassination. They found a doctor to treat them. They tried their best not to let them die. These people had other uses. At the same time, Sanshui County began to investigate the outsiders. Those who were suspicious were arrested first. If there was nothing wrong, they were released. If there was something wrong, they were kept. Xiao Hong continued to release the chickens. The people were working. The number of Yamen runners increased by 5 times to avoid any mistakes. The Zhang family's place couldn't be easily assassinated. Li Sun didn't have anything else to do. He followed the old man back and deliberately entered a carriage. Minister, what do you think of the master behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi? Li Sun entered a carriage to talk about this matter. The old man had also seen how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had tried to trick him. He was equally shocked, especially when the 2 kids were talking to the leader of the Spitting Tomatoes. They were so innocent as though they were not scheming at all. In the end, as they asked, the question came up. Other than talent, how else could one nurture them? When he heard Li Sun's question, he said, It's unfathomable. I don't know why such a person would stay in Zhangjia Zhuangzi and teach the 2 children. It's a pity that with his skills, if he were to become an official, wouldn't he be able to benefit more people? Then why is Minister willing to teach the 2 children here? Why don't you become an official? Why do you have to retire and return to your hometown? My imperial uncle hasn't agreed yet. Li Sun asked. Hehe, you brat, you actually used my words to ask me. Not bad, I like these 2 little kids. They are intelligent and can understand what I teach them. To have such students is something that any teacher would be happy about. The most important thing is that these 2 little kids know etiquette and filial piety. Every time I eat with them, they will give me some food. As long as I say it's delicious, they will definitely cook it for me next time. When the old man talked about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have forgotten that someone was going to make trouble here. Li Ji nodded. That's right. You know how good they are. How could that expert not know? That's why he specially taught them. The other side actually sent people over. It just so happens that we're lacking some food here. If they really succeed, the other side will attack again and we won't be able to transport food here. It's just a small trick. I didn't hurt them enough. This time, we can find an excuse. Sigh, they must be here to ask for punishment like before. The old man also felt annoyed. Old master, why don't you go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and ask that master? Maybe he has some good ideas. Li Sun said expectantly. Chapter 282. It was a spring outing, and many flowers were blooming. Which family's 2 children were following the wind? It had been 2 days since the incident with the saboteurs. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao saw that the weather was good today and it wasn't that cold anymore. They changed their clothes and held hands as they went to take a look at the 2 newly acquired farmsteads. This time, they were with the Zhuangzi protection team. After all, they weren't familiar with the 2 Zhuangzi, so they had to take some protective measures. The spring plowing had officially begun. The 2 newly bought Zhuangzi were also working together like the original Zhangjia Zhuangzi. If anyone dared to slack off, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi. It turned out that the Han family in Zhuangzi seemed to be a little anxious. After they tore down the main house's courtyard, they tore down their own house as well. Some of them were quick enough to use the bricks from the main house to build half a house. There was no housekeeper here, only the old man was temporarily in charge. He tore down his own house mainly because he thought that the spring plowing would start in a few days. Unexpectedly, the weather was good, and the spring plowing was brought forward. This way, they could make more preparations. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the farmers in Zhuangzi were worried about the houses they tore down. They could hold on during the day, but they would freeze to death at night. Originally, they wanted to build some houses today and make do with it. They would continue to build the houses in the next 2 days and then dry them in charcoal basins. Who knew that just as they tore down the houses and built a new one, the main house told them that the spring plowing would start today. The livestock were bought and sent here. Naturally, the farmers didn't dare to object. But where would they stay at night? Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan to stand in the middle of the ruins. He thought for a while and said, I found that the speed of tearing down houses is indeed faster than building them. You guys just have to trouble the main house. Someone go back and ask them to send some tents. We can't let the farmers freeze to death today, right? Wang Wan also said to the farmers, don't worry about it. For the master, it's just a small matter to get some tents. Hurry up and get to work. The next time something like this happens, discuss it with the master first. The 2 of them spoke like little adults, but none of the villagers dared to look down on them. In fact, they were even more afraid. If they offended the madam of the house and the housekeeper, they would at most be scolded. At worst, they would be beaten a few times. However, if they offended these 2 little ancestors, the thoughts of children were different from those of adults. When the villagers saw one of the temple guards leave, they let out a burst of deliberately suppressed laughter. Only now did they remember that the main family was the Zhang family. The Zhang family was very good to the villagers, so how could they just leave them without a house to live in? The most prestigious old man began to arrange for people to do things. The main family had already done what they should and shouldn't do. If they didn't do something, the main family would get angry and drive them all away. That would be the end of them. After eating good food for a few days, the people who worked had more or less recovered. They immediately started to do things according to the new rules. Those who didn't do farm work had to prepare to cook so that the people who worked at noon could eat. If the house was gone, they just had to build a stove and there was no lack of pots and pans. When Zhang Xiaobao saw this situation, he patted his head with his small hand and said to Wang Wan, it seems that they haven't gotten used to being the Zhang family's villagers. They don't know that when they work like this, the main family is in charge of the ingredients for the food. Look at that, he's still looking for scallions. He doesn't know how to sharpen his broken knife or saw it. It's all teeth. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. People who were used to being oppressed would always do things according to the original way. It was impossible for them to change in such a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was only complaining to her, she had no choice but to let her shout. There's no need to prepare the ingredients for the food. The main family will bring it over in a while. Hurry up and sharpen your knives. Once the food is here, you have to start. When the people who were working heard Wang Wan's voice, they stopped what they were doing and stood there for a while before they reacted. The auntie next door, that's right. When Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is working, the main family is in charge of the food. We don't have to take it ourselves. This time, the main family should be able to give us wine to drink. The ground is cold. Look at my memory, I forgot about this. A woman who was a little lame wiped her forehead with her sleeve and said to an older person next to her. That person also didn't think about this matter just now. When the people at home started working, those who couldn't do the work would cook. They had long forgotten the rules of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Looking at the kitchen knife with a few teeth in her hand, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, I forgot. I followed a good main family. Last night, I even dreamed that I lived in a new house. I was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses in Zhuangzi weren't finished last year. They only fixed it a little. If we were in such a hurry to build a house, what would the main family think? When that person at home comes back, we'll talk to them. Let's finish the work first. After that, we'll help Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses to build a new house. After that, we'll build another one. These days, we'll live in tents without knowing the rules. There has to be a first come, first served order." His auntie is right. We can't build a house. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were working for Zhuangzi and delayed the construction of the house. This year we built the house first. We haven't done anything for the main family yet. What would the main family think? Especially when the main family's master went to take the imperial examinations. Only the madam is in charge of the house. If we really build a house, others will definitely think that we're taking advantage of the main family's master not being at home. If they say something, we don't need to live in the new house anymore. We can just go somewhere else and seek a living. The woman who spoke just now also thought of this point. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If the Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were built first, wouldn't they be looking down on the main family? The two of them spoke quite loudly. The people around them also heard them. Some of the more timid ones were so scared that they even cried. They didn't want to lose the main family, the Zhang family. Sigh. These people are really thinking too much. I didn't say anything. If they want to build a house, then so be it. It's just that they're building a single-story house. We won't build anything else for them for the time being. After the spring plowing, we'll all build two-story houses. Cuckoo, when the time comes, do you think we should build bricks, wood, or bamboo for the houses? The bricks will be sturdier, and the other two will look more comfortable, especially the bamboo ones. Zhang Xiaobao also heard what the two of them said. He felt that they were too timid. However, this was also good. After all, they had to think about the main family. He turned around and asked Wang Wan what kind of house to build. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "Let's build a brick house. The wood and bamboo houses will be too damp. We'll have to live there in the future. We can't build a new house every year. A brick house with a small yard. We can plant some creepers at the foot of the wall. Are there creepers now? There are also morning glory flowers, which are also morning glory flowers. If there are, we can plant them. If there aren't, we can plant other kinds of pumpkins. When the time comes, there will be big melons on the roof. We can let them plant some grapes in the yard. When autumn comes, we can pick them and make some rock sugar to make wine. That's the only way. Originally, we were worried that we wouldn't have enough money to build a brick house. Now, we don't have to worry anymore. Someone is giving us money. Let's go find Li Sun and ask him about the deposit. At the same time, we can ask him to do some other things." Zhang Xiaobao also returned to reality from his imagination of the pavilions and bamboo houses. The houses for the villagers to live in had to be sturdy and durable. Other things couldn't be done. Besides, the cost of the houses was different. A brick house was expensive, but a bamboo house was too cheap. It was like fooling people. Seeing that he and Wang Wan didn't have to worry about the matters here, he pulled Wang Wan to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. Then he happened to find Li Sun. The Zhuangzi of the Li family was close to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. When they arrived at the Yuan family's Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the situation here. It was much better than the Han family's zhuangzi. No one was tearing down the houses. Most of the people were working. Only a small number of people who were physically weak built a stove outside. The pot was placed on the table, the dishes were cleaned, and the knives were placed there. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, an old man stood out and said to them, "Hello, young master and young lady. The villagers are working. Is the master taking care of the meals?" "Yes. A carriage will deliver them in a moment. There will be 3 dishes today. There will be no wine for lunch, but there will be wine for dinner. There will also be a soup. There will be 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish. The soup will be fish soup and there will be rice. There will only be rice today, but there will be pancakes tomorrow. There won't be enough time." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the old man's steady appearance and felt relieved. He told the old man what they were going to eat today. This time, the old man finally couldn't keep his calm. It was one thing to know that the master of the Zhang family was good to the villagers, but it was another thing to personally experience it. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish, as well as fragrant rice and wine for dinner. Even if they ate at the small store, they wouldn't be reluctant to order so much. They even explained why there wasn't any pancakes. Where could they find such a master? The old man gasped for breath and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, you too can rest assured. Please also let the madam of the master rest assured. We, the villagers, will definitely put in all our effort. If anyone dares to slack off, this old man will make the decision not to give them food and let them starve to death." Zhang Xiaobao put on the posture of a young master of the master family and nodded. He looked at the river without water and asked, "What's the matter with this river?" "Young master, even if you didn't ask, I still had to tell you. I wanted you to tell the madam of the master family about this matter. Our Yuan family's zhuangzi is adjacent to the Li family's zhuangzi on one side and the Chen family's zhuangzi on the other side. This river was originally dug by the Yuan family and they intercepted a portion of the water from the river in front of the Chen family. Now that the master of zhuangzi changed, the Chen family blocked that area. That area belongs to the Yuan family and the river wasn't originally there. Therefore, there is no water in the river now. There are still a few wells where some water can be extracted. Young master, you have to go back and tell the madam of the master family. Do you want to find the Chen family and have them open up the blocked area, or do you want to get some water from elsewhere? The Li family's zhuangzi has some, but the terrain there is a bit lower, so it's not easy to dig. Young master, let the madam take a look." Chapter 283. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect the situation to be so complicated. The Yuan family had diverted the water from the Chen family. The 2 families seemed to have a good relationship. Now that the person in charge was changed, the other side cut off the water. What was the reason? "Xiaobao, did the Chen family ask us to discuss the water with them? They want to ask us for some money? This will be easier. I am just afraid that they will think that we are the ones who diverted the Yuan family and will not give us the water anymore." The 2 of them walked back after knowing the situation. Wang Wan guessed that it was the Chen family's idea, but she was not sure. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this problem. "We don't know now. Steward Zhang will know when he asks them later. In fact, I am not afraid that they will not give us the water. If they really annoy me, I will cut off the water for them." The water in the small river that they diverted was from the river between the Wang family and the Gu family. The water first came from above, past the small bridge, and then came between the clouds and the water. After that, it came to the Li family's zhuangzi. After that, it came to them. I would rather spend manpower and resources to divert the water so that the other side does not belong to Sanshui County. When Steward Zhang comes back, we will know what they mean. That's good. Maybe they think that it is too easy for us to use the water directly. After all, there is only one river. If they don't block it, we will not think too much about it. We will not remember their kindness. If they block it, we will go over and tell them. If they open it, we will owe them one. Wang Wan tried to think positively. Owing them a favor can be made up. In the future, if Xiaobao wants to do new business, he can just bring them along. The 2 of them talked and went directly to the Li family's zhuangzi. When the person in charge of the Zhuangzi saw the two of them, he did not dare to neglect. He did not even report and led them to Li Sun's study room. Li Sun was still learning that book of nature. Although there were not many words and the book was not thick, it was not easy to learn. He had to think for a long time before he could figure out many things. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Li Sun immediately pulled the two of them to the table and asked them about the things that he didn't understand. Zhang Xiaobao roughly knew some of it. In fact, he was also learning it. Only Wang Wan could explain some of it to Li Sun. They talked for 2 hours. Wang Wan was tired, and Li Sun needed some time to digest the information. This time, Zhang Xiaobao finally told them the purpose of their visit. Young Master Li, the reason I'm here is regarding the 3 workshops. Now that the workshops are under construction, we have the manpower. After a year of practice, we can start using them next year. We need to collect the money we use to purchase the furs. Zhang Xiaobao listed these items to Li Sun. Li Sun understood and immediately agreed. Then the 10,000 strings of coins will be here in the afternoon. What else is there for the workshops? Yes, there are. It's not enough to just have the workshops and skilled people. We have to do something new. For example, the design of the jewelry needs to be specially trained. The same goes for the other 2. Therefore, we should build a school that specializes in learning these things. It will be built in the middle of the river. The Zhuangzi next to it will give them some compensation and let them move aside a little. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun about the school. Li Sun listened and thought about it. He said, "How much will it cost?" We agreed on a total of 90,000 strings of coins. I took out 10,000 strings of coins, and they also took out a lot of money. You haven't taken out your money yet. You still have to wait for more than 2 months. If you take out this money again, will there still be money left to build the dock? Shouldn't we wait until the dock is more or less ready to ship before we do something else? They said that as long as the dock can build small boats first, they can build them and sell them. This way, we can use the money from selling small boats to build bigger boats. Oh? They are thinking quite far ahead. It won't take more than 2 months. My family will be able to take out the money in a month. Let them build the school first and find skilled people to teach them. However, the school needs to be paid. Otherwise, they can still earn money when they go back to work. I calculated that there should be about 100 people in each school. Give each person 150 strings of coins a month. Let's see how it goes first. If it's good, we can increase the number of people to 300 in each school. We also have to take care of food and clothes, including accommodation. In fact, we can also build small boats without a dock. Let them build the school first, and then tell them to build small boats immediately. This way, even if we go out to sea a little later, we don't have to worry about not having enough people in the future. Let's see if it works. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to Li Sun again. He also exaggerated the benefits. Li Sun had already believed in his master's words. As long as he followed the Zhang family, he would be right. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt that it made sense. He said, "When they bring the money in the afternoon, I'll tell them that it's only 3 schools. They will be useful in the future. They can't ignore the future. Then there's nothing else. Cuckoo and I are going to eat between the clouds and the water. Young Master Li, do you want to go with us or stay at home to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao came here for this purpose. He wanted to show people the workshop schools. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. "I'd better eat at home. I have to think about what Wang Wan said just now. Otherwise, it's easy to forget. You guys go ahead. I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, Li Sun stood up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood up. Li Sun walked them to the door of the study, then turned around and carefully reviewed what Wang Wan said just now. He was afraid that he would forget. "Grandpa Bai, this eggplant with minced meat is for you. I've already peeled it." Wang Wan put a piece of eggplant with minced meat on the old man's plate. The old man ate it with a smile. "It's delicious. It's really good. Eating eggplant in this season is not normal. I'm really blessed with the 2 of you here." The old man was happy. On one hand, the food was delicious. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him to eat. They would always put food in his bowl. He enjoyed the happiness of a family reunion with the 2 of them. His health was getting better and better, and his complexion was not bad. He was no longer as sickly as he was when he first arrived here. Furthermore, even if he did not discipline Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them learned so quickly. He was already satisfied and was prepared to continue staying here. When the time came, he would see the two children's achievements. Grandpa Bai, in a few days, between the clouds and the water won't be a restaurant anymore. There will be many restaurants. My family wants to build an academy here. Grandpa Bai, can you find some good teachers? By then, others will come here to study. The scenery is good, and our farmers will be safe. Grandpa Bai has nothing to do. See which students are good and can be taught separately. The Zhang family will pay for this. When the time comes, Grandpa Bai will name the academy. Even if you teach 10 people and one of them becomes a talent, it will be good for our country. Zhang Xiaobao had just won over Li Sun and ran here to win over the old man. There were many benefits to building an academy. It could improve the status of the Zhang family and Wang family. It could let those who were admitted in the future have a sense of belonging to the academy and this place. Most importantly, they could cheat, earn money. This place was good. There were mountains and rivers, and there were so many restaurants. The children of the rich were not used to the food in the school cafeteria. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let the cafeteria do a good job. With more income from the students, they could help to make this place famous. When the students wrote poems here, most of them would include the name of the place. For example, there was smoke early in Tuqiao village, between the clouds and the water, and the sun was late. Zhang Wang had Zhuang Xiaoqiao, and people far away did not know. And so on. As long as the poem was written well and spread, people who saw it would yearn for this place. They would want to experience going down the mountain in the middle of the water. When they came, they would have a way to spend money. Apart from this, they could also have friendly matches with other academies from other places from time to time. The venues would be rotated. When they were here, the spectators, the competitors, and some other people involved would be able to spend a lot more money. Otherwise, who would fight to hold the Olympic Games and the World Cup? It was because they could make money and become famous. This time, the old man really didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to come up with a series of calculations. He only thought that the person behind the scenes wanted to come out of the mountain and needed to find a place. Building an academy was the best way. After thinking about it, the old man agreed. It could indeed cultivate some useful people for the country. Okay, as long as you build the place, I'll find a teacher to help you solve your problems. I can't be idle, so I'll teach you. Grandpa Bai, it's a deal. When the time comes, if a student can do something for the country, half of the credit will go to you. You will be known by the world. The Zhang family and Wang family, I'm wrong. As long as the Tang Empire has this academy, we can go one step further. Zhang Xiaobao began to put on the high hat for the old man and buttoned it up one by one. Before the old man was put on the hat, he really thought that the Zhang family was willing to be a national talent. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he finally found that something was wrong. With an academy, the most popular families were the Zhuangzi and Zhang family. They originally had a school in Zhuangzi, and the child was still young. Moreover, the teacher they found was ordinary. He found a good teacher here, and the child in the school had some foundation and could be transferred. Who is this talent for? Good academy. Xiaobao and Cuckoo, go back and tell them that I agree. When the time comes, the restaurant will make more money than some poor students. The old man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao regretted. Why did he say so many nice words just now? It was over. The old man found out about it and specifically mentioned the matter of making money for the restaurant. Wang Wan chuckled. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. When the time comes for examinations, as long as those poor students do well, we will give them some rewards. The money will be taken from the restaurant's earnings. Chapter 284. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were happily chatting with the old man, Steward Zhang was not happy at all. When Steward Zhang knew that the young master wanted him to go to the Chen family's Zhuangzi to talk about something, he hurriedly ate some food and rushed over. When he arrived, he saw that the small river leading to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi was blocked. He filled some sacks with sand and threw them at the source of the water. Seeing that the river did not flow there, Steward Zhang became anxious. The spring plowing had begun, and they were all paddy fields. Without water, what were they going to plant? He quickly knocked on the door of the Qin family's zhuangzi. The Qin family's zhuangzi did not have any official position and was only a businessman. Just looking at the tall door, Steward Zhang could feel the aura of gold and silver. As the door was pulled open from the inside, a head popped out from the crack and looked around. Finally, his eyes stopped on Steward Zhang and asked, "What are you doing here? Which one are you looking for?" "Little brother, I am the housekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. I want to discuss something with your master. Please help me pass on the message." Steward Zhang puffed out his chest and said to the person behind the door, "Tuqiao village? Which village? Zhangjia Zhuangzi? I don't know. Master is busy and has no time. Come back tomorrow." The gatekeeper threw down these words and closed the door with a bang. Steward Zhang was stunned. He looked at the closed door and did not react for a long time. He did not know the Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village? Who would believe that? It's not like it's far away. Don't you know whose water is blocked by your house? After hesitating for a moment, Steward Zhang took out 20 copper coins from his sleeve pocket and counted them in his hand. He went to knock on the door again. After a few knocks, the door was opened from the inside again. The same head popped out and looked at Steward Zhang. "What's wrong with you? I told you that master is busy. Why are you still knocking? If you have the time, you should think about what to do. You're an adult and don't know how to behave." As he spoke, he was about to close the door again. Steward Zhang quickly said, "Little brother, I do have something to discuss with your master. This money is for you to buy a cup of tea." Steward Zhang said as he handed the money over. The gatekeeper's eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. He took the money and said, "Oh, so it's Steward Zhang from Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. Look at me, I'm confused. Wait a moment, I'll go in and report." The gatekeeper turned around and ran inside as quickly as he closed the door. Steward Zhang could hear the footsteps. He curled his lips and muttered, "This is the kind of gatekeeper. Just wait and see. Don't expect to make a fortune. If the gatekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi dares to do this, I'll break his leg." After waiting for a while, he heard the footsteps inside. Then the door was opened and a person came out. He looked at Steward Zhang and they looked at each other. Steward Zhang said first, "Are you the head of the Qin family?" "I'm the housekeeper of the Qin family. Master is busy and can't come out. If you have something to say, just say it." The person who came out didn't mean to let Steward Zhang in. He blocked the door and said. Steward Zhang felt uncomfortable. What was this? He didn't even have the basic etiquette. Could it be that he couldn't even afford a cup of tea? Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Steward Zhang pointed behind him. It was the place where the river was and said, "It's spring, so we need some water. I didn't know that the river was connected to your village. After it broke, I came to check and found out. I hope that your village can move that thing away for the sake of your neighbor. In the future, the Zhang family will be very grateful." "What river?" "Oh, the ditch that the Yuan family used to connect to." This is difficult. There isn't enough rain this year. We don't know if we have enough water in our fields. If we dig up the ditch, what will happen to our village? Why don't Steward Zhang go back and think of other ways?" I can't help you here." Housekeeper Chen didn't have any expression on his face when he spoke. He directly refused to give water. Steward Zhang naturally didn't believe him. What lack of rain? How could he not know how much water there was on the other side of the river? Otherwise, why would he expand the river? He thought in his heart but couldn't say it out loud. "Housekeeper Chen, let's not talk about the rain first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is willing to pay. Let's give you 100 copper coins for 1 day. Is that okay?" Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Housekeeper Chen turned his head and looked to the side. He didn't say anything. 150 copper coins a day. What do you think? Steward Zhang added more money. There was a lot of land there. 150 copper coins wasn't a lot. Housekeeper Chen still didn't say anything. Steward Zhang had to raise the price again. 200 copper coins a day. If it's more, we might as well dig a well. At this time, Housekeeper Chen said, "Digging a well is good. It's convenient to use water. Even if there isn't enough rain, we don't have to worry." Steward Zhang's idea is good. If we lack manpower to dig a well, the Zhuangzi of the Chen family can send people over to help. The daily wages can be given as usual. As for food, I think Zhangjia Zhuangzi will give the villagers the same as usual. Steward Zhang knew that housekeeper Chen wouldn't agree. He thought about it and tried again. Housekeeper Chen, in the future, the Zhuangzi of the Zhang and Chen families will be connected. Who doesn't have difficulties? At that time, if the Chen family is in trouble, the Zhang family won't stand by and do nothing. Don't. If the Chen family is in trouble, your Zhang family must stand by and do nothing. Don't get involved with the Chen family. The Chen family isn't as capable as the Yuan and Han families. They can't afford to compensate, and they can't find people to go to the capital to mediate. Zhangjia Zhuangzi, just let the Chen family go. Tomorrow, get someone to plant some thorns between the two Zhuangzi. In the future, the Zhuangzi won't be connected. Housekeeper Chen sneered. As he spoke, he cupped his hands to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang understood that the Chen family's Zhuangzi was either related to the two Zhuangzi, or they were doing this on purpose. Isn't the Zhang family powerful? If I ignore you, I'll show you who's more powerful. Other than these two reasons, housekeeper Zhang couldn't think of any other reason. If it was Zhangjia Zhuangzi who harmed the Han and Yuan families, as long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that it was wrong. It was the Han and Yuan families who harmed them. Steward Zhang lowered his head and thought for a while. Just as he raised his head and was about to speak, he saw that housekeeper Chen had already turned around and went back in. The door was closed with a bang. Steward Zhang stood at the door for a while. In the end, he couldn't do anything. He sighed helplessly, turned around, and went back to talk to the young master and see what he would do. When Steward Zhang dejectedly returned to between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaobao and the other children were learning from the old man. As they were learning, they saw Steward Zhang coming over. The old man also saw the expression on Steward Zhang's face and stopped talking. Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Is it that no matter what we say, they won't give us any water? Tell us what you said, everyone listen. Don't worry. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Steward Zhang's expression, he understood and comforted him. Steward Zhang sat down on the stool and told the young master everything that had happened, including what he thought, what he said, and what the other party was like. He didn't add anything that shouldn't be said. He knew that the young master didn't want to hear those things that had been changed. They want to arm wrestle with my Zhang family. If they won't give us any water, then so be it. Why do they have to say those sarcastic words? They don't seem to have any relationship with the other two families, and it's the same with County Magistrate one. Otherwise, how would a merchant family dare to speak to Steward Zhang like that after the three people were arrested? Since that's the case, forget it. Spend more money and effort. Let's take the river from the Li family. Our land is higher, so we'll dig deeper. Let them plant thorns. If they want to plant them in their own land, so be it. We'll agree to let them plant half of it. In the future, we'll go our separate ways and mind our own business. Today, we've wronged Steward Zhang. Originally, the main family should help Steward Zhang, but this matter is too small. It's not worth it to become a life and death enemy. When there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely help Steward Zhang get back his dignity. After hearing what Steward Zhang said, Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and decided on this. There wasn't any deep hatred, so he couldn't use thunderous means immediately. If this continued, he would make more enemies in the future. With the young master's words, I won't feel wronged anymore. I believe that the young master will get back at me one day. Then I'll arrange for people to dig the canal now. When Steward Zhang heard the young master talk about his matter in private, he felt much better. It was only now. He had suffered less grievances in the past. If Zhuangzi couldn't do it, then what could he do? He could only endure. Wasn't this the job of a steward? To take the blame, and be wronged again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. Before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. The Chen family's Zhuangzi didn't give them any face at all. Steward Zhang's men were more than the Chen family's Zhuangzi. Don't do anything overboard. Don't offend me. Otherwise, I won't let your Chen family have an easy time. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his hand as he pondered. Wang Wan saw this from the side and began to mourn for the Chen family. Zhang Xiaobao's personality had always been like this. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Furthermore, his revenge was even more ruthless. If you slapped him, he would return the favor with a knife. The old man didn't want to care about this kind of thing. When he saw that Steward Zhang had left, he continued to talk. The old man was much more knowledgeable than Father Zhang, and the children who listened benefited greatly. Even his granddaughter, Xin-Er, could understand part of it. These days, Xin-Er had been eating Shaoxian. She didn't want to be too far away from others. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't the kind of person who kept thinking about how to affect other things when he encountered something small. After Steward Zhang's matter was over, he put all his attention on his studies and didn't think about it at all. Chapter 285. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, and the moon was hazy in the merry manner. The lights were bright, and people were in a hurry. Before they slept, the fog was thick. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied the old man to have dinner in the evening. They went to Li Sun to get the money and asked people to transport it away. Then, they took the car to see the Zhuangzi who tore down the house. Before they arrived, they could hear the sounds of activity coming from the other side. There were the bold words of the people drinking and the laughter of children playing. The lanterns over there were lit, and they could see the tents propped up one after another. They could also see the shadows of people swaying there. The fog came early today. It was humid and uncomfortable before the sky was completely dark. At this moment, the fog was even thicker. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car was also lit with lanterns. There was also a small flag with a little seedling on it. This little seedling had eyes and was very cartoonish. Some even had hands and feet. There were several kinds of flags. Zhang Xiaobao's flag was a male seedling. Wang Wan's flag was a female seedling with a bow on her head. If Father Zhang went out, the seedling would wear a hat on her head. The Zhang Wang clan's flag was a hairpin. The strong seedling protection team's flag was a spade in the seedling's hand. Even Steward Zhang had his own flag. The seedling's flag was a ledger. The Zhang family didn't have anyone to take care of the ledger. Only the Zhang Wang clan was in charge of it. When they found an accountant in the future, they could assign someone to take care of the ledger. Zhuangzi couldn't do it in the past, so there was no need for someone to take care of the ledger. Now that they didn't have enough manpower, they were preparing to train people in the inner courtyard to take over. When that time came, Steward Zhang would have to change his flag. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's flags were two seedlings holding hands. It was obvious that the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going out at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to participate. Everyone was so happy. Now that two people from the main family came, the atmosphere immediately changed. The two of them just looked around. When they saw that there was nothing to do, they ordered the car to turn around and go back. After a short nap, the two of them got up to study again. The old man talked more than Zhang Xiaobao's father usually did, and he also talked more deeply. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already having a hard time learning, especially Zhang Xiaobao. He had a weak foundation and relied on the adult way of thinking to catch up. But he would never admit defeat, nor would he give up. He tried his best to remember, thinking that he would master the things that the old man taught him through a comprehensive study. At the same time, he also had to practice calligraphy. When others read an article, the first thing they looked at was the words. Just like chicken chop, even a good article would be degraded. The two of them studied for almost 4 hours before they finally understood what they heard during the day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their pens at the same time and rubbed their wrists. Xiaobao, I asked you to get another 10,000 strings of cash. This time, we finally have more money. Otherwise, the river would be a little difficult. Are you planning to get this much? Wang Wan squeezed her sore eyes and asked Zhang Xiaobao. No, I plan to take over the 3 workshops and the 3 schools. They probably don't have any money on hand. Back then, they must have planned to come here to cheat once. Who would have thought that Li Sun would find us? In order to continue cheating, they had no choice but to agree to what Li Sun said and built 3 workshops for show. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to have his own research department, but he didn't have time. Now that someone else had helped him, he could just occupy it. Wang Wan nodded. She still didn't fully understand. Xiaobao, do you know how they plan to cheat? This was Zhang Xiaobao's strength. This was what he studied. He said, it's simple. They originally had some money. After cooperating with Li Sun, they should directly start to build the dock. They don't need to finish building it. They just need to have a framework. This way, they can find more rich people to invest money. With Li Sun's identity, those who invested money were relieved. Who would have thought that they would dare to cheat Li Sun? This way, they raised a large sum of money. Look, the management is still in their hands. Li Sun just doesn't have enough for dividends, but he can give suggestions. That's why they built the workshop. It's for others to see. They wanted others to misunderstand that Li Sun had the authority to manage this place. Once they had invested enough money, they would build the shipyard and use the sea route to do business to attract more people to invest in this shipyard. This would allow them to build bigger ships. When all of this is successful, they will use the identity of the manager to sell the dock. Then they will take the money and run away. Look at the document they signed with Li Sun. It says that they can dispose of the dock, but they need to give the money to Li Sun. But if they run away, where can you find them? For example, they ran to Tubo and hid their identity. You can't send troops to look for them, right? Or they can run to a place further away. That's not right. If they run like that, how will they transport the money? Wang Wan raised her doubts. They can just say that they are going to buy things. Also, the people who bought the dock will come and look at it first. After looking at it, they will go elsewhere to write the document. Actually, it doesn't matter to them whether they write the document or not. The money from selling the dock can be sent to other places. If he wanted to do things more perfectly, he could first build some small boats. Then, after selling the boats, he would split the profits with the owners. This way, it would be faster to attract more people. In fact, the owners would even continue to invest as they saw the benefits. This kind of thing happens every year. Actually, it is illegal to raise money and then abscond with the money. It's a very simple plan, and many people are fooled. But when it comes to the operation, the details are slightly different, but it's still the same. Zhang Xiaobao explained this theory. You have done this before? Wang Wan noticed that Zhang Xiaobao is beside her, and she is relieved. She only saw the beginning, and she knows what is going on. Zhang Xiaobao arrogantly raised his chin. I don't want to use this kind of method. It's boring. Tise, you are still bragging. Actually, your method is very simple. I know all about it. Wang Wan pretended to be disdainful. Yes, you know that. But if I want to, I can lie to you like this. You will definitely fall for it again. This is just like fighting moves. There are only a few kinds of moves, and when combined together, the power will be different. You can't beat someone, and then you watch the replay of the video and think about it for a while. In the end, you still can't beat someone. Moves are dead, but people are alive. Zhang Xiaobao pinched Wang Wan's nose. After saying that, he did not want to shower and went straight to bed. He is exhausted today. Wang Wan also burrowed under her blanket. You can't lie to me. If I don't take advantage of you, what can you do to me? The next morning, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had breakfast, they went to find the old man to learn something. The old man usually fishes for a while first. In Zhang Xiaobao's opinion, his fishing skills can only be considered mediocre. He has told him a few times, but he is still the same. After accompanying the old man to fish for a while, the others also came over and prepared to listen to the lecture. The old man has been very happy these days. The people he taught are all good, and his granddaughters are also better than the average person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are all good, and even the little girl Lu is extraordinary. This makes the old man feel a sense of achievement as a good teacher. After less than 2 hours of the lecture, Steward Zhang came over angrily. When the old man stopped, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, the Qin family is too much." "What? Did they plant all the brambles on our side?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "No, they planted all the brambles on their side. But not only did they plant them on the ground, they also planted them on the road. That is the original road of the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. They planted the brambles on the road and did not let that road lead to the other side. I don't know how they did it, but the title deed actually included the road as his houses. If we want to transport goods from here, it's too far. Moreover, there's a big market over there. If we want to sell things there, we can't go around in a big circle, right? Even if we take a detour, there is no road. A road that usually takes an hour will take at least 10 hours if we take a detour. I went to reason with them, but they still said the same thing. They don't want to have anything to do with Shangjia Zhuangzi and asked us to be magnanimous. Steward Zhang began to complain. Zhang Xiaobao listened quietly. After listening to him, he suddenly smiled and said, "Now my conscience is at ease. Well, since they gave us such a good reason, if we don't use it, we'll be letting them down." "Steward Zhang, come here, let me tell you," Zhang Xiaobao called Steward Zhang over. After some arrangements, Steward Zhang left happily. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at the old man and said, "If the heavens want to punish you, you can go against it. If you want to punish yourself, you can't live." Now Steward Zhang can vent his anger. People really can't compare to Zhuangzi of the Gu family. Gu Yingxi knows that cooperation is mutually beneficial. They actually want to use this kind of method to suppress the Zhang family. I want to see what kind of business they are doing. When I have time, I will ask someone to do it. You are full of bad ideas. That person could teach you anything, but why did he have to teach you this kind of thing? Follow me. The old man didn't ask what Steward Zhang was going to do. He would know when the time came. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's righteous appearance while scheming against others, he shook his head. He was a little resentful of the person behind this. A good child, when it came to bad ideas, he could really draw inferences about other cases. After a while, when the old man was resting, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What did you ask Steward Zhang to do?" "Nothing. Just what we talked about last time, changing the river's course. I didn't want to change it at first, because if I changed it, others wouldn't be able to get water. But once it was changed, the distance between our river and that of Grandfather Bai's nephew's river would be shortened. I had good intentions and wanted to be a good person. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the chance. Why do they always make things difficult for me?" Chapter 286. Steward Zhang walked out of the pavilion with a happy mood. He almost jumped out of the pavilion. Only the tips of his feet touched the ground. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The usually taciturn person was now beaming with joy and humming a tune that seemed to be out of tune. Steward Zhang was very happy. He knew that the young master was capable, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. No wonder the young master asked him to bear with it when he was wronged yesterday. It turned out that this idea was a little against the natural order. What about the Qin family's Zhuangzi? Why couldn't your Qin manor have done this at a better time? Why did you have to wait until there were so many people repairing the river? Then, you could have diverted some people and changed the river's course. It would have gone around a few hills there. They aren't big, just a few. But the water wouldn't be able to pass through unless your Qin manor dug the hills. Steward Zhang seemed to feel that just thinking about it couldn't make him happy anymore. He muttered as he walked. When he reached the river, he directly found the person in charge of this matter and ordered, "Gather 1,000 people. Go there and dig the river." The young master said that we don't need to care about the other families. Just connect the river with the one the Zheng family is digging. We have to finish it within a day. It's only 6 miles in total. Go. When the person heard that it was the young master's order, he didn't dare to delay and immediately went to find people. After shouting a few times, about 1,300 people came over. The person in charge was about to ask for 1,000 people to stay when Steward Zhang spoke. "That's all. Go and dig immediately. If you can't finish it in the day, continue at night. I'll give you good food and pay. But if you don't work hard, you don't have to work here." When these people heard that they would be paid, they became happy. They were supposed to do 20 days of volunteer work. Especially when they heard that there would be good food at night. Since Steward Zhang said so, it was definitely good food. He took the tools and walked over. Originally, this place had already been marked out, but Zhang Xiaobao did not want the water below to run out, so he changed it a little. Now, it was just right to use it. It was a kind of plant that was grown in a dry place, so there was no need to use so much water. With 1,300 to 1,400 people, they only managed to dig out 6 li of the river. They didn't need a large boat, so it was quite easy. Especially now that the snow had melted and spring had arrived, the ground was soft. With one shovel, they could dig out a large piece of the river. Steward Zhang watched them work and did not plan to go anywhere else. He just waited. When the river was finished, he would block the other side. That side belonged to the Wang clan and the Gu clan. He thought that the Gu clan would not help the Qin clan. With so many people, they dug all the way until night fell. They lit a fire and continued to work. When they rested, Steward Zhang gave them 4 dishes and a bowl of wine. He didn't give them any soup. Each person drank a large bowl of wine to warm their bodies and make them more energetic. If they drank too much, they wouldn't be able to do it. When these people saw that the wine and food were good, they all patted their chests and promised that they would not sleep until they finished digging. Steward Zhang took out some copper coins and gave each person 10. These people's enthusiasm was completely aroused. Steward Zhang did not feel sleepy. He was always energetic. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the Qin clan's Zhuangzi. However, he was blocked by the mountain, so he felt very happy. After these people finished eating, they began to work again under the light of the lanterns. After drinking wine, their bodies were warm. The cool feeling at night made them work faster. In the middle of the night, the river connected to the other side was dug out. After the water was released, they could continue to widen it. The water level was low now, so they were not in a hurry. The rest of the work did not need to be done by those who were working. Steward Zhang let them go back to rest and wait for the young master and young lady to come over. Ordinary people could not do this work. Erniu could do it, but it was a pity that he followed master to the capital. Steward Zhang was still not sleepy. He was still excited. After thinking about it, he had to go back to sleep. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to deal with the Qin clan tomorrow. He was ready to vent his anger. In the darkness of the night, many people could not sleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the bed and talking. "Cuckoo, are you sure you can do it tomorrow? The quality of the soil has not been tested. I am afraid that something will happen." Zhang Xiaobao was lying there, looking at the roof, and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan was lying there with her chin on the pillow. She moved her head and said, "Don't worry. It's just an explosion. Blow up the last place that is blocking the water. I will not stand there and use the fire sickle to ignite the fire. I will pull the cannon line long. This should be fine, right? Pull it out 2 li. Our cannon line is a bamboo pipe. How can you connect it so far? Why don't you think of another way? Don't get too close. I'm worried." Zhang Xiaobao was still a little worried. Wang Wan had already heard Zhang Xiaobao say it 6 times. She knew that he was worried about her. She could only say, "How about this? Let's put oil paper under the fire. The twisters will connect directly to that place. Then I will use the fire sickle to ignite it. You see if it works. Put a few more. There will be one that will be affected. At worst, I will use 100,000 firecrackers. If I am not afraid that the medicinal rope will get wet, I will use it directly. I know to be careful. Let's sleep. Yes, let's use the medicinal rope. If one strand is not enough, let's make dozens of strands. When combined, how much can it get wet? Tomorrow morning, we will get them to make it. Let's sleep." Zhang Xiaobao thought of an idea and was relieved. Wang Wan turned over and fell asleep. She knew that there were many ways, but Zhang Xiaobao was worried that something would happen to her. So, he was confused. Steward Zhang did not sleep at this time. He did not sleep with his wife. Today, he wanted to sleep by himself. He lay there and muttered, "You are finished. My young master avenged me. How dare you block the road? Tomorrow, it will be fine. I am going to sleep. I want to see if the Qin family's master and butler can treat me like they did yesterday and today. I am not the Steward Zhang of the past who can be bullied by anyone. No, I am going to sleep. This time, my body is going to sleep. You said that you don't have any contact with the Zhang family. I don't believe it. How can you run away? Sleep. Heavenly Horse, in Zhuangzi, the head of the Qin family, Qin Gingxin, was also not asleep. He was talking with Butler Qin in the study. "Steward Qin, don't you think we've gone too far? The Zhang family didn't offend us, nor did they provoke us. We're blocking the river and the road. If they find the imperial nephew, Won't they find an excuse to arrest us too? Chen Gingxin said to Butler Chen worriedly. Master, don't worry. No matter how powerful they are, they have to find a reason. After all, we asked the Yuan family to dig this river. It is under our control. As for blocking the road, Master, if we don't do this, how can we get benefits? They have been in trouble several times and they have won. If we are so obedient, there will be no place for the Chen family in the future. This time, if we do well, not only can we get benefits from the Zhang family, but other businessmen will also know how powerful we are. Master, it will be much easier for you to do business. Butler Chen persuaded him, as if he was about to succeed. He was very excited. Chen Gingxin was also moved by the butler's words. After thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He relaxed a little and said with a smile, Butler Chen, you are the best. If it were someone else, they would be afraid of them. At that time, they would not be able to get any benefits and the family business would be difficult. Butler Chen, you have done a great job this time. Master, you don't have to praise me like this. I did what I should do. In the future, no one will dare to mess with our Chen family in this place. Except for the emperor's nephew, we don't need to be afraid of anyone else. Steward Chen said modestly, but his smug expression could not be concealed. Chen Gingxin naturally did not care about his expression. He closed his eyes and thought about the future. He said, Steward Chen, after the spring plowing, come out with me for a walk. There are some trades that you have to do more often. Housekeeper Chen didn't expect that this master, who was also his brother-in-law, would show him mercy and let him intervene in his family's business. He was so happy that he couldn't speak for a while. After a while, he said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely do the business well. If there is even a little mistake, you can drive me out. Master, it's late, you should go to bed early. Well, that's good. Go to your sister's place. Don't worry. Do your job well. It doesn't matter if there is a little mistake. Chen Gingxin stood up and said to Butler Chen. He turned and left, heading to another wing room. Butler Chen was relieved. As long as his brother-in-law still wanted to go to his sister's place, his position in the family would not be taken away by others. After a while, Butler Chen gently closed the door. He stood in the middle of the yard and said to himself, Tomorrow, I will go to the Zhang family to talk about something. Well, I will go early in the morning. Chapter 287. Steward Zhang glared at Steward Chen as if he was his enemy. He had a reason to do so. Even the nephew of the emperor didn't treat him that way. Even the third-grade minister didn't treat him that way. How dare you, a small steward of the Chen family, treat me like that? Steward Chen smiled and looked at Steward Zhang with the eyes of a winner. Steward Zhang had already walked in front of Steward Chen, but he suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, he turned around and went back. He met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, Little young master, little miss, let's go now. Steward Zhang just suddenly thought, why should I talk to you first? I didn't go to you, so I turned around and came back. Steward Chen, if you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Anyway, you have to come later. Steward Chen was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and gently patted the invisible dust on his body with his hand. He took the initiative to come over and said to Steward Zhang, Steward Zhang, my master said that he can give the Zhang family a chance. Go and find someone who can make the decision. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. You have to seize it well. Who is your master? Do you know me? But why don't I know you? What's your name? Steward Zhang looked at Steward Chen indifferently and said disdainfully. Now he was the host, not to mention that the little young master and the little miss were beside him. Steward Chen suddenly laughed. Ha, Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Are you scared? Do you feel ashamed? You failed to do what you wanted to do, so I came to find someone who can make the decision in your family. You feel ashamed? At this time, before Steward Zhang spoke, Zhang Xiaobao asked first, Steward Zhang, who is this person? Why do I smell the stench of money all over my body? What about you, cuckoo? Me too. I don't have a good figure, good looks, temperament, talent, and taste. It's not his fault for being born like this, but it's his fault for wandering around. Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was letting the butler vent his anger first, so he naturally knew what to say. When Steward Chen heard what the two kids said and had to face their disdainful eyes, his face turned green and then white. Steward Zhang, however, burst into laughter at the side. He looked gratefully at the young master and young madam and said, "Young master, young madam, it's all my fault. In a moment, I'll tell the people over there that they can't let anything in. Please punish them." At this time, Steward Zhang had an impulse to cry. The young master and young madam were really good. They helped him say these words that no one would have thought of. He didn't expect that these two little ancestors were not only good at making money, managing, and scheming, but also so good at insulting others. They were really like immortals. Steward Chen felt bad for a while. Finally, he remembered who had the upper hand now. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, "You are the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, right? How old are you? Where are your parents? Where are you from?" Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Steward Chen and asked with a sneer. "I am the steward of the Chen family in Zhuangzi." Steward Chen calmed down. He always felt a little absent-minded when facing the two kids. "Oh, steward? I thought you were the head of the family. What does your master do? What rank is he?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "My master doesn't have an official position. He specializes in big business." Steward Chen replied. "Business? Businessman? You're not even a farmer? Don't you know that this is where the government lives? How can you be so unruly?" "Aya, Xiaobao, business is really bad. Look at his steward. How can he be a steward with this kind of appearance? Don't tell me that your sister is your master's concubine?" At this time, Wang Wan said, "Who said that the people of the Second Bureau wouldn't insult others?" Wang Wan's innocent appearance made people vomit blood. Wang Wan was just casually saying. She didn't know that Steward Chen was really her master's concubine. Her words were like a knife that stabbed into Steward Chen's chest. Steward Chen felt his vision go black and he almost fainted. After shaking his head twice, Steward Chen couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, "My master will give you a chance. As long as you promise to sell 30% of the rice to my Chen family at the normal price, my family will give you water and let you pass. Think about it carefully. After you think about it, go to the Chen family and beg my master." "Humph, you two kids, let me tell you, because of you, your family has to give 10% more rice. Originally, 20% was enough, but now it's not enough." After he finished speaking, he still felt angry and stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan turned her head and didn't want to talk to this person. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. "Go back quickly. The outside world is not suitable for you. Now I'm telling you, because of what you said, the Chen family will go bankrupt. Take care of yourself. Steward Zhang, let's go. Why bother with a crazy person?" As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, the three of them walked towards the small river. Steward Zhang protected the two little ancestors who helped him vent his anger. From time to time, he would look back and smile at Steward Chen. Steward Chen really wanted to beat the two kids, but he didn't dare. He felt that if he really rushed over, he might die here. He didn't know why, but he had this kind of idea. After standing there for a while, he turned around and left, waiting for the Zhang family to come to the Chen family to ask for help. Then he would take revenge. When he turned around and left, in a pile of firewood 20 steps away from where he stood just now, a person put away the longbow in his hand and continued to lie down, half asleep. In a tree hole on the other side, someone put down the crossbow, spat to the side, narrowed his eyes, and stopped moving. "Steward Zhang, are you still angry? Later you can still make them angry, even their family head." Zhang Xiaobao said to Steward Zhang, "Little young master, little miss, today I did vent my anger. I didn't expect you and little young master to be so powerful. I admire you. I'm not angry now." Which family steward was wronged and the little young master and little miss of the main family helped him? "I'm so old and I'm most grateful to my father and mother for giving birth to me in the Zhang family." Steward Zhang had already vented his anger, so he spoke incoherently. At the same time, he also knew the little ancestor's ability. He estimated that Steward Chen wouldn't be able to eat or sleep when he went back. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed Steward Zhang's flattery and said, "I left him for you. Otherwise, Cuckoo and I would have made him angry. Little young master. Yes, little young master is right. Steward Zhang didn't care whether little young master was talking nonsense or really had the ability. Anyway, little young master was right. The rest was up to him. Humph, was the Zhang family so easy to mess with? The three of them talked and laughed as they came to the place where the explosion was going to happen. On the other side, there were already people preparing to fill the sandbags. Wang Wan was personally in charge of positioning and estimating the amount of gunpowder. She looked left and right and asked people to empty the place she was sure of. That was the shovel and then the gunpowder. A long line of gunpowder was pulled out and only stopped when it was 200 meters away from the other side. Everyone else dispersed. Wang Wan personally lit the fuse and watched as the line of gunpowder flew towards the other side. Accompanied by a loud boom, the remaining area was directly blasted open. Water flowed down the Dug River. The people on the other side threw sandbags down one after another. It didn't take long for the other side to be blocked. The water in the river disappeared in an instant. Okay, now we just need to wait. Steward Zhang, I'll leave the things here to you. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked towards between the clouds and the water. Steward Zhang stood there in high spirits and waited. At first, he waited for a servant of the Qin family, but when he arrived, he didn't say anything. He looked at him and then turned and ran away. After more than half an hour, more than 50 people appeared. The person in the front was Steward Qin. He walked and said something to the person behind him. When they arrived, Steward Qin directly shouted to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, what do you mean by this? Why did you block our side? There hasn't been much rain recently. I'm afraid that Zhuangzi is short of water, so I blocked it." Steward Zhang now felt that life was too good. When he went there, that was what Steward Zhang said. "Your river, my river is jointly owned by the Wang family and the Gu family. This place belongs to both of our families. Why don't you sue us, Steward Gu?" Steward Zhang wasn't anxious at all. He asked Steward Gu, who also came to help. "Yes, that's right. There hasn't been much rain recently, so we have to block the river between our two families." Steward Gu said cooperatively. Steward Zhang then said, "This river really can't be used anymore. Why don't you think of other ways? If you want to dig a well, we can help. We'll pay you the usual wages, and you'll have to eat and drink like how we treat the farmers." When Steward Zhang said this, he pinched his leg hard with his hand. He was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh, so his face turned red. This time, the people of the Qin family were dumbfounded, especially Qin Gingxin and Housekeeper Qin. Housekeeper Qin told the old master about what happened that day. Qin Gingxin laughed at that time. He didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. Qin Gingxin glared fiercely at Housekeeper Qin and asked him to go up and plead for mercy. Housekeeper Qin had no choice but to squeeze out a smile and said to Housekeeper Zhang, "Housekeeper Zhang, look, our two farms are next to each other. We are neighbors, so we will have to help each other in the future. Do you think you can go easy on us?" Steward Zhang was waiting for this sentence. He turned back and smiled at the people he brought. When he turned back, he cupped his hands and said to Steward Qin, No. The Zhang family's farmstead doesn't want to have anything to do with your Qin family's farmstead. The two original farmsteads are finished. What if they implicate you? Tomorrow, no, today, I'll get people to plant thorns there. Please be magnanimous and don't have anything to do with the Zhang family's farmstead. Chapter 288. Yesterday, the river flowed past my door. Today it has stopped. I asked the river to go to the other side. The sky is blue. That was the thought of Steward Qin and Steward Zhang. One day, in just one day, their master and subordinate positions had undergone a great change. Both of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. The day before yesterday, just the day before yesterday, Steward Qin felt that he had stepped on the clouds. He didn't expect that he would be kicked down and flattened. Looking at Steward Zhang's appearance and hearing what Steward Zhang said, he felt that it would be good if it was just a dream. The Zhang family was indeed worthy of their reputation. Steward Zhang was not calm at this time. The young master was indeed the young master. He was as calm as a mountain and as swift as thunder. With the young master in charge, the two Zhuangzi didn't seem to have to worry about anything. They just had to go forward. No matter if they got into trouble or were wronged, they didn't have to be afraid. They would be safe when they returned home. Finally, Steward Chen lowered his head and said, "Steward Zhang, I have offended you 2 days ago. Please be magnanimous and treat it as a dream. What do you think we should do?" Dream? It's fine if it's a dream. Life is a dream. When you wake up, no matter what happens, the sky is still the sky, the earth is still the earth, and people are still people. The water still can't be changed. Steward Zhang wouldn't let go of the water just because of Steward Chen's words. The water level was not enough for boats to sail here in the future. Chen Gingxin came here with a group of people to tear down the dam. Seeing that the Zhang family had 5 times more people than them and some of them were holding crossbows, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. Seeing that the steward couldn't do it, he had to stand up and say to Steward Zhang, "You must be Steward Zhang." Good idea. But the river doesn't seem to belong to the Wang and Gu families, right? If it's like this, the families who live on both sides of the Yellow River can change the river's course at will. The Chen family's road can belong to Zhuangzi. Why can't the Wang and Gu family's river belong to them? This was Sanshui County. If the head of the Chen family was not convinced, he could go to the Yamen to complain. There were more than 700 Yamen runners in Sanshui County. Perhaps they would act impartially and arrest the Wang and Gu families. Or Lord Chen could write a memorial to accuse my master of bullying the people and taking advantage of the water. My master is currently in the capital, and he might be arrested. Not to mention the imperial examinations, he might even be thrown into prison in Chang. Oh, I forgot, Lord Chen is not an official, so he can't submit a memorial to the higher-ups. How about this? Master Chen will personally head to the capital and report to County Magistrate Pei. If you feel that there is no way to find your way, you can look for the registrar, who is County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County. Steward Zhang was naturally not afraid of whose family the river belonged to. If the Chen family had the ability to take over the river, then why couldn't the Zhang family do the same? Chen Gingxin also thought of this. Even if he spent money to get someone to investigate, they would definitely find out that his house was blocking the road. Thinking of this, he took a few steps forward and came to the housekeeper's side. Before anyone could react, he slapped housekeeper Chen's face. "It's all your fault. You took advantage of the fact that I didn't care about family matters to privately block the river and block the road. Wait and see how I deal with you when we get back." After slapping housekeeper Chen Gingxin turned to Steward Zhang and said, "Steward Zhang, it's my fault for not being strict enough. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me, Steward Zhang." "This water?" "Lord Chen, the water has been diverted, and it can't be diverted back. Lord Chen is a noble, and usually you don't have time to care about this kind of thing. It's better to let nature take its course." Steward Zhang felt sorry for housekeeper Chen. Look, housekeeper Chen took advantage of the situation, but when something happened he was used as a punching bag. It was not easy being a housekeeper. Chen Gingxin thought that a slap would be enough, but he didn't expect the Zhang family to be so difficult to deal with. He hesitated and finally said, "Is the Zhang family's wife here? I have some cloth business to discuss with the Zhang family." The Zhang family also has a cloth business in the capital, right? I don't have the final say in this business. There are other bigger cloth businesses. I can take this opportunity to introduce them to Mrs. Zhang. The water is not urgent. Steward Zhang understood as soon as he heard this. No wonder Chen Gingxin dared to lay hands on the Zhang family. It turned out that there was a person in the cloth business who was related to him, saying this was a threat. Steward Zhang was about to tell this matter to the little child, but he suddenly remembered that the little child said that he would take care of the Chen family's business alone. In this case, he couldn't ask the little child for help. He thought about it and said, "Lord Chen, you don't know. The business of the shops in the capital has been bad, and they are preparing to close. The business of the restaurant is not bad. Does Lord Chen have the help of those who run the restaurant? Then I will go back and discuss with Mrs. Zhang. I can't help with other things." Chen Gingxin didn't expect the Zhang family to be so stubborn. They would rather close the business than go easy on him. He frowned and thought about it, not knowing what to do. Steward Chen, who had been slapped, finally couldn't help but stand up and say, "You Zhang family shouldn't go too far. Your family head is going to the capital to take the imperial exam. Even if the Qin family has to go bankrupt, we won't let him pass. Who is so powerful? To be able to take care of the imperial court's imperial exam, let me see. You must be very capable. In this case, doesn't it mean that whoever your Qin family wants to be the top scorer will be the top scorer? This marquis doesn't know who the examiner is. Could it be that you already know? Tell me, let this marquis take a look. Li Sun came over and happened to hear Steward Chen's words. He asked with a sullen face. Just kidding, just kidding. Little prince, don't take it seriously. There is something wrong with Steward Chen's head. He often says the wrong things. Chen Gingxin quickly explained. At the same time, he glared at the steward. Didn't he know to look at the people around him when he spoke? Li Sun turned around and looked at the head of the Qin family. He said, I think there is something wrong with your head. Otherwise, why would you use this kind of steward? Why would you dare to have any ideas about the Zhang family? There are people from the cloth trade. Amazing. I wonder how much that cloth trade can help you? Yes, little prince is right. There is something wrong with his head. The cloth trade is just a business. There is no such thing as helping or not helping. Steward Chen didn't dare to say anything about the cloth trade. His status there wasn't high. This was a critical time for the imperial exam. How could the cloth tradespeople offend the marquis for him? In that case, what are you still doing here? It's just the river changing its course. Which river hasn't changed its course? Don't make a fuss. Go back first. I will think of a solution with you. Li Sun casually talked about the change of the river. He waved his hand and coaxed these people as if they were flies. The head of the Qin family revealed a wry smile. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He said goodbye to Li Sun while leading his people back. After the Qin family left, Steward Zhang immediately came over and asked Li Sun, Little prince, why are you here? Is it okay if I don't come? The water on Zhuangzi has been cut off. I have to come and see where to get water. This year, the Li family is planting rice all over Zhuangzi. I want the seeds from your family. Of course, Li Sun didn't want to tear down the dam. He planned to come here and see where he could dig a small hole. He would find someone to make a ditch. Steward Zhang had an idea. When he heard Li Sun's words, he said, Little prince, there is no need to get water from here. There is a small river in front of our house. It has less water than here, but it is enough for the Li family's Zhuangzi. As long as it rains, there will be more water. Looking at the sky, it seems that there will be rain in a few days. Little prince, why don't you dig a river over there? The Zhang family and Wang family still have water from the pond and well. It will be troublesome to make a hole here. That's good. I can also help the Qin family. The Qin family has more than 3,000 mu of land. It's not easy. Li Sun thought for a while and said. Steward Zhang was stunned. Little prince, you want to help the Qin family? Of course, this marquis won't take sides at this time. This marquis cares for the people of the world. I will help, I must help. We can't lack water during the spring plowing. 5 strings of money a day. No, that's too much. 200 copper coins per mu. We will split it 50-50 with each family. 200 strings of money, 100 copper coins per family. It will be the same every year. We can't ask for too much. 1 mu can produce about 3 dan, which is only a few hundred copper coins. If we take out 200 copper coins, we won't have much left. But we can't give water for free, right? Li Sun was calculating. If he wanted to charge 200 copper coins for 1 mu of water, then the Chen family would have to plant rice as well. Rice was more expensive, but if they planted other crops, they would suffer a loss. They did not use much water, and the grains they produced would not be worth more than 400 copper coins per mu of water. When Steward Zhang heard this, he was dumbfounded. There was a limit to the rent that the villagers paid. Even if the main family wanted more, they couldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, the villagers would starve to death. According to this amount of money, the Chen family would have to pay 60 to 70 copper coins per mu if they collected rent from the villagers normally. If they asked for more, they would have to pay 30 to 40 copper coins. If they didn't want to pay, then the farmers didn't need to live anymore. Unless they could produce the same amount of rice as the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi, averaging 4 dan per mu. If they wanted to make a fortune from farming, then it was impossible. Especially Li Sun's last sentence, it was the same every year. In other words, the Chen clan was losing money every year. As long as they still wanted the manor, they could forget about earning money. At most, they could just keep some food at home in case of emergency. Little Prince, aren't you asking for too much? If they add this money to the farmers, then they won't be able to survive. Steward Zhang reminded him in a low voice. It's good that they don't want to work. My family is short of people. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can find a way for them to live. It's also fine if it's cheaper. 100 copper coins per mu, or 50 copper coins. This marquis also wants to open a cloth shop in the capital. It just so happens that they have a cloth shop. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can help them sell some. Li Sun was thinking about the cloth shop. He was now helping the Zhang family and wanted to stand up for this matter. Chapter 289. The spring plowing finally began vigorously. At this time, one could see the strength of each family in Zhuangzi. Whichever family had more livestock, that family was definitely not ordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family mobilized more than 500 cattle to work in the fields. Some of the fields were directly filled with rice straws, so there was no need to plow at all. They only needed to add fertilizer, and some of the fields had to be plowed several times. Beside the fields were the people sent by the main family to help with the cooking. Before the farmers went to work, they all drank a mouthful of wine. Those who drank more than 50 degrees only drank a mouthful and did not dare to drink too much. The Gu family also got nearly 30 cattle in Zhuangzi. This year, the farmers of the Gu family wanted to compete with the Zhang family and Wang family. In the past, they could say that the tools were not good, there were not enough cattle, and their bodies could not compare. This year, there was no other reason. Gu Engshi gave them all that he could. If it was like last year, they fell behind by a large margin. Without the main family being angry, the farmers themselves would be sullen to death. Li Sun also thought of ways to get some livestock. He could not find too many cattle. The Zhang family and Wang family had never stopped buying and breeding cattle. The older calves were almost 2 years old and could do some work. However, Li Sun had other ideas. He got a group of horses. There were more than 300 horses. These horses were not good enough to be used as military horses, but they were better horses to pull carriages. If they were used to plow the fields, everyone who saw them would feel distressed. The horses were faster than the cattle, but they did not have as much stamina. Taking turns, they were not slower than the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Chen family accepted Li Sun's idea. They spent 50 copper coins to buy water for 1 mu of land. In the future, they would also provide all kinds of silk cloth for evaluation to Li Sun and Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Housekeeper Chen was no longer a housekeeper. When he returned home that day, he was severely beaten. Chen Gingxin pushed all the blame onto housekeeper Chen. Even if his concubine pleaded for him, it was useless. This time, he miscalculated. He thought that the little prince would not help the Zhang family with such great fanfare. He thought that he could contend with the Zhang family by relying on the cloth trade behind him. In the end, he realized that the Zhang family was still the same Zhang family that no one could take advantage of. He could only suppress this anger in his heart and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Now it was impossible. The people in the cloth trade were also promoting some people to take the imperial examinations. As long as these people became officials, it would be very beneficial to the cloth trade. They really did not have the leisure to care about other things. If there was no imperial examinations, it was not a big deal to provoke a marquis. In the future, they would not do anything in other people's fief. But now they did not dare. Who knew what kind of effect a marquis would have in the imperial examinations? In the capital, County Magistrate Qing had a good time these days. It was spring plowing, and everyone used a curved plow. Every time this happened, they would think of County Magistrate Qing, who made this plow. It was said that the emperor had mentioned him in person. The other officials immediately began to curry favor with County Magistrate Qing. County Magistrate Qing took this opportunity to start a big banquet. Usually he went to 2 big markets, the East Market and the West Market. The places he chose were naturally the Zhuangzi's embrace and the success house. Every time, he would bring Father Zhang and introduce the people who would attend the banquet to him. The status of these people was not too high, but there were too many people. The officials below the fourth rank kept coming, but the higher-ranking officials did not come. Some of them received a letter from Minister Bai, who had not decided whether to resign or not, and some of them received a letter from the little prince. They were all waiting there. There was still a month to go before the imperial examination in spring. They were not in a hurry now. They were waiting for others to work, and then they could work according to the situation. On this day, Li Sun found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about a new plow. For example, they wanted to shorten the shaft a little, increase the curvature a little, and change some parts to iron. This way, it would be slightly more convenient, flexible, and durable. The head of the curved plow used by the rich was iron, while the poor could only use wood. Naturally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used iron. Make some texture at the place where the hand is holding. It will be more comfortable to hold it, just like the handlebars of a bicycle. Wang Wan drew on a drawing and said. She and Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the best plow would be like in the future, and they couldn't remember it either. Usually, they didn't care much about it, but they would ask the villagers if there was anything that made them uncomfortable when they used it. The villagers would tell the two of them what they were dissatisfied with. The handlebars looked simple, but the hands of those who worked would inevitably be stained with mud. When they held the handlebars, there would be some sand between their hands and the handlebars, which was uncomfortable. To solve this problem, they could wear gloves, but they would not feel good, so there were no thin gloves. They also could not put a basin of water at the side and wash it from time to time. The two of them thought about it and decided to carve texture on the handlebars. If there was sand on their hands, it would fall off after a few rubs. It could also increase the friction. As for the length and degree of curvature of the shaft arm, it was also changed according to the suggestions of the villagers. When plowing, it was impossible to maintain a good straight distance with the hand holding the plow. When walking in front, because the place where the force was applied was different, it would deviate and need to be adjusted. This was also a laborious work. During the adjustment process, they would press down on the handlebars and let the weiwei in front of them lift up. The longer the position in front of the fulcrum, the longer the resistance arm would be. If the resistance arm was shortened alone, the direct force of the force at the back of the fulcrum would be greater, and the bending could be reduced. As for the replacement of parts in some places with iron, it was because the plow was not always spoilt. When plowing on the ground, the wear and tear was relatively large. Often, after plowing, they had to stop and change a part. When the soil was slightly bigger or hardened, they had to change more often. Every time they changed, they would waste some time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about the consumption of time. What they cared about was the speed of plowing. They had to be faster than the Gu family and the Li family next to them. The villagers always had to be first to be more confident. While the two of them were discussing how to take advantage of the time to change, Li Sun came in. No one stopped him from entering and leaving the place where the two of them were. As soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with their heads together, muttering and drawing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard the sound. When they looked back, they saw that it was Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly greeted, "Young Master Li, how come you have the leisure to come here?" Li Sun did not speak directly. Instead, he walked a few steps to the table and looked at the drawing on it. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "Good for you guys. I helped you guys in vain. Now that you have something good, you don't want to give it to me to use. Others say that the curved plow was made by Cheng Anren. I don't believe it." Sure enough. At this point, Li Sun paused and put on an apologetic look. She then looked at another picture and asked with a frown, "What is this? Can these shoes be worn?" The other drawing did indeed show a pair of shoes, but they were made of wood. This was not a big deal, as most people who could not afford to wear leather boots did so. However, the front of the shoes was carved out of a whole piece of wood, a space big enough for 5 toes to fit in. Li Sun could not figure out what the two of them were going to do with such a useless piece of wood. Zhang Xiaobao pulled the drawing over and explained it to Li Sun. "My family and the Wang family have some broken stones in the fields. If you go in barefoot like other people, your feet will be finished. Wearing these shoes is much better. You don't have to worry about being scratched. Because in the mud, if there is wood in front, you won't get stuck in the mud. Li Sun finally understood. Yes, you Zhuangzi people care about the farmers. You don't care about wasting wood. Then what's the matter with this plow? It doesn't seem to be any different from the current one. Li Sun pointed at the drawing of the plow and asked. This drawing only changed the proportions of some places. There was also a grid drawn on the handrail. If one did not look carefully and was not familiar with this aspect, one would not be able to tell the difference at all. This is just a drawing for fun. I want to see if it can be more useful. First, I will make a batch for my own use. Then I will tell others. Just tell this to Registrar Zhao. Sanshui County cannot always be without a county magistrate. Registrar Zhao has always been in charge of it. Since he can manage it, why not let him be the county magistrate? Zhang Xiaobao also had plans for this. Although it was only a small improvement, if it could increase the efficiency by 10%, then they might be able to plow more during the entire spring. The first plow was to turn over the soil. Later on, it was to let the fertilizer mix better with the soil. Li Sun looked at the drawing carefully again and did not see any difference. His interest was also reduced. Oh, then you guys can try it first. If it is useful, I will make some changes to the one in Zhuangzi. After saying this, Li Sun said again, the school has started to be built. They asked me to find more people to join us. I am just thinking about who to find. So anxious? Fine, young Master Li, you can find people to join us, but you can't take out the money now and let them continue to invest. Then, according to our agreement, are the documents of the 3 workshops and the 3 schools under our management and not under their management? Based on Li Sun's words, Zhang Xiaobao knew that those people had no money. The workshop had been doing odd jobs, but they had not sold anything. Because the workers' skills were not good enough, they could only break even. However, the craftsmen had to be paid, their meals had to be paid, and the apprentices had to be paid as well. It seemed that each person did not have much money, but there were many people. They said that they did not have 90,000 strings of coins, but they did not have that much money. A few days ago, they took out another 10,000 strings of coins. Those people did not have much money. If they did not find more people to join them, they would collapse. The dock had not been built yet, and only a site had been marked out. Yes, that's how it was signed. When they signed, they were not willing. Later, I used my status as a marquis to pressure them. I also said that after the dock was built, it would be theirs. So, who do you think I should find? How many people should I find? Li Sun mentioned the matter of the document. He seemed to feel that it was not good to use his status to pressure them. Chapter 290. Li Sun was a fool. He didn't know that he was caught in the middle. It was a battle of wits between Zhang Xiaobao and those people. Without Zhang Xiaobao's help, he would have lost the 10,000 strings of cash and offended many people. After all, he was the one who found people to join. Others would end up losing everything and could only blame him. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say that he could find people, he asked, "Then how do you think we should find people?" Find people. First, find people who can invest money. Tell them that there will be ships in 3 years. For now, we will only build ships that can be used in ordinary rivers. We will form our own fleet and sell ships. As long as they buy a ship from our dock, we will not need to spend money to maintain it. For example, if there is a hole somewhere, they can find us. We will send people to tow the ship or repair it directly. They will pay for the wood. If there is none, we will sell it to them at a slightly higher price. We don't need to pay for the repairs. If their ship hits a big rock and breaks apart, as long as they pick up the board or something, we will use the board to add some materials to build a new ship. We will only take a portion of the cost. However, all the ships we sell must be marked with our dock's logo in an obvious position. When they ship things to our supermarket, they can only take 90% of the shipping cost. During busy seasons, they will give us priority to ship things. Zhang Xiaobao made use of everything that could be used. Rivers and canals required many ships. It was impossible for a dock to take care of all of them. They could only sell as many ships as possible. Even if the ship in the southernmost part broke down, as long as they were willing to wait, they would send people to repair it. If they hit a reef on the Yangtze River, as long as they could really get the board back, they would give them a discount. It was impossible for everyone to have the leisure to do so. What they wanted was a reputation. Li Sun couldn't tell the benefits of doing so. Thinking of the person behind this, he agreed. Then let's do that. I'll find people and discuss it with them. Don't. When you find people, tell them first. Don't let them know. They don't have much money. It's impossible for them to build a ship in a year. Liar, when they can't give you the 10,000 strings of cash and run away, you can find others to join. We will do it ourselves. We can't just throw it to that place for nothing. Zhang Xiaobao could only tell Li Sun the truth. Otherwise, if Li Sun found people to invest, those people would continue to survive. Liar? How did you lie? Xiaobao, tell me. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words just now, he felt like he was no longer in the human world. How did he suddenly become a liar? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun what Wang Wan said and said to Li Sun, now, let them take out the money they should take out. You gave them 10,000 strings of cash, and I gave them 20,000 strings of cash. One merit is 70,000 strings of cash. They now have to take out at least 10,000 strings of cash. Do you think they can take it out? Send someone to find out who they have been in contact with these days, especially when you gave us 10,000 strings of cash a few days ago. Ask them and you will know what they want to do. Li Sun had never heard of such a thing. Now that he heard it, he was stunned and blinked his eyes. It could be said that a huge wave was set off in his heart. When he first came, he wanted to help the Zhang family. In the past, he always took advantage of them. Now that he heard these words, he realized that things were not that simple at all. No wonder Master was relieved when he found out that this matter was related to the Zhang family. It seemed that Master should have noticed that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. So that was the case. Li Sun was not in the mood to talk about other things. He hurriedly left the Zhang family and found someone to investigate what those people had been doing these days. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they continued to draw the blueprint from the night before. After drawing some more, they felt that it was about time and immediately got someone to make it for them, especially the shoes. For the past 2 days, the villagers in the farmstead had been wearing normal shoes. Previously, they had tried barefoot and found that they couldn't walk at all. The wheat and rice stones below not only separated the feet, but they could also accidentally cut the feet. There weren't so many craftsmen in Zhuangzi. They were all in the fields. Fortunately, there were many craftsmen who didn't need to farm among the people digging the river. They stopped digging the river first and rushed to make new plows with all their might. In one day, they actually modified more than 200 sets. The people who made the shoes were a little slower. Zhuangzi didn't have that much good wood, so they had to get it from elsewhere. They could only let the villagers wear ordinary shoes to work in the fields first. The masters would make them again in the future. Once the new plows were used, the speed really increased. Li Sun came again. Quick, give me 2 sets of your new plows. I will also go back and ask someone to make them. I have asked someone to look at them. They said that the changes were not big and they are easy to use. This credit will be given to Registrar Zhao as you said. There will be a new round of officials soon. I will think of a way to let Registrar Zhao be the county magistrate, let Deputy Zhang be the registrar, and let Deputy Dao take the position of Deputy County Magistrate. Then, Child Li, please take care of it. In the future, Sanshui County will at least be stable for a few years. You don't have to worry about the new county magistrate. Have you asked about those people? Zhang Xiaobao also planned to do so. After Sanshui County had a dock, it was a little unstable. He had to take control of this place. When the time came, he would send the county magistrate one by one. Wasn't it just a political achievement? It was a simple thing. When Li Sun was asked about those people, his face turned a little ugly. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." In these days, they actually borrowed some money from others. 20,000 strings of coins. They even told those people that when the time comes, they will secretly use good materials to make boats for them. They will only pay for ordinary materials. It seems that they really don't have money. Today, I will ask someone to find them and ask them to bring more than 10,000 strings of coins to me. If they can't take it out, then they are lying. At that time, It was written in the document that they can take the land if they want, but they can't take the rest of the money back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he also admired those people. In order to find a big flag, they actually deceived others to give money to Li Sun. They were ambitious and dared to do anything. Just like the people from Tubo, they were prepared to kill people in the Zhang family. They were really well informed. Tubo? Daring? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of these two words. He linked the two things together and said to Li Sun, "Send people to continue to investigate. See where they came from and whether they had contact with people from Tubo. If they succeed in the dock, it will be summer at that time, and it will be impossible to harvest much food here. In addition, there are some people who are hiding and want to destroy the dock. When the time comes, a lot of money will be cheated by them. Do you think that the cheated people want to make up for the loss? Will they sell food here at a high price? Will the cheated people not think of this idea and someone will remind them? You said that the people who did business with me were sent by Tubo? Do you want to stir up some trouble here?" Li Ji wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. There was a lingering fear in his heart. If that was really the case, then he would be considered a part of it. When the price of food here increased and people started to hoard, Royal Uncle would definitely send people to investigate. After investigating and finding out that he was a part of it, then Li Sun did not dare to think about what would happen next. He thanked him and did not even have time to care about the new plow. He turned and ran. When he was outside, he shouted to the guards, "Quick, go back to Zhuangzi with me. Call the others back." The guards did not know what was going on and followed Li Sun back. Li Sun ran 2 steps and stopped. He pointed to a guard and said, "Carry me. Run quickly. When we get back, you will be rewarded." The guard did not think about the reward. Since the little prince asked him to carry him, he could only carry him. The crowd took turns to carry Li Sun back to Zhuangzi. Headmaster, something bad happened. I am in trouble. Think of something quickly." As soon as Li Sun returned to Zhuangzi, he went to the study. Seeing that there was no one in the study, he ran and shouted. It was the people in the yard who told him that someone was loosening the soil in the back garden. When Li Sun found the middle-aged man, he was loosening the soil bit by bit with a small shovel in his hand. Sometimes, he would poke a stick into the soil. "Headmaster, something bad happened. I was cheated and almost became their accomplice. Help me think of a way. How can I find out their background?" Li Sun stood in front of the middle-aged man and said while panting. The middle-aged man did not know what he was talking about. He asked in confusion, "Who cheated the little prince? Zhangzhe Zhuangzi?" "No, it's the people who want to build the dock. They don't have that much money. They want to..." Li Sun told the middle-aged man what Zhang Xiaobao had said in the past 2 days. When he finished, he said, "I need to find out their background. Right now, I need to investigate their background. I don't have that many people around me who can investigate. Whether it is true or not, we will know when the time comes. If it isn't, then let them build the docks properly. Also, don't let them have the authority to control it. Rewrite the document. If it is true, then send it to the higher-ups." So it's like this? There is no lack of capable people in Tubo. They know the weakness of our dynasty. When the time comes, they will send troops again. We won't be able to provide too much food. There is no food in the capital. They only need to send spies here and spread the news. The people will be in chaos. The middle-aged man was also shocked. After thinking about it, there were many things that Tubo could do. Looking at Li Sun's anxious expression, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "There's no need to be anxious. Let's first report this matter to the prince and let him send people to investigate. You have to capture the person first. Regardless of whether you captured the right person or not, wait until the prince has news before making a decision." Chapter 291. Li Sun was stunned. He suddenly remembered that it was Zhang Xiaobao who told him directly. There was no one else. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao also had the same ability? "Teacher, when I was looking for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, it was Xiaobao who told me about the workshop. These days, I didn't see any forces from the Zhang family specifically looking for information in the county. Could it be that when Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about making money, the people behind him found out something?" Li Sun told the middle-aged man what happened that day. The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either, unless Zhang Xiaobao was so powerful that he directly predicted that someone was going to cheat Li Sun. This was absolutely impossible, and the Zhang family had been busy with other things. How could they have the time to train people to look for information? Little Prince, could it be? There are many Yamen runners in the county. There are many Yamen runners. Those Yamen runners didn't do what they do now. They have some tricks up their sleeves. With the relationship between the Zhang family and the Yamen, they can mobilize these Yamen runners. It was the Yamen runners who helped them find out. Zhang Zhongren felt that this was the case. There had to be a reason. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, I know that in the future I will look for Zhang Xiaobao. Don't be afraid of being cheated. This time, we even made a profit. No wonder his family kept delaying taking out the 20,000 strings of coins. They didn't plan to take it out at all. Li Sun was worried just now, but now he felt that it was fine. He captured them first and didn't have to worry about them causing trouble. At this moment, a guard hurried over. Little Prince, when those people went to look for them, they didn't see them. I heard that they left together and took a boat to the west at Wei River. As for where they are now, I don't know. What? Headed west? Ran away? Then they must be related to the people who were almost killed by Little Red's poultry 2 days ago. Now that they know the news, they think that the matter has been exposed, so they ran away. Chase them for this market. Send a fast horse over, and send a letter to the prefecture to let my father search the entire prefecture. When Li Sun heard the guard's words, he knew that there was no need to investigate further. Those people were in cahoots. Thinking of the consequences if he didn't cooperate with Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he was scared and angry. He shouted for people to chase after them. The middle-aged man was relieved and advised, "Little Prince, don't be angry. They ran away. The shipyard, workshop, and school, as well as the money they took out before and the money they swindled, all belonged to the Little Prince and Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Yes, that's right. It saved me some effort to have people catch them. I'm not angry at all. After all, I'm the one who made the profit. Xiao Bao also told me about the shipyard. I can find someone to invest and build a good shipyard. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good place. I'll discuss with Xiao Bao." Li Sun was still angry, but he wasn't as angry as before. Thinking of his gains this time, he smiled. As long as he kept in contact with the Zhang family in the future, there was no need to worry. After saying this, Li Sun excitedly went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He still had 2 sample plows to bring back. The matter of writing a letter was left to his master. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle either. They received the letter from Mr. Zhang. They took the official route and sent it directly to Sanshui County through County Magistrate Qing. When Sanshui County saw the letter, they sent someone to deliver it to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. It took 6 days for the 3 letters and several small items in the capital city to arrive. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It was so fast to take the official route. Otherwise, it would take more than a month to bring the letters back. It was considered abusing power for personal gain. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter from Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the letter from Zhang Wang clan at all. In the letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she praised Zhang Xiaobao a little and asked him to be obedient at home and not cause any trouble. She also asked him to reply to the letter. Zhang Xiaobao told his family not to tell others what happened here. He only told them the good things. After he finished writing the letter, he asked the Yamen runners to bring it back. At the same time, he also brought back a few new plows. He wanted to send them to Registrar Zhao and Zhou Shihu. This time he asked him to do it. There was only one thing left to do, which was to plan the digging of the river. After the digging was done, the spring plowing would be almost done. The river would rise and his father would start the examination. As for whether the road that was blocked by the Qin family could be opened or not, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. Who would want to travel by land when there was a waterway? Carriages weren't that sturdy. It was easy for them to break down after a while, especially Gulu. Usually, those who traveled by carriage would have to bring along good tools to repair the carriage and some oil for the axle. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't care about the Qin family. The relationship between a businessman and an official couldn't be compared to the relationship between an official and an official. If someone were to find someone to deal with the Zhang family, that person's first consideration would be the Zhang family's status. Keep the mud and throw it into the pond. Or dig a mud pond. Didn't Grandpa Bai want to occupy the 2,000 mu of land? Let him find a broken piece of land and occupy a bit more. When the time comes, we'll give him the mud. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood on the small bridge and looked at the scene of those people working. They saw that the mud that was cleaned was black. From time to time, some red insects and leeches would flip out. They thought of an idea. Zhang Xiaobao was talented in this aspect. He immediately understood Wang Wan's plan. That's good too. Just put the mud in the places that can't be used for farming. We should dig a mud pond and put a layer of water on top. Every once in a while, we can let it out and replace it with new water. We can raise these red insects in it and use them to feed the fish. Even if there are leeches, it's fine. They can be used to make medicine and expel blood clots. Have you tried it before? I've tried putting the leeches in places with blood clots. They will drill their suckers in and suck the blood clots. I've heard that some people with rheumatism also use these leeches to recuperate. As for the rest, we can raise loaches. I still like to eat them. They don't like to eat them. We can keep them for ourselves. As long as we raise them in clear water for 2 more days, the earthy smell will be reduced. We can wrap them in egg white flour and fry them. Dip them in salt and pepper to eat. They are not worse than eels. They can also be snacks. What snacks? Li Sun came over from Zhuangzi. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao mention snacks, he smacked his lips and asked. He liked to eat snacks behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them could always get some snacks to eat according to the seasons. Every one of them tasted good. Loaches. Do you eat them? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, as long as you can eat them, I can eat them. What's the big deal about loaches? I've eaten insects. I've survived in the wild. Since then, I've not been picky about food. I'll eat whatever you cook for me. No matter how bad it is, it can't be compared to those insects and wild vegetables. Li Sun puffed out his chest and said. He seemed to feel very proud. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed at the same time. They didn't know if Li Sun had written a book about it and sent it to the top, but the effect was good. At least Li Sun was more frugal when eating. In the past, when he went to between the clouds and the water, he would ask for a table full of dishes and eat only a few bites. Now, he asked for 2 of his favorite dishes and ate them all. What's so funny? I have a place to dig out the silt. Give it to me. Li Sun also knew the value of the silt. After settling under the water for so long, there were rotten leaves and dead fish and shrimps. It was good to use it for farming. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite to Li Sun at all. No, I've talked to Cuckoo. I'll give it to Grandpa Bai. I'll get some wasteland and put the silt there. Grandpa Bai will have more food and money. It's useless to give it to you. When you get the land and run away, the land here will be taken care of by the servants. You won't need it. It's fine to give it to old Shangshu. Xiaobao, those people ran away. My people were a little late. Now, everything belongs to both of our families. You can't spend money blindly. Hurry up and fix the dock and build some boats to transport things. After the spring plowing is over, hurry up and fix the restaurant here. A wooden restaurant must be built before summer. I'm still waiting to make money. When Li Sun heard that the silt was left to Minister Bai, he did not argue with him. Looking at the unfinished restaurant between the clouds and the water, he became anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was also waiting for the spring plowing to end. At that time, he would follow the plan he had discussed with Wang Wan. He would build some small canals at the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. He would also plant some flowers and raise some small fish. He would also build a road on the mountain. When the time comes, this place would become a paradise. He promised, don't worry. When they finish digging the river, I'll find someone who knows how to do that kind of work. It won't take too long. I don't know if my father can be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. San Shui County can't do it. It was not easy to get the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Didn't Minister Bai say that he will help? As long as someone recommends him, he should be able to come over. When the time comes, The two counties next to each other will become your families. It's over. The Qin family is in big trouble. Li Sun imagined that after Zhang Zhong became the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would be here. He also thought about the Qin family. When that time comes, won't they be constantly making things difficult for them? Zhang Xiaobao immediately denied, I am a good person. My father will also be a good official. He will not accept bribes, nor will he be greedy. He will also not bully the people. Li Sun curled his lips. Your father accepts bribes. He is a fool if he is greedy. Your family is not short of money. I don't know if your father is a good official or not. Anyway, I feel that the Qin family is finished. What if someone forces them to give you money? Then accept it. But it can't be less than what my family has. Ask someone to take the person who wants to give you money to the warehouse. As long as he or she is willing to take out the same amount of money, accept it. My family does not have much money. We are still in debt. Really? Zhang Xiaobao sincerely said to Li Sun. Chapter 292. Sprouts sprouted on both sides of the broad road, and the swallows returned to their homes. There should be no idle people during the spring plowing, and the downtown area was bustling. In Sanshui County, there were not many people buying and selling things in the market at this time of the year. The people were busy farming or waiting for others to bring the plows for repair. However, this year was different. There were many people coming and going, and all kinds of hawking sounds came one after another. The registrar Zhao Xiang and the deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing were busy with some small things. They walked around together, looking at the lives of the people and the bustling scene. All these were thanks to the two of them. Both of them thought so. They had been doing their jobs and did not make trouble. They also did not look for trouble with the Zhang family. That was why Sanshui County could be so prosperous. They greeted the people they knew one by one, and the two of them walked to the dock. There was still a sea of people here. There were fewer people studying, but there were still many people working. There were some people from other counties who did not have fields and did not know how to do any handicrafts. After knowing that there was a shortage of people at the dock, they came to work because they had some strength. There was indeed a shortage of people at the dock. Many people who had fields at home had gone back to farming, and the people from other counties had just replenished the manpower. Those who had finished farming would be given new things to do. The Zhang family had a lot of work, so they were not afraid of not finding a place to work. The people who sold liangpi came out early. They went to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi to ask for liangpi, and Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had to make some for them, even if the weather was not hot yet. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar Zhao Xiang walked and looked, and sighed at the changes in Sanshui County in the past 2 years. Brother Xuyang, if there was no Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, what would happen to us here? Would there still be a dock? Would there still be those businesses? The registrar Zhao Xiang said happily. The deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing. Wei Wei shook her head. No, who bought this broken mountain in the first place? When they bought it, many people said that they were stupid. Now we know who is stupid. It's a pity that County Magistrate Qing won't be able to see it. He's still busy over there. This summer, we can make a lot of money from selling ice. In winter, we can sell a lot of ice, so we can still sail here. That's right, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is still here. It's not easy for County Magistrate Qing to come here. After Jia Shan came here, he didn't know how to be stable. He made a lot of trouble and got himself into trouble. I wonder who the next county magistrate will be. Will he also want to make a lot of trouble and suffer losses before giving up? Zhao Xiang had always been thinking about the position of county magistrate. Last time, someone else had taken it away. This time, he felt that there was not much hope. However, he would rather be a registrar here than be a county magistrate elsewhere. He had already fallen in love with Sanshui County, so there was nothing much to worry about. If there were some problems in the county, it was nothing more than someone's chicken running away, someone's child falling down, someone's house leaking. No one in the family could work. Just take the yamen as an example. Now, the yamen's function had been adjusted. Basically, all they did were trivial things like this. Even if it was just building a fence for the yard, someone would come and find them. The people were not afraid of the yamen at all. Of course, they did not just want people to work without paying. Occasionally, There were people who killed pigs at home. They would bring some pig's intestines and make some food according to the recipe given by the Zhang family. They would also make some wine and eat with the Yamen runners who were guarding here. When the deputy county magistrate and the registrar caught up, they would also eat together. There was no need to worry about public security. It turned out that the local government runners were all very smart. Out of the 700 local government runners, 600 of them were patrolling everywhere. Even the farthest place of the Qin family now had a local government runner an hour away. Those who wanted to cause trouble were frightened when they saw such a dense patrol. The deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingxing knew what Zhao Xiang was thinking. In fact, he also wanted Zhao Xiang to be promoted. He himself was not in the top class. If one said that he was a member of the Yamen, then he was. If one said that he was not, then he was not. He could not be promoted directly to the position of county magistrate. He could only wait for Zhao Xiang to be promoted so that he could replace Zhao Xiang's position. Seeing that Zhao Xiang was silent after talking about the next county magistrate, Zhang Mingxing said, "Brother Jifeng, don't worry. Maybe the next county magistrate will be you. I will also be popular. In the future, Sanshui County will be better. We don't have to worry too much. Just follow what the Zhang family says." I also want to, but the hope is slim. In fact, Zhangjia Zhuangzi also helped a lot. But there are too many people who want this position. Zhao Xiang was not confident at all. This year's Sanshui County was better than previous years. When the river was expanded and connected, maybe a 6th grade official would be willing to come over. Then why don't we go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and ask if they have any ideas? There is a master there. They are also willing to find an obedient person to take this position. Who among us in the Yamen is disobedient? When Zhang Mingsheng talked about Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he suddenly came up with an idea. The two of them went to ask. The Zhang family should have a way. If the new county magistrate could be removed, it would not be too troublesome to find an original county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was also moved, but he shook his head and said, "The Zhang family has too many things to do recently." Zhang Zhong went to take the imperial examination. His family spent a lot of money. They have so many things to do. How can they have time to care about us? We will only make trouble for them. So, we can't do this and we can't do that. Are we really waiting for a new county magistrate? I have my eyes on your position. I am not satisfied. Zhang Mingxing did not hide his thoughts of wanting to go further. For a moment, Zhao Xiang didn't know what to say. He couldn't just resign and give the position to Zhang Mingxing. If that happened, his mother would beat him to death. His mother was also from a scholarly family. She expected him to be a high-ranking official and support the family's reputation. Just when the two of them were worrying about the next county magistrate, a few Yamen runners rushed over. When they saw the two of them, they wiped their sweat and said, "Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, Registrar Zhao, good news, good news." "What good news? Let's hear it." The deputy county magistrate looked at the cart and asked. "The registrar general has good news." The registrar general saw that the curved plow was not used well. Therefore, he made a slight improvement. He shortened the original plow arm and increased the degree of curvature. He also engraved patterns on the armrest. This way, it is more convenient to change the direction of the plow. The force of impact is less. Even if there is sand on the hands, there is no need to worry about the discomfort. The people all agree that this improvement will benefit them a lot when they are farming. Many people will increase their food supply because of this. The Yamen runner did not know how to practice. When he spoke, his face was full of respect, as if what he said was true. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang were stunned. They stood still and looked at the plow on the cart. It was as if they were in a dream. Zhang Mingxing was the first to react. He said to Zhao Xiang, "How is it? Zhangjia Zhuangzi really did not forget about us. It's fine if we don't do anything, but if we do, it will be a political achievement. Quickly, go back and write a memorial and hand it to the higher-ups." Brother Jifeng, with this political achievement, the position of county magistrate of Sanshui County will be more secure. Quickly get promoted and don't block my way. Zhao Xiang was not the kind of person who did not want to be an official. Looking at the new plow on the cart, he knew without guessing that the Zhang family did not want another county magistrate. He was already annoyed. If he did not know what to do, he might as well find a rope and hang himself. He laughed and ran directly to the yamen. After running for dozens of steps, he turned around and ran back. He said to the yamen runner, "Bring this plow back. I have to draw it. Otherwise, how can I say that there are so many plows sent here? Is there still some with Zhou Shihu? Quickly send them back. It's spring plowing again." County Magistrate is right. There are some with young Master Zhou. I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sir, please. The yamen runner was also very happy. He even changed the way he addressed Zhao Xiang. He carried a plow and ran back. The others took the plow from the cart and sent it to Zhou Shihu. "Don't call me that. It's not even close yet." Zhao Xiang was willing to listen to this title, but he still had to say it. "Sir, I am not speaking nonsense. This time, if you were not the county magistrate, the Zhang family would be angry. Last time, it was fine. This time, another person came. I think the Zhang family will directly take him away. Don't you know the ability of the Zhang family?" The yamen runner knew that the registrar official was just saying this, so he continued to flatter him. Back at the yamen, Zhao Xiang took out the 4 treasures of the study. His hands trembled as he wanted to grind the ink, but he did not have the strength. Zhang Mingsheng had to take it. "Brother Ji Feng, don't be anxious. Sit down and rest. You can write when the ink is ready." Zhao Xiang took a few deep breaths. He was not as steady as usual. He also wanted to not be anxious. How could he not be anxious? He was going to be promoted soon. Who would not be anxious? Zhang Mingsheng looked at Zhao Xiang and had to chat with him. "Brother Ji Feng, as long as you become the county magistrate, there will be money in the county's account. At that time, you have to be careful. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch. The Zhang family can give us things and money, but we will not allow any corruption. Of course, the yamen's money is for the people to work for. It is not for me. Even if I have the courage, I will not touch the money. Just look at County Magistrate Cheng. As long as you do well, the money given by the Zhang family will definitely be more than the money you embezzle." Zhao Xiang did not need Zhang Mingsheng to tell him what to do. In the past, he was not greedy for money. His life was ordinary. Now, his life was better. The Zhang family sent things to him from time to time. It would be unreasonable for him to be greedy for the people's money. The two of them talked back and forth. Zhao Xiang felt much better. His hand was not as trembling as before when he picked up the brush. He drew the outline of the new plow and then took it apart. He also drew every part of the new plow. He was grateful to the Zhang family. If he did not take the credit, the Zhang family could also use it. After a while, Zhao Xiang finished writing about the new plow. He gave the credit for the improvement of the plow to himself.